Katherine! Luna, Katherine! Your mother is here! Travis screamed, interrupting a critical meeting. Under normal circumstances, Travis would have been punished for his interference, but not that day, not when the arrival of Katherine's mother involved the king himself. The Alphas and Lunas snapped their heads back between Katherine and the king. The matter of Katherine's identity was still unclear to most of them. By the way everyone was staring at her, Katherine knew they wanted answers. It was her husband, Gavin, who clarified the issue. He said, "About the Queen's accusations, we have already run the test to prove it. My wife is not the king's daughter. She is Alpha Benjamin's daughter. However, it is true. Katherine's mother was my true mate, but I rejected her before marrying Audrey. It should not have been an issue because Audrey and I never had a relationship before our marriage," the king admitted. She should not have involved Katherine in her schemes or her mother. Katherine saw how the king was hurt when explaining this. His eyes bore the shame, and how he said it so softly suggested he lacked the esteem to acknowledge he had rejected his true love. After the Alphas and the Lunas accepted Gavin's and the king's explanation, Katherine dashed out with her husband. She had mixed emotions, but primarily she was excited. "She is on her way here with her people." Travis frowned as he reported. "That's what the warriors on patrol said. She has people guarding her. It makes me curious about your mother, Luna." "I am as curious as you, Travis," Katherine replied. Katherine wanted to run and meet her mother halfway, but the Bright Moon Pack's territory was not that big. She knew her mother would arrive sooner than expected. As she waited at the driveway of the pack house, she felt the king's presence. So she turned around. She met Maddox's gaze, and they both nodded. Katherine smiled, whereas the king sucked in a deep breath. Katherine's questions would all be answered soon, and as for the king, he might get his closure. Good or bad, at least he would know whether Anaya would forgive him. Would the king and her mother rekindle their love? Only time will tell. Minutes into the wait, she saw 3 cars driving in their direction. The 2 were unfamiliar, but the first one was Ethan's, clearly guiding the other vehicles to the pack house. In each second that passed, Katherine's heart raced. She felt her hands shake, and it was probably so apparent that her husband held her hand. Gavin said, "This is it, Katherine. The moment of truth. Don't be nervous." While Katherine was waiting, she also felt a sense of danger. She wondered why, when powerful men surrounded her, her husband, the king, Beta Kevin, and behind them were alphas of different packs. However, because of her excitement, Katherine dismissed her inkling. She concluded no one would dare harm her from where she stood. Instead, she walked forward, leaving Kieran behind. She wanted to be the one to welcome her mother first. When the cars were a few meters away, Katherine sped her steps. Tears were already streaming down her face. Her heart was galloping. She knew she had to ease its yearning. The vehicles behind Ethan stopped, following Katherine's decision to make a run for it. Before Katherine knew it, she saw a familiar face she had longed to see. It was indeed her mother, Anaya. She could not help but softly call her mother. "Katherine, my child," Anaya called as soon as she got off the car. The woman wore a long white cloak over her body and looked magnificent. If it were not for the fact that her mother looked like her, Katherine would have mistaken the woman for royalty. "Katherine," Anaya repeated. After hearing her name twice, Katherine finally strengthened her voice, saying, "Mother, is it you, Mother?" "Yes, it's me." Like Katherine, Anaya was teary-eyed. She ran towards Katherine with her arms wide open. Out of nowhere, however, Katherine saw how her mother froze. Her eyes rounded and her head snapped to her left. Her fangs quickly elongated, her body expanding, ready to shift. Anaya screamed, "Katherine, watch out!" Katherine turned to where her mother was looking. To her shock, it was Xavier. He was in his wolf form. How did he ever escape his prison? Before Katherine could find the answer to her questions, she heard a wolf's growl, which came from the sizable winter gray wolf in front of her. Who could it be? It could only be her mother, and no one else. Anaya was a winter gray wolf. It shocked Katherine beyond words. Katherine felt chills down her spine, watching her mother bite Xavier's wolf mercilessly and swing him from side to side. The same remarkable wolf threw Xavier several yards away, and when his body landed, she heard his bones cracking. Immediately, Katherine could tell that Xavier was dead. When he turned back into his human form, his eyes had no life, and blood pooled around him. Xavier stood no chance against the strength of her mother. "Whoever wants to hurt my daughter, Katherine, is declaring war against the Wintry Grey Wolf clan." Anaya growled. In her wolf form, she viciously looked around, finding another one to kill. "Who else dares to hurt Katherine? I will kill you with my bare hands." More than just the surprising revelation that unfolded before her eyes, Katherine felt her husband's presence. She turned and saw how Gavin paled in shock. She looked at the king, and his mouth fell open. The rest of the Alphas and Lunas were equally stunned, giving varied expressions. "Anaya? Is it really you?" Finally, Katherine heard the king speak. She quickly turned her gaze to her mother and saw how Anaya froze at the recognition of Maddox. "B. Balthasar, is that you?" "It is you," Anaya probed, her words cutting in and out. You are a winter grey wolf?" Maddox asked. Aides of Anaya quickly walked up to her, carrying a cloak. Anaya shifted into her human form with her people covering her frame. After she had wrapped herself, she faced Maddox and everyone else who remained gawking at her. She confidently responded, "Yes. To answer your question, I am a winter grey wolf. And because I am, Katherine is also a winter grey wolf." "Excuse me, but she is not just a regular winter grey wolf," someone behind Anaya declared. "Her Highness, Anaya, is a descendant of Alicia Cecil, a royal blood. She is the Winter Grey Wolves' reigning queen, and we have come here to take our princess, Princess Katherine, back to her rightful home. Address our Highness rightfully as Queen Anaya of the Rodovvia." "King Maddox, what did you say?" the king asked, utterly taken aback. The words repeatedly rang in Maddox's head. "She is the Winter Grey Wolves' reigning queen. Address our Highness rightfully as Queen Anaya of Rodovvia." Earlier, he was in awe, seeing Anaya transform into this massive, beautiful winter grey wolf. Her strength easily took down Katherine's attacker. Then he learned that she was a queen. He recounted his past decisions and all the regrets that came crashing down on him. He threw away his chances of being with his true mate for the crown. His parents suggested Anaya was not worthy since she was a commoner, but as it turned out, his true mate was royalty. "It is exactly as my beta had said. I am the alpha queen of the Winter Grey Wolves," Anaya replied. She sucked in a breath, and Maddox could tell she was trying to collect herself. He realized his presence may have surprised her. "And I am here to seek out my daughter," Anaya added, turning to Katherine. After smiling at Katherine and holding her hand, Anaya returned her gaze to Maddox. The king immediately noticed the change in her temperament. Her eyes narrowed, and her jaws clenched. She sought, "And you, Maddox, I mean, King Maddox? What is this I hear about your wife claiming that Katherine is your child? She is not, and how dare she use my daughter to stir up a problem in your nation?" Anaya snarled, "Does she want war against Rodovvia? I shall willingly grant her wish." No. Maddox moved closer and added, "Trust me, Pentos does not want another war. We are still recovering from the war against Novra. Now I am at war with my queen as it is." He did not know how often he cleared his throat before another set of words left his lips. He said, "Anaya." "Queen Anaya," Anaya corrected. "Call me by my title." Maddox acknowledged that this Anaya was far different from the woman he had met many years ago. Anaya had more command, and her aura appeared stronger than his. Of course, knowing now that she belonged to the Winter Grey Wolves clan and much more, she was the queen. He admitted that Anaya's strength would be far greater than his. After all, the Winter Grey Wolves were known to be the strongest amongst all werewolves, the direct descendants of the moon goddess. Raising his palm, the king showed Anaya how he meant no offense. Gently, he said, "Queen Anaya, I can see that you have been briefed." "Yes," Anaya responded. "The warriors of the Blackthorn Pack clearly explained this when I returned to meet my daughter. Instead of finding her in a good place, Katherine and her husband were forced to move away from their home, thanks to the woman you married." Her words cut like a knife, and they hurt the king. It was as if Anaya was rubbing it on his face, how he chose the wrong woman, but how could he have known? Why didn't Anaya ever tell her in the first place? Redirecting her attention, Anaya spoke to Katherine. She said, "Katherine, my daughter, are you fine?" Katherine nodded, saying, "I'm fine, mother." Tears rolled down her face, saying, "Thank you for saving me. Thank you for coming back for me." Not wasting any more time, Katherine embraced her mother, and from where they stood, the mother and daughter wept, relishing their reunion. "I have so much to tell you, my child. I'm sorry for leaving you. I did not mean to," Anaya said while caressing her daughter's back. She pulled back to kiss Catherine's forehead and her cheek. Then she returned to hugging her. "I'll compensate for every minute I have lost with you. Please allow me to. I'll explain everything to you." After the mother and daughter had a few exchanges, Anaya turned to Gavin, Maddox, and everyone present that day. She said, "I'd like a moment with my daughter, alone." "Katherine?" "I'm sorry. Can you say that again, Mother?" Katherine asked. It just would not sink in. "My mother is a queen, and I am the princess of the Winter Grey Wolves?" After the shocking revelation, Katherine and her mother talked privately in the forest. Anaya tried to be direct with her about her identity, but it overwhelmed her. "Okay, let's start from the very beginning so you will understand," her mother, Queen Anaya, said. "Many years ago, I did not want to be the next queen. I was an adventurous young girl who wanted to travel, but that would not happen if I am named queen. My mother, Queen Adela, allowed me to travel around the world. Back then, she said, enjoy the world, train, and learn about the other species. One day you will use your knowledge to rule our lands," Anaya said. And so I did. For years, I traveled from one country to another, meeting werewolves and other kinds. I learned various fighting techniques, including many methods of running nations in small packs, Anaya added. "I enjoyed my life going around different countries, and I explored nearly every city or province. It was very experiential for me. I had memories I will forever cherish." The mother and daughter made it to Catherine's meeting place with her friends. From there, Anaya suggested, "This looks like a nice place for us to talk. Let us settle here?" Katherine nodded. They found themselves a good spot where large rocks could be made into a seat, and then Anaya resumed, "After making it into Pentos, I settled a few days here in the Bright Moon Pack. That was when I met Maddox, and everything changed." "Your king, Maddox, and I were true mates," Anaya revealed. She must have realized how Katherine had already known that she asked, "Has he told you?" Reluctantly, Katherine nodded, admitting, "Yes, he has, Mother." "Initially, I thought I was the king's daughter." Katherine looked down at her knees, saying, "That was the only explanation I could think of why my father would hurt me and abandon me." There was silence between the two until Anaya said, I do not know why Benjamin would do that. He was supposed to be my second chance mate. He was supposed to protect you." Anaya embraced Katherine from the side and said, "I'm sorry, my child. It was my fault." "Let me continue with my story," Anaya said. "It will all make sense to you if we go back from that day when I met Maddox." Anaya explained how she doubted being with Maddox. She said, "Back then, I did not know who he was and he did not know me. We were strangers who had been connected with what we call fate, the mate bond. I thought he was just an ordinary werewolf." "Katherine, our kind had detested the other werewolf clans. Due to the past wars, werewolves, and trying to expand territories, the Winter Grey Wolves had to find a safer refuge. It wasn't that our elders could not defend themselves, but our kind wanted peace. Moreover, many of the Winter Grey Wolves mated with humans. We protect them from being casualties of the war. Aside from that, many werewolves' packs wanted to win our alliance," Anaya explained. "This was a tale my mother had passed down to me. Bottom line, our ancestors found it too chaotic, the fight for power, the continuous warfare, and their interference with the peaceful lives of the Winter Grey Wolf clan." With a sigh, Anaya said, "Thus, our predecessors moved and moved until finally settling in Rodovvia. Our ancestors claimed Rodovvia, and we had lived peacefully for many generations. However, because of the past, our kind had always been skeptical of other werewolf clans. My mother, for one, never wanted me to be mated to a werewolf. While she made me travel and explore the world, she warned me against mating with one," Anaya revealed. "So when I met Maddox, I did not know how I could be with him and go against my mother." Anaya looked up. Katherine noticed how she was studying the skies before finally returning to her tale. "But because of the bond that we shared, I decided to be with Maddox, only to be brokenhearted." "I'm sorry to hear that, Mother," Katherine said. "Although I already know about this, it still hurts me. I begged the moon goddess to give me a second chance, mate. For days, I cried in the hotel room I stayed in within the bright moon pack. I hoped it was a wish that the moon goddess could grant me in exchange for whatever it is in me that I have to give up, Anaya said. You see, we are connected to the moon goddess in that way. She can hear our prayers and grant our wishes, but it always comes with a price. Another heavy sigh left Anaya's lips. She said, One day I felt utterly disconnected from my clan. Even if I had traveled around the world, I had always missed Rodovvia, but that morning the longing faded. I felt no urge to call my mother or any of my friends in Rodovvia. The pain that left me in anguish for days suddenly disappeared too. I wandered around the pack and found out why the moon goddess had granted me a second chance, mate, in the name of Benjamin, but it came with a price. I was disconnected from the winter gray wolves, and perhaps the moon goddess meant it so I could live a life with Benjamin and give birth to you, Anaya revealed. In the years that followed after marrying Benjamin, I felt no guilt or remorse for not returning to Rodovvia. I was happy and contented with my life here at the Bright Moon Pack, but my mother's people found me one day, Anaya said, and a tear rolled down her face. She glanced at Katherine with regret in her eyes as she revealed, I learned my mother was dying and I needed to return to Rodovvia. I made another wish to the moon goddess and I paid the price so dear to me. Katherine, I made another wish to the moon goddess and I paid the price so dear to me, Anaya said. And what would that be? Katherine asked while her brows met. Anaya looked distantly and revealed, The winter gray wolves have unique abilities. All of us have great strength, but other werewolf clans do not know that we, the direct descendants of Alicia Cecil, have this tremendous power that oozes from us when we fear for our lives. Depending on how we are badly hurt, it can result in our enemies' hearts to stop beating. Instantly, Katherine gasped. She thought about Beta Thomas, Luke, and the rogues who wanted to rape her. Since she was her mother's daughter, she had the same power. But that power only activates when you can shift. Anaya turned to Katherine and said, I requested to the moon goddess for you to carry a fraction of my power so you can be fully protected. In return, I slowly lost my memory of you and your father, Benjamin. Katherine stilled. Dead air followed as her mouth fell to the ground. Finally, it all made sense to her now. She was deemed cursed, but in truth, her mother lent her powers that were too strong and alien for her to decipher and tame. Anaya wept. She described, I did not know the consequence then. I should have known, but how could I? Also, for my part, I rarely reach out to the moon goddess and make wishes. She embraced Katherine tightly and pleaded, Please forgive me, Katherine, please. I did not know. I meant to return. That was always my plan. Back then, I decided not to take you with me because my mother still bore resentment toward the common werewolves. She would never accept Benjamin. Also, we had to take another dangerous journey other than returning to Rodovvia. Anaya kept embracing Katherine. She kept apologizing until Katherine finally hugged back. Katherine felt her mother's pain and regret, but she also understood why she made such a wish. She only wanted to protect her. So, Mother, how did you regain your memories? Katherine asked after observing how Anaya had soothed her emotions. Anaya wiped the tears from her face. She explained, Before returning to Rodovvia, my mother's trusted warriors and I acquired the fireroot plant at Mount Sinuous. It was a dangerous trip, which was part of why I left you. We stayed in the crater for 2 days. Because of the plant's medicinal properties, we planted a few in a cave we discovered within the volcano. My companions and I hoped the same plant would flourish in a more secure environment rather than constantly being exposed to the volcano's steam. We had planned to return another time and collect more of the miracle plant. Oh, so it was you who planted them? Katherine's emotions changed from being sad to shock. She revealed, Gavin had secured some plants when the king was dying. King Maddox was poisoned by his queen, but he was miraculously saved because of the fireroot plants my husband found by accident. Katherine went on, sharing how Gavin discovered the cave. The news made Anaya smile. She said, Imagine how fate brought your husband there. They continued to talk about the cave. After confirming how its description fully matched her recovered memories, Anaya claimed, That was definitely the same cave, and we came out the same way. Katherine first shared her relief over the king's healing. It was how Anaya learned of Maddox's tragic fate, including how he raised a son that was not his from the start. After learning a few details about the king, Katherine urged her mother to resume. Anaya softly recounted, "So, where was I? Yes, Mount Sinuous. Anyway, we returned to Rodovvia immediately after getting enough fireroot plants. My mother received treatment and healed. However, my memories of you and Benjamin gradually faded. Even the mark Benjamin had with me vanished like it was never there." Anaya looked down and sadly informed, "My mother knew I had a family. Her warriors had reported this to her, but she allowed me to forget. Instead, she forced me to take responsibility and train to take over the crown. In each month that passed, I felt something was missing in my life. All I could remember was how I traveled around other countries, but not the memories of you and Benjamin." With a sigh, Anaya added, "My mother explained that I had loved the Bright Moon Pack so much that I had wished for the pack's protection. So I lost some memories, but she never said I had a family." Next, Anaya continued, "In the years that followed, I strictly trained to replace my mother, and I was good at it, but despite achieving so much, I was miserable. I could not put a smile on my face. There were nights that I would cry in my room, and I did not know why. A year before my crowning, my mother finally saw through my unhappiness. I may have lost my memory, but the longing was still there in my heart," Anaya described. "It was then when my mother confessed that I had a family back in Pentos. My sorrow grew daily, and my mother became consumed with guilt. After 2 months, she wished for my memory to return, all of it." Anaya looked into Catherine's eyes and revealed, "The moon goddess granted her wish, but in return she slowly died in the following weeks. I started to regain my memories of you, and with the power in me, I tried to reach out to you. I wanted to see you, but my responsibilities kept me from leaving the country. After my mother died, the crowning happened, and invaders came into our nation, thinking the new queen was weak. For months I had to show them my strength and keep the enemies from entering our lands," Anaya recounted. "Aside from that, some turnovers needed to be made, and my memories did not come back all at once. It came in flashes at first," Anaya reasoned. "Most memories came back when Benjamin's mark on me reappeared." Anaya covered a few more challenges as she attempted to make her way to Pentos, including an internal fight for the crown. She only left Rodovvia once she confirmed most of the warriors' loyalty was with her. After everything had been said, Katherine asked, "So what happens now, Mother? What happens now? First, I will speak to that good-for-nothing father of yours. I will reject him so I will no longer be bound to him." With anger in her voice, she claimed, "How can I love a man who maltreated my daughter? I will take you and your husband back with me to Rodovvia. I don't want you battling a war that is not yours to fight. You are a princess. You do not deserve to be thrown away from your home because of a stupid accusation," Anaya said. Anaya held Catherine's hand and asked, "My daughter, Katherine, please, will you come with me to Rodovvia? I will figure out a way for my people to accept Gavin. With his leadership and battle experience, he could offer wise advice on how to run Rodovvia. I will name him as one of my generals." "What do you say, Katherine?" Katherine gasped. Her heart raced. Oh, how wonderful it would be finally together with her mother. However, the truth was she knew Gavin would never leave Pentos and his people, more importantly his king. "Mother," Katherine said, "I can't leave. I love him, and Gavin will never leave. I am his wife, and I will stay by his side. Gavin's pack needs him. He is meant to serve his people. Back at the Blackthorn pack, they wait for his return." "But Katherine," Anaya countered, "you do not know if that will happen. You will not be safe." "I am pregnant, Mother. I am carrying Gavin's child. I cannot leave him," Katherine revealed. Anaya sucked in a breath, her eyes looking down at her belly. She shut her eyes and repeated, You are pregnant?" She gulped and insisted, "Then all the more you should come with me for your safety." How long before the queen learns of Gavin and the king's hiding? Maybe tomorrow or the next day. She could launch an attack. You, the people here, and the baby will be in danger. She is right, Katherine. Katherine and Anaya's heads snapped to their left. The voice came from Gavin. The mother and daughter were so engrossed in their conversation that they failed to notice how Gavin had followed after them. Gavin walked closer to Katherine, saying, "My wife, Katherine, your mother is right. You are not safe here. I want you to go back with your mother to Rodovvia." Catherine's eyes widened in shock, her heart aching. She frowned and screamed, "No!" Gavin. After Gavin had investigated Luke's escape, he brought his wife to the pack house for a decent talk. Earlier, he discovered that Luke had manipulated one guard to open his prison cell. That was how Luke escaped. "Listen to me," Gavin said while pushing Catherine's hair behind her ear. He pecked her nose and lips before suggesting, "We don't know what will happen when we go to the capital." For the queen to plot against the king, it meant that she was confident. She has allies behind her back, and I don't mean by Alpha Theon alone. He pulled her tight against his chest and said, "I want to make sure you and our child are safe." Gavin shut his eyes and pecked Catherine's head, saying, "Please, go with your mother. I promise I will come for you when all this is over." Catherine and Gavin were resting in their assigned room. They repeatedly covered Anaya's proposal, but it only made Catherine uneasy. It was equally painful for Gavin, but he agreed with Anaya. His wife was better off, protected by her mother, a winter-gray wolf queen. "I love you, Catherine," Gavin said. "Do you trust me? Do you believe I'll be okay, and we will be back together again?" "It's just not easy for me, Gavin. I am pregnant with your child. The thought of being away from you, or even worrying about you, scares me," Catherine admitted. "Promise me you'll be safe. Promise you'll find your way to me, no matter what." Gavin nodded and swore, "I swear, I will find my way back to you and our child. I mean, I married a powerful winter-gray wolf princess. How could I not be motivated to come back to you?" "Pfft, I don't know, Gavin. I don't even feel it," Catherine admitted. "I don't know what is so great about me." "Then, I guess it's better that you stay in Rodovvia for the time being. You will learn about your heritage while our baby grows in your womb," Gavin proposed. "I certainly hoped we would be done with this internal war before your birthday and see you shift for the first time." Catherine nodded and said, "I hope so too, Gavin. I need you there." "No, you don't," Gavin insisted. "You want me there. There is a difference. I need you with me because I want to see my mate the moment I shift," Catherine claimed. She will not use her wish to the moon goddess to make it happen, but she certainly hoped they were truly fated to be together. "Then I'll be with you on your birthday, I promise," Gavin swore. The couple kissed and made out until they made love. They remained in each other's arms throughout the night, knowing they would part again in a few days. "Catherine?" "Why? Why did you do this to our daughter? Why?" Catherine felt chills down her spine, hearing her mother question her father in the underground prison of the Bright Moon Pack. She saw her mother full of rage, her body expanding and her fangs elongating. Anaya barked at the man behind the cell. "I entrusted our daughter to you, and you let her become enslaved? A princess of the Winter-Gray Wolf clan?" "What good is a princess if she cannot be recognized?" Benjamin barked. "Why did you only return now when she is a lot older?" "We waited. I waited for so long. Did you go back to your true mate? Is that why you never came back?" His response made Catherine gasp in shock. So, her father had known all along that she Winter-Gray Wolf. Her father had known about her mother's heritage, but said nothing. A loud growl left Anaya's lips. She replied, "I lost my memory. That's why. It has nothing to do with my first true mate because that bond had disappeared when we mated." "No matter. I'm glad I can still end our bond now," Anaya declared. She ordered the guards to open up the prison cell. "Mother," Catherine called, worried about what her mother would do. "Stay back, Catherine. Remember, you are pregnant." "I can handle Benjamin," Anaya claimed. Anaya walked in and commanded Benjamin, "You better say back the words that I need to hear, Benjamin." "I, Anaya Wilmore, reject you, Benjamin Birch, as my mate," Anaya said. She put her hand around Benjamin's neck and demanded, "Answer me." Catherine saw how her father struggled to say the words, but eventually, after laboring to breathe, he begged to be free. Her mother must have been so strong that Benjamin gave up in less than a minute. Anaya released his neck, and from there he fell on his knees while weakly replying, "I, Benjamin Birch, accept your rejection, Anaya Wilmore. Ah!" In the next few seconds, Catherine saw her father in pain, his hand clasped against his neck. Catherine looked at her mother and saw her discomfort too, but whatever pain she was feeling, Anaya bore it all. Catherine noticed smoke sizzled from the slope between Anaya's neck and shoulder. She wondered what it was, but when her mother left the prison cell, she learned Anaya's mark was gone. Her mother had her back facing Benjamin when she declared, "Now, our bond is broken. We are done, Benjamin, and with how you treated our daughter, do not dare to call Katherine your own." "Let's go, Katherine," Anaya commanded, and Katherine followed behind her mother. "Let us leave Benjamin to suffer for his sins." Katherine. Another day passed. Queen Anaya and her warriors remained in the Bright Moon Pack, accommodated in a hotel within the town. However, she and Katherine had already agreed to leave on the third day. Only a day had gone by since the truth of her identity came to light, and Katherine observed how everyone's approach toward her changed. From respecting her as a Luna, the Alphas regarded her as royalty. Some of the Alphas meant to leave after the meeting with King Maddox, but after discovering Katherine's true identity, they all remained curious about the Winter Grey Wolves. Luna Evelyn, for one, approached her, saying, "Luna Katherine, I mean Princess, I had always known you were special. I am happy that Alpha Gavin found a good and special mate in you." Alpha Aaron kept cussing at her husband, saying Gavin was so damn lucky, while Alpha Clyde and Alpha Nestor repeatedly addressed her as Princess Katherine of Rodovvia, constantly bowing at her. Gavin, of course, was the proudest. He kept following Katherine, reminding his men to give his wife the respect she deserved. To Travis and his warriors, he instructed, "Address your Luna as Princess Katherine." Her mother's arrival had interrupted the previous meeting with the Alphas. Thus, the king called for another session the next day. The Alphas were all gathered in the living room of the pack house, offering suggestions to the king. "My king, could we make use of this opportunity?" "Luna Katherine is the daughter of the Queen of Rodovvia, a wintry grey wolf. This means we could ally with Rodovvia." "Wait, does that mean Queen Anaya was your true mate?" Alpha Aaron asked, arriving at a realization. All Alphas around them stilled. Katherine saw how others, especially the older Alphas, had put two and two together. Still, some failed to connect the dots. "Yes," the king replied, "and as I had told you before, I rejected her for Audrey. I don't see how I can convince Queen Anaya of an alliance." "But you can try, my king, maybe even bring back that bond which you shared with Queen Anaya," Alpha Clyde suggested, and the rest of the Alphas echoed the same. King Maddox glanced in Katherine's way. She smiled at the king, saying, "It's worth a try, my king. Maybe you should have that talk with my mother before we leave." Immediately after the meeting, the king walked with Katherine and Gavin to find Anaya. She wasn't that far from the pack house. In fact, she had been waiting outside all along. "Mother," Katherine called, "the king has something to say." Anaya merely lifted her chin to Maddox. In a stern voice, she asked, "What is it, King Maddox?" Gavin and Katherine watched as the queen and king stared intensely into each other's eyes. Anaya was especially overpowering that the couple could not read what was happening behind her head. Only King Maddox appeared apologetic through his tone and his humble actions. The king bowed and requested, "May I request a moment of your time?" "Queen Anaya." "You can request, but that's all you will ever have," Anaya said. However, she quickly took it back when she saw Katherine's expression. Katherine frowned at her, and she realized she was showing bitterness for something that had happened long ago. With a sigh, she gazed at King Maddox and said, "I'm sorry. Fine. Let us talk." The king and queen found themselves in the pack house's office, where they could talk. Everyone was ordered away from the pack house, giving them the utmost privacy. Once they both sat on their preferred seats, the king said, "Queen Anaya, I want to apologize for what I have done in the past. I hope you'll one day find it in your heart to forgive me." I wanted to explain my side. Maddox cleared his throat and said, "I was about to be crowned king. My father had already arranged a marriage for me, but I had no relationship with Audrey then, so when we met I wasn't sure what to do." The king narrated what had happened in the past. He covered how he asked for his father's approval to take Anaya as his queen instead of Audrey. At the end of his tale, he revealed, "I chose to follow my father's command, not for the crown, but because of Pentos. After all, I am the only heir. No one else was fit to run Pentos. Plus, I thought you were an ordinary werewolf." "Funny you should say that, King Maddox, because I chose you and was prepared to leave my crown." Queen Anaya said, "We were on the same boat back then, but I chose my true mate, only to be broken-hearted. Anaya noticed how the king looked down. Regret reflected on how his eyes became hooded and how many times he took a deep breath. It took seconds for the king to say another word, but eventually Maddox responded, "And you don't know how many years I regretted it, because even if I rejected you, I still thought of you. In the first year, I thought of you nearly every day. In the years that followed, you haunted my dreams so much that I could not dare touch Audrey. I did not even mark Audrey. We were married only in name, but there was never love between us," Maddox admitted, shaking his head. The discovery shocked Anaya. She repeated in her head, "He didn't mark Audrey?" Maddox studied her expression, and realizing how she stilled, she frowned and said, "Go on. As I said, I could not stop thinking of you. Your face, the way you cried that day we last saw each other, remained carved in my memory all these years," the king added. "So, when I discovered Katherine, I knew she was your daughter. Whether she was mine or Benjamin's, I did not care. I wanted to give her a better life than this small pack she had been living in." Anaya and Maddox continued to let out all their inner thoughts about the past. For one, the queen narrated her choices, including using her connection to the moon goddess and wishing for a new mate. That was how she was given a second chance mate. She then explained her powers, including how the moon goddess could grant her wishes in exchange for something dear to her. "I'm sorry," Maddox repeated. "I'm sorry for everything. Ultimately, my choice led me here, hiding in the bright moon pack because Audrey betrayed the crown. I raised a child that is not mine while she had an affair with her true mate." Anaya gulped air down her throat. She has heard about this truth from Katherine, but hearing it from Maddox made her feel sorry for him. "If only I had chosen you, Katherine would have been my daughter, not Benjamin's," the king continued. Maddox's last words took Anaya aback. She had heard from her daughter about how the king treated her well. That fact made her reconsider her temperament towards Maddox. She left the Bright Moon Pack and disappeared. What would her life have been if it were not for Maddox's intervention in her daughter's life? Remembering how this Xavier tried to kill her daughter before her very eyes, rage filled her heart again for Benjamin. She realized how she also made the wrong choices. Sucking in a deep breath, Anaya shook her head. "Soon," she responded, "I also made a mistake. If I had told you my true identity, that would have solved all the problems, but then again, how was I to know you were the prince back then? Eventually, though, after being married to Benjamin, I learned about you and how you were the new king of Pentos. I discovered this after Benjamin and I were invited to your crowning. I pretended to be unwell, so Benjamin would leave me to attend the crowning alone," Anaya revealed. "I will forgive you, King Maddox, but primarily because of the aid you have given my daughter," Anaya said. "Second is, I somehow understand your predicament back then. We both lied about our circumstances, so we somewhat shared the cause of that mistake. Many years had gone by. Let us move on from the past," Anaya proposed. The king rose from his seat and offered his hand. He said, "Thank you, Anaya. Thank you for giving me your forgiveness. I hope in time we can be friends." Anaya fixed her gaze on the king. She thought, "Friends? Well, I certainly don't want an enemy," Anaya answered. She also stood up and gave her hand to him, saying, "Friends." However, the second their hands touched, a jolt of electricity ran through her body. Pleasure engulfed her just by his mere touch, and she could tell it was the same with Maddox, seeing how he gasped and how his eyes gleamed. The king and queen stared at each other for seconds before flashes of their futures appeared before their eyes. King Baltasar gave up his crown to be with her in that future. She and Maddox ruled Rodovvia, while someone else ruled Pentos. Anaya felt like the air had been sucked out of her lungs. She found it hard to breathe, realizing how the moon goddess had returned her original fate. She didn't say it, nor did Maddox say it, but she was sure they were true mates again before the eyes of the moon goddess. Maddox smiled, but Anaya took away her hand. She said, "I need to go now." Before leaving the Packhouse's office, she heard Maddox say, "I will stop at nothing to prove to you I will make it right this time, given that the moon goddess has given me a second chance." Anaya could only blink. She was still so taken aback by how she and Maddox were true mates again that all she said was, "We'll see about that, Katherine." The time came for Katherine to leave with her mother. By the driveway of the pack house, Gavin kneeled before Katherine, repeatedly kissing her belly. He said, "Be strong, my child. Your father will come for you soon." He stood up and kissed Katherine passionately, so deeply that the butterflies in her stomach went wild. After they kissed, she hugged Gavin so. She pecked his cheek, saying, "I love you, Gavin. May the moon goddess protect you." "I will see you soon, my little wife. Be safe on your journey," Gavin said before turning to Anaya. "Queen, Mother, you can call me Mother since you are married to my daughter," the Queen offered. Katherine smiled at Anaya's suggestion. She looked up at Gavin and waited for his response. "Mother, thank you for looking after my wife and child," Gavin said. Anaya nodded and said, "I will have eyes and ears in Pentos, so I will know if you have succeeded in your plans." The Queen turned to Maddox and the other alphas and Luna's present to observe Katherine's leaving. Then her gaze became fixed on Maddox as she said, "Until then, you can call Katherine through the mobile." Anaya's beta gave Gavin a mobile number, after which Anaya said to Katherine, "It's time to go, my daughter." As Katherine and her mother drove away from the pack house, they stared at the crowd by the driveway. Yet again, Katherine was teary-eyed to be apart from her husband. Katherine saw how Gavin chased after the car. She waved at him and said, "I love you, Gavin." "I love you, Katherine. I'll be with you sooner than you know it," Gavin claimed. Eventually, Gavin stopped running, and it did not take long before Katherine could no longer see Gavin in her line of sight. She rolled up the car's window and pondered what her life would be like in Rodovvia. Turning to her mother, she asked, "Will your people accept me, Mother?" "Gavin, Alpha Gavin, the Queen's forces have arrived at the neighboring pack. Hurry, we need to leave," Travis announced at the pack house. "Travis, I need you to stay here with the others. Protect this pact in case any suspicion arises," Gavin ordered. "Besides, isn't your mate here? You need to stay with your mate." Travis tried to object, saying, "But Alpha, my loyalty is to you. I am not just your Alpha, I am also your cousin. You need to stay with your mate for your sanity. I am also looking out for you," Gavin ordered. "I have all the men I need. Ethan is with me. Plus, I will reunite with the other warriors once we reach the capital. Stay here, hide, but fight when there is a need to protect the pack." Following Gavin's orders, Travis had no choice but to remain in the Cross River pack. He was tasked with masking their scents, especially the king and his loyal guards. It was exactly as Queen Anaya had suspected. Queen Audrey did not take long to seek out the king's body from the distant packs. Over the past few days, Audrey's loyal guards and that of Alpha Theon had been jumping from one territory to another, hoping to find King Maddox's dead body. Gavin had heard the news from his warriors. Alpha Theon's men had turned the rest of his territories upside down. Some of his trusted warriors have been imprisoned due to withholding information. Fortunately for Gavin, he maintained contact with the people who believed in his innocence. His warriors remained faithful to him, knowing he was never behind the attacks on the eastern and southern packs. Furthermore, they believed in his loyalty to the king and that he was never responsible for kidnapping King Maddox. In the next 3 days, Gavin's party and the king's traveled across different woods, through secret passages, and between packs. They camouflaged themselves using the skunk scent that Alpha Aaron had invented, which proved helpful throughout their journey. While they hid from the crowd, there were a few occasions when werewolves saw them. However, only a few dared to approach because of the overwhelming smell of skunk around them. They had encounters with rogues who dared to seek their identity, and the same scoundrels suffered for it with their lives. Gavin did not spare them, knowing it would jeopardize their plans. On the 4th day, they arrived in the capital. It was Alpha Nestor who found a private mansion as their hideout. From there, they waited until the Council of Alphas would regroup for another meeting. Queen Audrey, "We have yet to find the king's body. Maybe he has already been buried underground, and none of the commoners know about it." Alpha Theon reported to Audrey from within the king's office. Audrey was fuming, occupying Maddox's seat, while Garetuel, the prince, shook his head in dismay. "We need to find Beta Kevin, or at least Gavin's beta, Beta Ethan. Either of the two should have the information we need," the queen said in anger. But while Maddox's body is still not found, we must hasten Gerettuel's provisional appointment. At least, he will have the full power as king, and we can use that to our advantage. In the king's authority, we can fully search the lands that belong to the other alphas, suppress the alphas who may cause us trouble, and Gerettuel can appoint you as a new general of Pentos, Audrey proposed. In front of all the alphas and the elders, let us show them how we are fully convinced of Maddox's death. We can bring in a witness, a warrior of Gavin, who can testify to the king's death. That will make their decision easier, the queen added. After naming Gavin as a criminal, the queen was able to justify the full search within all the Blackthorn Pack territories. He put some of Gavin's warriors in prison, and she made it look like they were traitors against the crown. But it was somewhat challenging to do the same with the other packs. They were going all out on Gavin's territories, but what if they buried the king's body in Alpha Aaron's land? Audrey had tried searching in Alpha Clyde's lands, but it resulted in other alphas questioning her authority instead, only able to frame Gavin, not Alpha Aaron, and certainly not Alpha Clyde. For now, she could not risk another opposition. They were still at a stage where they required the votes of the other alphas and the elders. The queen needed their side and their favor. Thus, she concluded, moving forward with their plans was the best solution. Once Gerettuel has been named king, she will bring in her ally, King Charles. With Alpha Theon and Gerettuel, they will rule all of Pentos with King Charles's added protection. Then, Alpha Theon glanced at his son, Gerettuel. He leaned back in his seat and said, "Then let's push through with our plans during the meeting of the Council of Alphas." "I'm ready to be king," Gerettuel claimed. "Queen Audrey." The Council of Alphas meeting fully occupied the royal hall of the palace, and it pleased the queen. According to Alpha Theon, 90% of the alphas have attended. The gathering included the elders who were once leaders of the land. There were disadvantages of a massive gathering. There were new faces, from alphas, new warriors to wives, and even old alphas inactive from the council. There were also elders she had not met and only knew by name. Nonetheless, Audrey was confident with the security measures she took. None of Gavin's warriors were allowed into the palace. Gavin was gone, but his faithful warriors were still out to avenge his death. The queen was sure. They all blamed her and her son for his passing. Audrey was seated at the very front of the elevated platform, sitting on her golden throne. Her son Gerettuel stood next to her. Alpha Theon stood a level below, so as not to disclose their relationship. When her head guard confirmed that all registered alphas had entered the Great Hall, an announcement was made. "Her Highness, Queen Audrey, all rise!" The royal crier called the people's attention. Everyone stood up in respect for the queen as she rose from her throne. Audrey studied everyone's reaction. She sniffed the air profoundly and tried to get a feel of whoever was present that day. Audrey found nothing suspicious. Thus, she cleared her throat to speak. "Good morning, Alphas, Lunas, and Great Elders," Audrey began. "In today's meeting, we will cover an essential matter. You may have read the letter I have sent." Audrey acted to weep, wiping the corners of her eyes. She said, "As much as it hurts me to admit this, the king is dead, and I need help running Pentos. What better way to address the nation's current predicament than to name my son Gerettuel king? By naming him king, we can share the responsibility of running Pentos and have full authority in making decisions that are best for the nation. If we continue to have no king, I'm afraid that the other nations will consider it our weakness, and they will begin to launch another attack at us when we had just recently won the war against Novra," Audrey added. "Gerettuel is due to be king, regardless. We are only going fast forward with the plans of crowning him," Audrey described. "Thus, I call upon all the alphas and the elders to vote in favor of naming Gerettuel as our next king." One elder raised his hand, and, following the queen's permission, he pointed out, "But without the king's body, his appointment is only temporary. According to our law, the provisional king can be officially crowned in the absence of the real king within 1 year. And that is all I am asking for now," the queen said. "I am giving it my all in finding the king's body, but Gavin and his men have made it impossible for me to find my husband's remains. Rest assured, I will stop at nothing to give King Maddox a proper burial," Audrey guaranteed. But now, Pentos needs a king, and that king is my son, Betrayal. Out of nowhere, a woman came forward, sending chills down Audrey's spine. Her eyes widened, knowing who she was. It was Luna Isabel, Alpha Theon's wife. She said in her head, "How could Alpha Theon miss this? She should not have been allowed to join the meeting." "I am still allowed to speak. Am I right, Your Highness?" Luna Isabel said. "I am still Alpha Theon's Luna, considering our divorce has yet to be decided in today's council meeting." Audrey gulped, her eyes panned to Alpha Theon, but seeing him stiffened, she forced a smile, acting like she was unaffected. She permitted Beatrice to speak. "Go ahead, Luna Isabel. What questions do you have about my proposal?" Luna Isabel smiled. She moved forward from her seat, allowing everyone to find her. She looked around before addressing the crowd. As the prince, he is indeed the rightful heir to be the next king. Turning to Audrey, she asked, "But what if Prince Betrayal is not King Maddox's son?" Audrey's skin crawled and her hands formed into fists. "Queen Audrey." Murmurs echoed across the hall following Luna Isabel's accusation. It thoroughly enraged Queen Audrey that she barked, "How dare you spout such baseless accusations? Do you want to die?" "Baseless accusations? Have you forgotten, Your Highness, how I had called my dearest husband in the middle of the night when I suspected him to be with his mistress? Guess whose voice I heard during that phone call? It was yours." Luna Isabel turned around and declared, "The Council of Alphas and the Elders, you should investigate if Prince Betrayal is the king's son, because for all we know, he is my husband's son." "That's right. My husband has been cheating on me with the queen for many years," Luna Isabel said, her voice deafening throughout the vast hall. At that point, jaws were dropping. Mutters resonated across the hall, with everyone considering Luna Isabel's accusation. Audrey's son, Betrayal, was clearly in a panic, and so was Alpha Theon. Queen Audrey immediately ordered his guards to seize Luna Isabel, saying, "Lock her up for making false accusations." "There will be proof once we order Prince Betrayal's blood to be examined against Alpha Theon," Luna Isabel suggested. "But you would not want that, would you? You'd rather lock me up and pin a crime on me, just as you did with Alpha Gavin." "I see what this is all about," Audrey said. "I did not know that Luna Isabel supports Gavin." "Who isn't? Alpha Gavin has saved us from the war. Why would he so easily ruin his reputation for small packs in the eastern and southern packs when the king can grant him bigger territories?" Luna Isabel retorted. She glowered at those alphas involved in the accusations against Gavin. She said, "Have you ever thought about that before convincing this body that it was indeed Alpha Gavin to initiate the attacks against your packs?" "What about the king's kidnapping? He is involved in it," Alpha Xavier said. "His pack was attacked first by the unknown group of men who claimed to be Gavin's wing." "How do you say that? Did you find the king in any of Alpha Kierna's territory? What is your proof?" Luna Isabel said, before the queen's guards finally held her arms. A guard covered her mouth while being forced out of the royal hall. The queen repeatedly sucked in a deep breath. She had to give everyone her back for a second, composing herself. Betrayal soothed her, massaging her back. When they both faced everyone, Audrey said, "Clearly, Luna Isabel was being spiteful. Please ignore her accusations." Suddenly, one of the alphas raised his hand. It was Alpha Frank. Since Alpha Frank was one of the inactive alphas, Audrey did not think of any harm in letting him speak. She allowed him to say a word. "My queen, may we ask exactly how you discovered the king is dead?" Alpha Frank sought. "Ah, the moment I have been waiting for." Audrey ordered Alpha Theon to call in the witness. She said before the council and elders, "We have interrogated one of Gavin's men. He finally admitted to witnessing how Gavin brought the king out of the Blackthorn Pack. He can confirm that the king had died within the territory of the Blackthorn Pack, only that Gavin had taken my husband's body away." Heartbeats later, the queen's guards brought a severely wounded warrior. The said Gamma had several bruises on his face, his nose was broken, and his lips were cracked. As he was thrown into the floor, blood stained the tiles. Audrey announced, "This is Garrett, one of Gavin's trusted warriors. He will tell us the truth." "So your guards beat him up for an admission? How do we know if he is telling the truth? Or did you force the truth into his mouth, Your Highness?" Alpha Clyde spoke. and there was resentment in his tone that made the queen clench her jaws. She certainly made a mental note to find fault with Alpha Clyde. Like Gavin, she will strip him of his alpha title. My men did what they had to do to find the king. We failed, but at least we got some information. This is your last warning, Alpha Clyde. Do not give me that condescending tone. I am your queen. Respect me. Audrey threatened. She found herself moderately expanding, her claws elongating as her body acted to shift. Audrey let out her powerful aura. She may not be the king, but she was born with an alpha blood. She still had it in her to weaken their courage. After all, she was the queen. Technically, she was still above them all. Seeing how Alpha Clyde bowed his head, she urged Gavin's warrior to speak. She ordered, "Tell this council what you have told me. Tell them how Alpha Gavin kidnapped the king." At first, Garrett's voice could barely be heard. Tears stung his eyes, clearly from the pain of having been tortured. Because no one heard him, Audrey demanded, "Tell them now." Suddenly, Audrey noticed the warrior sat up straight. His eyes roamed the entire hall, as if searching for something. Tears continued to roll down his face, but he appeared to be courageous this time. What baffled Audrey was how the warrior's cries became louder. Was he crying because he was about to betray his alpha? Next, she heard the same warrior admit, yes, it's true. Alpha Gavin took the king." A smile became painted on Audrey's face. Finally, that was the answer she was looking for. However, just as she was about to rejoice, the warrior added, "But not because of what the queen insinuated. Alpha Gavin took King Maddox to save him. The queen had poisoned the king, and to save his life, Alpha Gavin took him out of the palace so that he could be cured." "You lie!" The queen objected. She snapped at her guards, giving them her threatening glare, and ordered, "Take him back to his cell. Punish him for his lies." "He speaks no lie." A voice so commanding yet so familiar resounded across the hall. Audrey's knees turned weak as one hooded man stepped away from the crowd. The man sent shivers down her spine as he said, "Alpha Gavin did, in fact, save me, Gavin." Gavin and his selected men had hidden amongst the escorts of Alpha Frank. The king and his royal guards, including Beta Kevin, had covered their identities as warriors of Alpha Isaac. The queen had not suspected the packs of the mentioned alphas, and they easily passed the security check without suspicion. Of course, they all masked their scents, using various potions so as not to be identified. They all managed to enter the royal hall acting as the alpha's warriors. Some of Gavin's men remained outside the hall and behind the palace walls, being lookouts for any aggression coming from the queen's side. Luna Isabel's interception had always been part of the plan to create doubt in the queen's objective. He did not expect one of his warriors to be presented as a witness. When he saw Garrett, his gamma, in such an awful state, Gavin badly wanted to attack. He craved to take Garrett away from the palace and give him the fireroot potion he had with him. It hurt him to see his men in pain and to think Garrett suffered because of him. Because Garrett still pledged his loyalty to Gavin, he could connect with his gamma through the mind. He said, "Garrett, it is me. I am here with the king, and we are here to take back the palace. I don't know what the queen expects you to say, but instead tell the truth about how the queen poisoned the king in order to take the crown." That was all it took for Garrett to find the strength, and Gavin knew it. "Alpha Gavin, it's you. Thank the moon goddess. You have come. Tyler and Tom have been locked up like me, but we never said a word about your plans. I swear." Garrett mind-linked with Gavin. "I have never doubted you or any of my warriors. Thank you, Garrett, for your sacrifices. We will save the others later. For now, it's time to ruin the queen's plans," Gavin said in his mind. Garrett could not see him, but he let his presence be felt through the bond they shared as a pack. All the more his gamma became assured. He eagerly revealed the queen's attempt to kill the king. Yes, it's true. Queen Audrey, Alpha Gavin did in fact save me." That familiar voice came through, and the queen knew it was King Maddox. He was alive. The words rang in Audrey's head 1,000,000 times. She muttered silently, "No, this can't be." Fear crept into her heart, her eyes wandering over to Alpha Theon. For a second, she glowered at her son. She wondered, didn't Garetwell say he destroyed all the fireroot plants? Then why is Maddox alive? Is this trickery? But no, she had known that voice for years. It was definitely Maddox. Then she realized that Maddox had initially concealed his powerful energy. Not everyone knew it was him. In an effort to save herself and her son, she pointed at Maddox, saying, "Guards, seize him. He is an imposter." The surrounding alphas and lunas fell confused, although she saw a few who shook their heads at her claims. Now she realized that Alpha Clyde and Alpha Nestor were in on this. Still, she took the opportunity to retreat, grabbing her son, and Alpha Theon quickly caught on, following after her. She could hear the footsteps of her loyal guards marching toward the king. She could hear the commotion around the hall while she and her family tried to flee. Suddenly, a loud growl echoed across the hall, and Maddox's strong aura felt like it seized the entire royal hall that the queen could barely move. It was the same with Alpha Theon and her son. "Stop! Bow down to me, or be prepared to die in my hands," Maddox growled. When Audrey snapped her head toward him, she saw Maddox in his werewolf form. The alphas around him bowed their heads, some kneeling, submitting to his command. She warned those who swore their loyalty to her, mind-linking, "Prepare to attack. King Maddox. Bow down to me, all of you, for I am your king." Maddox ordered. "I am the king who ruled you for years, had led you free from the war, and had served the nation faithfully. I am alive and well, thanks to Alpha Gavin's saving." Maddox's dark brown wolf scanned the surrounding alphas, saying, "Not only was it Alpha Gavin, but other alphas also my recuperation and escape from the queen. The queen tried to poison me, and the son, who I tried to treat like my own, tried to kill my chances of surviving," Maddox spat. "Garretwell cannot be named as the king, for he is not. My son. All this is a plot against me, including taking down my best alpha, Alpha Gavin, so the queen can control Pentos through Garretwell." "Why do you think she plotted against Gavin? He was the next strongest alpha with strong warriors under his command. Audrey would fail in taking over the throne if Gavin stood in her way." In a louder tone, Maddox snarled, "Believe me, for I am your king. I only have your best interest at heart." Gasping and murmurs echoed across the hall, and many tried to search for the queen and her son. "The king is alive, the queen lies. It's no wonder the queen was in a hurry to declare a new king." She did not even bother to find the king's body because there wasn't any body in the first place. "Oh, my moon goddess, Garretwell is really Alpha Theon's son." While the crowd speculated on the queen's intentions, Audrey's loyal guards tried to fight off the king's compelling energy. They pointed spears with silver blades at Maddox, while the others tried to shift into their wolf form. It no longer surprised Maddox that most of the queen's guards had learned to resist his alpha command. For all he knew, they had been training for years while he was blinded. "Who is your king?" Maddox growled, his fangs elongating at the guards. Behind him, Beta Kevin revealed himself and also shifted into his wolf. He said, "King Alpha Maddox is our king." His loyal guards followed, shifting into wolf forms, and surrounded Maddox. They were prepared to fight with him and defend the crown. Alpha Gavin appeared before the crowd next. When he hopped into the circle around the king, everyone quickly identified him with his shiny black coat and menacing eyes. Meanwhile, Maddox found the queen almost at the royal exit. He caught how Audrey was surprised, seeing Alpha Gavin alive. He scoffed, thinking they probably thought Garretwell had successfully killed Gavin at Mount Sinuous. His eyes narrowed at Audrey as he ordered, "Don't let the queen and Garretwell escape. Attack!" At the same time, Audrey commanded. Her voice also roared across the royal hall. Anywhere the king turned, werewolves were expanding, both from his side and that of the queen. It could not be helped. The plan was to avoid any fight, but apparently Audrey had initiated it. The worst part was how they were inside the royal hall, where many innocent lives could be hurt. Find a safer place for those who cannot defend themselves. Alpha Maddox commanded the other alphas. While the quick-minded alphas and their warriors ushered other attendees to safety, a fight commenced within the royal hall. It started with the queen's guards charging at the king. A wolf flung at Maddox, but his giant mouth easily caught the attacker's neck, and with one snap, the king broke his neck. Around him, he could see his loyal warriors battling off the queen's guards. From afar, he caught a glimpse of Kieran going after Audrey. Maddox followed Gavin. He ran in his paws, growling now and then and letting Audrey know he was coming for her. Much to his dismay, more and more of the Queen's guards attacked him and Gavin. He was shocked by the number of supporters Audrey had formed. Some of the attackers smelled foreign too, clearly not from Pentos. 2 wolves had suddenly charged at him from each side. As Maddox leaped to evade them, he lost his balance while landing. One wolf caught on and bit his leg. A loud howl escaped his lips, but he further barked his alpha command. At some point, the wolf who bit him lost his focus. But as soon as the same wolf let go of the king, he was back to an assaulting stance. Another wolf lunged at Maddox, and he pounced back, but since the king's leap was higher, he managed to scratch the wolf with his elongated claws, and the moment the king landed on the floor, he charged with his very sharp fangs, sinking them deep into the opponent's neck. Behind the king, the other wolf attacked, but Maddox thrust the wolf trapped between his mouth instead of turning. He threw the wolf's body against the other attacker, forcing them to sprawl on the ground. He looked behind him and saw how Alpha Aaron and his warriors took control of the battle, so he searched for Alpha Gavin. Maddox had already reached outside the palace grounds. There were traces of Gavin's work everywhere. Warriors belonging to the queen were dead, bleeding, or had lost a limb. Finally, at the palace gates, he saw Gavin head-to-head with Betrayal. Not too far, he saw the queen being ushered into a car by Alpha Theon. Gavin was already wounded, and the king speculated it was due to the number of warriors he fought along the way. While Gavin was a commendable warrior and alpha, Maddox knew that Betrayal had tricks up his sleeves. As he ran, he warned, "Be careful with Betrayal, Gavin." Before anything could happen, a gun blasted, and immediately, Alpha Gavin growled in pain. A silver bullet had clearly shot Gavin, and Baltasar saw that the shot came from Alpha Theon. Bang! 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 More shots were fired and were directed at the king's warriors who tried to aid Alpha Gavin. Betrayal instantly shifted to his human form, riding into the car with Alpha Theon. As the car drove off, 4 other vehicles followed. Like Alpha Theon, whoever was inside the vehicles had guns with silver bullets. They continued to open fire, forcing no one to follow after them. The queen escaped with Betrayal and Alpha Theon. Immediately, King Maddox knew that while the palace had been secured, the war with the queen was far from over. Hours later, King Maddox went to see Gavin in his room. A doctor attended to him. The king asked, "How is Gavin?" "He is doing fine. Fortunately, the bullet did not go too deep," the doctor responded. Gavin was lying in bed studying his wound. Next to him was his beta, Ethan. Gavin sat up with Ethan's help. When his eyes met Maddox, Gavin revealed, "There is something you should know, my king." Turning to the doctor, Gavin asked, "Tell the king what you have found out." The doctor directed his gaze at Maddox and disclosed, holding up a bullet taken out of Gavin. "The silver bullet found on Gavin's chest did not belong to our ammunition. It has Novra's seal on it." Gavin. News of Queen Audrey, her son and Alpha Theon being the traitors of Pentos, traveled fast following the king's announcement. The elders and the Council of Alphas remained in the palace for the next few days to hear Gavin's side and the proofs they had gathered against the queen. Remnants of the poison being given to the king were presented to the Council of Alphas and the elders. The doctor who colluded with the queen admitted it all. In the circle where the influential leaders of Pentos were gathered, the guilty doctor said, "The queen asked me to poison the king." Betrayal watched the king ensure that King Maddox maintained his regular dose of the medication. "It still does not change the fact that Alpha Gavin attacked our packs," Alpha Xavier growled while looking at Gavin. "Alpha Gavin would never do that." Ethan, Gavin's beta, stepped in, saying, "He is a good alpha and leader to our pack. He had also helped other neighboring packs by aiding financially and providing necessities in times of calamities." "I can attest to that," another alpha said. "We all can testify to that," Alpha Clyde said, and so did the other alphas who sided with Gavin. Gavin was in his seat, listening to everything. He saw King Maddox about to defend him when he raised his hand, saying, "May I, my king?" King Maddox nodded, extending his hand to Gavin's way. Walking into the center of the crowd, he turned to Alpha Xavier and those pack leaders who were attacked by unknown men. He offered, "I will let you go into all my territories and search for the men who attacked your pack. You will find out that none of them are in my lands, for I did not, and I repeat, I did not order the attack on your lands." You can speak to my people and other neighboring packs who I have aided. Before casting judgment, Alpha Xavier, assess the alpha that I am. Gavin raised his chin. He stood tall and let his dominance unleash. He described himself, I am unforgiving and a ruthless warrior to my enemies, but to my people, to Pentos, I am a benevolent leader. Alpha Xavier and the other affected alphas looked at each other. Not long before, their faces were painted in regret. Alpha Xavier, for one, said, Then, if it was not you, we have not achieved our justice just yet. Then who? Who did this to us? It's like what we said a few days back on the day that I returned. This time it was King Maddox who spoke. We suspect that it was the Queen. We think she had help from Alpha Theon, which is where my men are headed now, to the Blood Mist Pack. Another ally of hers may have also helped instigate the attacks, and may have been the reason why Novra was able to navigate our seas, the king revealed. Around the royal hall, gasping and murmurs could be heard. Alpha Nestor, for one, sneered. His frame expanded in anger. He said, You mean the Queen was King Charles's spy? Gavin could understand his friend's anger. It was Alpha Nestor's men who suffered the most in the war, being the closest to aid the southern coast. Before Audrey fled, Alpha Theon and unknown men fired bullets at the palace gates. Alpha Gavin was hit with a silver bullet, but thankfully our great Alpha warrior has grown a tolerance to silver, and he barely felt the effects of the bullet in him, the king revealed. That same ammunition was the seal of Novra. And where is the Queen now, my king? Have your men traced her whereabouts? Alpha Nestor asked. King Maddox gazed at Gavin. With his brows meeting, he looked past Gavin, staring at the Alphas and Lunas, including the warriors around. He said, The last sighting of the Queen was at the southern port. She fled, riding a speedboat, and boarded a large vessel. We believe it is a boat from Novra. A growl left Alpha Nestor's lips. He barked, The Queen is indeed a traitor, and should be banished from Pentos. Banish Queen Audrey and Prince Garretuel. Include Alpha Theon. Banish the Queen. Dethrone the Queen. In a few days the leaders' cries were heard. The Queen was stripped of her title, and so was Garretuel. Theon suffered the same fate. His lands were surrendered to Luna Isabel for good, and the Blood Mist Pack was now searching for a new alpha. It was announced to Pentos that Garretuel was the son of Theon and the Queen was a traitor to the nation. They were deemed banished from the land and considered enemies of Pentos. Along with this news, rogues were captured near the Blood Mist Pack, and they were the same men who had attacked the small packs of the south, east, and western borders. Following an interrogation, it was later determined that Theon was the one who ordered the attacks. The rogues were commanded to name Alpha Gavin as their leader, but in truth, they were paid by the Queen and Theon. With the internal enemies named, it became more explicit for the king to command his people. King Maddox called for another meeting, ordering all Alphas and Lunas in the land. He wanted everyone to take a renewal of oath under his leadership. One by one, each Alpha and Luna swore allegiance to the king in the form of a blood oath. And at the end of the ceremony, King Maddox gave a significant announcement. He stood before the leaders and said, Our spies in Novra have alerted us that they are planning another attack on Pentos. I can only imagine this time. They are coming with the guidance of either Audrey or Theon, maybe even Garretuel too. There are many things that we need to prepare and change. Audrey and Garretuel know too much about our borders. Thus, I ask for your commitment to keeping Pentos safe and protected. Let us all work together for Pentos. I feel responsible for not having read the Queen, and because of this, I will personally be in the front battle in the coming war against Novra, Maddox declared, shocking everyone. Gavin's mouth fell open, his gaze snapped in the direction of the king and of Beta Kevin. He thoroughly disapproved of this plan. However, King Maddox gave the most shocking words next. The king said, I am naming Gavin our general. He will command all alphas and troops once the battle commences. Our major generals are as follows, he added, naming Alpha Clyde, Alpha Nestor, and Alpha Aaron. The king continued until he said, Lastly, since I have no heir, I request everyone to support me with this desire. The king scanned the gazes of everyone. Then he fixed his eyes on Gavin, saying, Should anything happen to me, or should I decide to step down, I want Gavin to be your next king. Gavin's eyes widened and his skin crawled. He didn't know if the news was good or bad. His mind drifted to the thought of his wife, asking himself in silence, "Me? A king? Katherine." While Gavin was faced with a shocking revelation from the king in the distant land, Katherine and Anaya walked into a meeting room with the elders of Rodovvia, their eyes quickly finding her growing belly. They arrived in the morning. Yet, the elders didn't bother to let the mother and daughter rest some more. Instead, they wished to see the missing princess, Katherine. The dismays on their faces were apparent, seeing that she was pregnant. Immediately, one elder with long white hair asked, "Is the father of that child of royal blood?" "He is known to be the best alpha of Pentos," Anaya responded for Katherine. "The best, but not the king," another elder said. This time, a man with white eyes was covered in a blue cloak. "Your Highness, your daughter already has a weak father, a second chance mate, which meant he was not whom the moon goddess truly intended for you to be with," the earlier elder said. "And what does that mean?" Anaya curtly asked. "It means that your daughter is weaker than you," the man with the blue cloak said. "She will be naturally strong, and I will teach her to be strong," Anaya responded. "Let me worry about that. Is the father of that child even her true mate? If he isn't, that will weaken your lineage," the female elder said. Because Anaya and Katherine were silent, the elders assumed the worst. The man with the blue cloak said, "I see, so he is not your daughter's true mate. That's a problem. We should consider finding a better mate for the princess of Rodovvia." Katherine's eyes rounded, and her mouth fell open upon hearing the proposal. She voiced, "No!" "Katherine, Gavin, I miss you so much. Thank the moon goddess that I can finally reach you," Katherine said over the phone. It was because of the travel route Katherine and her mother took to Rodovvia, their mobile connections were unstable. Moreover, for security purposes, Anaya's beta had specific instructions on when to make a phone call. On Gavin's side, Katherine knew how busy he was helping the king fight against the queen's forces. "I miss you like fucking crazy, my little wife," Gavin answered. "How was the travel?" "Exhausting," Katherine replied. She was in her new room, still gawking at the furniture that appeared to be made of gold. It still hasn't sunk in how she was a princess. Mother's beta, Nicole, said they heard the news of how you and the king had taken back the palace. I'm so glad that is the case. Yes, we have, but Audrey escaped. You wouldn't believe how many royal guards she had apparently convinced to take her side. The king struggled to put many of them under his alpha command, Gavin revealed. Gavin narrated what transpired during the fight, including the days that followed. In the end, he added, "Audrey is no longer queen. She, Garretuel, and Theon are banished and stripped of their title. However, we think she had allied with King Charles, and war may be coming again." "Oh, Gavin, that is awful," Katherine sighed. "So I'm going to be very busy again," Gavin admitted. Silence stretched for seconds before Katherine divulged, "I don't know if I'll like it here, Gavin. The elders have already questioned my capability since I am half a normal werewolf." "Hey, Benjamin is still of an alpha blood. That counts for something," Gavin said. "And I'm sure, once you get your wolf, you will be a strong winter gray wolf like you are. Didn't your mother say she would teach you the ways?" "She did," Katherine replied. "There is one other important thing you should know, Gavin. They were asking about you. The elders here earlier questioned whether you are fit to be with me. They even suggested matching me with another, but I objected. I told them we were already married, fated or not. Mother said not to worry about it since her say is the last, being the queen. Still, I can't help but be concerned." Katherine ran her hand over her belly, saying, "I don't know, Gavin, but I feel safer with you. Can I go to you, please?" "But you just got there, my little wife," Gavin pointed out. "And another war is coming. I don't think it's safe for you to travel out here for now. Listen to me. You cannot be mated to another because you are my wife. I will not allow it. I will speak to your mother about this, but I trust you won't allow it too." "I won't. I love you, Gavin," Katherine said. "I love you too, my little wife. I miss you every day. But matters of our nation need to be addressed, and I play an important role in it," Gavin said. "I don't want you to be caught in the middle when you have not yet shifted into your wolf form. Plus, you are pregnant with our child. Our child is more important." Katherine heard Gavin gasp, saying, "I will bear my longing, knowing you and our child are safe." Yet again, Katherine glanced down at her belly. She was already 2 months pregnant, and her baby was growing fast. She certainly hoped that Novra would not attack until she gave birth. Better yet, they will not attack at all. Katherine was tired that day but bore it, wanting to hear more of Gavin's voice. They talked over the phone, with Katherine mostly asking about the others next. She asked, "Can you let Vera call me, please? I miss her too." "I will," Gavin promised. "And I will call you every night. I will assess if the threat to Pentos is not yet coming, and I will see you if it is the case. Better for me to go there than you, coming over here." Lying in her bed, Katherine nodded, saying, "Okay, I miss you so much, Gavin. I love you. I love you too. Take care of our little one. Rest, Katherine. Rest," Gavin said before ending the call. Katherine helplessly dozed off, dreaming of a better future for her and Gavin, where there was no war to worry about and no threats to their lives. The next day, Katherine had the busiest schedule. In the morning, she was introduced to the people of Rodovvia, presented through an announcement at the palace balcony, where most winter-gray wolves and humans came to see and praise her. She wore costly clothes fit for a princess, and they were embroidered with gems, and the fabric was made of quality satin. She watched as her mother introduced her, saying, "The daughter I have been missing all these years has finally returned to me. Love her. Welcome her, as you did upon my return. My direct descendant and your princess, Katherine Stone." Katherine was happy about one thing. Her mother never objected to Gavin. How Anaya introduced her as a stone made her smile. Anaya went on to explain how Katherine was already married to the most respectable in the nation of Pentos and that they were already expecting a child. Katherine saw how the people were clapping for her, their eyes gleaming in excitement. But when she turned to the side of where the elders were, she noticed them shaking their heads. She wondered, if the people have no problem with it, why are the elders making it a big issue? Besides, Gavin isn't just a normal alpha. He is probably the strongest in Pentos. The other day, she had come to know the elders. Dan was the one who opposed her marriage to Gavin. He strangely had white eyes and regularly wore a blue cloak around him. The other elder, who was also very against her marriage, was Paulin, the woman with white hair. The other elders were mere followers of Paulin and Dan, and mostly had no personal stand, but were knowledgeable about the past and history of Rodovvia. According to her mother, they were old advisors of her grandmother, the previous queen who passed away. They opposed Anaya's marriage to Benjamin then, and even suggested not retrieving Katherine. Too bad for these elders. Katherine's mother's longing for her was overpowering after regaining her memories. Moreover, Katherine's mother had no other heir, and she refused to remarry. The strength of the wintry gray wolves would die with Anaya if Katherine were not acknowledged. Katherine recalled how her mother described it. The elders reluctantly gave their blessing for Anaya to find Katherine in Pentos. Reflecting on these thoughts, Katherine didn't realize the people were calling out for her. Below the balcony, the citizens of Rodovvia raised their hands, and the smiles on their faces were evident. "Hail to Princess Katherine! Welcome, Princess Katherine! To the Princess of Rodovvia!" Anaya urged her to come forward. She whispered in Katherine's ear, "Wave at them." Katherine bashfully waved at the people and saw some of them cry, extremely happy to see her. The way they looked at her with adoration touched her heart. Forget the elders, because the people themselves made her feel welcome and accepted. They are the ones that mattered most to her, for they are the people she should serve. Suddenly, a realization came to her. If her mother had no other heir, she would be crowned queen. What would happen to her and Gavin then? Gavin? Back in Pentos, Gavin had just entered the chamber of King Maddox. The king asked, "Have you spoken to Katherine? What about her mother?" "I have, my king. They arrived safely in Rodovvia yesterday, and yes, I spoke to Queen Anaya regarding my wife's condition," Gavin admitted. "Oh, did she say anything about me?" the king asked, his hand massaging his chin. Gavin wound up chuckling for his king. While his marriage to Audrey failed miserably, he was happy to learn that the moon goddess returned him to his original mate, Queen Anaya. He recalled the king's tale before leaving the Bright Moon Pack. A day after Queen Anaya rejected Benjamin, the king and her sincerely talked. She forgave him, and their fates instantly flashed before their eyes. The king revealed to him that they were true mates once more. The moon goddess was giving King Maddox a second chance with Queen Anaya, but he didn't know if the latter would entertain the idea of them fulfilling their fates as mates. Clearing his throat, Gavin answered, "No, my king. She didn't ask, but I willingly gave her the information. I told her that you were safe." "Oh." The king's smile could not be kept, making Gavin smile back. "What did she say next?" "She said to keep you safe," Gavin replied. King Maddox nodded, saying, "I think that is progress." It couldn't be helped. Gavin laughed and said, "I wish for that to happen to my king." He bowed at Maddox, saying, "Happiness for my king is my joy as well." The king chuckled. He said, "You realize that if Anaya and I were to marry, you would become my son, right? Though I always considered you my son, Gavin, more than just my best warrior and alpha. That was why I gave you the best wife." Gavin reflected on the past. He smiled and answered, "I am happy for the choices you made for me, my king, but setting that aside, I wanted to know why you considered naming me king. Because you are the best out there. Your leadership skills outweigh any other alphas in the land. More importantly, because that is the future I saw when I looked into Anaya's eyes," Maddox revealed, leaving goosebumps all over Gavin's skin. "Katherine, we have gone past the delicate stage of the pregnancy. The pup is doing fabulous, so the princess can endure training now." The doctor turned to Katherine, confirming, "Your husband is also of an alpha blood, I assume. Your baby is growing fast. He should be in full term in 4 months." Katherine gasped. She said, "That's after I shift." Her brows met. Not sure if it was safe then? Both the doctor and her mother chuckled at her reaction. Anaya said, "It's fine, dear. Your body can care for your pup while you shift." A smile formed on Katherine's lips. She wiped the sweat off her forehead and said, "What a relief." After the doctor's visit, Anaya had a one-on-one with Katherine, teaching her how to control her powers. They both changed into training clothes and went to the secluded part of the palace's garden. Anaya's warriors circled her and simulated an attack. The queen remained in her human form, but her body was starting to expand, her eyes turning white and her claws lengthening. "Since you already know about your power, Katherine, you must control it. You can feel it surging from your body, and you can thrust that energy in a specific direction," Anaya instructed before she showed Katherine how it was done. Anaya swung her arm to the left side, and the warriors flew into the air, landing on their backs. A few managed to land on their feet, meaning they had trained with the queen before. Next, it was Katherine's turn to feel her powers. She stood beside her mother and concentrated. Instinctively, your power comes out whenever you sense danger, so it can be hard to bring it out. You simply concentrate and imitate fear or the need to fight, Anaya described. Think about a specific scenario where you feared for your life. Katherine nodded. The first scene she tried to think about was when she and Vera were running for their lives after several rogues had reached the borders of the Blackthorn Pack. However, that didn't help because the next thing she remembered was her naked husband. All the more, her longing for Gavin grew. Next, she attempted to recall Beta Thomas's advances. That got her to become agitated quickly. She then thought of the worst scenario. That was when a group of rogues kidnapped her during their return from the ball. Katherine shut her eyes, recalling how the filthy rogues touched her and tried to remove her clothes. She recounted the voices in her head. "Tear off her pants. I would love to taste premium meat. Hold her down." Instantly, she felt her skin crawl, especially at the back of her neck. She suddenly sensed an intense energy around her. At that moment, as she remembered what had happened to her, she could imagine the leering stares of those unknown men that she screamed, "Stop!" She noticed the power leaving her. But in a split second, she heard her mother's voice. "Katherine, stop! It's fine now!" Katherine fell to her knees the second her eyes fluttered open. Her skin remained to form goosebumps at the ugly memory. Then she noticed how everyone was gasping for air. Her mother was especially panting. "Oh, mood goddess, did I hurt you, mother?" Katherine asked. She rushed to Anaya's side and hugged her. "I'm sorry, mother. I am sorry." Anaya chuckled and hugged her back. After that, the warriors around them stood up and clapped their hands. Anaya said, "I did not realize I had transferred that much power to you." She cupped Katherine's chin and added, It must have been hard carrying all that with you and not understanding it. Katherine nodded, saying, It was, Mother, it was. Anyway, that's just the start. At least you already know how to draw out that power, Anaya said. And I recognize when it comes out, Katherine also shared. That's good, Anaya complimented. Let's have 2 more attempts, but remember how you are in a safe place. No need to give us a heart attack, Princess, one warrior said before the rest of them chuckled. Anaya laughed with them and reassured her daughter, They are just joking, they are used to getting near heart attacks. More laughter echoed across the gardens before they resumed practicing again. In the afternoon, following their practice, Katherine finally chatted with Vera. Katherine gave kisses through a video call to Gavin before her husband passed on the phone to her friend. Goddess Vera, I miss you so much, Katherine said on the phone. She hurriedly placed the mobile on her desk as she wiped the sweat off her body. Oh, my goddess, I miss you too, Katherine. Your stomach is getting bigger, Vera exclaimed. Do you know the gender yet? Katherine chuckled. She replied, No, we haven't gotten to that part, and I think I don't want to know. I want to love our child regardless of his or her gender. Leaning forward, Katherine asked, So, Vera, how is everybody? Leilani, is she fine? Rex, Mel, Blake, Garrett, the pack? How is the pack? Everyone is fine. Sadly, Leilani and Garrett were part of the ones who were kept prisoners at the palace. Still, they are recuperating well after the king's takeover. Some parts of the Blackthorn pack were turned upside down, houses burned, and some prisoners were set free, thanks to Theon. There is a need for a lot of rehabilitation, Vera described. Then, there is a possibility that war is coming, which means Ethan and I will never get married. Oh, Vera, you know he loves you, Katherine said. I know, Vera answered, and through the video call, Katherine saw through her sadness. It's just that I wish this would all end. Katherine was also feeling woeful in the absence of her husband. It didn't help that Katherine was pregnant and needed her husband's love. She related to her friend, saying, I feel you, Vera. I wish it will all end too. I wish the war wouldn't come, but if it didn't come now, we would be waiting for an unknown surprise, Vera remarked, tears welling in her eyes. I wish it were back to when it was before, you, me, Ethan, and Alpha Gavin back home, but it looks like there is still so much work to be done. I wish I was there, Katherine said. Vera hoped the same, but said, I agree with Alpha Gavin. You are safer there than here. I miss you, Katherine. I hope that the moon goddess will return our peaceful lives soon. Me too, Katherine responded. Audrey? Somewhere in Novra, Audrey, Theon, and Garetwell were called into a meeting with King Charles at his palace. King Charles walked back and forth in front of this throne and snarled, How do I know that attacking Pentos will work? I spent a fortune trying to take over Pentos, but I still failed, all thanks to Alpha Gavin. If Gavin is still alive, then I will keep failing. King Charles concluded the outcome of the invasion. This time you won't fail, King Charles, Audrey said. Promise me you will let us lead Pentos while we give you the nation's riches, and I will give you the way to winning the war. That was always the agreement, but how can we win now? King Charles barked. Your plan better work, Audrey, for the last time, it better, or you will pay the price. It will, King Charles, Audrey reassured him. She turned to Theon and said, Tell him, my love. While the king was presumed dead, we created an underground passage into the capital of Pentos. Only our loyal warriors are aware, Theon said. They will expect our invasion from the sea, but instead of the south, we will enter through the west and travel by land through the entrance of the underground passage. We will give them a surprise attack. And about Alpha Gavin, I know exactly how to take care of him. Audrey proposed, and a mischievous smile became painted on her face. Katherine! Ooh! Katherine awoke, feeling ticklish in her stomach. Her hand was quick to soothe her growing belly. What happened, Katherine? Her husband's voice came through. Katherine had utterly forgotten how they were on a video call overnight. She left a tablet charging by her bedside table so Gavin could watch her sleep while he took little naps. Days came and went again. Since Katherine remained in Rodovvia, she and Gavin had mostly been calling each other. She had remained to train with her mother, and could say that she had almost mastered the use of her power. Katherine returned to lie on her side, facing Gavin. She smiled at him and answered, It's nothing, Gavin. I felt our baby move. Gavin let out a low growl. He said, "I've asked the king if I could leave for 2 weeks. I might be granted the chance, since we have not seen any movement from the seas coming from Novra." Hearing Gavin's suggestion, Catherine's eyes lit up. She sat on the bed and asked, "Do you need me to speak to him about it?" A laugh escaped Gavin's lips. He said, "I think that would help convince him. He would especially love it if you called him before your mother." "Oh, then, I'll do that," Catherine excitedly said. Later at lunch, Catherine and Gavin had already agreed to plan it out. Catherine was eating her meal with Anaya and her mother's beta, Nicole, when her mobile rang. Catherine quickly said, "Oh, it's King Maddox." Immediately, she noticed how her mother froze in her seat. Beta Nicole's eyes also widened. Still, she chose to ignore their reactions and took the call from the king. "My king, how have you been?" Catherine inquired. On the other line, she heard the king reply, "I am fine, my child. I heard you are training with your mother." "Yes, my king. Mother has been training me to control my strength," Catherine replied. They covered some parts of her training, and Catherine praised her mother for being a great warrior at the same time. After which, Catherine requested, "My king, I miss my husband. Can Gavin be allowed to see me?" Traveling to Rodovvia wasn't easy, but unlike the queen, Gavin didn't have to hide his identity from threats, since he wasn't a royal. At least, not yet. Of course, Catherine already knew of the king's plan to hand over the crown to Gavin. She was shocked beyond words, and the king habitually gave little info at a time. Aside from naming Gavin the next king, she wondered what other future he saw in her mother's eyes. "I will let Gavin see you as soon as we finish securing the seas and the capital," the king said on the phone. He cleared his throat and added, "Please send my love to your mother." Catherine smiled and said, "Yes, my king, I will. Thank you for giving Gavin a break." After putting down the phone, Catherine pretended the king had said nothing to the queen. She saw exactly what she wanted as a reaction from her mother when Anaya dropped her utensils and said, "What else did the king say?" "Oh, I'm sorry, mother. I was just too happy that the king agreed for Gavin to visit Rodovvia. I had forgotten his last request." With a big grin on her face, Catherine admitted, "King Maddox sends his love for you, mother." Nicole choked, and she repeatedly coughed, whereas Anaya's face burned. Anaya's mouth fell open, but she struggled to speak. Soon, however, the queen said, "Next time you speak with King Maddox, tell him to take care of himself." Maintaining her smile, Catherine responded, "I will, mother." "Will my mother and the king have their second chance?" Catherine thought in her head. "I hope so." Gavin. A week went by since the king had approved his leave. Gavin was in his wolf form, running through half of the southern coast and inspecting the perimeter. Alpha Nestor was examining the other side. Ethan and Vera were behind him, giving him another pair of eyes throughout the trek. They also ran in their wolf forms to cover more areas of the shores. Gavin heard a loud howl from Vera, and he turned around. He ran back with Ethan, and from where Vera stood, she said, "This part of the coast could be a weak entry, Alpha Gavin." He looked up at the boulders before the sea, and true enough, it was a potential entry. They did not secure the area because of the rocks, but he realized it was an easy climb. With a nod, Gavin answered, "You are right. I'll tell Alpha Nestor to make the necessary defenses." They continued to cover the rest of the coasts, and as he did, Ethan asked, "Is the coast the only access to Pentos, Gavin?" "No, but it's the most accessible access for Novra. Don't worry, Alpha Clyde is already on his way to the east, where he would be checking for possible entry there," Gavin replied. It took 2 hours for them to finish their side of the coast. Gavin, Ethan, and Vera were about to meet Alpha Nestor and his group to discuss their findings when suddenly Gavin felt a pull that kept him rooted to the ground. He saw Ethan and Vera run ahead, but he couldn't utter a word or call to them. His nose caught a sweet scent that compelled him to turn. His wolf howled in excitement, eager to find the source of that sweet smell. "What is this?" he thought in his head. "What is this scent?" Behind him, he finally heard Ethan and Vera calling out to him, but he could not turn back. His feet wouldn't let him. "Alpha Gavin, where are you going?" "Alpha Gavin." The smell was so intoxicating that Gavin had to find it. He ignored the calling of Vera and Ethan and ran into the thick vegetation next to the shores. He ran until he saw a red-haired she-wolf turning her back to him. Gavin did not know what came over him, but shifted into his human form. The woman faced him, and her green eyes appeared to glow. He saw green smoke sizzle around the she-wolf, and he saw himself and the woman from the smoke together and having a child. He felt chills down his spine, fearing what this meant. He was also suddenly attracted to the woman and had the urge to take her into his arms. Gavin's heart raced as he locked eyes with the she-wolf. He heard her say, "Mate." "You are my mate," the woman said. "No," Gavin said under his breath. "This can't be." "Alpha, Gavin, what happened? Who was that?" Ethan called behind him. Gavin ran madly into the Southern Coast's camp in his wolf form. The warriors who were on guard were startled by his speed and irritation. He could tell they were all baffled by his actions. His black wolf growled at whoever stood in his way. He howled loudly, further confusing his gammas and alpha Nestor, who stood further out. However, he did not care. He needed time for himself, to process everything. Earlier, he met a red-haired she-wolf who called him her mate. He felt the signs, the intoxicating scent, his arousal, and saw an image of his future through the smoke around the woman. He discerned a powerful pull that held him on the ground that he could not move. There was this strong urge for him to kiss the woman and fuck her wildly. It took every bit of his strength and sanity to set himself free from the strange attraction, and thanks to Ethan and Vera calling him, he managed to break free. He shifted into his wolf and ran away from the woman. That was how he got to the camp in less than an hour. The further he was away from the red-haired she-wolf, the less interested he was in letting out his desire on her. Instead, he thought of his wife, Katherine. "Alpha, Gavin, what happened?" He heard Vera call. "Leave me alone. I want to be alone." Gavin growled. In his wolf form, he continued to run like the wind. His beta and Vera couldn't keep up. The moment he stood before his camp, he ordered, "No one disturbs me. No one." He flashed his canines as a warning and entered his tent. Gavin shifted into his human form. He closed his tent and scrambled to find his mobile. The first person Gavin called was his wife. He said, "Pick up, Katherine. Pick up. I need you, my wife." He couldn't accept it. Could that woman possibly be his true mate? But despite how drawn he felt towards her earlier, he also felt guilty. His feelings for his wife were still there, the longing and passion. He was still so aroused from meeting the she-wolf, but he would rather come at the sight of Katherine. "Pick up, my little wife. Pick up," Gavin growled. When Katherine finally answered, "Gavin, I was in a shower." "Video call," Gavin requested. It took a few seconds, but eventually Katherine came into his view, wrapped in a towel. In that small frame of his mobile, he saw his wife studying him closely. Katherine asked, "Gavin, did you go out for a run?" After some time, he lay on his bed while still on a video call, saying, "I'll try to ask the king if I could leave earlier. I don't know if I can stand being away from you this long. You are right. Maybe it was better for us to be together." "Something wrong, Gavin?" Katherine asked. She squatted on the bed while holding her mobile. "Why the sudden change of heart?" "I realize how much I miss you." Gavin rolled on his bed and focused on Katherine's tummy. He said, "My child, I'll remember you always." "Gavin?" Katherine asked again. "Are you okay?" He only nodded, saying, "Some troubles I need to figure out. Don't worry about it, my wife. I want you to know that I love you so much." "I love you too, Gavin. I miss you so much," Katherine replied. "I hope to see you soon." Gavin did not count the minutes. And he chatted with his wife longer until he felt calm and was reassured that he only had love for his wife. Whatever emotions awakened after seeing the unknown woman had strangely vanished into thin air. He concluded his love for Katherine was greater, much stronger than the so-called fate the moon goddess had given him. He said in his head, "I don't need to tell Katherine. I don't need to make her worry. She is pregnant with our child." Gavin decided the same with Ethan and Vera. Knowing Ria's closeness to Katherine, he felt it was best that the existence of the red-haired woman would remain only in his memory. Besides, Gavin was never going to see that woman again. His only mistake was failing to reject the she-wolf. Gavin did not want to entertain it. He was already happily married. To him, Katherine was his mate. For the rest of his day, Gavin met with Alpha Nestor. They questioned his actions, but he kept the truth to himself. When his meeting ended, Gavin traveled with Vera and Ethan to the capital. The further away from the coast, he felt better, and thought less and less about the red hair she-wolf. A few days went by since Gavin met the unknown red hair. His original plan was to seek an early leave from the king, but Maddox became so occupied that the meeting did not happen. King Maddox was often away, visiting packs attacked by Theon's men, whereas Gavin had been receiving intel on how some of King Charles's forces had been traveling out of Novra's capital, but they couldn't trace where they had headed off to next. There were also reports that Audrey had left Usen to return to Pentos. However, none of their border camps have seen signs of Audrey's return. A night before King Maddox's return to the palace, Gavin mentally noted to speak with the king first thing in the morning. He slept in his designated room. At the back of his head, he wished for hours to pass quickly. In the morning, news of the king's arrival reached his ears. Gavin hurriedly walked to the gates and welcomed King Maddox and his warrior escorts. The gates to the palace opened and several cars drove in. Beta Ethan was the first to exit the middle vehicle, and the king followed. Gavin and the warriors around bowed at the presence of the king. As Gavin had his head down, he could hear how the car doors had opened and closed again. Suddenly, he felt chills down his spine. A familiar sweet scent filled his nostrils, making his heart skip a beat. Gavin heard Beta Kevin say, "This lady saved me from a poisonous plant, but as a result, she got stung by the plant's thorns. Please call the doctor and let him attend to her." Gavin lifted his face, utterly curious, but to his shock, he saw the red-haired she-wolf in Beta Kevin's arms. His face paled, watching as the lifeless woman was carried into a stretcher and brought into the palace. He gave a low growl, sensing an inner battle. He silently said, "I must reject this woman now and leave. I need my wife." "Gavin, we were on our way back after visiting Alpha Xavier's pack when we suddenly saw a rogue attack a pup running on the roadside. We ran after them in our wolf form," Beta Kevin reported to Gavin. "I was running so fast that I did not see how crown thorns surrounded me. Fortunately for me, the woman lunged at me, pushing me off my path. The rest of my men were able to save the child and kill the rogue, but the woman fell victim to the thorns," the king's Beta added. Then he leaned back, asking Gavin, "Why are you interested in knowing about her?" "It's just, I have seen that woman before a few days back," Gavin admitted. "I see," Beta Kevin replied. "I don't know, but I was compelled to bring her here, and when I asked the king, he also felt pity for the woman. Everyone, including the warriors, felt sorry for her. The new palace doctor is attending to her now. Let's give her time to rest before we ask about her identity." Because of what Beta Kevin suggested, Gavin let the woman be. Instead, he spoke to the king, requesting his leave. Sadly, however, upon meeting Maddox, he received terrible news. Alpha Clyde had arrived moments later, reporting in the king's chambers, "We found a covered hole underneath the eastern border. It was big enough for people to pass through them from the woods." Inside the chamber, the leading alphas of Pentos were present, including Alpha Nestor and Alpha Aaron. Gavin and Beta Ethan also attended to listen to the report. "My men are tracing the underground passages, but towards the next town they were covered up, some blown by explosives," Alpha Clyde described. "So I don't know, my king. For now we are trying to evaluate based on the looseness of the soils and create a map on these grounds. The worst part was how the scent smelled awful in those underground underpasses. Not as awful as Alpha Aaron's stunk formula, but it definitely did the trick of covering tracks. It's better to assume the worst. We may have been breached," Beta Kevin concluded. "I agree," the king said. "We need to use all our resources. Strengthen security, especially within the capital. Let us also maintain watching the seas in case it's only a diversion." Maddox looked at Gavin, ordering, "Alpha Gavin, strengthen our men's ability to fight. Continue their training and prepare them for the worst-case scenarios. I know I promised you to take a leave, but perhaps Katherine will understand if you delay your trip to Rodovvia. It's for Pentos, after all." Lifting his chin, he proposed, "Perhaps Irene can lend us a hand. Her witchcraft and ability to make potions can certainly aid us in the coming battle." Gavin's mouth fell open. He wanted to reject the idea but couldn't, knowing his nation's security was at risk. He bowed at the king, saying, "I agree, my king. Ethan and Vera will fetch Irene first thing in the morning, and I will keep training our warriors within the palace grounds." 2 days had passed, and so far, Gavin wasn't having any problems. He kept chatting with Katherine daily, learning about her daily activities. His wife had reported how the elders repeatedly questioned whether he was fit for her husband, but Katherine also said that Queen Anaya was shutting their mouths. Because Gavin felt confident that the red-haired she-wolf was not creating a problem for him, he was convinced there was no need to tell Katherine or anyone else, not even his best friend and beta, Ethan. However, one night, his fears came true. Gavin was sleeping in his quarters when he suddenly dreamed of the strange she-wolf. In that dream, Gavin saw her gracefully walking toward him. Her green eyes gleamed as they looked into his dark orbs, and her hair blew against the wind. In that image, Gavin thought the woman was so beautiful and alluring. She wore a long dress with long slits that flaunted her legs, and her top also showed off part of her breasts. Mate, the she-wolf called him. She shifted into this red-colored wolf and ran to him. Gavin also shifted into his black wolf to meet her halfway. Soon they stood in front of each other, completely naked. They were touching each other's faces before they suddenly kissed. The red-haired she-wolf and Gavin were at it eagerly, their hands gripping their skins. In that dream, Gavin was about to make love to the woman when the image of Katherine came through his dream. Gavin felt goosebumps all over his body, and he jerked awake. He screamed, "Katherine!" When he studied his surroundings, Gavin panted. His eyes narrowed at the small vent under the table lamp, and he swore he saw a greenish smoke. He shook his head vigorously and wondered, "Am I seeing things?" Suddenly, Gavin noticed his phone ringing. He frantically grabbed his mobile and saw it was his wife calling. When Gavin answered the phone, he put her on a video call. Katherine said, "Gavin, I had a dream about you. I don't know why, but I saw you drifting away from me." Katherine cried as she described, "I felt like I lost you. My heart was aching so much." Shh. Guilt washed over Gavin as he hushed his wife's emotions. He said, "It's only a dream. It's not true. I'll always be your husband. I love you, my wife." "Gavin, I thought you requested the king for an early leave. How is that coming? I had even told the elders that you planned to visit me so they would get off my back," Katherine reported. "Please, Gavin. I need you. Come to see me. I need to shake off this strange feeling that I am getting." Gavin ran his fingers through his hair. He sucked in a deep breath, saying, "No matter what, Katherine, I vowed to love you. Nothing will change between us, but there is something I need to tell you, something that I should have told you since last week." "What is it, Gavin?" Katherine asked on the phone. She was sniffing her tears away and caressing her growing belly. "Please, don't get mad at me, my love. I didn't tell you this before because I did not want you to worry. You are pregnant, and you should always be optimistic," Gavin added, but his words clearly panicked Katherine instead of calming her. "Katherine, there is no easy way for me to say this, but sometime last week I was running through the coast with Ethan and Vera when I came across a she-wolf with red hair." Gavin felt a lump in his throat when he added, "Her gaze held me captive, and I did not know why." After moments of avoiding Katherine's gaze, Gavin looked straight at his wife, admitting, "Katherine, I think she is my true mate." The next thing he heard was Katherine howling in tears, and before he could offer comfort, Katherine cut the call. Gavin repeatedly called his wife, but to his dismay, she did not answer. Knowing the agony he had given his wife, Gavin knew precisely what to do. Later that day, he went to the medical room where the she-wolf was being treated. When he walked in, he met the woman's eyes and couldn't move. Katherine. Katherine had just finished her training with her mother, Queen Anaya. She was smiling and complimenting the maids who were cleaning the corridors of the palace when two elders, Dan and Paulin, approached her. Dan asked, "How is your husband, princess? Your pup is growing big every week. Will the pup be born without his father? I heard that war is coming again for Pentos. Until when will Alpha Gavin be there?" "As long as the nation needs him," Katherine said. "He loves his nation more than he loves his wife," Paulin indicated, and that made Katherine still. "It's not that. He leads the nation's army. My husband plays a very important role in Pentos," Katherine pointed out. "He loves me, and because of that, he will take time off from his duties and visit me." "Will he?" Dan said. "I highly doubt that." "You should really consider choosing another husband," Dan added. one who holds more power and is not a mere servant to a king. You are a princess and deserve a prince. I love my husband, and I swore to love him in marriage, Katherine said. She considered telling them how Gavin may be named king, but there was no telling what would happen next. For now it remained to be King Maddox's plans. Instead, she bowed her head in respect to the elders, saying, "Excuse me. What if your husband dies, princess? It is war, after all. Who will look after your pup? The baby will need a father," Paulin asked. Katherine snapped at the elder, answering, "Gavin is a strong warrior. He will not die easily. I know that for a fact. He will survive." Again she bowed and attempted to flee. She did not want to appear disrespectful, so she gracefully excused herself. There was silence as Katherine marched. She could only hear her footsteps against the stone floor when Dan said, "You know, my youngest sister is the second wife of the King of Larafel. Her son is a prince. I think he matches you well." "A prince of Larafel?" Katherine scoffed. Finally, she understood Elder Dan and Elder Paulin's interest in ending her marriage with Gavin. They had their own interest to protect. In the evening, Katherine learned that the elders had requested dinner with the queen. Thus, she had her meals sent to her room instead. She knew well that Dan and Paulin would bring up the Prince of Larafel, who apparently was a nephew of Elder Dan. She chatted with Gavin briefly that same night before dozing off to sleep. Katherine was tired from her day's activity, and Gavin was exhausted from teaching his men. Katherine lay comfortably in her huge bed, determined not to get her mood ruined. Sleep was everything to a pregnant woman, and she was going to get a good sleep. In the wee hours, Katherine appeared to be traveling in waves of light. Her heart raced, unable to recognize where she was. Next, she saw her husband in the arms of another woman. Katherine called for his name over and over again, but Gavin did not hear her. The following scenes baffled her more as she saw Gavin walking away. Katherine was chasing Gavin while holding her belly, screaming, "Gavin! Gavin! It's me, Katherine!" No matter how hard she called, he kept walking away, and at the end of Gavin's bath, a frame of a woman embraced him. A pair of green eyes peered in Katherine's way. Katherine awoke, gasping from the dream, her heart racing. Just what did that dream mean? Barely a whisper, she asked, "Who was that woman?" Suddenly, she felt her skin crawl. She sensed the eeriness in her room for the first time since she arrived in Rodovvia. Katherine looked around and saw part of her window was open, sending cold air into her quarters. She got up and closed her window. She gave her time to reflect on her dream before calling her husband. The second he answered the call, she said, "Gavin, I had a dream about you. I don't know why, but I saw you drifting away from me. I felt like I lost you. My heart was aching so much." "Shh, it's only a dream. It's not true. I'll always be your husband. I love you, my wife." Gavin was quick to soothe her, in words and through his tone of voice. However, no matter what, Katherine felt uneasy. She asked Gavin to be with her sooner. "Please, Gavin, I need you. Come to see me." She repeatedly pleaded, truthfully telling Gavin her apprehensions. Many scenarios played in her head, giving meaning to her dream. One that stuck out to her was Paulin's words. What if Gavin dies in the war? While she thought of the worst-case scenario, Gavin cut her off, revealing, "There is something I need to tell you, something that I should have told you since last week. Katherine, there is no easy way for me to say this, but sometime last week, I was running through the coast with Ethan and Vera when I came across a she-wolf with red hair. Her gaze held me captive, and I did not know why." Gavin slowly said, "Katherine, I think she is my true mate. I think she is my true mate. I think she is my true mate." The words rang in her head like a broken record. She immediately dropped her phone and it fell to the floor. So that was what the dream meant. It wasn't because of the war, but because of his true mate. And he only told me just now. Of course, she knew this day would come, but it still was not enough to prepare her for the pain. Tears immediately stung her eyes, and she howled in tears. She crashed into the bed and stained her sheets. After minutes of crying, Katherine only returned to her senses. When she picked up her phone, she realized she had broken her mobile. Because she did not want to wake up her other and Beta Nicole, Katherine only acquired a new phone in the middle of the day, when everyone was awake. When she called Gavin next, his phone could no longer be reached. In the next 2 hours, she tried to call Gavin again, But it was of no use. He wasn't answering. By the time Alxia was scheduled for training, she was dressed like she was ready to leave the nation instead of wearing her workout clothes. She carried a duffel bag with her as she approached her mother. Her eyes had that look of determination. "Katherine, what is the meaning of this? Are you going somewhere?" Queen Anaya asked. She said, "I need to see my husband. I need to go now." "Katherine, haven't we talked about this? I cannot let you go there for your safety. Pentos may be at war again with Novra. Didn't you hear the same from your husband?" "Pentos has long been at war with Novra, mother. I am still alive," Katherine reasoned. "I need to see my husband." Anaya looked at her beta before focusing on Katherine. She said, "Let's discuss this in my quarters." Inside Queen Anaya's chambers, Katherine shared what she learned about Gavin, how he thought he had met his true mate. Katherine saw how her mother's heart ached for her, and her eyes landed on her belly. The entire time, Anaya's beta was present, and she could not help but turn to Nicole, as if asking for help. "Alpha Gavin is not certain, Princess," Nicole sought. "He said he thinks she is his true mate," Katherine answered. "It's strange because once you meet your true mate and your eyes look at each other, you can tell right away and you see your future in your mate's eyes," Anaya said. "Of course, the feeling is there, the attraction. It's so strong that it's hard to break away." Queen Anaya put a hand over her chest. She shut her eyes, saying, "Oh, how my heart aches for my daughter. This cannot be happening. My inkling had told me you and Gavin are true mates." "But only the moon goddess knows, my queen," Nicole corrected. "Mother, please. I need to go there, to be with Gavin. While he tried to reassure me of his love and said nothing would change between us, I can't rest knowing that his true mate is out there. I need to remind Gavin of our love. I need to save our marriage, not just for myself, but also for our pup," Katherine insisted. "I beg you, Mother. I need to go there." Yet again, Nicole and Queen Anaya glanced at each other. Anaya suggested, "It's going to be a long travel and dangerous too." "I have a suggestion," Nicole said. She turned to the queen and added, "You won't like it, my queen, but it will save the princess the time and effort in traveling." "No, please not, Elder Pollen," Anaya said, shaking her head. "I am precisely considering Elder Pollen's help," Nicole admitted. What is with Elder Pollen?" Katherine asked. With a long sigh, Anaya revealed, "Pollen has been one of my mother's trusted advisors and that of my grandmother. Because of the service she had given Rodovvia, my mother gave her one of our most prized treasures, an amulet said to have been passed down by our ancestors. It remained in her possession till this day." Anaya looked Katherine in the eye, saying, "It can create a portal that will allow you to travel into distant lands." Katherine's eyes lit up. If there was an easy way to reach Pentos, she would take it, no matter what. "But there is a catch. Whoever is the bearer of the amulet will use most of her energy to create this portal. The last time Elder Pollen tried to use this amulet, she was asleep for over a week. When she regained her consciousness, she asked for a big favor in return, and that was how she remained in the Elder's Council until this very day," Anaya revealed. She had not used the amulet since, considering how long she was out of it. "Oh," Katherine woefully reacted. "But knowing your predicament, I will reason with her." "Time is of the essence," Anaya said. "Whatever favor she will ask for next, we will carefully evaluate if it is doable." Katherine thought about it. The image of Gavin with the green-eye woman utterly gave her a bizarre feeling. She asked her mother, "Can I speak to Elder Pollen? Vera?" "Alpha, Gavin. There you are. We have been looking all over for you," Vera said after finding Gavin in the palace's west wing. She strangely looked at the woman who was clinging to Gavin's arms. It was the red-hair she-wolf Beta Kevin had brought from their travel 2 days back. "Vera," Gavin said. He was calling her name, but her alpha appeared to be looking distantly. He said, "Meet Eliana. She is my true mate." Chills ran down Vera's spine and her mouth fell on the floor. "Oh no, Katherine." Katherine's heart was racing. Elder Pollen was looking at her intensely and had been for minutes. When she and her mother, Queen Anaya, had approached her with a request, Elder Pollen asked for private time with her. Elder Pollen was said to be nearly 200 years old, but she looked like she was still in her 50s. In general, werewolves age slowly when they turn 35. That was also why Katherine's mother, Anaya, looked younger for her age. Pauline ran her hand over her long white hair and said, "So you want me to use the amulet?" If possible," Katherine asked, "despite knowing how it will leave me weak and unconscious. And you realize that if you use the amulet going to Pentos, you will need to use it again, going back. Else you will be traveling another dangerous route for over a week with your growing belly," Pauline questioned. Katherine quickly regretted her decision to see the elder and said, "I'm sorry, you are right. I will travel the regular way instead." "You are pregnant. Do you not care for your child?" Elder Pauline asked. But, Katherine sucked in a deep breath and revealed, "My mate, my husband, I need to see him. He found his true mate." "Ah." Pauline shook her head and said, "You see, that was why we questioned if Alpha Gavin was the right one for you, Princess. Dan and I weren't trying to be the villain in your life. We were looking out for you. And now what? Alpha Gavin had found his true mate? Is he going to abandon you?" "No," Katherine answered. "It's not like that at all. He loves me." "Yet you sense your marriage in danger?" Pauline asked. "I had asked around and discovered that you and Alpha Gavin were only arranged to marry. Maybe it's true that you fell in love, but that kind of marriage was not meant to last in the first place. Please, enough. I should go." "I'm sorry I bothered you with this request. It won't happen again." Katherine stood up, realizing that Elder Pauline would only lecture her about her choices. As soon as she turned her heel, however, Elder Pauline called to her, saying, "I will do it. I will do it." Katherine stilled. She gulped air down her throat and turned to Elder Pauline, asking, Are you sure?" "It will weaken me, and maybe I will lose consciousness for days. But if it helps you make the right choices, then I will do it," Elder Pauline said. "Right choices?" Katherine asked, utterly bemused. All she wanted was to see Gavin, talk with him, and remind him of his promise. Moreover, she has his mark on her only that the distance between them has made it difficult for her to read his inner thoughts and feel his genuine emotions. "I will send you through a portal, but I have a condition," Elder Pauline proposed. "Condition?" Katherine asked. "Yes, one condition only, and it is meant to protect your heart," Elder Pauline proposed. "What is it?" Katherine sought. Pauline smiled and said, "If you go to Pentos and you see that your husband is not behaving the way you expect him to, meaning he might choose his mate." "He won't," Katherine firmly said. "I said if," Pauline repeated, "only if." "Again, if Alpha Gavin breaks from his promise and behaves in favor of this true mate, then it's only fair that you reject each other. We can file for a formal divorce later, but getting that mark off your neck is important," Pauline spat. Katherine stilled at the proposal. The possibility of Gavin hurting her made her heart ache. She wondered, would Gavin do this to me? But he loves me. She touched Gavin's mark and tears welled in her eyes. "If, only if." Pauline repeated it. "Should that happen, and should Gavin betray his promise to you, then ask for rejection and reject him back. Lastly, since you would be free from your bond, I want you to consider mating with the youngest prince of Larafel." Again, these are only ifs. Of course, if Alpha Gavin truly loves you and will choose to be with you, then you don't need to do as I suggested. I won't ask for anything else in return either, Pauline said. Pauline moved closer to Katherine. She pushed back Katherine's hair, saying, "I only have your best interest at heart. So what will it be? Arrive in Pentos now or after 9 to 10 days? Mind you, a lot can happen in 10 days, especially if true mates find each other. You know what I mean. That's how babies are made." Katherine gasped. She closed her eyes as her body trembled. She looked down at her feet before lifting her chin. She said, "I'll do it. I'll accept your terms. Then." Pauline smiled. "Let me get ready. I'll first ask the palace doctor to make a medical tea while I fetch the amulet. At least the tea will give me added strength to make a second portal or to keep the portal open for a few hours as necessary." "Tell your mother of your decision and meet me back in 4 hours," Pauline instructed. "Vera, your true mate?" Vera asked. "Yes, Vera. Liana here's my true mate, so we are getting acquainted," Gavin flatly said. Vera then noticed how Alpha Gavin never looked into her eyes. She frowned and said, "Alpha Gavin, it's good to make friends, but in case you forgot, you are already married. Your first task is to reject Eliana since you have marked Katherine, your wife." Vera purposely raised her voice. so her Alpha would be reminded. By the mention of his wife, Alpha Gavin let go of the woman's arm. He glared and asked, "How did we get here?" The next thing Vera saw was how Eliana grabbed Gavin's face. She rounded her eyes while looking straight at her Alpha, saying, "But I am your mate. Look into my eye and tell me I am your true mate." The red-hair woman suddenly embraced Gavin. She said, "Smell my scent. Remember, I am your true mate. You cannot reject me." Clearly, the woman was rubbing herself on Alpha Gavin. Seeing everything before her eyes, Vera reminded her Alpha, "Alpha Gavin, you are already married. It was by the king's command. Remember how King Maddox arranged your marriage to Katherine. Plus, your wife is pregnant. Katherine is pregnant. You need to reject her now." This was not the Alpha Gavin she knew. It truly puzzled Vera because she was confident that Gavin loved Katherine. Could a true mate's bond readily change one's feelings and forget the other? She did not care if she became a nagger to her Alpha, but she repeatedly mentioned Katherine. "What will become of your pup? Katherine is pregnant, Alpha Gavin. Reject her now." "Ah!" the red-haired woman screamed for Alpha Gavin, suddenly pushing her away with force. Eliana wound up on the ground, crying. "Why did you push me?" Vera saw Kieran panting as if becoming confused. He said, "Vera, I'm sorry. Please don't tell Katherine about this. I can't lose my wife, my pup. This mate bond is fucking messing with my head." "Gavin, my love, I am your mate," Eliana said while weeping. She tried to reach for Gavin's hand, but he cut her off. "I, Alpha Gavin Williams, reject you as my mate," Gavin barked while pointing a finger at Evil Knee. "Accept my rejection now." No, I won't. I won't accept it," Eliana cried. "I am your mate, the chosen one by the moon goddess for you. Accept the rejection now, or I will kill you." Gavin angrily growled, his body expanding and his claws elongating. Now, Vera could see how the true Gavin was before him. He was back to himself, which made her wonder what had happened to him earlier. "You need to accept his rejection." Vera aided her Alpha, but no matter what, Eliana insisted on their mate bond. Vera could feel her Alpha's frustration when Gavin growled louder and shifted into his wolf form. He ran away from where they stood and barked, "Vera, I need time to clear my head." It wasn't only Alpha Gavin who left. The red-hair woman suddenly ran back to wherever it was she came from. Vera was left confused about what to do next. She and Ethan had just arrived from fetching Irene. She and Ethan were tired, a war was coming, and now Alpha Gavin may have found his true mate, but it wasn't Katherine. "What will I do?" Vera asked herself, her voice echoing through the palace hallway. "Vera? What's going on?" Suddenly, she heard Ethan behind her. He was walking with their healer and elder, a powerful half-witch, Irene. Before Vera could answer, Irene sniffed profoundly. She smelled the area, including where Vera stood and where Eliana had run off. She said, "There is another witch in the palace." "Who?" "Katherine." "Vera, thank the moon goddess, I was able to reach you. Where is Gavin?" Katherine asked on the phone. Following her chat with Elder Paulin, she contacted Vera and Ethan, hoping she could get through to them since Gavin was unreachable. She could at least warn them that she was going to Pentos through a portal. Immediately, she noticed how Vera was reluctant to talk to her. She was stuttering as she reported, Alpha Gavin? Well, how do I say this? He ran off somewhere because he wanted to clear his head. He is not in the palace." "Is it because of his true mate?" Katherine asked. Wait, you know?" Vera asked. "Of course, I knew," Katherine replied. "Gavin told me about it when I called him around 3 a.m. today," relayed to Vera her earlier conversation. In the end, she revealed, "I'm going to Pentos. I need to speak with Gavin now." "I think that is a good idea," Vera said. "I think Alpha Gavin really needs you. I want you to know that he tried to reject the woman, only that she would not accept the rejection. So the pull is still there." Suddenly, Katherine felt the needle had been plucked out of her heart. She wept in her room, asking, "Did Gavin think of me?" "I will be honest with you, my dearest Luna. When I saw Alpha Gavin earlier, he appeared confused," Vera described. She told Katherine how this woman had been brought to the palace by Beta Kevin. Vera added, "The woman looked so familiar, Katherine, and if you say that Alpha Gavin met her over a week ago, it's possible she was the woman we saw by the southern coast." Katherine inquired further, after which, Vera described on the phone, We were scouting the coat, checking the borders, when Alpha Gavin suddenly ran all the back to where we had come from. We chased after him, but as you know, he can run really fast. When we were able to find him, we noticed him walking towards someone in his human form. However, we were too far from them. I suspected it was a woman, but with the vegetation and the sun going down, I wasn't so sure. It was unimportant to us then because Alpha Gavin ran back in his wolf form and rushed to the camp, Vera explained. I don't recall him meeting another woman and acting strangely. I think that was the only time he acted weird. Weird? How? Katherine asked. He appeared agitated, and he wanted everyone to leave him alone. He stayed in his tent for some time and only came out after a few hours, Vera revealed. When we asked him about it, he dismissed it, saying it was nothing. An awakening came to Katherine. She realized it was when Gavin called her and asked her to strip naked. That day, her husband helped relieve himself on their video call. Katherine gulped air down her throat. Earlier, when she heard that Gavin tried to reject his true mate, she was relieved, but this time she seriously questioned whether Gavin could hold back from the mate bond's pull. Apparently, her husband was aroused after meeting his true mate, but chose to get a release at the sight of her. Was it good or bad? A lot is going on here, Katherine. Ethan and I have been away because we fetch Irene. Now, Irene is telling us there is another witch in the palace, which is odd because King Maddox do not use witches. This was the first time he invited one to the palace, but that's because Irene had helped save the king's life, Vera added. And this problem with Alpha Gavin. You should come here, Katherine. Alpha Gavin needs you. If this matter is not resolved, I will be forced to report to King Maddox, because I know he will forever favor you as Gavin's wife, Vera resumed. Katherine knew this to be true. She gasped and replied, I'll be there. I don't know if it's possible to arrive in less than a week, Vera questioned. Katherine replied, I'll be there this evening. If you can find Gavin, please tell him I'm coming, and I love him, me and our child. Why do you need my daughter's blood? Queen Anaya asked Elder Pollen. Didn't you use your own blood the last time? Either my blood or whoever goes through the portal, Pollen responded. Since the plan is to keep the portal open as long as possible, I would appreciate Catherine's blood on it rather than mine. That way I can conserve energy. Only 5 milliliters are needed. It shouldn't be a problem. Katherine saw how her mother's brows furrowed and how she studied Elder Pollen's eyes. She figured her mother was trying to read the elder's intention. She did the same, giving Dan that kind of stare, but he was unmoved. When Katherine and her mother returned to Pollen's quarters, Dan was already there. Pollen said Dan had to know whatever was happening to the princess of Rodovvia. Thus, there he was, observing Katherine from a safe distance. After trying to read the two elders, Queen Anaya returned her attention to Katherine, saying, It's up to you, Katherine. I need to do this, Katherine said. She turned to Pollen and agreed, I'll give you my blood. A smile reflected on Pollen's face as she turned to get a syringe. The female elders extracted blood from Katherine and gave them their back. She appeared to be doing something on a small table before she returned her attention to us. Pollen was already holding the amulet with her right hand. It looked like a huge stone pendant surrounded by gold. On her left hand, Katherine's blood was placed in a small tube. Before getting started, Elder Pollen reminded her, only one person can pass through the portal. Princess Katherine, you will experience a little discomfort, but that will pass once you arrive in Pentos. Next, I have not been to the palace of Pentos, so you will have to picture out where you want to go. The amulet will take you where your mind directs it, Pollen suggested. Lastly, I don't know how long I can keep the portal open, so if you feel you need to get back here right away, return to the portal's location. If you decide to stay in Pentos, contact us immediately, Pollen said. Gadgets won't be able to get through the portal, so leave your phone. I'm sure you can find a way to contact your mother. Katherine repeatedly nodded, saying, Got it. With her chin lifted, Pollen asked, Are you ready? I am ready, Katherine said. Then, let us begin, Elder Pollen said before looking down at the amulet. She flipped it over. At the back of the amulet, there was a small hole. It was there where Pollen poured the blood in. Once the blood had settled, Pauline's eyes were fixed on the words carved against the gold. Again and again, Pauline read the exact words. Slowly, the temperature around the room changed. Everything felt cold, and the wind was blowing, forming a circle. Katherine did not know where the wind was coming from, but it spiraled in the center of the room. Out of nowhere, white light appeared at the same spot where the wind had formed into a vertical spiral. She turned to her mother, and Anaya nodded, giving her assurance. When Katherine looked back, the white spiral had already grown 5 feet tall, and it continued to grow in each second that passed. Finally, at its full length, Pauline said, "It's time to go, Princess." She smiled and said to Katherine, "Remember my condition." Katherine did not know why, but she felt her skin crawl. Katherine. Walking through the portal, Katherine was half-hearted. How in the world did she wound up agreeing with Pauline? But then again, her soon arrival wasn't too late. From what Vera had described, Gavin tried to fight the mate bond and attempted to reject the woman. She shut her eyes, holding her belly. The lights were too bright, and the spiraling motion of the portal made her feel a little dizzy. She felt chills all over her body, and she sensed her pup moving inside her for the first time. "It's okay, baby. We are going to see your father," Katherine said under her breath. Her mother, Queen Anaya, had mentioned the last queen was the last to use the amulet, and she was pregnant with Anaya then. That was how they determined it was safe for Katherine to travel through the portal. Katherine hugged herself, feeling all of her hair stand up. She maintained to close her eyes because the light was so blinding. She imagined the royal hall inside Pentos's palace, for it was what she remembered the most from her last visit. It felt like an eternity to her. Then all of a sudden, there was this wobbling sound. She opened her eyes and saw red stone walls. It resembled the palace of Pentos. It was strange because Katherine was thinking of the royal hall, but she was in an unfamiliar place. Still, she knew it was King Maddox's palace because its family crest was carved against the wall. Katherine stepped out and looked around her. She frowned, realizing she was inside an underground passage. Taking a deep breath, she first settled her emotions. She looked behind her and saw how the portal was still open. "Right. Elder Pauline said she would keep the portal open for as long as she could," Katherine muttered. She started marching in search of the passage's exit when she felt someone's presence. Katherine snapped her head to her left, asking, "Who is there?" "I am Katherine Stone, wife of Alpha Gavin. Anybody there?" There was no answer, but Katherine swore she felt someone's presence. It was rather tempting and sweet. She frowned and studied every corner of that passage again, but did not find anyone. She thought about checking the columns, but before she could, she heard noises not too far from her. Katherine, instead, searched for the source of the voice. She walked around until she found the way to the garden's exit. Katherine saw the king's warriors, and one of them happened to know her. "Luna, Katherine," the guard said, utterly wide-eyed in shock. "Weren't you supposed to be in Rodovvia?" "Well, I am here now. I need to speak to my husband or the king," Katherine requested. "Eliana." "Yes, I will do as you told," Eliana said to the woman before the green smoke, and with the snap of her fingers, the same mist disappeared into thin air. She looked around the empty medical room, and after confirming that no one had witnessed her speak to her employer, she left the chamber, heading to the agreed-upon location. Pentos's guards may think that Eliana was unfamiliar with the palace, but she had rested overnight for 2 evenings, pretending to be sick from the poisonous plant. However, she had roamed through secret passages every night and even attempted to get into Gavin's head as he slept. Eliana had grown familiar with the palace, all thanks to her employer's guidance. Once there, she waited for 2 hours, hiding in one column. While waiting, she grumbled and thought about Gavin. It was supposed to be a simple task. Her employer had purposely sought her out from the nation of Votara to do one thing, to covet Alpha Gavin Williams and lead him out of Pentos. She felt excited about the job because Alpha Gavin was such a great catch. Eliana thought she would get paid and marry a strong alpha too. Sadly, it didn't work out as smoothly as she had planned. Why is it so difficult to sway that man? She thought in her head. Gavin was the first man to fully resist the mate bond potion she had specially made for such missions. In the past, it had always worked. Eliana was a half-witch and half-werewolf. She was the first to have successfully mimicked a true mate's scent. Combined with spells and tricks, she easily swayed werewolves into a mate's trap in the past. The red-hair half-witch had successfully broken a few marriages. She earned a lot of money for it, not to mention many great intimate nights with the same werewolves. She expected it would be an easy task with Alpha Gavin too, but her potion was nearly running out, and she even used hypnosis on Gavin today. What else will she use on Alpha Gavin next? Why was he so adamant about resisting her mate bond potion? Maybe because he came from a strong alpha blood, she contemplated before frowning. Or maybe Katherine could be his true mate. A frown formed on her face, thinking, maybe I should just kill this Princess Katherine? A smirk formed on her face, just thinking of taking a princess' life, but then again, she was also reminded of the powers of the winter grey wolves. Her knowledge of them wasn't that profound, but she knew they were the strongest among the werewolf clans. Eliana sneered, thinking, I might die before I could even get my hands on her. Might as well stick to the plan, she softly said. Soon, she felt a strange energy within the underground passage. She looked around and noticed a spurling white light. This could be it. Such an incredible power I wish I had. Eliana concluded that the winter grey wolves were indeed a supreme clan. The moon goddess blessed them with strength, and because of how long their generations have lived, they acquired many charms with special powers. She noticed a woman with long and wavy brown hair step out of what appeared to her was a portal, and she was holding her belly. This is Luna Katherine, and she is pregnant? Now it made more sense to her. If Gavin's wife was pregnant, there was yet another connection that the Alpha would not easily let go. She recalled how Gavin had mentioned a pup earlier, but because she was so focused on getting away from that she-wolf named Vera, it had totally slipped her mind. Eliana concluded that their plan B would have to be implemented. She noticed how Katherine sensed her presence and shrank back into the column where she had been hiding for a long time. Indeed, Gavin's wife is something. In that same spot, she remained hidden until Katherine ran off to search for the guards that had passed by above them. She lingered there for a few minutes more until she heard someone calling out to her. Eliana showed herself and met another strange-looking woman. The woman gave her a tube of blood and said, "Use it to your advantage." She smiled and took it. It wasn't her boss, but another woman who wanted to break Alpha Gavin and his wife apart. It didn't matter to her what this woman's intentions were as long as she got her job done. After getting the blood, she returned to the medical room, her official chamber for 2 days. She locked herself in the bathroom and took out 2 small potion bottles hidden beneath her tunic. Eliana made apparatuses of the bathroom glasses and mixed her mate bond potion with the blood. Her eyes turned bright red as she chanted words, strengthening the power of her potion. As a final step, she lit it on fire while mixing the formula all together. When the potion had cooled off, the half-witch leveled the mixture with her eyes view and said, "Let's see if you can resist me now, Alpha Gavin Stone." An ominous laugh escaped her lips before Eliana prepared for her bath and threw in half of the mixture into the water. She had the most satisfying bath in months, imagining herself getting fucked by Alpha Gavin Stone. After her bath, she smelled herself and said, "I smell like snow." With a shrug, she added, "No matter. Tonight, Alpha Gavin will be mine." As she had suspected, Alpha Gavin had run off to the nearby woods, a city next to the capital. She smirked because Alpha Gavin had nothing on, and the distance of the woods was far enough for him not to make a connection with his men through MindLink. When Eliana found Gavin, he immediately turned to her and angrily barked, "How did you find me? Stay away from me." Before Gavin could utter another word, Eliana closed the gap between them. Green smoke quickly sizzled around them, trapping Gavin in a dream state and forcing him to look into her eyes. At first, Gavin's brows met, asking, "Katherine? Call me whatever you want, but look at it and recognize that I am your true mate." Eliana suggested before the green smoke above her created visions of their future together. This time, however, she made herself look like Katherine in Kieran's eyes. Eliana used her power to wrap Gavin in that dreamlike state. It weakened her, but at least she knew the potion was making him stay in place. Katherine, Gavin said before wrapping her in his arms. Eliana pulled away with a smile, saying, "Let's return to the palace and enjoy our night." Of course, where would Luna Katherine repeatedly go within the palace to search for her husband? His chamber would be her regular place to check if the incredible Alpha had arrived. "Katherine! Luna Katherine!" When Katherine entered the king's royal hall, Irene was the first to see her. Irene's eyes lit up, seeing her growing belly. She said, "Oh, Gavin's pup is growing fast." "Katherine," Vera also called, rushing towards her and hugging her. "I miss you so much." Katherine first relished in that hold. Vera was her closest friend in Gavin's pack. She missed her too. After pulling away, she said, "Vera, we have so much to discuss, but I'd need to see Gavin. Where is he?" "Katherine, we have asked around. The palace guards did not chase after Alpha Gavin since he warned them against it," Vera revealed. "He has been gone for 2 hours now." "He will be back," Ethan assured before embracing Katherine too. "How are you, Luna Katherine?" Their exchange went on for over an hour. It was when Katherine learned more about this woman named Eliana. Ethan, Vera, and Irene reassured Katherine while sitting on the chairs near the hall entrance. Ethan said, "Alpha Gavin won't betray you." "Why would Gavin betray Katherine?" A dominant voice echoed across the hall, and it came from the king. He had arrived with Beta Kevin. Katherine was startled, and she directed her gaze at King Maddox. She bowed her head and said, "Apologies, my king. We did not notice your arrival." "No need to be apologetic. I treat you like my child, and you are also a princess," King Maddox said. "When Vera had sent a message through my guards informing me you would be traveling through a portal, I wasn't sure if it was true, but then again the winter grey wolves have many secret powers beyond our knowledge." "Come here, child," the king requested. Katherine smiled as he approached the king. He stood up from his chair and opened his arms for her. Following a brief hug, King Maddox asked, "Now, tell me about Gavin. What is going on?" Vera narrated everything from when she met Gavin and Eliana together. The king and Beta Kevin could not hide their dismay. The king said, "To lose control? That is not like Gavin at all." With a sigh, Maddox said, "Let me check with my guards." King Maddox found his seat, and from there he shut his eyes, mind-linking with his warriors. After which, he reported to everyone, Gavin left the palace and warned the guards not to follow after him. He appeared to be very upset. Glancing at Katherine, the king promised, "I don't know how real is this true maid of his, but I will talk some sense into Gavin and this woman." Seeing Irene, the king acknowledged her presence. "Irene, we meet again. Thank you for coming here." "My king, before that, I wanted to report that I sensed another witch. Did you authorize a witch in your palace?" Irene said. "A witch, other than you?" the king clarified. "Yes, my king. I was worried that you may not have noticed this witch's presence. I am not a seasoned half-witch for nothing. Before joining Alpha Gavin, I traveled to many countries and met many witch clans. Even if they masked it, I could smell a witch's unique scent," Irene explained. "I don't have anything against witches, but they need to reveal themselves in case they use their magic against our kind," the king admitted. "A witch cannot use magic to influence a werewolf's behavior in all nations. It was against the law. Maddox, for one, was cautious about this and required the registry of all witches in Pentos. Well, over the past few days, we have had warriors join the training from different packs. This witch could be a half-werewolf and a half-witch. She could have easily mingled with the crowd or is part of the pack, and we don't know it," Beta Kevin supposed. "I will contact all the alphas and ask if any of their warriors are half-witches. Or it could be the red-hair she-wolf who saved you from the poisonous plant," Ethan suggested. Beta Kevin wound up looking at the king, as if hesitating. He said, "I don't know, but she seemed harmless." "Well, she is causing trouble now because she claims to be Alpha Gavin's true mate and would not accept his rejection," Vera pointed out. "Good point, Vera. What's important is to find Gavin, Eliana, and the witch. If Eliana is the same person as the witch, then that solves our problem faster," the king said. "Katherine and Vera, stay with me. I will call upon all my people to give me Gavin's direction," the king instructed. Turning to Beta Kevin, he directed, "Accompany Irene and Ethan to search for this witch, and Eliana too." "Yes, my king," Beta Kevin confirmed. After Beta Kevin had left, King Maddox mind-linked with his people. Unlike them, the king's mind-link capability could reach other cities and counties within Pentos. Katherine observed how he concentrated, his brows meeting as he did. Soon, King Maddox opened his eyes. He reported, "Some of my people saw Gavin go to the next town, into the woods. I'll keep asking." It took minutes to connect with his people, but after some time, he said, "I have ordered men to search for him in the woods. Let's wait and see." Half an hour went by, and the king received another report. He said to Katherine, "I am told that Gavin is heading back to the capital." He frowned and added, "With Eliana. I had warned my guards to inform me upon their arrival." "Eliana," Katherine said in her head. Immediately, her heart weakened, learning how Gavin had been with this woman all along. Suddenly, she doubted her place in Gavin's heart. Softly, she asked her friend, "I thought Gavin ran off alone?" "He did, Katherine. I swear he did," Vera confirmed. "She must have followed after her. That can only be the explanation." The wait was excruciating for Katherine. As another hour passed, she felt more uneasy, despite the king's assurance and Vera's comfort. Repeatedly, as she lingered in the royal hall, her eyes landed on her growing belly and thought of the worst case. "What if my child grows up without a father?" Katherine asked herself. It wasn't like Gavin to be friendly with women. She remembered how he treated her in the past, and now he readily welcomed the companion of another. Perhaps it was because of the fact that this Eliana was his true mate. How can I compete with a true mate? She reached for her mark and wondered if it was working. Katherine shut her eyes and tried to feel Gavin's emotions. It took a while, but after some time, she finally sensed Gavin was nearby. Just in time, the king said, "Gavin has entered the palace gates. He is in his wolf form." Katherine saw how the king was mind-linking again, but after a second, he said, "Gavin is not responding. I told my guards to order him and Eveline into the royal hall, but," the king frowned, saying, "Are they disobeying me?" Katherine stood up from her chair and asked, "Where are they headed to, my king? I'll go to see Gavin. I'll walk with you. My guards told me they were headed to Gavin's chambers, and it seemed Gavin was resisting. He is growling at my men," the king said. "This isn't like Gavin at all." The next 10 minutes felt like the longest to Katherine. Her heart raced as he walked along the halls, and tears threatened to fall from her eyes. Next, Katherine felt Gavin's emotions. He was excited about something or for someone. She did not want to name it, but Katherine confirmed it was lust, recognizing this same feeling from when they made love. The worst part was how she felt his feelings were genuine. Are they being intimate right now? Katherine could not bear the thought. "They are in Alpha Gavin's chamber, my king," one guard reported, pointing in the direction of Gavin's room. "They just entered a few minutes ago." A few minutes? What could happen in a few minutes? Katherine speculated. She ran to the door, and so did Vera and the king. Maddox himself banged at the door, calling, "Gavin, open up! Your wife is here!" Because there was no answer, the king used his might and kicked the door open. What Katherine saw broke her heart completely. Kieran was kissing the red-haired she-wolf. He was naked, clearly having shifted from his wolf form. The she-wolf was barely covered, her dress torn into pieces. The woman was hungrily responding to Gavin's kisses, her legs around his waist. While they appeared not to have copulated, it was enough for Katherine to conclude Gavin's feelings for the woman. He could not control himself before his true mate, and she stood no chance. "Who dares interrupt me and my mate?" Gavin growled, his eyes glowed and his fangs elongated. "What are you doing with that woman, Gavin?" King Maddox angrily growled. "I am Alpha Gavin's true mate. The moon goddess has fated us together," Eliana spat. "No one can go against fate." Next, Katherine saw Gavin protectively wrapping the woman in his arms, barking, "How dare you barge in here?" "My mate fated." Katherine felt like she had witnessed enough. She could hear Vera and the king confronting Gavin, but she retreated her steps. Tears flooded her face as she screamed, "Gavin, how could you? How could you break my heart and our child?" She met Gavin's eyes and saw him stilled. "I, Katherine Birch, reject you as my mate." Not that it would work. Katherine knew she could not reject Gavin in that way because she did not mark him. Still, it quickly escaped her lips because of how much she was hurting. Katherine felt discomfort in her belly as she howled in tears. She sensed her child was also in pain and did not want to see more. Gavin could break her heart, but he was not allowed to hurt their pup. While the king and Vera remained to reason with Gavin, Katherine ran away, heading towards the portal. She could barely breathe from the pang congesting her chest when she arrived. All she wanted was to be with her mother. She thanked the moon goddess. The portal was still open. Looking at the underground passage entrance one last time, she said, "Goodbye, Gavin." Katherine walked in, and the portal closed after her. Gavin. Gavin felt he was in dreamland. He was with Katherine, and that was all it mattered. It felt like he was in a dream. It didn't matter how Katherine got to Pentos. He was thoroughly convinced it was his wife. Her scent enthralled him that he did not hear nor see anything else but the woman beside him. In order to arrive at the palace faster, he shifted into his wolf form and carried her on his back. As they ran from the woods, going into the capital, Katherine's scent continued to leave him in a daze, his arousal growing in each second that passed. Katherine was stroking his coat, teasing him and suggesting she wanted him. "Mate," Katherine softly expressed behind him. "That's right," Gavin said in his head. "Katherine is my true mate. This woman is my true mate." But while he was somewhat persuaded, Gavin felt something was missing. However, whenever her scent entered his nostrils, he cared for nothing else but for the two of them. "Look into our future, my mate," Katherine proposed, and as he ran, he saw green mist flashing their future together in the air. At the back of Gavin's head, he thought this green smoke was familiar, but in his state, he could not point a finger at it, nor did he find it suspicious. Instead, it fascinated him. After a long run, they finally arrived at the palace. Gavin entered the back entrance, where the guards had initially prevented him from heading to his chambers. "The king asked for your presence, Alpha Gavin," the guards said. "Don't listen to them," Katherine softly warned. "I want to make love to you, Gavin. I miss you." Katherine's scent once again engulfed him, giving him courage as he growled at the guards. "I want to be alone with my mate. Leave me be." He ran to his chambers and warned the king's men, "Don't follow after me if you want to live." It did not take long for Gavin to find his room. Once inside, Gavin shifted into his human form, and Katherine was all over him instantly. He could hear banging and noises at the door, but Katherine's voice kept ringing in his head, preventing him from caring. "Don't open the door. No one should interrupt us." Gavin was compelled to follow the voice completely until the door swung open, and he heard a familiar voice, which he could not decipher. "What are you doing with that woman, Gavin?" A man with authority questioned. Gavin noticed his knees attempting to fall before this man, but he could not understand why. "I am Alpha Gavin's true mate. The moon goddess has fated us together," Katherine said. "No one can go against fate." Pulling Katherine into his hold, Gavin barked, "How dare you barge in here?" He saw two other figures behind the strange man, but they appeared to be blurred. The next thing he heard was a woman's voice. "Gavin, how could you? How could you break my heart? And our child?" The voice made him lose his grip on the woman beside him. Suddenly, the woman before him announced, "I, Katherine Birch, reject you as my mate." "Katherine?" he silently asked in his head. Suddenly, Gavin felt a strange pull towards her, and his vision became evident with each second that passed. His eyes became fixed on the other woman's belly, and he saw how she was in tears, touching her stomach. He sensed someone else was in pain, a young life. Only then did he realize it was his pup calling out to him. Chills ran down his spine, recognizing the pull from the woman a few meters away. Why didn't the pull of his pup come from the woman beside him? "Don't look at her. Look at me," the woman whom he thought was Katherine urged, her hand forcing him to see her. However, the pain of this new life reaching out to him kept him looking toward the door, and Katherine's face became more explicit by the second. Gavin's hand stretched out to Katherine, but she left. He felt his heart aching. He was so much in pain that he realized something was wrong. He couldn't move. "Gavin, why are you hurting Katherine? Why are you with that woman?" "Eliana, Alpha Gavin is already married to Princess Katherine of Rodovvia. Leave him alone." Suddenly, Gavin finally recognized the overbearing tone. It was the king. He was calling this woman someone else. "Eliana," Gavin sneered. "Alpha, Gavin, please, say something. What about your wife and child?" He realized it was Vera yelling at him. Another figure came up behind Vera, and that voice awoke him from whatever it was he was trapped in. "Alpha, Gavin! Gavin! I saw Katherine running away. Why are you with that woman?" It was Ethan, his old-time friend, and Beta. Gavin growled. He climbed down from the bed and screamed at the top of his lungs. He felt the woman trying to speak to him in his head. Green smoke enclosed him, trying to let him see images of his future. "What is that green smoke?" he heard Vera say. "She must be the half-witch," Ethan called. "Eliana of Vatara's Merle clan. What are you doing with our Alpha?" Another voice came through, and Alpha Gavin swore it was from Irene. Commotion erupted around him, but Gavin focused on freeing himself. He screamed, letting out all his energy and thinking of no one else but Katherine and his pup. Ah! When Gavin felt utterly free, he saw Eliana shrieking in pain, her body trembling. He immediately grabbed her throat and said, "You! What did you fucking do to me?" Despite his questioning and his commanding aura, Eliana would not respond. Only then did Irene explain. She overdid herself in using her powers. She tried her best to control you, Alpha Gavin, but it backfired on her. Eliana's body continued to shake in the next few minutes, and while she appeared to be in pain, Gavin did not care. He repeatedly punched her, shouting, "You made me hurt my wife and my child. You're going to pay." After ruining Eliana's face, she passed out. Irene had to intercept, saying, "Enough, Alpha Gavin. We need her alive. We need to know who hired her. Eliana is known to accept odd jobs. I know about this half-witch." Gavin realized that he had an audience through it all. Aside from Vera and Ethan, King Maddox was there. Beta Kevin was also present, shocked by the revelation. "Now that she is unconscious, I feel no care for her," Beta Kevin confessed. "The same with me. I used to feel an ounce of pity for her." The king admitted. "She must have used a potion or magic to attract concern, pity, or love," Irene explained. "She used to smell sweet, but now she smells like snow," Beta Kevin observed while walking closer to Eliana. "The only werewolf I know that smells like snow is Katherine," Irene suggested. "And knowing now that Katherine is from Rodovvia, that explains it. However, Eliana does not come from Rodovvia. Clearly, we need to interrogate her. Where's my wife?" Gavin angrily asked as he turned to Ethan. "She ran this way, Alpha Gavin. Let's find her," Ethan offered before he shifted into his wolf. Gavin and Ethan sniffed the palace for Katherine's scent, but they only wound up in the garden's underground passage, where there was no one, absolutely no one. The strangest thing was how one particular wall had the most potent scent of Katherine, but she wasn't there. When attempting to find Katherine through her scent failed, all palace guards aided in searching for the princess, but alas, Katherine was nowhere to be found. When everyone gathered in the royal hall, the guards and Gavin's friends gave their findings. "We can't find Luna Katherine anywhere," one guard said. "We have covered the entire palace." "She doesn't respond when mind-linking either, Alpha Gavin," Vera described. I think she must have returned to Rodovvia. She did say she traveled through a portal coming here." A tear fell on Vera's face when she said, "She was really hurt, Alpha Gavin. I saw all her fears when she saw you with Eliana." A loud howl escaped Gavin's lips. He screamed, "Katherine!" Gavin was on the phone calling Katherine, but no matter how many times he tried dialing her number, her mobile was switched off. He glanced at his Beta, sitting across from him, and Ethan reported the same. Beta Nicole's mobile cannot be reached. They were inside the king's office, trying to contact Katherine and making sense of everything that had happened. "I'm so fucking stupid," Gavin growled, hating himself. "Gavin, this was not your fault. You were bewitched. You had no control over your emotions," the king attempted to comfort Gavin. "Even I, Alpha Gavin, I felt the need to protect her, which wasn't like me," Beta Kevin admitted. He stood behind the king giving his evaluation. "But now I feel no concern for her. She must have done something to catch our attention, you especially." "Still, I touched a filthy woman and hurt my wife," Gavin snarled. "Just remember, Gavin, if this happens again, you will see your future through your true mate's eyes. Not around her or through smoke or whatever medium," Maddox explained. "You will feel yourself becoming absorbed and look deeper into your mate's eyes. At least if the spell or magic is that powerful, you can think back if it's real or not," the king said. "That's a lesson learned for us, unmated wolves," Beta Kevin said, hissing. Suddenly, they heard a knock on the door. Irene and Vera later walked in, Irene conveyed, holding up tube containers inside a plastic bag. We found these in the trash of the medical room. Eliana was definitely mixing potions. Vera presented 2 small glass containers of what seemed like a potion, and the other appeared to be blood. She said, "We also found these." Gavin attempted to study the mixtures, but Irene warned, "Don't. You might fall in love with either of us." He growled angrily, saying, "It's not funny, Irene." "Sorry, Alpha Gavin." The scent of the empty bottle was very enticing. It was clearly made to attract someone. Even the bathroom, where Eliana had taken a bath, was so enticing to our noses. Thankfully, Eliana can no longer strengthen the potion with her power. "Still, this potion is potent," Irene described. "We will study them now." "It's rather late, but I had ordered the laboratory to remain open for your visit," Beta Kevin revealed. After acknowledging Beta Kevin's response, Irene glanced back at Alpha Gavin, asking, "Did you hear from Luna, Katherine?" Gavin gripped his phone tightly, saying, "Her phone is off, and Ethan also tried calling Queen Anaya's Beta, but it's the same." Turning to Beta Kevin and King Maddox, Gavin assumed, "I think our numbers are blocked." "We are sorry to hear that, Alpha Gavin," Vera said, glancing at Irene. "I'm sure when Katherine finds out the truth, she will give you a chance, Alpha Gavin. I'll speak to her." "I will also help convince Katherine," Irene proposed. "I can travel with you to Rodovvia if she will not listen to your side, Alpha Gavin. For now, we will take our leave, so we will fully understand what this potion is all about. I will also contact the Merle clan if they know anything about this potion," Irene said before bowing at the king's presence and leaving. King Maddox had been intensely listening to their conversation. After seeing Vera and Irene go, he offered, "I'll send a message to Rodovvia through my contacts in nearby nations." "My king," Gavin said. Kieran kneeled before the king, saying, "I need to see my wife, urgently." Gavin's forehead creased as he said, "I can only imagine how much I hurt her because of what she has seen." He looked down at the floor, and while his hands balled into fists, he said, "I can't lose my wife and child, my king. Please let me go to Rodovvia." King Maddox glanced at Beta Kevin. Gavin saw through his reluctance, but eventually the king replied, "Will you be taking Irene with you? I hope to use her expertise to create more healing potions, to prepare ourselves for the coming battle." She had brought 20 bottles of the ready-made healing potion. "We had secured them in my room when we arrived," Ethan revealed. He and Vera went to find Irene, and thus knew about the potion. "Very well." The king answered, "You can go first thing in the morning, Gavin, or when Irene has information about the potion. You would need solid proof to convince your wife. Take Ethan, Vera, and Irene with you. You have done so much for the nation. You deserve your happiness, so I give you my approval. Beta, Kevin, and I will take care of our defenses." Relief washed over Gavin. As he got up from his kneeling stance, he said, "Thank you, my king. I will return as soon as I can." Unfortunately for Gavin, it wasn't until another 2 days before Irene found her needed answers. She had insisted that they leave when they have proof of the potion's power, and thus Gavin was forced to agree. Once they had everything ready, they prepared to leave by car to the north. It would take 4 days to reach Lerafel. They would rest for a day before moving again toward Rodovvia. It would take more than a week to arrive in Rodovvia. Once there, they would spend an entire day with immigration or getting past security before driving another 3 days to reach its capital, where Katherine should be with Queen Anaya. Gavin recalled that Queen Anaya had secret routes to make her journey faster. Gavin wished he had such access so he could see his wife soon, but for now, while no one in Rodovvia wanted to entertain his calls, he and his friends would have to go through a regular route. "Are we all good?" Gavin asked. "Let's leave now." Kieran's party was already at the palace's main gate. Ethan was behind the wheels and Vera was seated next to him. Irene was rushing to bring the last of her things when Beta Kevin ran their direction. "Alpha Gavin! Alpha Gavin!" Beta Kevin called. He was sweating as he chased after Gavin. "What is it, Beta Kevin?" Gavin asked. "We have already sent our contacts to Rodovvia. At least they can relay a message to Princess Katherine before your arrival. However, Alpha Gavin, you should know this. Our contacts from Lerafel also conveyed that one of the king's princes is traveling to Rodovvia," Beta Kevin said while catching his breath. "Gavin, Lerafel is trying to establish an alliance with Rodovvia through marriage. There is only one princess in Rodovvia, and that's Katherine, Beta Kevin added, so hurry up and go after your wife. Gavin felt a pang in his chest. He could not help but clench his hand too, thinking it was all his fault. He sucked in a breath and said, "That's exactly what I am doing." He turned to Irene and said, "Let's go. I have to get my wife back." Katherine? Meanwhile, in Rodovvia, Katherine was in front of Elder Dan. She was having lunch with her mother when the elder invited himself during their meal. "Prince Regan of Paradon is on his way to meet you, Princess Katherine," Elder Dan said with a smile. "It's time to consider meeting another man since your husband betrayed you for his true mate." "Elder Dan, my daughter has just been broken-hearted. It is not the time for her to meet another man. Let her give birth first and mend from the pain, which I know will take longer," Queen Anaya proposed. But Elder Dan directed his gaze to Katherine and reminded, "Princess, remember the condition Elder Paulin had asked? You will need to do so as you promised." Katherine sighed in regret, thinking about her agreement with Elder Paulin. However, who would have ever known? She earnestly thought Gavin's love for her was strong enough to resist a true mate's bond. When she returned to Rodovvia through the portal, Katherine had cut off all communications with Gavin. Queen Anaya instructed the same to her loyal guards and her beta. News of Gavin's betrayal quickly spread among the elders. Katherine nor the queen did not know how, but they found out. Katherine had been sulking in her room since. Food was brought to her, and Queen Anaya often stayed with her. It was only for that day that Queen Anaya had convinced her to walk outside the palace grounds, especially since snowflakes were falling from the sky. For the past 2 days, Katherine was relieved that Elder Paulin was still unconscious, resting after creating a portal for her. She recalled how Elder Paulin might be out more than 10 days. Then she would have time to think about herself, Gavin, and her baby. To her dismay, Elder Dan was carrying out Elder Paulin's plans. With a loud sigh, Katherine answered, "I know what I have said and promised, but I need time. The prince is already on his way to Rodovvia. All you need to do is to befriend him as a start. I am not rushing you, especially since we still need to take care of your divorce with Alpha Gavin," Dan said. "He is fully aware that you are still married, but for now, get to know each other." He cleared his throat and suggested, "That is one way for you to carry out your promise to Elder Paulin. Who knows, you and Prince Regan might be true mates. Should that be the case, there is no need for time to mend. It's already the moon goddess' decision to make you love someone else." Katherine's mouth fell open, pondering about Elder Dan's words. Is the mate bond so strong that one could easily forget a husband? A wife and having a child? Perhaps, Katherine said in her head. If it was easy for Gavin, then it may be easy for me too. "Katherine, you don't have to if you feel like you are not ready," Queen Anaya urged. Katherine, however, returned her attention to Elder Dan and said, "I will meet and befriend him for the sake of our nation's amicable relationship. But if he is not my true mate, then I insist that I shall remain single for at least a year." "King Maddox, who hired you?" I said, "Who hired you?" One of Gavin's warriors, Leilani, interrogated the half-witch, Eliana, and within the underground prison, King Maddox watched from a glass window. A few days had passed since Gavin left the palace of Pentos, but Eliana still refused to give the name of her employer. Apparently, Eliana, the half-wolf and half-witch, was born with the ability to seduce, and it works best on men. She could imitate a true mate's bond with the potion she had created. This was what Irene had found out from Eliana's kin. Her clan had long deserted Eliana due to her forbidden practice, and had long been a wanted offender in the nation of Vatara. While Vatara's rulers had sent warriors to collect Eliana, King Maddox ensured that the half-witch was interrogated. Irene left specific instructions on how to handle Eliana. Since the half-witch had natural seducing capabilities, a female warrior should interrogate her. Like every witch, he or she can recharge her power through the life force around her, such as nature, werewolves, and humans. Thus, Eliana should be weakened. A day after the witch regained consciousness, she had little food and water. Eliana was locked in chains inside her prison cell, while occasionally injected with wolfsbane. Using a whip with silver dust on its tail, Leilani hit Eliana's leg. Leilani barked, "Save yourself from the torture and save us all the trouble. Tell us who hired you to seduce our alpha." Eliana shrieked in pain. She howled and attempted to shift, but was too weak to change into her wolf form. "Ha ha!" An ominous laugh escaped Eliana's lips. She said, "You can torture me all you want, but eventually I will be set free, because whoever hired me will be taking over Pentos. Ha ha!" Eliana fell to her knees and choked, but she continued to mock her captors despite her agony. "Some have already entered Pentos, and you don't even know it. Ha ha! You might as well say goodbye to your king. Ha ha, bitch!" Leilani whipped her again, but later on the warrior looked past the glass window with her brows furrowed at the king. King Maddox knew exactly what was going on in Leilani's mind. Their nation had been breached, and war was evidently coming. Katherine awoke from her sleep, panting. She got up and drank a glass of water. Tears ran down her face, recalling the dream. It had been the same for the past week. She saw Gavin and that woman. Yet again, Katherine cried. A big part of her wanted answers. She wanted to know if Gavin and Eliana had already mated, but at the same time she was afraid of the truth. "I should have known better. Loving someone who isn't my true mate would never last." She told herself the same words Elder Dan had repeatedly instilled in her head. She got up and opened her window. She studied the night sky from her room. Snow was falling again. Rodovvia snowed all year round, but there was very little snow when she arrived the first time. It was very chilly, but Katherine had gotten used to it. The more she stayed in her mother's lands, the more she became immune to the cold. As she hugged herself, she thought about calling Vera. However, remembering how her child was in pain when she saw Gavin with Eliana, she changed her mind. Katherine thought it was a miracle, the connection she had with her pup. However, her baby's reaction also gave her the strength to fight her feelings for Gavin. The palace doctor had suggested it was not good to feel depressed nor cause her pup any more discomfort. It was hurting her baby and giving her abdominal cramps. Thus, Katherine was determined to protect her child. Katherine would rather lose Gavin than lose her pup at this point. So instead of hearing news about Gavin, she closed the window and returned to her bed. Katherine prayed to the moon goddess to give her a good night's sleep. She needed a good rest for tomorrow because Prince Verigan would arrive. The next day, Katherine had an early breakfast with her mother when a commotion outside the palace gates forced one warrior to disrupt their meal. "Your Highness, there are 2 warriors outside the gates. They are people of Larafel, but perhaps commissioned by King Maddox. They wish to send a message to Princess Katherine." The guard said. "I offered to receive a message, but these men insisted on relaying the message themselves only to the princess or to you, Queen Anaya." The warrior on guard at the gate gasped and said, "Elder Dan is outside, trying to scare them away," but the warriors were persistent, saying they were willing to die if needed. Anaya let out a low growl. She said, "We can't have that. King Maddox may have paid them, but they are people of Larafel. That means we end up aggravating 2 nations should Dan hurt them." "Katherine," Anaya turned to her, saying, "we have no choice but to hear them out." Heartbeats later, Anaya and Katherine were inside the Queen's private office. Beta Nicole and other warriors were present while accommodating the werewolves from Larafel. While the unknown men were being ushered inside the office, Dan kept grumbling behind, saying, "Queen Anaya, you are risking our safety. You cannot let these men come in here just like that." "I am not any werewolf, Elder Dan. You might have forgotten that I am the strongest one amongst all werewolves. There is no need to fret against warriors from Larafel, a nation you always favored for an alliance," Queen Anaya quickly countered. Elder Dan continued to object, but Katherine's mother stood her ground, saying, "You are free to leave us, Elder Dan." Dan purred. His eyes formed slits, studying the visitors. Instead of leaving, he stood beside Beta Nicole, saying, "I want to hear what they have to say." That when the 2 warriors from Larafel had the Queen's full attention, they kneeled before her and to Katherine. "Say what you have to say, but whatever it is, it will not change the fact that Alpha Gavin has hurt my daughter," Queen Anaya firmly said. On the other hand, Katherine held her breath and lifted her chin. She knew this was equally hard for her mother, considering Gavin was King Maddox's most trusted alpha. Her mother and King Maddox were, after all, true mates. Turning to the visitors, Katherine paid attention as one man reported, the woman who was with Alpha Gavin at the time of Princess Catherine's visit, was not his true mate. She was a half-witch who had used magic to sway the Alpha and seduce him with a potion. Catherine stilled at what she had heard. Her heart felt like it was being squeezed again. She wasn't sure if the news consoled her. What? What did they say? Alpha Gavin freed himself from the witch's magic after seeing Princess Catherine in the flesh. The witch is suspected of being commissioned to lure Alpha Gavin and is currently locked up and interrogated. Alpha Gavin wants to explain everything to Princess Catherine and the Queen in person. As we speak, Alpha Gavin, his beta, and 2 other companions should already be in Larafel by now, traveling to Rodovvia. The man looked up at Catherine, saying, "Alpha Gavin is coming here for his wife." "Nonsense! Lies after lies to gain our princess' trust," Dan growled. While it is true that some witches have such capability, a man like Alpha Gavin should not have been easily convinced. Turning to Anaya, Dan suggested, "King Maddox is making excuses for his proudest Alpha. We cannot easily accept his reasoning, considering Catherine's pup was in danger." Meanwhile, Catherine's mouth fell on the floor. Her brows met, thinking about that night. Then she recounted how Gavin had kept this truth from her at first. And then that image of him kissing another woman and touching her body flashed in her head. Her pain was so real that she could not accept their words easily. Moreover, Elder Dan was right. Because of how much she was hurt, her baby also suffered. She turned to her mother, and Anaya implied, "I agree with Elder Dan. How could he easily fall into a witch's trap? We will listen to what he says, but we will have to decide if it's worth believing." Anaya turned to Catherine, asking, "Am I right, Catherine?" Catherine felt as though there was a lump in her throat. She was half-hearted, but could not help but agree with her mother and Elder Dan. She gulped before answering, "That's right, Mother. That's right." Sadly for Catherine, Gavin was not the only person she had to worry about. Shortly after the messengers of King Maddox arrived, the youngest prince of Larafel turned up. Prince Verrigan may be the youngest prince of Larafel, but he is 8 years older than Catherine. Yet, despite his age, he looked impressive and youthful. He had lighter features, quite the opposite of Gavin. The prince had green eyes and a fair complexion. He had dirty blonde hair and a clean face. Catherine could not deny how the prince caught her eye. It was in the palace's sitting area where Catherine and her mother met the prince. Introductions were made, and pleasantries were exchanged. When Prince Verrigan asked for his private time with Catherine, they walked to the wintry gardens of the palace. From there, the prince revealed, "I fell in love with my best friend 10 years ago. We were set to be married, but after 4 years into our relationship, she found her true mate. She left me, and I have been in misery since." Prince Verrigan turned to Catherine, suggesting, "I know exactly how you feel, Princess Catherine, and while we are not true mates, I can promise you that the experience of that pain taught me a valuable lesson. I will never hurt a woman as my best friend did. Trust me, I have no part in my Uncle Dan's plans, whatever it is. In fact, I wasn't going to come until I learned of your husband's betrayal." The prince offered his hand to her and proposed, "I can be your friend, and if we catch feelings for each other, I will treasure you with all my heart." It wasn't that Catherine already believed him, but she felt she could relate to the prince following his tale. She accepted his hand, saying, "Thank you. I could honestly use a friend right now." "Catherine, nothing yet?" Prince Verrigan asked after meeting Catherine outside the Queen's private office. Closing the door behind her, Catherine shook her head regretfully, saying, "There is no word of their arrival, nor do the messengers of the king have any news." Her heart ached once again, because a small part of her hoped. It had been more than 2 weeks since the messengers from the king arrived. At first, Catherine felt reluctant to listen to Gavin's side of the story. After a day, she felt guilty for making assumptions about her husband. Next, she felt hopeful that maybe it was true, that her husband simply could not resist the witch's magic. In each day that passed, Catherine longed to hear his reasons. However, after 11 days of waiting, she regretted believing Gavin would go after her. At most, Gavin should have arrived after 8 days, but he did not. "I'm sorry to hear that, Catherine," Prince Verrigan said. "His true mate might have come after him. Maybe she wasn't imprisoned after all," a female voice said. and when Katherine turned to the source, she saw Elder Pollen. "I'm telling you, the king was only trying to make excuses for Gavin, knowing how King Maddox favors you more than Alpha Gavin's true mate. Maybe it's true that woman is a half-witch, but could still be Alpha Gavin's true mate." Elder Pollen shook her head and said, "My dear child, don't let your heart be so weak, for your sake and the pup's." Elder Pollen had awoken a few days back and spat nothing good about Gavin and King Maddox. Perhaps Elder Pollen is right, Katherine thought in her head. Gavin is not coming after all. Prince Verigan offered his hand to her. He said, "Come on, let's go out and enjoy the snow. I heard that you rarely step out of the palace, so why don't we go out now and meet your people?" Katherine suddenly had an awakening. She was too absorbed by what was happening with her personal life that she had forgotten who she was. She was Princess Katherine and was obligated to her mother's lands. Now that she had mastered controlling her power, she reckoned Prince Verigan was right. She took his hand and replied, "I think that is a great idea." In the next few hours, Katherine and Prince Verigan went around the nearest towns to the palace, meeting people and hearing their cries. Most who lived in their lands were humans, so with Rodovvia having snow all year round, they worried about getting food. The entire time, warriors from the palace walked with them. "Some parts of Rodovvia do not snow so often, Princess. These are the towns of Koinan, Cathius, and Twara. We get most of our fruits from these villages where our farmers live. We also get fruits and grains from Lerafel and Pentos," one warrior said. Katherine hugged her coat tightly and blew warm air before suggesting, "Then we should help those who live in Koinan, Cathius, and Twara for their trees and crops to grow more. Maybe even relocate those that live far from these towns. The more people are in these towns, the more likely they will convert into farming as a livelihood." "We did not think of relocation before, Princess, but that's a good idea," the warrior responded. "How about meat?" Katherine belatedly asked. "Our warriors hunt for the humans, and as for fish, they get it from the lakes and the nearby seas, which is about 4 hours away," the warrior revealed. "Relocation is not possible there, Princess. It's too cold by the seas. There are small fishermen who bring fish through here once in a while, and the towns near the palace buy them in bulk," the warrior added. "But mostly we rely on Lerafel to give us our meat and poultry. Sometimes fish too. If they are small fishermen, then we should think about giving them financial aid so they can grow their business, buy a bigger boat, hire more men whenever they sailed," Katherine suggested. With a sigh, Katherine said, "I'll discuss this with my mother later." "You really are a princess, Katherine," Regan remarked. "A princess of Rodovvia. This is your calling and where you belong." Katherine smiled at Verigan. Thanks to his suggestion, she was able to get her mind off Gavin. She said, "I appreciate your presence. You have been a good friend these past few days." "Princess, I heard you are getting a divorce from your husband," one local suddenly expressed. "Then maybe you can be with Prince Verigan. You two look good together." The townspeople that were around them teased Katherine, and she could not help but blush at their claims. She turned to Verigan, who was smiling from ear to ear, his face also burning. She wondered, "Can I really move on?" Katherine looked down at her belly. She was about a month shy from shifting into her wolf and around 3 to 4 months into giving birth. After focusing on her stomach, she looked past the trees and the snowy slopes, wondering what had happened to Gavin. "Are you really coming?" "Gavin?" Gavin's mobile, including Vera's, could not be reached, so Katherine would not know. "Gavin." Gavin's growl muffled against Irene's hand. He was in pain following an attempt to his life again. Irene was putting medicine in Gavin's wound so he would heal faster, and she wrapped it tightly with a cloth. It had been a week since they entered Rodovvia. They were ambushed and attacked by not only werewolves from Lerafel, but also by winter grey wolves. Being the strongest in their group, Gavin was often at the front of the struggle and had killed 5 warriors from Lerafel and wounded 1 winter grey wolf. Ethan and Vera also fought for their lives, but often stayed together. Irene used spells and magic to weaken the wintry grey wolves. Thankfully, with all of them helping each other, they managed to last another week, fighting back, running for their lives, and continuing their route toward the Palace of Rodovvia. They lost their car, money, and mobiles in the process. Irene only carried her bag and protected it with her life. In it were pieces of evidence of the Eliana's potion and other helpful medicines they could use during the travel, including the magical healing potion made from the fireroot plant. If it weren't for the healing potion that Irene had brought, it was safe to say they would not have remained alive to this day. They were in a cave somewhere in Rodovvia, hiding from their enemies. Ethan was scouting the cave, trying to find food, while Vera was looking for another exit from the shelter. Soon, Ethan returned with a snake. He carried the dead snake with one arm while his other had a sling due to a dislocated elbow. He said, "This will have to be food for now." "I hate snakes," Gavin growled. He sat up, panting. He massaged his temples before turning to Irene. "Is the moon goddess so against me being with Katherine?" "It's not that, Alpha Gavin. Someone ordered to hunt us down. There is a traitor in Rodovvia, and Katherine's mother is unaware," Irene suggested. Gavin gasped. He said, "I need my wife. I need to see her. How far are we from the palace? Had I known we would be attacked this way, I should have brought Alpha Aaron's skunk potion." "I think we should arrive by tomorrow, Alpha Gavin. Before hiding in the cave, I climbed up the tree earlier. I saw the palace was not too far. Our attackers have been trying to drive us to the east, opposite the palace, and somehow they succeeded, but thanks to the moon goddess, we are back on course." Ethan walked closer to the wounded Gavin and assured him, "A little more, Alpha, just a little more." Just then, Vera arrived. She was chasing her breath and holding a torch in her hand. She smiled as she announced, "I found another way out." Gavin. The fireroot plant healed Gavin quickly in 2 ways. Irene had spread a few on his wound and drank a few drops. Following a few hours of rest, Gavin was up and ultimately healed. It also helped that he was an alpha with a fast healing ability. Ethan wasn't completely better, but they had to leave. They were racing against time, missing the opportunities for Gavin to patch things up with Katherine, and then the problem in Pentos, which they had no update on since they lost their mobiles. They navigated through a cave with the last set of their worn-out clothes. For minutes, they followed Vera and finally arrived at the small opening. "Fuck, Vera, I can't fit through there," Gavin growled. He looked at his beta and saw Ethan gulp. "Relax, Alpha. I covered the opening with rocks, so it won't be too obvious," Vera revealed. Vera and Irene slowly removed the rocks. Then, Gavin was able to see where they were at. Trees and rocks enclosed the cave's opening, along with the snow. Then, in front of it, were boulders of stones. The opening of the cave formed pointed limes that scratched their skins upon exiting, but that was trivial compared to what they had been through at the hands of the winter-gray wolves. Gavin slowly climbed up to the boulders. Then he climbed up to the highest tree. From there, he realized they were now closer to the palace of Rodovvia. However, it looked like they were headed down a thick forest. When Gavin returned to the ground, he said to everyone, "This way. Let's shift. We can run faster." They stripped and shifted. They let Irene carry their clothes in the same bag that kept all the essential potions. Irene secured the bag, biting the sling as she followed behind Vera and Ethan. Their party cautiously trekked down the snowy hill, occasionally coming across thick, pointy branches that belt their arms. During the first 4 hours, everything went well until they arrived at a village where humans lived. Gavin and his group tried to avoid being detected. The presence of another werewolf kind would alert the humans. Moreover, he knew that the winter-gray wolves protected them dearly. Therefore, there were bound to be warriors on watch. Can he trust his life to a winter-gray wolf? Given his recent experience, no. He would only trust his wife and Queen Anaya. They went around the village, maintaining to hide in between trees. They were successful at some point until a child ran into them. Time stilled for everyone when the child studied their frames. The child was wide-eyed, his mouth open. Gavin's heart pounded against his ribcage. He mind-linked with his group. "Run, run fast." Before he knew it, the child yelled, "Wolves! Werewolves! Not gray ones!" Gavin and Vera, Ethan and Irene ran past the child. Their paws thundered against the ground. Soon they heard the howling of wolves, but it did not come from them. "Let Irene run ahead," Gavin instructed. He said, "Irene, try to reach the palace before us. You alone can prove my innocence." "But Alpha Gavin," Irene tried to object, but Gavin instructed, "Go." The half-witch had no choice but to obey her alpha. She sprinted ahead, biting tightly against the sling of her bag. As they ran toward their route, they heard a winter-gray wolf shouting, "Stop in the name of Queen Anaya of Azina." "We won't stop. We don't know if you mean well. We have been attacked by your kind." Gavin reasoned, "If you don't stop, you will die." The big white wolf from behind them said, "Funny, we have heard that many times over the past week." Gavin barked. "Who are you, and why have you wandered into our lands?" the unknown wolf asked. Gavin thought this wolf may not have been part of those pursuing them. Why would they ask about their purpose for being there? The problem with winter-gray wolves is that they have the same coat, wintry gray. They all looked alike in their wolf form, except for their height, build, and the color of their eyes. It was difficult to tell one apart from the other. Thus, Gavin could not readily identify their attackers. He continued to run with Ethan and Vera, yelling, "I am Alpha Gavin Williams. I am Princess Catherine's husband. I have come to see my wife." "Alpha Gavin Williams? We have been expecting you. What took you so long?" Following the query from the gray wolf, Gavin allowed Ethan and Vera to go past him. He stalled and eventually stopped in his tracks. He saw the winter-gray wolf continue on his path. Next, he saw 2 other winter-gray wolves dashing in their direction. Seeing the warrior slow down, Gavin relaxed. However, in his mind, he still instructed Ethan, "Keep going." Watching the warrior close in on him, Gavin disclosed, "We were ambushed, first by warriors of Larafel, and when we went further into Rodovvia, we were met by winter-gray wolves who joined the raid. We had to abandon our car and most of our belongings. They threw us off course, so we took longer to reach here." The wolf before him was almost as tall as Gavin. He thanked his alpha blood because his cut was still more imposing than the wintry gray wolves he had encountered so far. "It's fortunate, then, that you came across us," the unknown wolf said before adding, "so we can put an end to your life once and for all." The warrior let out a growl before his fangs elongated, and just then, Gavin saw that familiar eyes, the same that had recently injured him. The winter-gray wolf lunged at Gavin, but he promptly ducked and rolled to the ground. He was back on his fours again, just in time to bite the warrior's tail. The winter-gray wolf screamed before attempting to wag his tail, but the more he moved, the more Gavin's teeth sunk into the flesh of his tail. He tried to bite Gavin, but Gavin shifted into his human form, sliding down in between the warrior's legs, this time holding his tail instead. Unfortunately for Gavin, winter-gray wolves were known for their strength. Like the warrior he was fighting, he could not push him off easily. Still, in an effort to run for it, he pushed his human feet against the wolf's back before shifting into his wolf form, and he kicked him down with every strength he got. Gavin managed to make the winter-gray wolf lose his balance, which was his cue to run. He dashed toward the direction of the palace, following the paw prints left by Vera and Ethan. Gavin could hear more growls and howls, suggesting more enemies were coming for him. Nevertheless, he did not look back, knowing every second mattered. The great alpha did not know how long he ran, but Gavin escaped his hunters. He ran despite his swelling paws and only rested when passing by a creek. He quenched his thirst before racing again. "Alpha Gavin? We are being attacked. Help!" he heard Vera, mind-linking. Gavin dashed as fast as he could and arrived at a startling scene. Ethan was on the ground. His legs were bleeding, but his chest had a deeper cut. He was pressing his hand firmly against his wound, while Vera was trying to fight off another winter-gray wolf, and oh boy, was she angry. The warrior was already gasping. Clearly, Ethan gave him a hard time. "You want to kill my mate?" she barked. "Not before I kill you first." Their speed was the one thing they had an advantage over the winter-gray wolves. The latter may be more robust, but Gavin, Vera, and Ethan were faster and had more techniques. Perhaps it was their experience in fighting a war, and Rodovvia had fewer battles to win that required less training. Lastly, Gavin considered how they relied too much on the strength of their queen, one who held the most significant power. He watched as Vera ran around the attacker. She went in circles that confused the warrior. Vera called, "Now, Alpha Gavin!" Gavin rushed and jumped at the warrior, his teeth easily finding the enemy's back. Vera also tried to find an opening as the warrior cried in pain. She was pushed and landed on a tree branch but was back up to attack again. Vera went for the warrior's leg instead, and with the two of them biting him, he was bleeding severely and he fell in no time. The warrior still fought back, clawing or biting them. Gavin was bitten on her leg, and Vera was clawed. Vera did not stop. Gavin was the same, plunging his fangs at their opponent whenever possible, until such time that the winter-gray wolf lost consciousness. "Alpha," Ethan called. He was struggling to breathe. Gavin approached his beta, saying, "I'll carry you on my back. Let's find Irene." A loud barking sound distracted Gavin. He recognized that the warriors that were chasing him were now close by. Gavin first lowered his body, and Vera shifted to her human form to help Ethan on his back. However, to his dismay, winter-gray wolves emerged from the trees. There was not just one, but 5 of them. One of them found their unconscious fellow and became enraged. He barked, "You will pay for this." Gavin put Ethan back down on the ground. His claws dug into the earth as he growled. No matter what, he wouldn't die that day because he still needed to see his wife. The winter-gray wolf, who seemed like their leader, ordered, "Let's kill Alpha Gavin first." "Vera, run with Ethan," Gavin suggested while the warriors surrounded him. No, Vera cried. "Save yourself and Ethan." "Find Irene. Get healed," Gavin ordered. "I can't fight and protect you at the same time." From the corner of Gavin's eye, he saw Vera holding Ethan on her back. Then she shifted into her wolf form. Vera fled, whimpering. Gavin's pursuers were growling, their fangs lengthening. They were about to jump at him simultaneously when a commanding voice froze them in their stance. "Stop! I demand your explanation." The next thing Gavin noticed was a powerful atmosphere behind him, and his attackers flew in midair like the wind had thrust them away. Katherine awoke, feeling her chest heavy. She could not understand it because Gavin was constantly in her thoughts, even as she slept through the night. She dreamt of him, running into the snow, seemingly flustered. Her pup was restless in her stomach too, like their baby was sensing their father. That day was her initiation into the nation of Rodovvia, where she was meant to have a blood compact with her mother. They had put it off for so long because Katherine still meant to return to Pentos. However, due to the problem between her and Gavin, her mother suggested that Katherine swear loyalty to the winter-gray wolves. That also meant losing her connection with the Blackthorn pack, Gavin's pack. Katherine bathed and changed into her dress. She continued to feel uneasy, even as she ate breakfast with her mother and made her way to the palace balcony, where many of the people awaited to see her. She watched her mother address the crowd, explaining how the initiation worked. Anaya said, "My people, today is a special day, for my daughter has already decided to leave her past behind and join us wholeheartedly." A hand clasped on hers, and Katherine turned to Prince Verigan. He was smiling at her, affirming her decision. He said, "This is for the best. When you can mind link with your people, you feel instantly connected with them." Nodding her head, Katherine answered, "Right." She remembered when she had a blood compact with Gavin. She felt the same way, connected to the Blackthorn pack. As Anaya continued to talk in front of the warriors and humans below the balcony, Katherine felt her chest tightening. That uncomfortable feeling was becoming more and more familiar with each minute that passed. "Katherine, come here, my daughter," Anaya said, smiling at her. Katherine was so distracted. Her heart was pounding erratically, and her forehead sweat. "What's wrong? Are you nervous?" "Nervous? No, more like I feel Gavin's in grave danger." Her thoughts were cut off when she felt her mark in pain, her stomach cramping. She gasped, calling, "Gavin! Gavin!" Everyone around her was startled. Katherine cried and ran toward the balcony's edge, saying, "Mother, I can feel Gavin. He is in trouble. He is here. I feel him. I know it." "Katherine, are you sure?" Anaya asked. "He wouldn't be in danger here." "Mother, I swear." Katherine turned to her mother, her hand on her stomach. "My pup feels it too. Even if Gavin had hurt her, she could not just let her baby's father get hurt or die." Thus, Katherine begged, "Mother, please." Katherine returned to the balcony's edge, looking past villages, trees, and snowy slopes. As she did, a commotion erupted behind her. Elder Paulin and Elder Dan were speaking against Katherine's claims. She is just being emotional right now, still hurt by what she discovered about her husband. "If Alpha Gavin made his way into our nation, we would have been notified," Dan said. Paulin, on the other hand, suggested, "Katherine, forget your husband. Let's continue with the ceremony." Prince Verrigan, on the other hand, approached Katherine. He asked, "You feel him through your mark?" Katherine nodded, saying, "I do." "Then I'll scout for him," Prince Verrigan offered. "That's not necessary. It is my job," the Queen said. She turned to her daughter, saying, "We will look for him, Katherine." "Mother, something is not right. You need to hurry," Katherine begged. She pointed in one direction, saying, "I feel his presence more in this direction." Katherine watched as her mother addressed her people, saying, "I'm sorry, but we must reschedule. We have an urgent matter to attend to. Thank you all for coming here, and kindly await my next announcement." In the next few minutes, Katherine followed her mother and warriors down the first floor, all while the crowd dispersed. They made it to the front of the palace gates when they saw another ruckus ahead. "There is an intruder! Catch her!" "It's another werewolf!" They saw the humans running away while the warriors by the gate shifted and formed a protective arch around Anaya and Katherine. Katherine narrowed her eyes, sensing the werewolf looked so familiar. Just then, she heard the werewolf, mind link with her. "Luna, Katherine!" "It's me, Irene. This is my wolf form." Irene's army-colored wolf was limping as she ran. Her leg had been bitten, but she kept running. Then, Katherine noticed a warrior chasing after her. "I will take her out, Queen Anaya. She is an intruder," the warrior behind Irene barked. Katherine, however, was quick to scream, "No, she is my friend. Do not harm her." Despite her warning, the warrior maintained his pace, and because of this, Katherine saw her mother use her power. She shifted into her wolf form and stood behind Irene, thrusting the attacker into the air with the mere force of her hand. "Guards!" Anaya called, pointing to the assaulting wintry gray wolf. She commanded, "Seize the warrior." Behind Katherine, she could hear Elder Dan and Elder Paulin questioning the Queen's decision. Still, Anaya maintained her stance, loudly voicing, "Didn't you hear what my daughter said? This werewolf is her friend." Irene shifted into her human form. She held a bag dearly against her chest as she reached for Katherine. She said, "Luna, Katherine, thank the moon goddess, we have finally met." When Irene embraced Katherine, she revealed, "The moment we entered Rodovvia's territory, we were ambushed, repeatedly attacked, like no one wanted us to reach you. We were sabotaged, Luna, Katherine. Believe me, I have no reason to lie to you. We have been on foot since," Irene claimed, "and even winter gray wolves tried to kill us." It was because her howls were unpretentious that Katherine cried with Irene. She felt her pain and struggle. Moreover, she noticed Irene had lost an incredible amount of weight. So, how long had they been running? Katherine soothed Irene's back, rubbing it as she said, "You are okay now, Irene. You are safe." "Vera, Ethan, and Alpha Gavin. Their lives are in danger. Other winter gray wolves are probably chasing after them," Irene suggested. "And we would have easily managed independently. Except Luna, Katherine. Your kind is stronger." She howled, saying, "Please, please, Luna. Send help. Help them." Instantly, Katherine felt her heart race. She felt chills down her spine because she sensed Gavin was nervous, doubting himself. When had Gavin ever doubted himself? His ability to fight? His opponent must be that strong, or there were too many of them. However, considering Irene's words, if winter gray wolves were attacking him, then Gavin found a match to his strength, maybe even more. Turning to her mother, Katherine said, "I need to find Gavin, Vera, and Ethan." "Let your mother take care of it. Stay. You are pregnant, and your friend needs you," Anaya said. "Moreover, if it concerns one of our kind, I must address it." Anaya eyed her beta, saying, "Take charge, Nicole." He glanced at her guards, ordering, "Follow me." Katherine watched her mother leave with a pained expression. Behind her, Elder Dan and Elder Paulin were ranting, but she did not care. All her bitterness toward Gavin vanished and was replaced by complete concern. Under her breath, she muttered, "Be safe, Gavin. Be safe, Vera and Ethan. I'm warning you, Elder Dan. I will not think twice about fighting you. Respect the royals, and that includes any of their visitors." Katherine could hear Nicole scold the elders behind closed doors. She was in the medical room helping Irene tend to her wounds, together with the palace's in-house doctor, Godwin. "Uncle, enough of this. Why do you think they do not mean well?" She could also hear Prince Verrigan arguing with Elder Dan and Elder Paulin outside the door. Katherine could only shake her head, thankful she wasn't outside to witness their exchange. Why are they so angry at us when we have done nothing? Irene sought before sipping down a few drops of the healing potion. She hissed, watching the doctor apply the same mixture on her leg, saying, "Damn, your kind is strong, Katherine." "So you are saying Chase was one of those who attacked you?" the doctor, Godwin, asked. "Chase? The one who ran after me?" Irene asked. "I saw him run after you, so I supposed," Godwin admitted. "The palace doctor, Godwin, saw everything at the palace entrance. He knew everyone in the nearby provinces of Rodovvia. Chase, he is like me, a mix of half winter gray wolf and half human," the doctor revealed. "If my guess is right, his group was the one who attacked you. They always get in trouble around here." "They aren't the strongest in the nation since they aren't pure breed." "You were lucky. No pure breed would dare defy the queen," Godwin added. "It's just regretful if Chase and his group did this." Katherine gasped. She shook her head and agreed. After all, Katherine had learned about her lineage this past few weeks. She knew many warriors were 2 to 3 times stronger than her husband. Her mother was probably 4 times stronger due to her power, being a descendant of Alicia Cecil, the first winter gray wolves known to all. Why would they do this? Katherine asked herself in silence. Her gaze landed on the doctor, and she meant to ask more when someone barged into the room. "Alpha Gavin and your other friends arrived, Princess. They are all badly wounded," one palace guard shared the news. "They said they needed the one called Irene. Bring them in here to get treated," Katherine quickly ordered. "Now." "Yes, Princess," the guard responded. Katherine was feeling nervous about seeing Gavin. She did not know how she would react to his presence, but she could sense him closer. However, Gavin was not the first to arrive. The moment the door opened, Katherine saw one guard carrying Ethan. She gasped, seeing how he was so much in bad shape. Her voice trembled as she said, "Oh my God, Ethan." "Lay him here," the doctor ordered, clearing one stretcher. "I need an IV site on this patient." "I'll help you, doctor," a nurse quickly responded. Ethan was barely breathing and had his eyes closed. Irene quickly gave him drops of the potion when Vera was also brought in. Vera was entirely in a panic that she only cried at the sight of Katherine. She was also wounded, but her attention was focused more on Ethan. "Miss, you need to lie yourself down. On the next hospital bed," the doctor instructed, but Vera just kept howling in front of Ethan. Katherine had to step in and offer her friend comfort. She put an arm around Vera, declaring, "Vera, he will be fine. Ethan will be okay. The worst is over now. Lie down so we can treat your wounds." That was the only time when Vera finally turned to Katherine. She embraced her strongly, saying, "Whoever did this will pay, Katherine. They should." Katherine wept with her friend. She put her hands on Vera's face, assuring her, "We are going to find out who did this." "Like the group of young winter gray werewolves was already captured, Princess," one palace guard said. "They are being interrogated right now at the dungeons. Her Highness is there." The guard turned to Vera, supplementing, "Rest assured, our queen will give you justice. She is a just ruler. We are stopping the bleeding now, Vera. Go and have her drink the healing potion." Turning to Katherine, Irene asked, "Luna, please help Vera." Katherine nodded, took a nearly empty healing potion, and gave it to Vera. After Vera had a few drops, she lay on the other stretcher, and the nurse attended to her cuts. Irene and the palace doctor continued to attend to Ethan. The doctor gave him IV fluids and morphine, while Irene maintained to put pressure on his wounds. One other guard, trained in medical situations, prepared to cover the injuries. Seeing all this, Katherine thanked the moon goddess for having enough supplies in the palace's medical room. The infirmary was in chaos, but Katherine knew one more patient was coming. She rushed to the third stretcher just in time as Nicole walked in, supporting Gavin. Like Vera, Gavin was in a robe, probably given by the guards. He had scratches on his face, but the bleeding bite marks on his leg were the most concerning. Looking at her husband, Katherine's heart was racing. Like she was relieved that he was alive. At the same time, she could not deny how he had that effect on him. However, instead of addressing their marital problem, she approached him, saying, "Let's get you treated." "Katherine," Gavin said, holding her hand and pulling her into his arms. "I did not mean to hurt you, my wife. I promise you, that time I thought I was with you. You are the only woman I want to be with." "He thought it was me?" Katherine asked in her head. Please, Alpha Gavin, you can talk with the princess later. Let's stop the bleeding on your wounds first, Nicole proposed. Katherine pulled away from Gavin's hold, saying, We will talk later. Before lying on the stretcher, Gavin put his hands on Katherine's face and kissed her forehead. He then lowered his frame and caressed her belly. He pecked her stomach too, saying, I'm here, my child. I'm here. I can feel you calling to me. The entire time, Katherine remained in the clinic. She could sense her friend's unwillingness to be alone with the palace guards, and she understood why. One of their kind attacked them. Her friends were having trust issues. Gavin especially held her hand, saying, Stay, please. Yes, stay here, Katherine, please. Vera also pleaded, her eyes getting heavy by the second. Irene was feeling sleepy too. Even when no bed was available in the medical room, she insisted on staying with their group. Katherine had to ask for another bed to be made inside the infirmary, and only then did Irene doze off to sleep, her arms hugging her bag like her life depended on it. Later on, Gavin and Vera were also fast asleep. Prince Verigan had only dropped by to say goodnight, and Katherine thought it was very understanding of him not to bother her in that situation. He also did an excellent job of shooing Elder Dan and Elder Paulin away. Katherine sat on a chair next to Gavin, his hand holding her wrist. She slowly released Gavin's hand, and just then, Beta Nicole returned with her mother. Anaya said, You need to take a rest, my child. We will see them tomorrow. Don't worry, princess. I'll stay on watch here with the guards tonight. Nothing will happen to them, Beta Nicole swore. Katherine reluctantly left the clinic. She walked with her mother back to her room. As they did, Anaya revealed, the ones who attacked your friends were Chase, Abu, Mund, Richie, Adam, Kurt, and Rex. You may have met some of them already. They are still pups considering their age. All of them are half-humans. Kurt and Rex were rushed to the hospital because I had to use my full power against them. They tried to run away when I arrived to help Alpha Gavin and your friends, Vera and Ethan, Anaya added. My gammas interrogated Chase and the rest. I also tried to get information out of them, but they kept insisting they thought that Alpha Gavin and his group were intruders and had attacked them first, Anaya continued. I know that is absurd, though. Who would attack a winter gray wolf first? It's like asking for a death wish. Irene, she is a witch? Anaya asked, and Katherine nodded. Can she make a truth serum? Katherine acknowledged. I suppose. Then we may need her help, Anaya said. I don't employ witches here in my lands, but I trust that your friend is honorable. She is mother. She helped save King Maddox, Katherine revealed. At 5 a.m, Gavin and Irene were already awake and asked for a meal. Thus, Beta Nicole had breakfast prepared earlier than usual. Katherine and Anaya ate with them at the royal dining area. Ethan was already awake, but he still could not head up. Vera remained with him and ate at the clinic instead. Katherine had never seen Gavin and Irene so famished. They were eating with their bare hands at the dining table, gathering all kinds of meat. She also heard that Vera had asked for a refill with her breakfast. It simply made Katherine's heart ache. Irene still carried her dirty bag with her. It made Katherine curious about what was in it, that she protected it dearly. Katherine asked, What else is in the bag, Irene? Why do you carry it with you all the time? My dearest Luna, Irene replied. Inside my bag are the proofs I needed to show you that Alpha Gavin was bewitched a few weeks back. I wasn't there when you found Gavin and Eveline, but the pieces of evidence in my bag are enough to suggest that Alpha Gavin believed he was with you that night. Katherine, dear, Gavin never meant to betray you. Believe me, Irene added. Inside my bag is a bottle of your. Queen Anaya, there was a loud knocking at the dining room. Elder Dan raised his voice, saying, Whatever nonsense they have to say, we want to listen to it. We deserve to know. Katherine. A loud growl echoed against the royal hall of Rodovvia's palace, coming from Gavin. He was squinting at Prince Verigan as the latter approached Katherine. The prince smiled at Katherine, greeting, Good morning, Katherine. I hope you had a good rest. He glanced in Gavin's way and smirked, saying, You should have thought of that before hurting your wife, Alpha Gavin. Yet again, Gavin barked. He countered, You don't know anything. Katherine had to direct Prince Verigan to his seat. She ordered the two, Enough. She glared at Verigan, mouthing, What are you doing? The prince mouthed back, testing him. Aside from Paulin and Dan, 4 other elders, Anaya's beta and some gammas, came to observe the meeting. Katherine was seated next to her mother. Gavin and Irene were in front of them, surrounded by spectators. As Irene requested, there was a table in front of her where her bag was settled. Eventually, Vera arrived. Ethan was nowhere in sight, suggesting he was still unwell. Vera smiled at Katherine, and she smiled back. "Someone is looking after Ethan?" Katherine asked Nicole. "Yes, Princess. 3 warriors are guarding the infirmary," Beta Nicole assured her. "I am telling you, Anaya. Alpha Gavin is not good for Katherine. Whatever he tells us today, we should carefully scrutinize them and not be deluded," Elder Dan suggested. "Bewitched? Even if there is such a spell or magic, that only meant that the Alpha has a weak mind. They are here, and went against all odds to be here, so there must be a good reason for it. Besides, our kind had been hunting Gavin and his friends down for days. They deserve to be listened to," Anaya declared. Inwardly, Katherine smiled. She recognized her mother was right. She noticed the irritation from the elders, but Katherine also witnessed her mother's determination. Their words would not affect Anaya that day. "Now that everyone is here, let us listen to Alpha Gavin and Irene," Anaya asserted. Katherine's gaze landed on Gavin and their eyes met. She gulped, seeing longing in his eyes. Soon, Irene walked forward. She took out the contents of her bag and placed them on the table. Afterward, Irene held 2 glass bottles, informing, "On my left hand is a mixture of the potion Eveline, the half-witch, had used to lure Gavin and make him suppose they were true mates. The other is an ingredient, one which I suspect Eliana recently added to the potion." Irene looked into everyone's eyes, explaining, "After Eliana was apprehended, we thoroughly searched her body and resting area. We found these. We also discovered glass cups thrown into the trash. It suggested she was mixing the potion or adding a new ingredient." She began explaining how Eliana was a known witch, a fugitive on the run from Vatara for using magic against werewolves, significantly influencing behaviors. Irene said, "The rulers of Vatara are just 1 call away. Queen Anaya, you can easily confirm this. Eliana had broken many marriages, even mated couples, because of this potion she created. Alpha Gavin was not her first target. She has made a business out of her secret potion. Eliana had a natural ability of seduction, and by creating this potion, she had mimicked the mate bond pull. She called this a mate bond potion. With this mixture in her possession, Eliana gave it a touch of magic and made Gavin see visions of his future through green smoke." Raising 1 bottle, Irene expounded, "You might wonder what makes such potions so powerful that made Alpha Gavin consider it was a true mate's bound. I had studied the ingredients carefully and identified distinct and potent components. First, the known hallucinogenic green trumpets, which used to be grown in Larafel, and although the former kings had eliminated these dangerous plants." Irene halted and turned to the Prince of Larafel. She added, "Many had illegally brought seedlings out of Paradin and grew them in other nations, especially in Votara." Prince Varigan shook his head and answered, "I won't deny that. We have captured a few who tried to smuggle them back into our nation." "Then the most powerful ingredient is a siren's tears," Irene divulged. Murmurs erupted, and Katherine's skin crawled. She softly asked, "A siren?" "There have been no sightings of a siren in years," Elder Paulin scoffed. "Doesn't mean they don't go to the ocean's surface anymore," Irene said. "Using their angelic voices and tears, a siren has a natural power to manipulate humans, werewolves, vampires, and even witches." Everyone paid attention to Irene as she asked, "Does anybody know what they say about a siren's tears? And what happens when it comes into contact with salt water?" "It turns into pearls," Prince Varigan replied. "Exactly," Irene confirmed. "I heard about that too," Anaya admitted. "And while I have not seen a siren, I have heard of their strong luring capabilities from fishermen and sailors." Irene rested the other bottle on the table. The same tube bottle appeared to contain dry blood. Next, Katherine observed how Irene pulled out a small flask. She stared into a see-through bowl, one that she had carried from the dining area, and poured the contents of the flask. She then announced, "This is salt water." Irene dipped her forefinger into the bowl and tasted the water. She repeated, "It's salt water. To those who doubt me, you can taste it yourself." Elder Paulin tested the water next, and after tasting the clear liquid, she said, I think it's just regular water. You lie, Gavin snarled. To settle any conflict, Katherine stepped forward and tasted the water. She affirmed, "It's salt water." Prince Varigan, Beta Nicole, and even the Queen tried the water. They all concluded that it was salt water. When there was no more dispute about the liquid, Irene proposed observe. Irene poured a portion of the potion, bubbles formed, and while the potion looked more like purple, one ingredient appeared to have separated from the mixture. Slowly, tiny pearls began to form, shocking everyone. Scooping with her hand, Irene presented the tiny pearls, saying, "A liquid that turns into pearls. This can only be a siren's tears." "It's just her trick. She is also a witch," Elder Dan retorted. "For all we know, she made these pearls. If you say the potion is potent, why don't we test it?" "Sure, we can test it," Irene offered. "I don't have the natural ability to seduce anyone, so my power will not be as strong in using this potion. However, it will still work. Who wants to volunteer?" "I will volunteer." Elder Dan raised his hand. "I won't be swayed that easily." "Very well," Irene nodded. Katherine observed how Irene's eyes narrowed, like she was satisfied that Elder Dan volunteered. She figured Irene was trying to prove her words were valid, which could be easily done when Elder Dan falls into the same situation as Gavin. Irene applied the potion to her entire body. Afterward, she channeled her energy at Elder Dan, her eyes calling on to the Elder. Mist suddenly surrounded Dan and Irene, and the great Elder froze in his stance, like he was in a trance. It wasn't just Elder Dan, though. Katherine noticed how the men inside the room looked at Irene's frame with tenderness. On the other hand, her husband distanced himself from Irene. Prince Varigan approached Katherine, reporting, "I am feeling attracted to her." "Get away from my wife." Gavin immediately walked up to them and flashed his fangs at Prince Regan. Katherine had to calm him down while Irene showed the potion's effects. "Both of you, stay away from me for now," Katherine ordered, and instantly he saw the hurt in Gavin's eyes. Katherine felt guilty altogether, and she felt equally hurt, but Irene was still proving his innocence. He should at least not distract her from it. The mist around Irene and Elder Dan was not that thick. Katherine could see their frames, but not the expressions on their faces. They heard Irene chant words, and after some time she said, "Mate." The air began to clear, and everyone saw how Irene locked eyes with Dan. The Elder said, "Mate, you are my mate." Gasping and murmurs erupted from the royal hall, especially from the elders. Paulin, for one, was furious. She said, "Dan, snap out of it." If anyone, Dan would not be faking it. He was the one who objected to Gavin the most. Seeing this, Katherine felt relieved. She turned to her mother and saw Anaya also letting out a sigh. When they thought the show was over, the great elder said, "Katherine, you are my mate." Katherine stilled, and her mouth fell on the floor. Her voice trembled as she asked, What just happened? Why is Elder Dan calling me?" "Katherine, my mate!" Elder Dan grinned like a lovesick fool. He approached Irene and embraced her, saying, "Kiss me, Katherine, my mate!" Then, with the snap of Irene's fingers, everything was over. Dan was shocked at how there was no distance between him and Irene. He reflected adoration in his eyes, but was also confused. He stuttered as he asked, "What happened? Why do you smell like Katherine?" "What happened?" Anaya asked. "You just fell for the potion you said would never work." "It still doesn't answer why he called you Aelxia, Irene," Katherine sought. "What is going on?" Katherine noticed how Irene was panting. She said, "Forgive me." Enticing the elder was rather draining. Vera approached Irene and helped her remain standing. From there, Irene revealed, Katherine's blood was the latest ingredient to the potion. We confirmed this by comparing the blood sample to Alxexia's DNA, hair from her comb at the Blackthorn pack, and her old toothbrush. "So you see, Alpha Gavin thought Eliana was you, Luna Katherine. Eliana must have created an illusion to make her look like you," Irene implied. "In the days prior, my love," Gavin interrupted, addressing his words to Katherine, "I admit to having been drawn to have recognized attraction, but I returned to you or avoided Eliana. I even rejected her. However, I saw you in my visions when Eliana came after me that night. That was how I thought I was with you the whole time, and I believed you were my true mate," Gavin described. "Katherine, I love only you, true mate or not." He raised his voice, claiming, "My wife, I would never intentionally hurt you. I love you." Now the greater question is, how did the witch Eliana get a hold of Luna Catherine's blood? Irene asked. Tell me, Luna, when was the last time someone took blood from you? Catherine's eyes fluttered. Then she gazed at Elder Pollen, whose face was white as snow. Catherine stood up, glowering at Elder Pollen. Her lips twitched as she voiced, You. That's why you asked us to step out of the room. I perfectly recalled how you suggested you needed to focus. You asked Nicole and me to leave you alone when Catherine entered the portal. Only Dan was there with you. Queen Anaya angrily said, her finger pointing at Elder Pollen. You went into the portal, didn't you? When Elder Pollen did not respond, Anaya screamed, Didn't you? I did not. Elder Pollen shot back, but Catherine knew it was too late for her to deny it. Everyone, especially Beta Nicole, was glaring at the elder. You were the one who took blood from the princess, Nicole exposed. And you are the only one who could open the portal, Catherine added. It's just as we suspected. There is a traitor in your palace, Queen Anaya, Gavin declared. The blood that was recovered was still freshly drawn. If it were taken from Catherine hours or days before, it would have dried up or formed clots at the very least. And I can only guess you are the reason why we were hunted down. Who else would know of our arrival? Gavin proposed, making Catherine gasp. Moreover, into our journey we have learned that Eliana is working for our enemies, King Charles or the former queen, Audrey. Whoever gave the blood to Eliana is plotting something with our rivals. They must be stopped. Gavin declared. Catherine turned to her mother and saw Anaya was mortified. The queen covered her mouth, saying, True. That is another angle we have to look into. Why would young Wintergrey wolves initiate an attack on Alpha Gavin's group, not unless someone powerful from the Wintergrey wolf clan had ordered it? Do not say such accusations, Queen Anaya, Elder Dan snapped. You have no proof. What about my blood in that tube bottle? Catherine angrily countered. She approached Irene and grabbed the tube, studying it carefully. When she did, her lips trembled while admitting, These are the same tube bottles from our laboratory, Mother. It even has Rodovvia's seal on it. Catherine also studied the bottle containing Eliana's potion and distinguished, This bottle is different. It does not have any markings whatsoever. Guards, Anaya commanded, lock up Elder Pollen and Elder Dan into their rooms. They are not allowed to go out until a full investigation has been completed. You cannot do this to us, Elder Dan growled. You believe these people more than the elders? Pollen questioned. Dan and I have served your mother. What is clear to me is that Pollen had drawn blood from my daughter, and no one else could have given the blood to this Eliana, considering how she had control over the portal. Anaya snarled. And you, Elder Dan, being alone with Elder Pollen the entire time the portal was open, you probably had a hand in this. You are both under investigation, Anaya declared. She directed her gaze to her beta, saying, Make sure to confiscate the amulet from Pollen. Yes, my queen, Nicole acknowledged. Next, everyone's heads snapped in the direction of Prince Verigan. Immediately, he had his hands raised as if surrendering. He claimed, I swear, I have no idea about this. I only came because I wanted to escape my mother and thought I could use a friend. It's true. My mother wanted me to be married to Princess Catherine, and that was my uncle's plan too, Prince Verigan said to everyone. After Elder Pollen and Elder Dan were escorted into their private chambers, the queen questioned Prince Verigan's intentions. They remained in the palace's royal hall as the prince described, but I never planned to follow their lead. My mother had been pushing me to find a royal mate so I could get a better status in Larafel. As you know, my father has many wives. I am only one of many princes in the nation. There is a power feud within the royals of Larafel. I know Uncle Dan wanted to remain an elder in Rodovvia, maybe even take control of the next queen, but I never wanted to be part of his schemes. In fact, I did not want to come here, Regan insisted. He pointed to Catherine, saying, Princess, I told you about my story. I came here because I felt Catherine and I was on the same boat. Prince Verigan put his hand over his chest, revealing, Years ago, my fiancée left me after meeting her true mate. I simply felt for the princess and thought I could give her advice. Aside from that, it was a good time to get away from my mother. Puffing air out, Verigan added, You can lock me up as you please, but I swear I have nothing to do with their actions. I only wanted to be friends with the princess, and if it developed into something more, I was happy to entertain the possibility. She is my wife. Katherine is mine, Gavin barked. There will be no possibility. Gavin, Katherine warned. Don't. Prince Varrigan has been good to me and never took advantage of me. She glanced at the prince, adding, maybe he really had no part in all of this. However, Prince Varrigan, to be on the safe side, we would like to keep you under close watch. Can you stay in your room for a few days? We will bring your food and all your necessities. Nicole's team will be conducting an investigation and Queen Anaya turned to Irene, asking, I was hoping that Irene could create a truth serum for me. I will, Your Highness, Irene said, bowing her head. I have no problem with that. I love sleeping, Prince Varrigan responded. He stood up and peered at one guard, saying, Take me to my room. Princess, Varrigan bowed his head to Katherine and then to the Queen, adding, Queen Anaya, I respect and understand your wishes. After the Prince of Larafel was taken away, the remaining elders fled the scene. One was half-hearted after all the revelations, while the others fully supported Anaya. Vera immediately hugged Katherine, softly saying, Katherine, I would never lie to you. I saw everything. After you left, green smoke surrounded Alpha Gavin in that room. It was clear that Eliana was trying to keep Alpha Gavin under control, but he broke free. It wasn't just the sight of you that awakened me and freed me from that trance, Gavin expressed. He was also inching to Katherine. I felt our baby calling me. Vera let go of Katherine to give way to Gavin. He stood before her and revealed, You and our baby helped free me from that trance I was trapped in, if not for your arrival. Gavin clenched his jaws thinking about that night. He groaned and said under his breath, I don't even want to think about it. Holding Katherine's face, Gavin professed, I love only you, my wife. Gavin embraced Katherine tightly, saying, Believe me. While Katherine accepted the hug, she pulled away and looked into Gavin's eyes. She saw through his sincerity, but said, Let's talk about it in private. First, Gavin, everyone and I supposed you could use a really good bath. Gavin nodded. He answered, Yes, we need a very long and good bath. In the next few hours, Katherine ensured that Gavin and her friends were assigned to their respective rooms. Only Ethan remained in the medical room. Katherine ordered one guard to direct Gavin to her room once he was done bathing and changing. The palace had given them clothes last night, but the infirmary did not have a bathing area, so Gavin, Vera, and Irene could not get a decent wash. After an hour of waiting, Katherine heard a knock on her door. When she opened it, it was her husband, Gavin. He had his hair cut shorter and his beard trimmed. It was a bit uneven, so she assumed he did it alone. Nonetheless, it did not reduce his attractiveness. I'm glad we could finally have this heart-to-heart talk, Gavin, Katherine said while looking into his eyes. She watched as Gavin closed the door behind him. She was about to start expressing her frustrations when Gavin kneeled and held her tightly. You have no idea how much that night had haunted me. How you left, thinking of how much I must have hurt you and our baby. Whatever you saw that night, Katherine, please obliterate it from your mind. Weigh my love for you and the good things I have done versus this one mistake where I had also been bewitched, Gavin begged. Please, Katherine, please. Katherine gasped, hearing Gavin's plea. A tear fell down her cheek as she replied, It hurt, Gavin. It hurt not only me, but our baby too. You kept that from me for over a week, how you met her. We could have talked about it and solved that problem together. Then that memory of that night. That night. Your hands were on her skin and your lips have touched hers, Katherine added, and at that point her cries became louder. You may have been under a spell, but that thought of you being with another woman, naked, I might add, still hurts me. Then Gavin stood up and grabbed her hand. He intertwined his fingers with hers and said, Wash my hands, body, and lips. Only your scent can linger on me. He cupped Katherine's chin and claimed, I am yours, and you are mine. I love you with every beat of my heart. My little wife, make love with me all through the day and night. Gavin caressed Katherine's lips before covering them with his Katherine. When Gavin kissed her lips, she gasped, recognizing that tingling sensation that ran through her body and into her core. Katherine had hoped she had put up her walls much longer, but she could not deny how much she loved Gavin. The way he made her feel simply eliminated all her resistance. He captured her lips thoroughly, his tongue invading her mouth. As Gavin held her tightly, his moan muffled into her mouth. He let go to take a breather, saying, "I missed you so much." "Gavin, promise me you won't hurt me again. I know it was unintentional, but you kept it from me. You have to tell me everything that is bothering you. Never keep anything from me," Katherine said while looking into his eyes. I promise, Gavin swore. "I'm sorry I kept the truth from you. You are right. Back then I thought I could deal with it without telling you about Eliana. I did not want to worry you and our baby." "Believe me, I only had your best interest in mind, but I know now how I was wrong," Gavin added. Katherine studied the passion of his eyes, how his brows met, and how he never looked away from her. She sensed his emotions and the beating of his heart. Through his mark on her, Katherine felt his sincerity. She maintained to lock eyes with her husband and proposed, "We have to stay together, no matter what. That is my condition. I don't care if I sound insecure or possessive. Considering that we don't know if we are true mates and you are not yet marked by me, I think we should constantly strengthen our bond. It doesn't help that we are apart, especially since I am pregnant." "Let me repeat it, Gavin. We have to stay together," Katherine reiterated. She noticed how her husband stilled. She knew exactly what went on in his mind. When she thought he would disagree, he nodded, saying, "You are more important to me than anything in the world, you and our child." "I can come with you to Pentos," Katherine suggested. A hiss left Gavin's lips. He massaged his temples before responding, "Let us figure it out tomorrow, my little wife. For now, I simply want you." "But Gavin," Katherine's objection was halted when Gavin put a finger on her lips. "Shh," her husband said. "I promise we will be together. As to how, let's figure that out tomorrow." He cupped her chin and sealed her lips with a kiss. Gavin's arms were easily around her frame, and he carried her entire weight like she was feather light. He landed her back on the sheets and lay next to her. As they lay on the bed, their lips were inseparable. Katherine responded eagerly to his kisses, her eyes closed as her hands touched his face. Gavin was helplessly falling asleep, still exhausted from running and fighting for days. Katherine also felt her eyes falling. Being pregnant encouraged her body to rest more. Still, aside from that, she had to admit she was comforted by Gavin's presence. Katherine thanked the moon goddess that Eliana was not Gavin's true mate. With Eliana out of the way, she hoped they would be fated together as true mates. "So much for all day and all night," Katherine said before chuckling. Gavin held her tighter, saying, "Tomorrow, I promise." "No," Katherine laughed. "The truth is we can't overdo it. I am still pregnant." "That was exactly what I was worried about," Gavin faintly claimed. Katherine laughed. She turned to Gavin and pecked his lips. She also apologized. "I'm sorry for reacting as I did when I saw you and Eliana together. If I had stayed to confront you, I would have known you were only bewitched." "Shh," Gavin hushed. "You were hurt, and I was also at fault for not telling you everything. Let's move on and forget about that filthy half-witch." "I love you, Gavin," Katherine said. "I love you with every single beat of my heart," Gavin professed. "Remember that." Katherine said in response before her eyes closed. King Maddox. Meanwhile in Pentos, King Maddox was walking back and forth inside his private office when his beta stormed in, panting. He announced, "My king, King Charles' men have taken over the Blood Mist Pack where they are holding Luna Isabel as a hostage. This marks the first territory being claimed." Shaking his head, Beta Kevin admitted, "Many of our warriors are wondering about Alpha Gavin. Their esteem is affected, my king. They are used to him leading the battle." King Maddox let out a low growl, his hands balled into fists. He said, "Let's gather in the meeting room. We must plan how to regain the territory while protecting the other cities. I think it's also high time that I join the front. That had always been part of my plan, anyway." The king noticed his beta's reluctance, but nonetheless he agreed. "Considering Alpha Gavin's absence, I'm sure you are the only one who can uplift our warriors' spirits now." Once alone, Maddox turned to the window and said, "Gavin, I hope you are safe and can return soon because the nation needs its hero." Gavin's eyes fluttered in the wee hours. He was still tired but became fully awake when he saw his wife's face. He smiled and caressed Katherine's cheek. He gave her a sweet kiss on the lips before his eyes roamed the insides of her room. He wasn't sure what time it was, but the chamber was dark. His stomach growled in hunger, and he unknowingly glanced at the bedside table. Gavin found a sandwich and a bottle of water. He assumed his wife awoke. Gavin searched the walls and found a wall clock to his right. His eyes widened, seeing the time. It was 3 a.m, meaning he had slept for over 10 hours straight. He got up, growling a little, but at the same time he sighed, knowing who gave him such a good sleep, his wife and his child. He had never felt so comforted and at rest over the past month, for that matter. After turning the bedside lamp on, Gavin ate his sandwich heartily and quenched his thirst. When he lay back next to Katherine, he littered her face with kisses that she awoke, humming. "Rest well?" Katherine asked. Gavin nodded, saying, "Rest is better with you." He kissed her lips, and his hand slid her sleeping dress down her shoulder. It did not take long for him to climb over his wife. Katherine was chuckling as they made out. She softly asked, "What are you doing?" "To eat you, obviously," he said in his husky voice. Soothing his desires, he leaned down and relished Katherine's lips again. He said, "I missed you so fucking much." "You were the one who asked me to come here," Katherine reminded him. "I know, but it was meant to keep you safe. Aren't you?" Gavin reminded before rolling over to the other side of the bed. "I am safe here, but it sure tested our marriage," Katherine responded. "Let's not talk about that. It makes me angry at myself. Again, I promised to be more careful next time, and we already agreed to be together," Gavin suggested. He hugged her again and said, "Let's go see Ethan. I know it's still too early, but I want to make sure he is fine." As Gavin said those words, a commotion erupted outside Katherine's room. Gavin heard growls and barking. Clearly, a fight was ongoing. Katherine and Gavin frantically put on their clothes, and as they did, they heard a voice behind the door. "Princess, just stay indoors." "What's going on, Nicole?" Katherine immediately recognized her mother's Beta. She loudly asked, "What is all that noise?" "Elder Paulin and Elder Dan escaped. 2 of our guards are dead, and some are unconscious. The elders had help," Nicole responded. "We are checking for intruders." "But Ethan," Gavin objected, but Nicole was no longer at the door. Gavin still peeked outside Katherine's room and saw 2 guards on watch. One guard reported, "I think your friends are fine, Alpha Gavin." Still, Gavin mind-linked with Irene, Ethan, and Vera. Thankfully, they all confirmed their safety. It was already around 6 a.m. when Gavin and Katherine learned of the chaos around the palace. The couple walked towards the infirmary in shock. There was blood in the hallways, and pieces of furniture were broken. They first went to the infirmary and noticed Ethan was already outside, sitting on one chair. "Alpha Gavin," Ethan called. He gazed at the medical room, saying, "Someone is dying there." He was already on his feet, though his chest was still wrapped in bandages. "I'm glad you are safe." "And I'm glad you are better now," Gavin replied before hugging his Beta. Gavin noticed the medical room was shut. He could hear noises inside. The doctor was in a panic. "Who is in there?" Katherine asked. Before Ethan could answer, the door to the infirmary swung open, and a medical warrior stepped out with blood in his hands. Gavin looked past the warrior and saw the doctor, nurse, and another medical warrior helping someone. "Who is in there?" Katherine asked the warrior. "It's..." The warrior gasped, replying, "It's Prince Verrigan. He was stabbed with a silver knife repeatedly and is bleeding heavily. We stopped the bleeding, but the silver's effects are weakening him. Your friend, the half-witch Irene, gave us the last of her healing potions, but we don't know if it's enough. He just had a convulsion, and it's not looking good for him." Of course, everyone knew how silver was highly poisonous to werewolves. That was why Gavin trained himself and his men to develop tolerance against silver. Who would stab him?" Katherine asked, raising her voice. The warrior looked distantly. He shook his head, saying, "We don't know, Princess, but considering that Elder Paulin and Elder Dan fled, we think they might have something to do with it. The 2 guards found dead were watching the elders' rooms. They were also stabbed with a silver knife. Some were injected with wolfsbane." "But..." The medical warrior stopped himself, making Katherine suspicious. "What is it?" Katherine asked. The warrior turned toward the halls, saying, "I think, Princess, you should proceed to the assigned room of Prince Verrigan. The Queen and Beta Nicole are there, collecting pieces of evidence." Before heading to Prince Varagon's room, Gavin and Katherine guided Ethan to Vera's chamber. Irene was already with Vera. They decided to stay in one place because of the attack within the palace walls. When Gavin and Katherine finally found Prince Varagon's room, they saw Anaya's warriors checking nearly every corner of the room. The same could be said with the rooms 4 to 5 feet away, which were the elders' chambers. Queen Anaya met them at the door, saying, "I feel like a failure. I did not realize how the resistance of Elder Dan and Elder Paulin had become this out of hand. We suspect they were able to contact more half-bloods that broke into the palace. As to how, my warriors managed to chase after one half-blood into the storage room and found an opening. There was a secret passage there that led outside the palace. That is probably how they escaped." Anaya ran her fingers through her hair. She said, "I have my warriors follow their tracks, but right now, that's not our main concern." She looked Gavin and Katherine in the eye, revealing, "Prince Varagon is our biggest problem because his room seems to suggest that Alpha Gavin instigated his attack." Gavin leaned back. He said, "That's fucked up. I was with Katherine the whole time." "I know," Queen Anaya acknowledged. She pointed into the room and revealed, "See for yourself." They walked into Prince Regan's quarters and noticed there was blood everywhere. On the floor, someone had written Gavin's name using blood. "That's not all," Queen Anaya said. She turned to Nicole, who handed her a plastic bag, saying, "When Prince Regan was found, he was holding this." Gavin's mouth twitched. In the Queen's hand, he saw one of his necklaces that he had lost along the way as he and his friends traveled through Rodovvia. The pendant had his family crest on it. A low growl escaped his lips. He said, "When I arrived in the palace, I was fucking fully naked. In my wolf, we had nothing. We lost all our things because of how we were ambushed. Only Irene carried a bag, but it had evidence about Eliana and the healing potion. Nothing more." "I know that," Queen Anaya acknowledged. She turned to Nicole and added, "We know that." She gasped, adding, "But Leraffel doesn't know that." "Then," Katherine interrupted, "they simply do not need to know about these pieces of evidence pointing to Gavin. He was with me the entire time, Mother." "We know, my daughter. We heard Gavin howl his passions," Anaya answered. The entire palace had probably heard him. While Gavin was proud of himself, he noticed his wife flushed. "The guards outside your door can attest to it too," Anaya added. "But with how this was staged, I feel the elders are onto something." "Then there is only one solution," Gavin indicated. "Prince Varagon needs to live to tell the truth." He turned to his wife, adding, "We need more fireroot plants." "But how?" Katherine said, recalling how it was found in Pentos. "How about the same way you got to Pentos?" Gavin suggested. Anaya lifted her chin, saying, "I haven't used that portal opening amulet, but I will study the ancestral books." Gavin was resentful. He had just met his wife and had been saved from his hunters. The war had probably flared in Pentos, and now he was facing another problem. Although they had not heard from Leraffel, nor had Rodovvia reported to the neighboring nation, Gavin knew it was bound to happen. When Queen Anaya would inform them of Prince Varagon's attack, questions would arise, and perhaps the King of Leraffel would send investigators to Rodovvia too. To prove he was not involved in the prince's attack, Varagon needed to live. Before dealing with the prince, however, Gavin had to make an important phone call. Back in Katherine's room, he used his wife's mobile to get through Pentos. When Maddox did not answer, he called Beta Kevin. Eventually, Beta Kevin answered with excitement. On the phone, he heard him say, "Luna, Katherine. It's so good to hear from you. How is Alpha Gavin? We have not heard from." "It's me, Beta Kevin," Gavin interrupted. "I am sorry it took me a long time to call you. We were ambushed." Gavin explained everything, from how they were attacked and hunted for days to how they traveled on foot to Rodovvia's palace up to their current state. He expressed, "Thank the moon goddess. We all made it to the palace alive, but I'm afraid it won't be easy to return to Pentos just yet. For one, we don't have our identification passes to go through Paradin and back to Pentos. I need your help with that. Please send men to bring our identifications to Rodovvia's borders. Second, there is a pending revolt here in Rodovvia where the instigators have involved me." Next, Gavin narrated the attack to Prince Varagon. He sensed Kevin's anger as the beta responded, "It must be the elders you mentioned. They must be working with Novra. To me, it looks like it, Gavin answered, but now this is the current situation here and the reason I cannot return immediately. Plus, Katherine prefers that we stay together from now on, and given my encounter with the witch Eliana, I believe it is best too. There was silence on the other line before Beta Kevin replied. Alpha Gavin, we are happy you are well. You don't know how your people have been worried about you. To us it's good news, but you should know. Pentos has been breached. The king is at the front, fighting against King Charles's men. It was exactly as we had suspected. Our enemies had entered the nation through underground passages. We managed to identify some cities where they might have entered, but they could have easily left for another town or province to take hiding. To this day, we are tracing leads to possible camps that belong to our enemies. We have, however, managed to identify one, the Blood Mist Pack. However, King Charles's men have completely taken over the territory. They have hostages, preventing us from entering on full attack, Beta Kevin described. We could use your help. Your warriors, especially, need your motivation and leadership. However, given your situation, I'm sure the nation's people will understand. They will at least be happy to learn that you are alive and well, Beta Kevin indicated. I, alive and will return to help save Pentos, Gavin claimed. Remind them that while I had led them to many victories in battles, they had always been the heart of every success. I had trained them and taught them everything that I knew. Spread the word, give them courage for me, and promise them I will return soon. That I shall do, Alpha Gavin, Beta Kevin confirmed. Following that talk with King Maddox's Beta, Gavin called his warriors, at least those numbers that he and Ethan memorized by heart. He also called Alpha Nestor, Alpha Aaron, and Alpha Clyde, informing them of his current situation. They were all relieved that he was alive and well. While they all wished for the problems in Rodovvia to be resolved, they also hoped Gavin could return to Pentos soon. Alpha Clyde was the last one Gavin spoke to. He told Gavin, Pentos will regain its courage knowing you are well, Gavin. But still, the nation needs its hero. Be back soon. He is not doing well. Despite taking the last of the healing potion, his body is severely reacting to the silver. He needs more of the fireroot plant to recover fully. But I had given Ethan a double dose yesterday, so what Prince Regan received was only about 10 milliliters of the potion, Irene reported to Gavin inside the medical room. Together with Katherine, Gavin and Irene visited Prince Regan. They observed his condition while the palace doctor prepared more IV fluids for the prince. The prince was in a coma after losing so much blood. He was hooked on IV fluids and blood had been transfused. Then, I think it is necessary to go to Pentos and secure more of the fireroot plant, Katherine muttered. At the back of Gavin's head, he growled. To think he was jealous of this man. If it were up to him, he would leave Prince Regan dead, but there was that possibility that Larafel would blame Rodovvia for the prince's death and also him. Mother and Beta Nicole have been in the library since this morning, studying how the amulet works. We should hear from them soon, Katherine implied. Just as they observed the prince, a palace guard called for their group. They immediately followed the guard into the library where Anaya and Beta Nicole were. Anaya was sitting behind a desk when she said, It's just as I had feared. I just received a call from Larafel, asking if the speculations of the prince's death were true. They received an anonymous call advising that Prince Regan was killed inside the palace, and the primary suspect was Alpha Gavin. They have photos of the prince in the crime scene. Killed? They are already assuming Prince Regan's death? Katherine said. The attackers probably left him to die, Nicole gave her 2 cents. Based on his wounds, he would not be alive by now, but the healing potion that Irene gave him helped stop his bleeding. But we don't know for how long, Irene gave her 2 cents. Breathing deeply, Anaya supplemented. I denied Gavin's involvement in the attack, but that naturally enraged the king. He thinks I am siding with Gavin. And about Prince Regan? I decided not to tell him that his son is still alive. Since we don't know my internal enemies within the nation, I chose to keep this quiet. Only my trusted guards and warriors, including you, know that he is still alive. The Larafel king, Matthias, is crossing the borders himself. We need to get Prince Regan back to health fast, Anaya concluded. And the amulet, Mother? Katherine asked. Anaya's gaze landed on the book, which settled before her. She sucked in a deep breath and informed, "I have learned many things about this amulet. Apparently, it belonged to Alicia Cecil and was passed down to many generations of rulers. I never really paid attention to this in the past." Anaya glanced at her daughter, reminding her, "I did not want to be the queen before, but there is just escaping your destiny. Anyway." Anaya pursed her lips and reported, "There were a few things that Elder Paulin lied about. First, about the blood sacrifice. The amulet holder should sacrifice blood and use it on the amulet during the portal opening. Thus, there was no point in getting Catherine's blood. Second, Paulin had mentioned only one person can go into the portal, but after reading this, I learned that a maximum of 3 people can go into the portal. The amulet holder can also pass through the portal the same way. However, the amount of energy used will affect the amulet holder's consciousness." Anaya flipped the book's pages and traced her finger on one page. She added, "According to history, one entry to the portal had caused the amulet bearer 3 to 4 days of sleep. Elder Paulin took almost 2 weeks to regain her vitality because she went into the portal herself," Anaya added. "Can we use the amulet now?" "If the King of Larafel is coming here, we only have a few days," Gavin sought. "Not right now, unfortunately. The amulet has to get used to its new owner." Anaya pulled a necklace from the inside of her dress. Dangling on it was the amulet. She said, "Being a royal, the amulet will acknowledge me faster as its new master. Let's try opening the portal first thing in the morning." Turning to Gavin, the queen proposed, "Gavin, since you know the location of the fireroot plantation, you'll be the one to pass through the portal while I open it." Gavin nodded, saying, "I figured as much." In the evening, Gavin and Katherine took time to think about their future before resting. Katherine said, "Gavin, why don't we have a normal life, one with no adversary? I miss those times at the Blackthorn Pack. It was my happiest days, even if it was only for a short period." "What about our honeymoon?" Gavin asked. Katherine chuckled and answered, "That too. I miss our honeymoon." Gavin pecked Katherine's cheek. He said, "There is always a fight for power amongst the royals, even for the pack rulers. It's hard to take away struggle and greed from others. You happen to be a royal, and I am Pentos' hero. The former Queen Audrey wants to have my head to get rid of King Maddox easily. I think our lives will continually have ups and downs, but don't worry, my wife, because there is always a band of color after the storm," Gavin presented. "Band of color?" Katherine asked, utterly perplexed. "You mean rainbow?" "I don't like the word rainbow," Gavin replied. "It's too feminine." Katherine wound up laughing. She embraced her husband and pecked his cheek, saying, "I should have you know, since marrying me, I think you have said more feminine words than you can imagine." Gavin growled, but his wife chuckled. He rubbed her arm as she made a pillow of his chest. Katherine said, "I pray to the moon goddess that our endeavors will be over soon." "I ask the same," Gavin replied. The next day, Gavin stood before the portal Queen Anaya had created through a powerful amulet. He walked in, determined to get more than enough miracle plants to cure Prince Varigan and make more potions for Pentos. Katherine. Days had passed since Elder Paulin and Elder Dan escaped. Her mother had tested the use of the amulet, and through a portal, they were able to retrieve more fireroot plants for Irene. As a result, Anaya was asleep for nearly 3 days, completely drained. While waiting for the King of Larafel's arrival, Irene created healing potions and truth serums. The wait enabled them to prepare for their coming visitor. Katherine could say they had a few days of peace, a few days to connect with Pentos through the phone, and a few days of rekindling those bonds with her friends, Vera and Ethan. It was also a good opportunity for Gavin to explore the towns around Rodovvia. The humans disliked her husband because of the news of his betrayal, and Katherine had to tell them the truth. She also had to show them that she and Gavin, being a married couple, managed to work through their trials. Despite the imminent threat, Gavin and Katherine made love each night. Katherine could feel her baby getting restless each day since Gavin's arrival. Their pup was no longer woeful. In fact, her child seemed to be communicating with Gavin daily, through his dreams and an unexplainable pull that often drew her husband to her tummy. One afternoon, while Katherine and Vera were reading about the history of Rodovvia, Vera decided to caress Katherine's belly. Her baby gave Vera a feel of its feet, making her friend exclaim, "Oh, the pup moved. Can you feel your godmother pup?" In the next few minutes, Vera kept touching Catherine's stomach. They were giggling and mesmerized by the beautiful life inside Katherine when the door to the library suddenly swung open. Gavin walked in, with Ethan following behind him. He was supposed to be in another room, having a conference call with King Maddox, yet he was carrying a glass of milk, saying, "My son is hungry. Drink up, my wife." Katherine raised a brow. She had purposely requested the doctor not to tell her the gender. She asked Gavin, "Did you ask the doctor? How sure are you that we have a son?" "I feel it so. My pup talks to me, remember?" Gavin suggested. "Is your meeting with King Maddox over?" Katherine asked. Nodding his head, Kieran revealed, "Yes, we have discussed some pointers on how they can infiltrate the Blood Mist pack. They should be able to act on it without me." "Alpha Gavin, your pup moved," Vera excitedly exclaimed. "My child is excited to see us all," Gavin claimed. "Can I name him Alpha Gavin?" Ethan suggested. "Why would you name him?" "This is my child. I will name him," Gavin claimed before another set of laughter echoed across the room. "Again, we are not sure if he is a he. Maybe she is a she," Katherine countered. They must have made loud noises in the library that they heard Irene speaking to their minds. She said, "Looks like I'm missing the party." Vera and Katherine laughed. Irene was on top of Prince Regan's health. Thankfully, he was doing much better now, and he was expected to recover, all thanks to the miracle plant. Still, they did not know what to expect with King Matthias's arrival, the King of Larafel. Another day passed, and news of King Matthias's arrival reached Catherine's ears, and much to their shock, the King of Larafel had come with Elder Dan, along with warriors of Larafel. Elder Paulin was nowhere to be seen. Queen Anaya's warriors had tracked down the winter-gray wolves that aided the elders' escape, but half-bloods also did an excellent job covering the elders' tracks. They did not mind the elders fleeing freely. It was as if they sacrificed themselves for the elders. Standing face-to-face with King Matthias, Katherine felt chills down her spine. The king was obviously resentful. He threw daggers with his eyes in Gavin's way and glared at her mother. They were all inside the royal hall, accommodating their newly arrived guests. Everyone was present except for Prince Regan. "What is the meaning of this?" King Matthias barked. He flashed his fangs at Gavin, questioning, "Why are you harboring a murderer?" "It is exactly as I have reported to you, King Matthias. Our queen is giving too much favor to her daughter's husband. Despite betraying the princess and now murdering Prince Varigan, she still assumes Alpha Gavin's innocence," Elder Dan accused. "Alpha Gavin is not a murderer." Queen Anaya stood from her chair, declaring, "You, on the other hand, King Matthias, are protecting a criminal, a traitor of Rodovvia." "Another lie to cover up the death of Prince Regan, King Matthias," Elder Dan suggested. "We have proof that Dan and Paulin betrayed us. They are collaborating with Novra. As you know, Novra is Pentos' enemy, and they are currently at war. Dan worked with them to take down Alpha Gavin. He even hired some of Larafel's werewolves." Anaya continuously argued. The wolves who attacked Alpha Gavin had admitted to Dan, leading their small resistance. "It's their word against mine. Besides, who is to say they were forced to incriminate me?" Dan suggested before turning to the King of Larafel. He said, "This is besides the main problem, my king. Your son was murdered under the watch of Queen Anaya, and it was Gavin who killed him. I saw the pieces of evidence with my own eyes." "Prince Varigan must have wanted me to know who attacked him," Dan suggested. He took out photos that had already been printed, saying, "He must have been in his last breath, and he wrote Alpha Gavin's name. Why would he write Alpha Gavin's name using his blood? It's simple. He wanted to tell everyone who killed him." "And the necklace in Prince Varigan's hand? He must have struggled with Alpha Gavin, and the prince grabbed his necklace," Dan added. He went on, pointing out pieces of evidence that involved Gavin in the prince's supposed killing. "Lie!" Gavin barked. He reacted, saying, "I lost my necklace when your cronies ambushed us days ago." "I am telling you, King Matthias, Dan is the one that tells lies. He is a traitor. You should not trust a traitor," Anaya yelled. Dan scoffed. He turned to King Matthias, saying, "Your Highness, I am your second wife's brother. You have known me for years. Who would you believe, me or these people? please give justice to my nephew, Prince Varagan." Katherine saw Dan smirk for a second, but he quickly erased his expression and showed only remorse for the prince's loss. Katherine could not believe the elders acting. Thankfully, they had more solid evidence to prove her husband's innocence. Katherine turned to her mother, and they both nodded simultaneously. It was the right moment to reveal their greatest proof. "Do you believe in Dan, King Matthias?" Anaya said. "Who would you believe, your wife's brother or someone who is your flesh and blood?" Anaya's eyes narrowed as she added, "Hear the truth from Prince Regan's own lips." Right then, the double doors to the royal hall opened, and everyone's gaze turned to the back. Katherine saw how Dan was wide-eyed. His eyes were searching for a way out of the royal hall. She scoffed, thinking, "The elder is trying to find an escape route." Prince Varagan walked in, wearing a luxury coat. He still had marks on his face from the struggle, but he was alive and well. "Varagan," King Matthias called. He turned to Dan in complete bewilderment, saying, "Your uncle said you were dead. I also could not feel your life force. Uncle Dan attacked me. He and Elder Paulin left me to die, not Alpha Gavin. I was on the brink of death. I had lost my connection with you, Father. I had to use my every energy to keep myself alive," Prince Varagan angrily revealed. "The elders against me because I would not help them with their schemes against Queen Anaya." With the help of Irene, the half-witch from Pentos, Prince Varagan's connection to Larafel was suppressed following his healing. Aside from strengthening him, we did not know if more enemies were lurking around that would endanger the prince. It was best that Dan assumed Prince Varagan's death, Anaya explained. Father, Elder Paulin, and Uncle Dan probably planted those evidence. I don't recall writing Alpha Gavin's name on the floor with my blood, Prince Varagan considered. The prince glanced at Alpha Gavin, lifting his chin to acknowledge Catherine's husband. Then he glanced at Vera, Ethan, and Irene. He gave the same regard to the queen and her warriors, saying, "Alpha Gavin and his people, Queen Anaya, including instead, saved me from dying." With conviction, Prince Varagan proclaimed, "I owe my life to them, Father, and for that I swore allegiance to Alpha Gavin and Princess Katherine." Hearing Prince Varagan's words, Katherine smiled. Who would have thought this incident would bring a new ally to their side? And a prince of Larafel at that. Gavin. Gavin's lips curved up, seeing Elder Dan panicking. King Matthias of Larafel may have brought several warriors to back him up, but they weren't going to protect the elder now that Prince Varagan had revealed the truth. He saw the signs. Elder Dan's body expanded, and Gavin prepared to chase him. Instantly, the elder shifted into his werewolf form and ran to the door. Gavin also shifted into his black wolf. Despite the elder's impressive size, Gavin was unafraid. Growls echoed around the royal hall. From the corner of Gavin's eye, he saw the king of Larafel shift. He angrily called, "Dan, you are going to die for attempting to kill my son." At the door, Gavin saw Prince Varagan chained to his wolf form. He blocked the elder's only escape route as he growled, "We have a score to settle, Uncle." "You just came back from the dead, Varagan. I'll deal with him," Gavin barked, but unfortunately, the prince wouldn't hold back. Prince Varagan fought with Dan. Their wolves tried to scratch each other, both their claws elongating. At that point, Dan received several of Prince Regan's aggression. Still, the elder was a winter-gray wolf, so his counters were also formidable. Since Dan was busy battling the prince, Gavin had an opening. The back of the elder's neck was in plain sight. Gavin lunged at Dan, sinking his teeth into the elder's flesh. A loud howl escaped the elder's lips, but it did not stop there. The king of Larafel caught his leg, his teeth ferociously biting Dan. The elder may have been a winter-gray wolf, but he was old, no longer in his prime. He was no match to the solid alpha-blooded werewolves, and he bled helplessly. Dan tried to fight back. Gavin and the king also received scratches from the elder's claws, but each relentlessly clawed back. Dan lost consciousness in no time. It appeared to Gavin that Varagan wanted more. Dan had already transformed into his human form. The prince bit his arm and tore it from the elder's body. A growl escaped Gavin's lips, and he did the same to the other arm. He snarled at the elder. "You don't deserve to live." Blood stained the floor of the royal hall. Many were purring with anger at how Dan had turned out to be the ultimate renegade. He broke the queen's trust and tried to kill his nephew. It was clear that relationships and bonds were of no importance to him. It took minutes for the temperature around the royal hall to settle. When they saw Dan was clearly dead, the queen ordered her warriors, announced to the nation how Dan had betrayed Rodovvia and that several of the resistance group have been captured. "And what will we do with the elders' followers?" Beta Nicole sought. "We should kill all those who are following Dan," one furious warrior proposed. "No," Katherine interrupted, "let's not jump into that decision yet." Katherine stood in the center of the hall and looked at everyone. She implied, "There must be a reason for them to join Elder Dan. Let us first investigate and hear their reasons." She turned to her mother, counting, "Punishing them, killing them will only temporarily solve the problem, but not address the root cause." Spoken like a true queen, King Matthias complimented as he shifted back into his human form. His men were quick to cover him with his cloak. "Too bad, she is already married. She would be better suited for my son," Gavin purred. He was still in his black wolf. His fangs lengthened as she snapped his head at the king. He said, "Don't even think about it." "Enough, father. I will not challenge Alpha Gavin for Katherine. She loves Alpha Gavin. Moreover, I had sworn my allegiance to them, Alpha Gavin and Princess Katherine." The prince explained, "Alpha Gavin went to fetch more fireroot plants for me so I can live." "Very well," King Matthias acknowledged. At that point, everyone was in their human form. Gavin was also covered in a cloak. He heard King Matthias say, "Then, let's return to Larafel." "Father, I swore allegiance to Alpha Gavin and Princess Katherine. Thus, I will go with them to fight the war against Novra," Prince Verigan replied, surprising everyone, including Gavin. Gavin did not know how to feel about Prince Regan's offer. He only wanted to save his reputation when he sought the fireroot, in addition to create more healing potions. He did not expect the prince to feel obligated to return the favor. Narrowing his eyes at the prince, Gavin said, "It's unnecessary. You can return to Larafel." "I insist," Prince Verigan answered. He turned to his father and added, "Father, I insist. This would also be a good opportunity for us to form a strong alliance between Rodovvia and Pentos. Why befriend Novra and Vatara when they had caused so many troubles for its neighboring nations? If you are worried about the crown, I have 2 brothers before me, and they both want to be king," Prince Verigan pointed out. "Let me experience what it is like to fight a real war, to test my ability and form a collaboration with Rodovvia and Pentos." Despite Prince Verigan's arguments, Gavin was unresolved. He said, "An alliance? To test your ability? Is this really what you want? Somehow I don't buy it." He gave the prince his back, saying, "Let me think about it." "Katherine?" Anaya had followed her daughter's advice in dealing with the resistance group. In the days that followed, Katherine and the queen had a more welcoming interview with the younger half-bloods, and it was then that mother and daughter learned the truth. Some of the young pups' families were threatened, but what stood out was their hunger for acceptance. They wanted to belong so badly that they hoped Dan would give them a name, a position. The mother and daughter discussed with Beta Nicole inside Anaya's office. They had also invited Gavin, for he was known for his leadership skills. "I must admit that I tend to be selective of who I trust and give responsibility to," Anaya revealed. "Queen Audrey, there will always be a hierarchy in every nation, but acknowledgement matters most," Gavin proposed. "They should still be punished, but give them hope for when their confinement is over. May I suggest that, instead of an actual prison, give them work, one that they can take pride in? I know, Mother, we can relocate them to the towns where farming is possible. It will be their form of disciplinary action. They can prove their worth by contributing to Rodovvia. With guidance, they can be taught how to farm and harvest. They can have a share of the sales, which will encourage them further to work harder," Katherine proposed. "Or as an incentive, they can have the option to buy the lands they are farming," Gavin supplied. It took a few hours for them to thoroughly discuss the matter and the direction Anaya would take. After their meeting, Katherine and Gavin left to meet Vera, Ethan, and Irene at the palace's wintry garden. They were still halfway into their route when Prince Regan met them at the halls. He and King Matthias remained in Rodovvia, for the prince was still adamant about joining Gavin's cause. However, Gavin still refused to let the prince go with them to Pentos. We need to talk, Prince Varagan requested. There is something that I haven't told you yet, my main reason for not wanting to return to Larafel. Prince Regan joined them in the backyard. Irene, Vera, and Ethan enjoyed the snow while Katherine, Gavin, and the prince settled in one of the gazebos. For seconds, the prince was silent. However, soon, he revealed, I told you about my best friend who left me to be with her true mate. I did not tell you how her true mate turned out to be my second older brother from my father's first wife. My second brother had been away since his teens, studying in the eastern continent, so he and my best friend had not met for many years either. They are set to be married this year. That was why my mother was adamant about finding me a mate, and they preferred that I marry a royal. My father is doing the same. The truth is, gaining power was just another reason. At the back of their heads, I know they did not want me to trouble my older brother and my former best friend. Varagan fully disclosed. Katherine and Gavin looked at each other in shock. They were silently speaking in their minds, evaluating Prince Regan's actions. As they did, the prince resumed, So I don't want to go back. At least, not yet. It's true, though, I want to learn from Pentos, and given my predicament, how I've been sulking for 4 years, I think an adventure could do me good. So, Princess Katherine, Alpha Gavin, will you take me to Pentos? I swear my allegiance to you for having saved my life. I will give you my life if needed, Prince Regan added. Please, allow me to help you both. Katherine and Gavin did not give him an answer just yet. Gavin especially sought the truth through King Maddox's contacts in Larafel. In the evening, the couple was preparing for bed. Gavin was still on the phone with King Maddox. Katherine heard her husband saying, Yes, I understand. Thank you for the intel, my king. I'm glad there is progress in taking control of the Blood Mist Pack. After Gavin's call, Katherine lifted a brow at him, and he willingly gave the information. They managed to take back half of the Blood Mist Pack's territory. Alpha Clyde captured Novra's new general, so they made an X deal. That's good, Katherine responded. And what about Prince Varagan? Gavin shook his head and replied, I might regret this, but I'll allow Prince Varagan to travel with us. If he fucking looks at you or touch. Katherine laughed. She replied, He doesn't take advantage of me. Honestly, I think he is a good person. I don't know Gavin, but I have a feeling that bringing him to Pentos will do us all good. Gavin growled, and Katherine laughed again. She felt his jealousy rising at that thought of the prince. Katherine thought that since matters in Rodovvia had already been resolved, they would go straight to Pentos, but her husband suggested, Let's wait until you have come of age before we return to Pentos. I want to know for sure if we are true mates or not. Time stilled for Katherine. She weakly asked, And if we are not? Gavin. And if we are not? Katherine asked, taking Gavin aback. He saw the hurt in her eyes and knew he had to explain himself. He inhaled profusely before walking around the bed and embracing his wife. Gavin answered, My wife, my little wife. I have given this much thought. It was a good idea for me to come over here. You are closer to coming of age, and with the recent attempt to break us apart, I realized it is best that you mark me first, true mates or not. Pentos was holding up without Gavin, and that was because King Maddox took the lead at the front. Pentos's current standing was Gavin's primary reassurance that he could linger in Rodovvia until Katherine's birthday. Besides, technically, Gavin did not have his identification pass. King Maddox's men were still coming to bring him the needed identification. This included Ethan's, Vera's, and Irene's. With the current crisis in Rodovvia, it wasn't wise for Queen Anaya to use the amulet frequently, considering it would drain her for at least 3 days. While Dan died, Elder Pollen's whereabouts were still in question. Rodovvia was still in need of their queen's active presence. Gavin could not also ask for such a sacrifice from Katherine's mother. Gavin cupped his wife's chin. He said, It's just that, after hearing Prince Varagan's predicament, I fear I'd lose you to this fucking true mate's bond, and I couldn't have that. We are married, and I marked you. I thought our bond could be further strengthened if you mark me too. Technically, it will seal the deal. I'd then be able to feel and hear your thoughts. He grabbed Katherine's hand and suggested, And we will always stay together. Apart from that, I will be more assured that you can defend yourself from my enemies once you can shift to your wolf. I told you, I have powers, Katherine reminded her husband. A hiss left Gavin's lips. He chuckled and replied, My wife is getting too brazen. I do, Katherine repeated. I'll show you tomorrow, but regardless, I agree. Katherine wrapped her arms around Gavin's neck. She said, It is better if we both have our marks on each other and stay together as a family. Thank you, Gavin, she smiled and expressed. It would mean a lot to me if I could celebrate my 21st birthday with my mother, my people, and you. Gavin nodded. He kissed his wife, and that brief contact gave him pleasure. Katherine always had this effect on him. They wound up making love again, and after that, they were tangled under the blanket, cuddling to sleep. Before Gavin rested utterly, he said to himself, Keep fighting, Pentos. It won't be long. A few more days until my wife's birthday. I promise to return. Because Gavin decided to wait until Katherine turned 21, it was agreed that Irene, Vera, and Ethan should return first to Pentos. There was so much need for the healing potion due to the number of warriors wounded amidst the war between Novra and their nation. King Maddox's men arrived in Rodovvia after a few days, and thus Katherine had to bid goodbye to her friends again. They were going to make the long journey back, going through Larafel. Fortunately, Prince Varigan and King Matthias would accompany them. The king of Larafel would clear their path until Pentos's territory, while Prince Regan would travel with Irene, Vera, and Ethan. The prince was determined to aid Katherine and Gavin and be as far away from Larafel as possible. At the gates of Rodovvia's palace, Gavin and Katherine said goodbye to their companions. Katherine was teary-eyed as she hugged Vera and Irene. Gavin, for one, had a heavy heart. He gave Ethan a manly hug, saying, I'm sorry. For many years that I have served my nation, please forgive me for being selfish. Just this once. Just for these few days. I want to ensure Katherine can shift before we return to Pentos. And let her mark you. I get it, Ethan said, chuckling. He let go of his alpha, adding, I understand, Alpha Gavin. You are already a married man and expecting a child. Let us take our leave now, the king of Larafel declared. He turned to his son, adding, We have overstayed in Rodovvia. I need to get back to Larafel. King Matthias bowed at Anaya, saying, Thank you, Queen Anaya, for your hospitality and for helping to save my son's life. He gave the same regard to Gavin, revealing, Alpha Gavin, I will send a few of my warriors to help Pentos. To be exact, I will allow Varigan's guards to come with him. A few more words were said, especially from Vera and Ethan, but soon their party began their trek into the snowy path of Rodovvia. Acknowledging how Gavin made the most difficult decision, prioritizing his wife and child, he felt a pang in his chest. With Vera, Ethan, Irene, and Prince Varigan returning before him, he certainly hoped that Pentos would continue to manage until his arrival. Days had passed. Ethan, Vera Irene, Prince Varigan, and a few of Larafel's warriors had reached Pentos. They had offered the necessary aid to give Pentos's warriors leverage against Novra. Gavin had been constantly on the phone with King Maddox, strategizing their next move and getting updated on what was happening at the front of the war. In between, Gavin had been teaching Anaya's warriors to have silver and wolfsbane tolerance. He had also learned a few techniques the winter grey wolves use in their attacks. Simply put, Gavin was learning from Rodovvia, and the wintry grey wolves were also learning from him. In Gavin's view, his time was well spent. The valuable lessons he had learned from the winter grey wolves would be helpful in Pentos's fight against Novra or any future invaders. The day came for Katherine's 21st birthday countdown. Gavin spent his entire day with his wife, teaching her how to tolerate the pains of the first shift. At the same time, the couple prepared themselves for the worst outcome, should it turn out that they were not true mates. It was already 11 in the evening, yet the couple was still in Katherine's room, talking. Gavin said, No matter what, we are married and love each other. We have a child that is about to be born. Let's not be affected if we are not true mates. Let's continue the path we have chosen. He held Katherine's face and said, The first thing you should do is to mark me. You understand, Katherine? Katherine nodded. She embraced Gavin, saying, I'm nervous. I am too, but we have to face the possibility. Gavin kissed her forehead, saying, I love you, Katherine. Never in my wildest dreams did I ever think I would fall in love or turn soft for a woman, but you changed me. Remember that. And me too, Katherine softly answered. I love you, Gavin, fated or not." A knock on the door interrupted their chat. Anaya personally came for her daughter, saying, "It's time. Everyone is waiting for your first shift, Katherine." In the next few minutes, they made it to the palace's front grounds, where a few other winter gray wolves were about to come of age. Gavin watched as his wife walked at the centermost of the celebrants. Her eyes were first glued to him until the clock was close to striking 12. He observed Katherine focused on the night sky, watching the moon. Her hand was on her belly as she took heavy breaths. Gavin could tell she was praying hard to the moon goddess. Finally, midnight came. Gavin locked eyes with his wife again. He smiled at her, mind-linking, "Happy birthday, my lovely wife. I love you." "I love you too," Katherine answered. "Ah!" Katherine was the first to cry out her pain. Gavin eyed how she threw her head back and her hands quickly stretched open, her body expanding. Slowly, she was transforming, and Gavin's heart was beating loudly with each passing second. He silently prayed, "Moon goddess, do not forsake me. Let me have my wife fully. Let her be my true mate." "Katherine." "This is it," Katherine said to herself as she gazed at the moon. She called, "Moon goddess, what was the reason for bringing me to Gavin? I hope it was because we were fated to be together and are true mates." The next thing she heard was the barking of the winter gray wolves. Most of them declared the time. "It's midnight." "Happy birthday." "It's time to shift." There were other young werewolves around her, 3 of whom had the same birthday. Katherine made a mental note to befriend them, considering they could share the same yearly celebration. Next, she locked eyes with her husband. He mind-linked, "Happy birthday, my lovely wife, I love you." "I love you too," she said back. Shivers ran down her body. It was finally her birthday, and once she would shift into her wolf form, she would be able to recognize her true mate. "Ah! Ah!" Before she knew it, her body appeared to be moving on its own. She felt her limbs breaking, her face stretching. She was very worried for her pup, but her baby was not distressed. Next, she was down on her 4s, growling. She could feel her snout forming, her hands and feet sinking against the snow. Katherine howled for the first time, her eyes looking back at the moon. Her bones continued to break, her body expanding. Despite the transformation that she was experiencing, she felt her baby was moving along with the changes in her body. Katherine did not know how long she endured the ache of shifting for the first time, but eventually all the pain disappeared. The first thing she noticed was how tall she appeared to be. Her vision was sharper, and she saw warriors and humans gaping at her in amazement. "Princess Katherine is a beautiful wolf, just like Queen Anaya. Her wolf is as huge as the queen. Princess Katherine." Katherine studied her fur. In the night, she was gleaming in winter gray, almost like silver. She was about to compare herself with the other winter gray wolves around her when she smelled something sweet, something so exhilarating. She could not explain it. It wasn't specific to any scent, but it simply pulled her. In her wolf form, she growled, snapping her head in that same direction. She could not help but sniff the air profusely. Aside from that, she sensed her pup getting restless, like her child was enthusiastic. From the corner of her eye, Katherine saw her mother. She heard her say, "Go, my child. Go to him." She did not have time to turn to her mother, nor acknowledge Anaya's words. Katherine marched in the direction of that intoxicating smell. Katherine swore Gavin was standing on that very same path, but now winter gray wolves and humans were crowding around her, and she did not find him with her eyes. She could smell Gavin, his woodsy and spicy scent. Could it be? She wondered. "Princess Katherine, congratulations on your first shift." Still, humans surrounded her. At that point, Katherine badly needed to see Gavin. She said, "Please clear the way. I want to see my husband." Her people realized what she was aiming for, that they cleared her way. In each second that passed, that sweet scent and that woodsy and spicy aroma became more potent. "Gavin," she said in her head. "I am here, Katherine," Gavin said back. Before she knew it, Katherine was looking at Gavin's figure. He closed the gap between them and the same sense engulfed her. Katherine stilled, still in her wolf form. Her eyes met Gavin, and suddenly she heard nothing else but the beating of her heart, that of Gavin's, and even her pup's. Her surroundings seemed blurred, and she was immediately lost in Gavin's eyes. Sweet chills ran down her spine as she was pulled in. Through Gavin's eyes, she saw their future. Katherine was wearing a crown, and so was Gavin. They were teaching their son about the history of Pentos. Next, another image flashed. Still, in Gavin's eyes, she saw them running through the coasts of southern Pentos in their wolf form. However, it wasn't just the three of them. Katherine saw they were running with two more pups, one inheriting the winter-gray wolf gene. When those images faded away, her awareness returned. The chilly air of Rodovvia blew against her gleaming coat, and as she maintained to look at Gavin, a tear rolled down her face. She said, "Mate, mate," Gavin said at the same time. Katherine saw Gavin was also teary-eyed. Finally, all those fears of not being true mates can be pushed aside. Katherine acknowledged that everything was the moon goddess' plan, her leaving the bright moon pack, her arranged marriage, and the love that formed between her and Gavin. A loud howl escaped Gavin's lips, and next she saw him shift into his black wolf. Gavin was the same size as Katherine's wolf, and he went around her in circles, howling like the alpha that he was. "Katherine is my true mate," Gavin screamed. He jumped around Katherine, further igniting tears in her eyes. Hoots, claps, and words of encouragement surrounded them, coming from the warriors and the humans. Eventually, Gavin settled in front of her and licked her madly, especially her face. Under his breath, he said, "Thank you, moon goddess." There was no need to speak after that. Katherine and her husband rushed back inside the palace, and everyone cleared their route. They ran in their wolf form until finding Katherine's bedroom. Inside, Gavin shifted first. He had to instruct Katherine how to shift back. It took a while because Katherine was distracted on what to do first. Eventually, when she returned to her human form, Katherine crashed her lips to Gavin. She kissed him wildly, her hands restlessly touching his body. "Mine," she growled. As she sucked on his lips, she wound up biting him. She tasted blood that further torched her desires. She did not know where this possessiveness came from, but she could only assume it resulted from her true mate's bond. "Mine, mine," Gavin said back. Like Katherine, he was also carelessly touching her. He especially liked the mark he gave her. "All mine." When her body felt goosebumps, she dipped between Gavin's neck and his shoulders and plunged her teeth into his flesh. She tasted his blood again, and it further gratified her. Gavin howled loudly. It was a clear announcement of how, finally, they were one. As Gavin rolled her to her back. "Mine." She heard her husband repeat it. Katherine was smiling from ear to ear. Her eyes were still fixed on the bite she gave him, and just then she saw the exact mark change into the form of two werewolf heads next to each other. One was black, while the other was in her lineage's color. Next, Katherine saw how an infinity symbol circled the werewolves' heads. She pulled away and caught Gavin also staring at her mark. Katherine did not see it, but she could tell her husband also noticed the change in her mark, the same he had given her months back. Gavin's gaze landed on hers. He cupped her face, declaring, "Finally, you are mine, not just by the law of Pentos, but in the moon goddess's eyes." Tears stung Katherine's eyes as she nodded. She grabbed Gavin's hand and rested it on her belly. She said, "We are meant to be. I love you, Gavin." "I love you, Katherine," Gavin replied. "Gavin, mine," Gavin declared. In the morning, Gavin was proud beyond words at how he satisfied his wife. He let go of Katherine's lips and heard her say, "Gavin, that was amazing." "It was incredible for me too, my wife," Gavin answered. He rested Katherine's leg before littering kisses all over her face and then to her mark. He said, "You are completely mine now. No one can take you away from me." "And from me," she said back with a smile. Gavin reached for her belly, feeling his pup as he said, "Our son is happy." There was no longer denying how they were having a son. The vision he saw through Katherine's eyes past midnight said it all. Their future together. "Yes, our son," Katherine acknowledged. 2 more months to seeing him. Gavin then also thought about the other visions of him and Katherine, how they had more pups in the years to come, especially how they wound up being royals in Pentos. How did it happen? Well, Gavin already knew this. After all, this was King Maddox's plan. But what would happen to his king if he passed on the crown to him? Gavin then recalled his obligation to Pentos. Guilt washed over him while his nation was at war, and then he will be the next king? What kind of a future king was he? He knew he had to return soon. He was about to bring it up to his wife when her stomach growled. Katherine chuckled. She said, "We skipped my birthday party completely." "That's fine. I'm sure the people of Rodovvia understand," Gavin answered with a sly grin. His wife laughed thoroughly, correcting, "You mean they know exactly what their princess was up to?" Her face turned red as she proclaimed, "They probably think their princess is a wild, horny wolf." A low growl escaped Gavin's lips. He answered, "It's normal, my wife. We are werewolves, and we give in to our carnal desires, especially with our true mates. They understand. In fact, they will not mind if we skip meals the entire day." "Gavin!" Katherine scolded. She smacked his arm, reminding him, "Our son!" "Oh, right," Gavin replied. He sat up and reached for her stomach. He kissed her belly, saying, "Don't be mad, son. We will feed you now." In the next half an hour, Katherine and Gavin bathed together. As they did not miss kissing their marks, alternately proclaiming, "Mine." There was no doubting it now. She and Gavin were indeed true mates and were fated together. Now that they had marked each other, their bonds were more potent. They could feel each other's feelings, read each other's minds, know when one is in danger, and many more. Katherine and Gavin were now one, and no one could break them apart. "Katherine, mother," Katherine called, embracing her mother. Queen Anaya rubbed Katherine's back with a smile. When she pulled away, Anaya said, "Congratulations on finding your true mate." Turning to Gavin, Anaya added, "Take care of my daughter, Gavin." "I will, Queen Anaya," Gavin said, and the queen laughed. Anaya suggested, "Mother, call me mother. And I know you still feel sorry about hurting Katherine, but let's put that behind us. Now that you have marked each other, I know you will never hurt my daughter again. Being blessed by the moon goddess, I know you will have a brighter future together." They were all at the dining area, ready to have their breakfast. Anaya turned to the table and said, "Let's eat. With all that exercise you both had, I'm sure my daughter is starving." Katherine flushed like a red tomato while her husband merely chuckled. They finished eating breakfast in an hour. Anaya chatted in between, revealing the progress of their offer to the resistant group. She said, "I can feel their regret now. They have been remorseful of their actions. I think the option to relocate them at the same time giving them responsibility truly helped. They have been willingly telling Nicole, Dan, and Pauline's plans. Apparently, the two elders had been the root of my troubles for years. They weren't planning to overthrow me, but wanted to control Katherine or me." One member of the resistance also admitted that Pauline had left Rodovvia. The former elder should be in Novra right now. She is indeed colluding with Novra. "Has Pauline been working with Novra for a long time?" Gavin sought. Queen Anaya shook her head, answering, "According to the young ones, the cooperation was recent. It must have started when I brought Katherine back. My daughter's arrival must have thrown their plans off course. How troublesome." With a sigh, Anaya continued, "But I'm glad everything has come to light and everyone in the resistance group has surrendered. Rodovvia can move forward from here on. Now about your plans to return to Pentos. I have been thinking about it and have come to a decision." Anaya leaned back, revealing, "I will open the portal for both of you. I think with the issue of the resistance group at rest, it should be okay for me to be out for a week." Katherine sighed. She recalled how her mother estimated her unconscious state after using the amulet for the first time. Elder Pauline was old and weaker, but Queen Anaya was still in her prime. The amulet only forced her to rest for 3 days when she used it to open the portal for Gavin to mount Sinuous, and she had kept it open for an hour. Thus, opening the portal for 2 werewolves in seconds should only knock her out in a week or less. "Are you sure, Mother? I'd hate to impose," Katherine said. "Rodovvia will also be at stake. I can assure you, my princess, I have got that covered." On the other end of the table, Beta Nicole said, "I will look after Rodovvia while my queen is resting. Besides, we want you to travel safely, especially with the baby." Hearing Nicole's reassurance, Katherine and Gavin looked at each other. "I do need to get back ASP," Gavin admitted. Katherine nodded. She glanced back at her mother, saying, "Then, Mother, we will leave whenever you are ready." Queen Anaya smiled at Katherine. She said, "I'll open the portal for you both tomorrow morning. You can make the phone call to inform your king." Katherine saw her mother rest back in her seat. Then Queen Anaya returned to lean forward, proposing, Better yet, why don't I speak with King Maddox? The dining room had an awkward silence, and Katherine thought her mother must have noticed it. Anaya clarified, I just want to confirm that the king will ensure your safety, my daughter, you and my grandchild. I see, Katherine acknowledged. I'll arrange the call, Mother, Gavin confirmed. Katherine? Later that evening, Gavin made the critical call to King Maddox from inside the Queen's office. It appeared to Katherine that the king was pleased, seeing her husband's smile. From the corner of Katherine's eyes, she saw her mother suck in a breath like she was nervous about speaking to the king. Inwardly, she smiled. It seemed like her mother was hiding something, her true feelings, perhaps. Here you go, Mother. Gavin extended the mobile to Queen Anaya. He said, The king, as you have requested. Anaya took the phone cautiously. Holding the mobile to her ear, she looked at Katherine and Gavin. When her gaze panned from back and forth at them, Katherine stood up, understanding immediately. We will give you privacy, Mother, Anaya said before dragging her husband to the door. The last thing Katherine heard was her mother speaking on the phone. King Maddox. Queen Anaya. King Maddox, I am sending Gavin and my daughter to Pentos. Please, call me Maddox. Let's skip the formalities. Aren't we true mates? Anaya's words were interrupted by Maddox's proclamation. She let out a scoff, but inside, her heart fluttered. She indicated, Our time is over, Maddox. It's never too late. We still have the rest of our lives. We age slowly. I may turn 100 years old and still feel like I am in my 40s, Maddox suggested. The moon goddess returned our fates together for a reason, and we should fulfill our destinies. Anaya was rendered speechless. Because she failed to reply, King Maddox added, So Katherine and Gavin turned out to be true mates. I suspected as much. It was a good decision for Gavin to go to Rodovvia. Finally, she replied. You know what this means, right, Anaya? The future we had both seen through each other's eyes is about to become a reality. Unless the war takes my life, King Maddox said. Anaya's eyes widened. She felt a pang in her chest that she did not want to acknowledge. She stuttered in her reply, Please do not hurt my daughter anymore by hurting yourself. Katherine, my daughter considers you as a second father. Is it only because of Katherine? King Maddox asked, and with that, Anaya was stunned again. Anaya gulped and replied, What other reasons are there? A low growl escaped Maddox's lips. It appeared to Anaya that he also evaded the issue at hand and instead addressed her primary concern. I'll make sure that Katherine is safe, but knowing that she has come of age, she doesn't need my protection. It's King Charles's men who need protection from her. And don't worry, I'll stay alive to fulfill our fates. I'll see you soon, Anaya. Wait for me, King Maddox said before adding, Goodbye. Anaya's mouth hung open, utterly stunned. She could not believe he had ended the call before her, like it was a done deal. Audrey. The former queen studied the nation's fortress at the top of the Skyline Tower, a luxury residential building a block from Pentos's palace. She used a vision enhancement device to observe the palace gate from afar. Only a few warriors guarded the gates, and she counted less than 30 warriors roving around the capital. A sinister laugh escaped Audrey's lips as she described, Maddox has a weak heart. He went to help his wounded people within the Blood Mist Pack, not realizing he had left the capital vulnerable. Thank goodness Gavin is away. The king has less help now. King Charles's men and her party had completely surrendered the Blood Mist Pack 2 days ago. After all, they had already taken all their arms and wealth. However, before leaving Theon's former pack, they punished some pack members for their betrayal against Theon. Men or women, their hostages were beaten to a pulp, unable to join Maddox's upcoming battles. Luna Isabel suffered the most, but her misery did not end there. Audrey and Theon still took Beatrice with them, as they had other plans for her. When King Maddox named Audrey, Theon, and Garetwell traitors, over half of the Blood Mist Pack surrendered pieces of evidence against them and pledged loyalty to Luna Isabel. The others became rogues and ran to different woodlands, only to seek their hideout upon Theon's directive. The damage they had done to the Blood Mist Pack had forced King Maddox to soothe his people. The king had also ordered most of his men to aid in healing the wounded. Audrey allowed King Maddox's men to think they were heavily impaired, but it was only for show. Alpha Clyde was so close to finding their location that Theon had to create another plan, which involved giving up the entire territory of the Blood Mist Pack, even after retrieving Novra's general. Over 100 of them managed to slip through the underground passages to Pentos. Half of their forces secured the Blood Mist Pack, while the others hid in the nearby territories within the coasts, waiting for the final fight. With King Maddox's relentless pursuit, they were now down to half their original heads. Thankfully, they still had Theon's rogues. Adding them up, they were back to 100 men, maybe more. She was unhappy with the number of Novra warriors they had lost, but she knew it was bound to happen. Sacrifices had to be made. The half-witch, Eliana, was also part of that sacrifice. Audrey could care less if King Maddox's men had already killed the witch. Eliana had served her purpose. Regardless if Eliana was unsuccessful in breaking up Alpha Gavin and his wife, the latter was out of Pentos, and as far as she had heard, he wasn't back. Only Beta Ethan returned to the nation. The Skyline Tower residence had been Audrey's refuge, along with King Charles's trusted men. The entire building itself was under an alias belonging to Audrey, another one of the safety nets she had long planned. Of course, Alpha Clyde had searched the building. The building administrators were under her payroll. They had willingly shown the Alpha around, including surveillance videos of whoever was coming in and out of the building. Sadly for Alpha Clyde, the same residence tower also had its secret passages, leading to an underground shelter that now housed Theon's rogues. Technically, her mate, Theon, was now the alpha of Pentos's rogues. Audrey and her party had also masked their scents, so their stay was utterly undetectable. King Maddox was unaware. They had been hiding in plain sight. Just as Audrey thought about how they had gone this far, her son, Garretwell, walked into the balcony. He reported, "There are 20 guards at the back of the palace, 30 at the front. There are probably a few roaming within the palace. I have also gathered that King Maddox is headed back for some reason." Audrey's true mate followed them into the balcony as if on cue. Theon asked, "What are your plans, my love?" Audrey lifted her chin with a confident grin. She suggested, "This is the best time to infiltrate the palace. King Maddox's royal guards must be tired, having aided and traveled from the Blood Mist Pack. We can ask Maddox to surrender willingly. I'm sure he will resist, but he will always have a soft spot for the weak," Audrey suggested. "He will come to their saving." "What do you mean, Mother?" Garretwell asked. "Get Beatrice and take as many pups within the capital. We will exchange their lives for Maddox's surrender," Audrey proposed. "Good plan, love," Theon remarked. Following her suggestion, Audrey saw Garretwell's eyes narrow. He growled, saying, "I want to feel his skin under my claws. He had taken my chance to be a king. He is going to pay for it. Then, contact the rogues and give them orders. Prepare silver weapons and the wolfsbane, too," Audrey commanded her son. "We are going to need it." King Maddox, "Water?" King Maddox asked as soon as he walked into the palace halls. "My king, we have parents who have reported their pups missing within the capital," one of his warriors revealed. "Some werewolves said they fell unconscious in their homes, and when they woke up, their pups were gone. Some were said to be missing from school grounds." "What?" "Send a few men to check it out," the king ordered. When he saw his warrior hesitate, he asked, "What's wrong?" "We can barely cover the palace." "Your Highness," the guard answered, "the lives of the children are more important. Go, besides, I can protect myself," King Maddox answered. "Update me when you have answers. Awake me if you have to." "Yes, my king," the warrior replied. King Maddox had just returned to the capital with 6 royal guards. They came from the Blood Mist Pack, ready to welcome Gavin and Katherine back in the morning. He was beyond exhausted, and then he was faced with bad news upon his entry to the palace. As he went to his chambers, he mumbled, "This better not be the work of Audrey or King Charles' men. They would dare not hurt innocent lives such as children." Maddox wanted to wait for the news, but his eyes betrayed him. He slept for a few hours until a loud knocking on the door disturbed his rest. "King Maddox, the palace is under attack. My king, we are under attack." About 100 men have surrounded the palace. King Maddox stood abruptly, his heart drumming against his ribcage. How unfortunate that this was happening now. Most of his men are helping the Blood Mist Pack. Some are guarding the coasts, while some are still following leads of Audrey's whereabouts. The former queen is at the gates, my king. When Maddox went to the front of the palace, he saw the gates were already forced open. Many of his men were wounded. They were still fighting it off. A good number of rogues were lifeless on the ground. Even if his men were outnumbered, they still had a chance to prevail with their skills to consider. Unfortunately for the king, Audrey called his attention. "Resist, and I will kill Luna Isabel and these poor children." Audrey suddenly appeared, dragging a little child at the front of the gate. The child was unconscious, appearing to have been drugged. The king could only think of wolfsbane. Behind Audrey, Luna Isabel was being carried by Theon. A few more rogues were bringing babies or toddlers in their arms, and most were crying their hearts out. Audrey lengthened her claws. She grazed it on the child's neck, saying, "Their lives are yours. Choose Maddox! Choose! Ah!" She was about to cut the child's throat when Maddox gave the order. "Don't hurt the child. Don't hurt any of them," Maddox said. "I'll surrender. Tell all your men to yield now," Audrey demanded. "Surrender," Garretwell barked. "Stand back." Theon commanded. A low growl left Maddox's lips. Before giving the order, he mind-linked with his men. "Those inside the palace, find hiding. After my surrender, find a way to rescue these children and Luna Isabel. We can retaliate after we have secured their lives. Find a way to contact Alpha Gavin. Inform him of the situation." After communicating with his men, Maddox sucked in a breath and gave the word, "Men, surrender! King Maddox!" King Maddox's screams echoed loudly within his prison cell as his former wife repeatedly cut his arms with a silver blade. He gritted his teeth and was tempted to break free from his chains, seeing the son he had cared for line up next to hurt him. Garretwell let out his claws and slashed them against Maddox's bare chest. Maddox screamed again, his fangs elongated while he was at it. The entire time, as he bore his torture, he thought of the young pups who were held captives somewhere in his home. He mind-linked to those who were free, hiding. "Find the children now. Free them." "My king, we have found their location. They are kept in the medical room, but 10 rogues and Novra warriors are on guard. We are figuring out how to get them out safely since our enemies are spread everywhere," one of his guards replied. "So far, only Mike and I are together in this location." "Your Highness, there are too many rogues from where I am hiding. I can't leave unless it's time to fight," one other warrior said, then a few more echoed the same. Apparently, there were about 10 of his warriors still taking cover somewhere. "King Maddox, I am in a safer place by the garbage area," one warrior who was one of his longtime guards said. His name was Tyrone. "I was able to get my phone. I will contact Luna Katherine from here." "Hurry. I don't know how much longer I can take this," Maddox revealed before another howl left his lips. It wasn't like Maddox to allow his enemies to hurt him. He was the king, after all, but for the sake of the pups, he endured it all, hoping they would be set free by the time he lost his patience. "How dare you take away what's mine? And what is this I hear that you are planning to name Gavin the next king?" Garretwell barked. He yet again cut through Maddox's chest in anger. "I am the rightful king, which you could have had if you did not betray me," Maddox angrily shot back. "I had known you were not my son for a long time. I treated you like my own, and I was willing to name you king, but instead you conspired with your mother to kill me." "Ah!" Shut up, Garretwell said. "You never wanted me to be king. You give Gavin more tasks than me. You named him the hero of Pentos. You gave him more credit than me. He was like the son you never had. All you saw was Gavin. Gavin this, Gavin that. You even arranged his marriage to a girl you thought was your daughter." Garretwell yapped, and in the next few minutes he inflicted pain on Maddox. After some time, Garretwell expressed, "I won't kill you just yet. I want to see you in anguish day by day until I see regret in your eye, ha-ha." Behind Garretwell, Audrey and Theon were observing the entire time, delighting in his suffering. Audrey approached Maddox, saying, "This is just the beginning. We will slowly kill your warriors, those that are spread throughout Pentos. Later in the afternoon, more of your warriors will surely come into the gates and try to save you, but we will be ready for them. By the time the rest of the packs in Pentos are aware of the situation here in the capital, more of King Charles's warriors would have already arrived. Pentos will be defenseless by then," Audrey suggested. Watch me slowly take everything away from you, Maddox. Soon, Pentos will be completely ours. Gavin! Katherine! Katherine! Gavin's eyes fluttered, hearing Queen Anaya at the door. You and Gavin need to go to Pentos now. I feel something has happened to Maddox. With the Queen's last words, Gavin stood up abruptly, and so did Katherine. Gavin checked the time and realized it was still 5 in the morning. They had agreed to go through the portal around 9, but plans were unexpectedly moving forward. Gavin and his wife quickly changed. They walked over to Anaya's office, where the space was private enough to make the portal. As they marched, Katherine asked, "What did you mean by what you had said, Mother?" "I had a dream about him getting hurt. I don't know why I had that dream, but it was so real in my head," Anaya said while hastily taking her steps. Gavin was beside Katherine. He was on the phone trying to reach King Maddox, but the line was dead. He called Kevin, but the King's beta also had no contact with the King. On the phone, Beta Kevin revealed, "I have no contact with anyone in the palace. I am at the Blood Mist Pack. Let me contact a few friends within the capital instead." Since King Maddox was not answering, Gavin meant to initiate a message, but instead he found a text from an unknown number, one they had missed out on entirely. It read, "Luna Katherine, my name is Tyrone. I am one of the guards in the palace. I remembered your number from when Beta Kevin asked me to try and contact you weeks back. Pentos' palace is under siege. I'm sorry I could not call you. I am afraid my location will be given away. Audrey, Theon, and Gretuel have King Maddox. I could hear his cries from the underground prison. He was tortured for hours." Gavin gritted his teeth. He said, "Fuck! Gretuel, you bastard!" While Katherine and Anaya waited to hear the news, Gavin communicated with the palace guard in Pentos. Thanks to the moon goddess, Tyrone replied quickly. Children and Luna Isabel were being taken as hostages. That was how King Maddox ended up surrendering. We were all asked to yield, but some of us took cover. I am at the garbage depository area at the back of the palace's underground. Some of my colleagues are trapped in other areas. They wanted to save the children first, but could not determine where to take them without getting into a fight and risking their lives. Yes, this place is safe. Why? We must open the portal going through the main garbage area. It's the safest place we know right now, Gavin said before turning to his wife. Maybe you should remain here, my wife. I can't take the risk of you being attacked. What if our child gets hurt? I am not weak anymore, Gavin. I have shown you. I can protect myself and our child. No one can come near me, Katherine insisted. If anything has happened to the king, I want to help. Gavin shook his head as he hissed. Sure, he had seen his wife use her inherited ability, but he was still afraid Katherine and his pup would get hurt. Katherine is right, Gavin. She can protect herself and your pup. Believe me, I would be the first person to shield Katherine from harm, just like how I brought her here to Rodovvia. But now that she has learned what she needed to know, she can fight back, Anaya explained. Take my daughter with you. She will do more help than trouble, I can assure you. Gavin, she is your true mate for a reason, and part of it is because she is strong enough to stand alongside you. Tapping Gavin's arm, Anaya added, You'll see. You will witness my daughter fight for the first time, and don't worry about my grandson. Katherine's body will protect him. Coming from Anaya, Gavin felt slightly reassured. He gasped as he took his wife's hand, suggesting he was now resolved with their plans. Next, Gavin contacted Ethan and his Gamas. Ethan was at the Blood Mist Pack with Beta Kevin and Prince Regan. He informed them of what was happening in the palace based on Tyrone's report. He also contacted Leilani, who was with Alpha Nestor, manning the coasts. It did not take long for Anaya to open the portal. By the time she did, Beta Nicole was already with them. Katherine embraced her mother tightly as she bid goodbye. She said, Mother, I don't know when I'll see you again, but I will miss you. Anaya pulled away from Katherine. She caressed her cheeks, saying, We will see each other. She turned to Nicole and directed, Send at least 30 of our warriors to Pentos and help them with the war. The first thing that they should do is to find Katherine. As you wish, my queen, Beta Kevin acknowledged, bowing her head. Gavin locked eyes with Anaya. She immediately knew the growing concern in his chest that she said, It's time to go. I love you, Katherine. Take care. I love you too, Mother. Be safe, Katherine said. She glanced at Beta Nicole, asking, "Look after your queen." "I will," Beta Nicole confirmed. The spiraling light grew bigger in front of Gavin and Katherine. Gavin tightened her hold on Katherine's hand. "It's time, my wife. My people, our people need us. The king needs us." After Gavin said goodbye to Queen Anaya, he walked into the portal with his wife. Like the last, the light was blinding. He could not fathom how long he was in that void of white light, but soon he sensed being in a dim room, and it smelled of filthy garbage. Alpha Gavin, Luna Katherine, a man called Gavin. "Alpha Gavin, are you sure Luna Katherine is up for this?" Tyrone said, his eyes looking at his wife's belly. While a tiny part of Gavin was still concerned about their plan, he told Tyrone, "Watch and be proud of your future queen. My wife can fight." Gavin concluded Anaya was right. The moon goddess must have fated him and Katherine for a reason. Katherine was now strong enough to be his mate and fight. She wasn't that delicate girl he met months back. He needed to accept that part of his wife now and use it to their advantage. After almost 2 hours of careful planning and contacting warriors nearby, the three slowly made their way to the children's holding area. They met with 2 other Pentos guards discreetly lingering across the same room. The young pups were all kept in the medical room, guarded by a mix of rogues and Novra guards. Gavin and Katherine's party took cover in a narrow, secret passage leading directly to the other wing. It was meant to speed up the warriors' tracks should they be under attack. According to Tyrone, Audrey nor Garretwell did not lead the search for the other guards, so they were never found. Only those that lived in the castle knew the secret passages. The former queen and Garretwell were too busy beating the king that the search was left in the hands of the rogues and Novra warriors. "Are you ready, my wife?" Gavin asked. Katherine nodded, saying, "I can do this." She put her hands on his cheeks, saying, "I can do this." Gavin nodded his head, replying, "I trust that you can. Use your ability to the fullest." Tyrone and the other warriors studied Katherine with apprehension, but Gavin ignored them. Katherine was the best person to do this job. The rogues will not consider her a threat. Moreover, they probably won't know her, especially the Novra warriors. Before letting Katherine leave, Gavin smudged her face with dirt they had brought along from the garbage depository area. Katherine purposely made a mess of her hair. When she was barely recognizable, Gavin allowed Katherine to walk out. "Katherine? My baby? My baby, are you here?" Katherine called, pretending to cry. The rogues guarding the medical room quickly saw her, but as Gavin suspected, they did not see her as a threat. She was a pregnant young woman who looked vulnerable. "Who are you? How did you get here?" One werewolf questioned. He marched toward Katherine and sniffed the life out of her. "You stink like garbage." "I work here as a maid. I was hiding when I learned that my child was taken, and I was told my baby would be here. Did you take my baby?" Katherine asked, her eyes darting at the medical room, and she rushed in. "Wait! Wait!" Sure, they called after her, but clearly they did not see her as someone who would cause a problem, for they did not use force upon her. When she made it in, Katherine searched for a baby. When she saw one baby crying on the floor, she reached for it and claimed, "My baby! Please let me stay. Let me be your prisoner. I only want to care for my baby," Katherine begged. "Is that her child?" One rogue asked the other. "How am I supposed to know? I did not take that baby. It was Mac, and he is still sleeping right now." A woman said. She looked at Katherine and remarked, "What a slut! She has an infant, and now she is pregnant. Horny dogs!" Ignoring the woman's words, Katherine studied the number of children. About 10 kids could run independently, and 2 babies and 3 other toddlers were crying their hearts out. "These children are hungry. We need to feed them," Katherine yelled. The woman who was earlier watching the babies pointed to a table where food and milk were. She said, "Knock yourself out." The female rogue turned to her colleagues and said, "Let's keep her there. I could use a break. Let's just add her to the hostages, whoever she is." Katherine first fed the children with the very little available food. At least it will get the young ones to trust her, especially the toddlers. As she did, she communicated with Gavin, speaking through her mind. Tyrone also mind-linked with the children, letting them know they could trust Katherine and follow her lead. Once the children were comforted, Katherine gathered all the kids closer to her. She asked two older youngsters to carry the other babies while holding one in her arm. She said, "Come here, kids. Don't cry now. I'm here. I'll take care of you. I'll be your mother for now." The two rogues guarding inside eyed her. What appeared as an offer for solace was part of Catherine's plan. The closer the pups were around her, the more she could protect them. "What are you doing, woman?" the rogue asked. "They are scared. They just wanted a hug." "Please don't scare these children any more than you already have," Catherine begged. The rogue only hissed and warned, "Don't try anything funny, lady. I could easily grab one boy and slit his throat. That will be in your hands." "I just want to comfort them, please," Catherine swore. When all the children hugged her tightly, she whispered, bowing her head to them, "Get ready. We are all going out. Do not lose sight of one another." The children nodded. Catherine saw the fear in their eyes, but she promised them, "I'll take care of you." With her eyes on the door, she said under her breath, "Let's go." 2 steps in, the female rogue inside barked, "Step back, woman! I said step back!" Catherine did not listen. She moved forward with the children, clinging around her. "What are you planning, lady?" a male rogue questioned. Regardless, Catherine ignored him. Raising a hand, the male rogue growled, "You little bitch, you are courting death." "Ah!" The female rogue also screamed. With one thrust of Catherine's hand, the 2 rogues were thrown into the air, their hands clutching their chests as they landed on the floor. "I can't breathe. What's going?" The male rogue coughed, alerting those on guard outside. More rogues and Nova warriors came to reach for the children, but in each attempt they flew in midair, their hands against their chests, appearing to have a heart attack. The entire time, Catherine focused, recalling how she had trained her mother to use their unique ability. She primarily concentrated on the pains of the children. Catherine felt their fears and ache, which fueled her energy. The same situation continued for a few minutes until the rogues realized that Catherine was tossing their accomplices away with the mere wave of her hand. "What is she? A witch? A demon?" one rogue asked. While the rogues on guard panicked, Catherine reminded the children, "Stay close to me, kids." The rogues could not get near Catherine. She reached where Gavin and the 3 guards were hiding, and only then did her husband reveal himself to their adversaries. Gavin screamed, "The children are with us! Palace guards, attack!" As soon as Gavin declared the pup's safety, 2 Pentos warriors lunged out of nowhere, attacking the rogues. Tyrone and another guard aided Catherine in directing the children through the secret passage. Catherine watched as her husband joined the fight. She was nervous, but she knew Gavin was not an ordinary alpha. She mind-linked, "Be safe, my love." "I'll be fine, Catherine. Take the children and keep them safe," Gavin said back, and the next thing Catherine heard was her husband's loud growl. "I'll bite your head off." Very soon, Catherine, Tyrone, and one other guard made it through the secret passage, but instead of the garbage area, they walked to the palace's lower floors until reaching the near back entrance. From there, Tyrone said, "Over here. We can wait until the back gate has fewer rogues." He was pointing to what looked like a garden storage area. It was filled with garden soils and pots. The space was undersized, but it was much better than the garbage depository. "Let me check the back gate first and see how many are on guard," Tyrone said, before leaving Catherine and the other guard. After a few seconds, growls and howling erupted at the back gate. Undoubtedly, Tyrone wound up getting into a fight. Catherine knew it was bound to happen since the entire palace must have already been alerted of how the children were taken. Before she knew it, the door to the garden storage area swung open, and 2 rogues stood before them, seething. "I knew I smelled more wolves in here," one rogue snarled. "Trying to get away? You are all dead meat." The children cried their dread while the other warrior who helped Catherine stood before them, saying, "Let me protect you, Luna Catherine." "No," Catherine said with conviction. "Stay with the children. Let me take care of these 2. While the rogues laughed at Catherine's claim, she purred in irritation. She pushed the children behind her, and when she was out the door, Catherine shifted into her colossal wolf. Seeing her form, the rogues were taken aback. Their eyes widened and their mouths hung open. "Ooh, win, Winter Grey Wolf, help!" King Maddox was out of it, having been beaten and wounded badly. Still, being an Alpha King, his healing ability was also faster. Some of his cuts were still open, but he was no longer bleeding after a few hours of rest. Out of nowhere, Gavin's words echoed in his head. "The children are with us. Palace guards, attack!" As the king of Pentos, he could mind-link with everybody within nearby reach, regardless of whose pack they belonged to. Thus, he called to those in the capital, "To those who can fight, fight off our intruders. Let us not give them mercy for taking our children hostage. Alpha Gavin has the children, we can already retaliate. Yes, Alpha Gavin has returned to Pentos. We are ready to fight, my king. Attack. We have been waiting for your orders, King Maddox. We have been on standby by the palace gates the whole time." Several of his people mind-linked back. After giving his orders, the king growled, pushing his arms forward and trying to break free from his chains. His fangs lengthened as he expanded his body, ready to shift. Just as his body changed, he caught sight of 4 of his palace guards fighting off the rogues outside his containment cell. Some of his men appeared to have gotten away from their own lockup. His warriors were still outnumbered, but they fought their hardest. Soon, King Maddox broke through his chains. He commanded, "Get the keys, Gil. That brown-haired rogue has the key." Gil quickly lunged at the rogue who held the keys and threw the opponent's body near Maddox. The king reached for the unconscious enemy and secured the key. Not too far, Maddox could hear a struggle. Knowing he had to be on top of the battle, he swiftly opened the steel bars of his cell and shifted into his enormous wolf. With his beastly frame and remarkable strength, he easily took down 4 adversaries. Some of their opponents carried a gun, obviously with silver ammunition, but with Maddox's speed, he dodged the bullet. 2 of his men were hit, but Gavin had long trained them to tolerate silver. It pained the warriors, but they still continued to fight. King Maddox and his men freed more of the palace guards who were locked up. Their numbers grew, strengthening their forces. After clearing the prison, Maddox searched for the upper floors, finding more rogues and Novra warriors. The king was on a rampage, taking down the enemies one by one. Soon, he caught up with Gavin and saw his Belfa infuriated. The king saw one of his men wounded and Gavin doing most of the work. Maddox claimed, "We will win this fight, men. Your king is here, and so is Euro. I have the healing potion, my king." One other palace guard came out of nowhere. "I have kept all the potions with me the whole time. I was afraid that our enemies would take it." Maddox could not be more proud of his men's initiatives. He appointed tasks to those who were able, assigning the distribution of the healing potion, while identifying those who could resume fighting. "We have taken over the back gate." Another mind link came through. "King Maddox, we have arrived." Beta Kevin communicated in his mind. "We are coming for you, my king." Boosted by the fact that his warriors had come to take back the palace, Maddox fought with Gavin. As he did, he continued to receive more and more information from his people. "We have secured the children. Luna Katherine had protected them all. Take them away. Keep them away from all this fighting," Maddox commanded. From one group of enemies to another, Gavin and King Maddox moved on until they came face to face with the trio they despised the most. Nearly at the palace's main entrance, the two met with Geretuel, Audrey, and Theon. It appeared to Maddox that the family of 3 was attempting to escape. The gate was already open, and another ongoing fight between their enemies and residents of the capital could distinctly be seen. "Leaving the party already?" Gavin yapped. Geretuel howled, saying, "Gavin, how was it that you are back?" Narrowing his eyes, he concluded, "So it was you who ruined our plans. No wonder Pentos' warriors are so bold all of a sudden." The former prince raised his hand and revealed a gun, but Gavin threw dirt into Geretuel's eyes. Gavin said, "Remember this?" After blinding Geretuel, Gavin lunged at the former prince. He bit on the gun and threw it far from Geretuel's reach. Theon also had a gun. He shot at Gavin and hit his leg, but it was not enough to put Gavin down. After disarming Geretuel, Gavin chased after Theon. Gavin barked, "Fool, silver will have little effect on me. Why don't we try it on you, Theon?" While all this was happening, Geretuel got up, and it was the king's cue to teach him a lesson. He bit his so-called son on the leg before Geretuel could even shift. At that point, Gavin was fighting Theon, and Maddox was putting Geretuel in his place. As he gave back the same injuries the former prince inflicted on him, he barked, "You are not worthy to be a king." No king would use the lives of the innocent. You think you are winning? Hundreds of King Charles' men are coming as we speak. Even if you take back the palace, you will still fall. Garatuel proclaimed. I think, Maddox growled, that with the three of you gone, we have better chances of winning the war. From where Maddox was pinning Garatuel down, he could see Audrey conflicted. She looked at Theon and then back to Garatuel as if she could not decide who to help next. What surprised Maddox was Audrey's unmistakable decision. She turned around, clearly attempting to make an escape. In the end, she chose to save herself. Her body was inflating and was about to shift. However, before Audrey could leave, a huge winter-gray wolf jumped in front of her. Audrey stilled and asked, Anaya? Katherine, Anaya? Audrey called. Katherine was puzzled how the former queen thought she was her mother. Then she remembered how all her clans had the same coat. She was also the same size as her mother's wolf. Katherine growled. She answered, No, I am Katherine, Gavin's wife. She saw the shock in Audrey's eyes. Katherine swore. Audrey's lips trembled at the sight of her. However, she could not blame Audrey because Katherine was bigger than her in her wolf form. You've already shifted? Audrey asked, her brows meeting. Katherine thought Audrey was still taken aback, but in a split second the former queen was charging at her. With just one growl from Elxia, Audrey was sent flying into the air. Katherine said, That's for setting up my husband, letting us leave our home and the pack Gavin values. Behind Katherine, she could feel the tension between rogues and Navra warriors. She turned to them while Audrey was still getting up on her feet and saw the hesitation in their eyes. Some were fighting the capital's citizens, but quite a few had their mouths open, utterly stupefied. Katherine inwardly smirked, knowing that every werewolf clan feared winter-gray wolves for their strength. Wintry gray wolf? They really exist? Cowards! Attack her now! Audrey ordered. Don't you let those wolves touch a single hair on your body, wife! Gavin called, and Katherine did as he requested. Concentrating on her ability, Katherine used the pains of her past to hurl up a force within her. When the attacking wolves came within 2 meters of her, she screamed loudly. The same enemies either flew up in the air or descended on their knees, heaving as if losing all the air in their lungs. While Katherine was prevailing, she ignored she had a blind side. Audrey had jumped at her, forcing her to roll to the ground. The former queen managed to bite on her back. Still, Katherine got up on her fours and swung Audrey around until the latter loosened her hold on Katherine. Katherine cried her pain, but that agony further fueled her energy. What are you waiting for? Attack her! Audrey summoned the rogues. Gavin and the king were still at it, fighting Garatuel and Theon. Thus, Katherine knew she had to deal with such an unfair number, looking at Audrey and the adversaries before her. Katherine sucked in a breath. She did not cower. She dug her claws against the earth, ready to unleash every bit of her strength. When about 10 rogues assailed at once, Katherine growled with all her might. One by one, her attackers went down on their knees, losing their breath. How the enemies clearly fell made a statement, and only then did the rogues and Navra warriors realize Katherine's power. This must be the strength of the winter-gray wolves, one said in fear, resulting in the others retreating. Suddenly, more cries echoed from the back. When Katherine looked up, she saw Alpha Nestor and his men. Leilani was there too, fighting in her wolf form. Luna, Katherine? Is that you? Leilani asked. Yes, Leilani. It's me, Katherine answered. We have your back, our Luna, Leilani guaranteed. Now that the numbers were evened, Katherine focused on Audrey. She turned her gaze at the power-hungry woman who was the cause of all of Pentos' recent anguish. Katherine told Audrey, Be ready to face the consequences of everything you have done. Katherine was about to strike, but her vision suddenly blurred. Her speed became restricted, and the next thing she knew, she fell to the ground. After a few seconds, she saw nothing but black. Katherine? I swear to the moon goddess, when I find that woman, I will strangle her with my bare hands. Katherine flinched, hearing her husband's voice. She could tell Gavin was angry, making her puzzled as she hummed awake. Audrey is my trouble to deal with. I'll see to it that she meets her end. Katherine then heard King Maddox's voice. Noticing how she was in an unfamiliar room, she called for her husband. Gavin? He was nowhere in sight. but it was obvious that two were speaking behind the two double doors of the room. "Gavin?" "Katherine." The door burst open, and Katherine saw his troubled-looking husband. His facial expression was filled with anxiety as he pulled her into his arms. "I was so fucking worried. I swear to the moon goddess, I'll never let you fight again." What happened to me?" Katherine asked. Her brows met as she tried to recount in her head. I fainted." "Yes, you did," Gavin said as he sat beside her. With a long sigh, he revealed, "When Audrey bit you on the back, she did more than that. She injected you with wolfsbane. You probably did not notice it and only felt the pain of her bite." "Irene said you are okay. Our pup had minimal movement at some point, but everything has been back to normal since early this morning. I called Beta Nicole, and she told me that combined with how you used up your energy, plus the wolfsbane, it made you lose consciousness," Gavin said. "That's why, my wife, you are never fighting until you have fully grown a tolerance to wolfsbane, but you can't do that now when you are carrying our child. We don't know to what extent our pup can handle wolfsbane." Katherine gritted her teeth. She caressed her belly and asked, "You said this morning? How long was I out?" "Over 24 hours, Gavin answered. Katherine stared through the open door and saw King Maddox walk in. She gulped, asking, Where is Audrey?" Gavin looked at the king. Maddox revealed, "She escaped. The rest of the Navra warriors gave her an escape route and covered for her." "But I'm sure she will come back," Gavin suggested, "because I cut off Theon's head." "Betrayal has suffered the same fate, in my hands," King Maddox said. Katherine looked down at her hands. Her mouth hung open for some time before replying to Gavin. She said, I don't know if staying on the sidelines is an option, Gavin. Not when we are at war, but I understand the risks involved. That time, though, it was necessary since we did not expect Audrey to infiltrate the palace." "Are we safe? Have they all gone?" Katherine asked. "Are the children safe?" There was that look of defeat on the king's face that worried Katherine. Eventually he revealed, "We found Luna Isabel at the brink of death in one room. They must have left her to die, but she still lives. She is, however, in a coma despite the healing potion given to her. We had to bring Irene to the capital urgently, which all worked out well because she also needed to attend to you," Gavin added. "Many of our enemies died trying to protect Audrey. We have a few who are locked up. Thankfully, they had the decency to surrender and give us information. But to those who ran with Audrey, they have suddenly gone missing," Gavin said. "Just earlier, we discovered they had been hiding in the new residential tower within the capital, but our men found out too late. They have fled the same building through underground passages." "How lucky can she get?" Katherine muttered. "She had a lot of help, including a few locals that had sworn loyalty to her and Theon," King Maddox admitted. "But for now, rest easy. We are okay. Those on the run are less than 30, including those who managed the residential tower." "So what now?" Katherine asked. "We are still on high alert, my wife. Betrayal said King Charles and hundreds of his men were coming to Pentos. Unfortunately, we cannot confirm this since our spies in Novra have not been responding to us for a while." "We?" The king shook his head as he suggested, "We fear the worst for our contacts in Novra. That is why we are sending another set of spies." "When will this end?" Katherine unwittingly asked. She noticed the silence between her husband and the king, and she eyed both of them. The king said, "Gavin and I had agreed that the only way for this to stop is for King Charles to end his rule. When the time comes," Gavin said, "I will be the one to go after King Charles." Katherine did not know why, but the thought of Gavin owning up to King Charles' downfall did not sit well with her. A few days passed, and Pentos' palace had become clear of all the bloodstains and other remnants of the fight. War captives were moved to another territory where it was meant to keep more prisoners. Gavin and the king eventually learned that King Charles' battleships had retreated to Novra. This was similarly reported in one of their outposts. They can only imagine that plans had changed for them after the downfall of Theon and Betrayal. Nonetheless, King Charles had previously called off the war but initiated another in just a few months. He wasn't the kind to be true to his words or surrender. They still expected the war to arrive, but probably later than what was promised by Betrayal. With the capital back in order, Beta Kevin left for the Blood Mist pack to bring Luna Isabel to her pack members. She had already awakened, but she was still frail. However, it was her request to recuperate with her family, and being the Luna that she was, her heart wasn't at ease being away from her people. With this, Ethan and Vera were expected to return. They were previously left to lead the Blood Mist pack, while Beta Kevin aided in securing the palace back. They were coming back with their guests, Prince Regan and his guards. Gavin was busy discussing security matters with the king, and thus Katherine, Irene, and Leilani lingered by the palace gates to welcome them. The second Katherine saw Vera, she ran to the gate and hugged her. Vera practically jumped as she embraced, saying, "I missed you, Luna Katherine." Vera pulled away, adding, "I heard somebody kicked some rogues and Novra warriors' butts." Katherine laughed with Vera. Behind them, Leilani described, "Oh, she did, and her wolf is huge." "I am very proud of our Luna." "Watch out, she is already a princess," Vera reminded. "Oh, please," Katherine scoffed. "It doesn't change that both of you had protected me in the past. Once upon a time, I could only rely on Vera and Leilani's strength. And me too. I was once one of your protectors, Luna Katherine." A familiar voice caught Katherine's attention, and her eyes widened at the sight of Travis. "Travis! I did not know you were coming." "All the way from the Bright Moon Pack?" Katherine asked. Before Travis could answer, another voice came through, and it was from Melanie, one of Katherine's best friends. "We wanted to surprise you, so we asked Beta Ethan not to tell you." "Mel, I missed you," Katherine exclaimed before hugging her dear friend. Next, she saw Luke smiling at her and joining the embrace. Katherine was overjoyed at meeting old friends. Melanie relished their hold. She said, "Really, you missed me? You only called me twice since you left for Rodovvia." Katherine sadly let go of their embrace, answering, "I'm sorry I got busy with my mother's training, and I thought that Gavin and I would end up separating, then many more things happened." "So, I heard," Melanie said. "I'm sorry it had been tough for you, my friend." "Tell us all about it," Luke proposed. "And can I just say that the baby is growing really well?" Katherine smiled, saying, "I will tell you about it." She caressed her belly, revealing, "He is of alpha blood. He is growing really fast." It was still at the front gate that Katherine learned of how Travis, Melissa, and Luke had left the Bright Moon Pack to aid the capital. It wasn't just them. More and more from the provincial territories of Pentos had moved to the capital or closer towns to help in the war. "Wow, I have a lot of catching up to do," Katherine sighed. She turned to Travis and said, "And I still need to hear more about Mel and Travis." "Me and Travis?" Melanie chuckled. "What about you and Alpha Gavin? Vera told me that you are, in fact, true mates." Katherine flushed. She admitted, "We are indeed." "I am happy for you, Katherine. Your marriage was meant to be after all," Luke complimented. "I don't care if there is a freaking war. We should celebrate that," Melissa announced. "I agree," Vera seconded, and Leilani said the same. "Congratulations, Princess Katherine, for finding your true mate." Katherine looked up and saw Prince Verrigan. He was smiling as he added, "You and your child deserve happiness with Alpha Gavin. You will no longer worry about your future together." Suddenly, Prince Verrigan stilled, his eyes widening and his lips slowly parted. Katherine realized that the prince was looking behind her. She turned to where Verrigan was staring and caught Leilani doing the same. It was as if they were caught in a trance and unable to move, and their eyes remained glued to each other. It took a few seconds for Katherine to realize what was happening, but by the time she recognized it, Prince Regan had spelled it out for everyone. "Mate," the prince said. "I found my mate." "Well, what do you know?" Vera said under her breath. "The Prince of Larafel is fated with our strongest female warrior, Leilani." "Prince of Larafel?" Leilani said. Her voice broke in and out. You are a prince?" "My mate, finally. I have found you," the prince said with relief, and Katherine knew this was heartfelt, considering what Verrigan had been through. I can't." Leilani ran back inside the palace, as if scared out of her wits from meeting the Prince of Larafel. "Katherine! Leilani! Stop! I command you! Are you going to make your Luna give birth prematurely?" Katherine yelled. She had been running after Leilani from within the palace and out of the back gate. After what felt like forever, Leilani turned to Katherine, chasing her breath. She looked past her, and immediately, Katherine knew what was on her mind. Katherine said, I asked Prince Verigan to give you time to let it sink. I can only guess the mate bond is shocking you. Not the usual reaction, but I figured that was the case. Leilani, talk to me, Katherine urged. Then she noticed Leilani staring at the back gate, making Katherine look back. Verigan was there. He looked worried, but he kept himself from running after them. I can tell he's troubled by your reaction. You have no idea how he has been looking forward to meeting his mate, only for her to run away. Talk to me, Leilani, Katherine encouraged. Leilani looked away from Verigan and focused on Katherine. She said, I'm not leaving Pentos. This is my home. The Stone Bloodback is my family. I will die serving you and Alpha Gavin, and I don't plan to compete with the princesses of Larafel. Then don't, Katherine answered. She sucked in a deep breath before suggesting, talk to him. Tell him your concerns. Don't shut him out, Leilani, Katherine proposed. You'd be surprised to know he isn't that eager to go home to Larafel. That's why he wound up here, helping us. You know him well, Luna? Leilani asked. It was because Leilani had been assigned to the coast upon Ethan and Vera's return that she had not met the prince. This was their first meeting. I know a little about him. I have come to know him while in Rodovvia. Gavin saved him in a way. That was why he came to Pentos to help. He swore allegiance to Gavin and me. Katherine smiled and said, What do you know? You both swore to be on our side? Katherine chuckled as she closed the gap between her and Leilani. She said, The brave warrior is afraid of love. Luna, Katherine, Leilani objected. Just talk to him. He is your better half for a reason. I have come to believe that the moon goddess has planned everything for us, Katherine said. After talking it out with Leilani, Katherine guided her back to the palace, where Verigan remained standing at the back gate. Katherine saw how many times he gulped his spew until he finally spoke. Am I not handsome enough, my mate? Katherine wound up laughing while Leilani flushed. For the first time, Katherine saw the brave female warrior being affected by a man. I am not leaving Pentos, and you won't make me. Agree to this first before we even begin to talk, Leilani firmly said. Wow, a woman who is not afraid of me, Prince Verigan remarked. All the more, I have every reason to move to Pentos permanently. Katherine watched as Verigan offered his hand to Leilani, and the warrior reluctantly accepted it. As soon as their hands met, Katherine noticed how Leilani gasped. She could only imagine that pull, sending waves of tingling sensation through Leilani's body. Prince Verigan kissed Leilani's knuckles, after which he said, Shall we? Get to know each other and talk about your conditions? Long day, husband? Katherine asked, seeing Gavin walk into their assigned room in the palace. Gavin captured Katherine's lips. I heard some disturbing news, Gavin said, embracing his wife tightly. The Prince of Larafel is a true mate with one of my best warriors. Katherine chuckled. She replied, Is it disturbing? I always knew there was a reason I met Prince Verigan. A low growl escaped Gavin's lips. He said, Not that I am complaining, but Leilani swore to protect you and our future children. Don't be selfish, Gavin. Let your warriors get a life, Katherine scolded. You have many warriors, and you forget I can protect myself and our future children. We will respect whatever decision they make as a couple. Well, that is true. I suppose I can let Leilani go, Gavin said. That might not happen. Leilani was pretty adamant about staying in Pentos. Prince Verigan hinted that he was willing to stay in Pentos. Katherine revealed, I think in the end, this is good. Technically, Larafel, Rodovvia, and Pentos are working together. All the more that Prince Verigan is true mates with Leilani. The moon goddess' mysterious ways, Gavin remarked as he lowered his frame to caress Katherine's belly. He said, I pray we have enough time before King Charles would strike again. I want to be there for when our son is born. 2 months? Gavin asked. Katherine nodded, saying, Around 2 months, Gavin. She smiled and caressed Gavin's athletic face, saying, 2 months and you'll be officially a father. Where do you want to give birth, my wife? Gavin asked. The question made Katherine gasp. She bit her lip and stared blankly at the ceiling. After a few seconds, she admitted, I want to give birth in our home, Gavin. Can I? The pack house at the Blackthorn Pack? Gavin asked. Yes, Katherine confirmed. She smiled and suggested, where it all started for us. Back to the house where you tried to scare me off with a contract and a set of rules, only to be giving me mixed signals until you finally admitted how you felt for me. How we swore to go against fate should we not be true mates, Katherine reminded. Her face burned as she recalled how her husband first masked his intentions toward her. "Do you remember the day you insisted on teaching me how to kiss properly?" Katherine asked, giggling. "You were probably dying to kiss me then." Gavin groaned. He laid back, leveling with Katherine, and said, "And you kissed me back, willingly, I might add." The couple went at it, recalling those days when they were both fighting their attraction for one another. They also covered the pack members. "I miss everyone, Amy, Laura, Annie." She let out another sigh and added, "I'm sure they would be glad to see you too." The pack house was severely damaged when Audrey's followers tried to look for the king, but it's back to its old glory. Gavin pecked Katherine's lips, adding, "And you are right. I need to see everyone. I'm sure they have been yearning to see both of us. Our presence will make them stronger," Gavin added. "I'll take you home next month. I will bear traveling from the capital to the pack. Of course, there will be days when I cannot return home, but it's not like when you were in Rodovvia where you were 2 nations away." There was silence in the air. The thought of being unable to see Gavin for a few days made Katherine rethink her decision. But again, was Pentos's palace a good place for her to give birth? It certainly wasn't. The capital was the perfect target for the enemies and much closer to the southern coast, where most of King Charles' attempts to attack occurred. "I hope this war will end soon," Katherine remarked. "While I hope it, we cannot say for sure," Gavin answered. "I have been fighting this battle for some time, my wife. For now, we can just relish this momentary peace." Just as Gavin said those words, they heard loud wails within the palace. The emotions that broke through the howls were lust and desire. A hiss left Gavin's lips while Katherine chuckled. She said, "It looks like Leilani and Prince Verigan made their decision." Prince Verigan. Verigan willingly surrendered. His mate was adamant about staying in Pentos, and he did not mind. His father had older sons to be crowned the next king. He wasn't going to compete with them. The prince swore that after the war he would have a blood compact with Alpha Gavin. Besides, he owed his life to Gavin and Katherine. While in Rodovvia, his promise to them was true. Verigan and Leilani discussed everything in one of the guest rooms assigned to the prince. After arriving at a decision, they could no longer resist the mate bond pull. He also adored her battle scars. It proved that his mate was strong and capable. "You are so beautiful," he said under his breath, his eyes full of adoration for her. He watched as she shut her eyes, her claws digging against his flesh. She said, "You are hot yourself." Verigan was already grazing his fangs on her neck, where her mark should be. Repeatedly, he licked that part of her skin before announcing, "I'm going to make you mine." "Go ahead," Leilani said. "Claim me." Verigan did not give her any more chances to speak. He plunged his teeth into her flesh and marked her. Just as he was delighting in the feeling of being high, Leilani marked him too. The moment their backs fell on the bed, their thoughts and hearts became one. Verigan could not be more happy and contented with his mate. After smiling like a fool for a few minutes, he rolled on top of her and kissed her again. He claimed, "You are mine." Katherine. What happened in the palace was a different story. You were injected with wolfsbane, which I had not considered at all. So, if you must fight, have someone watch your back. However, you will be in your weakest state after you give birth. You must temporarily avoid fighting during the week of delivering my grandson. You will not be strong enough, Anaya said on the phone. It was just as they had suspected. It took a week for Anaya to recover from creating a portal for her and Gavin. After waking up from her long sleep, the Queen was immediately notified of how Katherine lost consciousness while fighting Audrey and the rogues. The first thing that Anaya did was call Katherine. Katherine expected her mother's advice. She answered, "I suppose I have no use for my power, Mother. Gavin will move me to the Black Thorn Pack when I am ready to give birth." "Yes, my daughter. Who knows what the effects will be if you use it while in your weak state?" "Sadly, there are not enough records from our ancestors," Anaya replied. She sighed and added, "I'm glad you are safe. After you give birth, continue with your training. Learn how to tolerate wolfsbane more, the same way your husband does. Now that you can shift into your wolf, I will no longer overprotect you. Instead, I urge you to be strong because Gavin will need a strong queen. I mean, Luna by his side. Catherine's brow raised. Sure, she had seen this in her vision, but truthfully, she still had many questions to ask, like what would become of King Maddox if he ever passed the throne to her husband. There is something you are not telling me, Mother, Catherine said. Anaya brushed it off, saying, the talks of Maddox potentially naming Gavin as the king had reached my ears. I'm simply preparing you for when that day will arrive. After her talk with Anaya, Catherine and her friends, Melanie, Luke, Leilani, and Vera, distributed monetary aid, especially to those who lost a loved one from the recent fight within the capital. Prince Varigan naturally came along with Leilani. Since they had marked each other, they had been inseparable. The palace held another council of the Alphas meeting, and Catherine had decided to kill time and meet the capital's visitors. They gathered around a small park, 2 blocks away from the palace. Catherine was welcomed with open arms. A few cried on her shoulders, while many praised her for saving the children who were taken as hostages. In the middle of the park, children assembled around Catherine, asking her to show them her wolf form. I have never seen a winter gray wolf. Can you show us, Luna, Catherine? One child asked. Me too, I'd like to see. Where do winter gray wolves live? Why do you smell of snow? Vera was handing out a pack of snacks for the children. She chuckled for Catherine and replied on her behalf, because the winter gray wolves live in a nation that snowed all year round. Luna Catherine got the scent from her mother. Thanks for the help, Vera. Catherine winked at her friend. She then addressed the children and the adults who accompanied them. You sure you want to see me in my wolf form? Yes, both children and adults exclaimed simultaneously. Melanie and Luke, who were also giving away food at that gathering, said the same. Heck, even I haven't seen your wolf, Melanie exclaimed. Luke nodded, voicing, I'd like to see. Go ahead, Luna. Impress them, Leilani encouraged. Okay, stand back. Catherine conceded, encouraging everyone to clear her area. She caressed her belly as if asking permission from her baby. Here we go. In the next few minutes, she shifted into her wolf form and instantly jaws dropped and eyeballs popped out of their eyes. Catherine saw varied reactions. Wow, bless the moon goddess for giving Alpha Gavin such a mate. So beautiful, so huge, like Alpha Gavin. She stood tall amongst the crowd, her wolf standing out due to her unique coat, and she emitted that powerful aura of an alpha blood. Catherine saw how a few attempted to kneel in front of her. There is no need to kneel. I do not request it, Catherine said. I am one of you, born and raised in Pentos, regardless of the blood and genes that flows in me. Tyrone, one of the guards who followed them that day, smiled at Catherine, saying, Fitting to be our future queen. Cheers erupted. A few broke down in tears. Soon, Tyrone bowed at Catherine, and the rest of the guards did the same. The crowd soon followed, making Catherine's heart skip a beat. She said, Now, we don't know what the future will come. We still have our king. Even if I don't become your queen, I am honored to serve you as Gavin's Luna. The scene reminded Catherine of how it was in the Black Thorn Pack. It gave her a sense of happiness being around the children and residents of the capital. She felt so contented that she claimed, I made a good choice, coming here with Gavin. Yes, you did, Vera said in her head. I did not realize I was mind-linking, Catherine said silently. We hear you, Luna Catherine. We are happy for your return, Melanie added. Catherine glanced at Luke, and while he said no words, she felt his assurance. He believed the same. Returning to the palace, Catherine thought it was a productive day. She was excited to share her experience with her husband. Together with Vera, they went straight to the royal hall where nearly all alphas of Pentos had gathered. However, instead of an amicable meeting, there appeared to be a commotion inside. The alphas were arguing. Their voices were so loud that Catherine could hear their cries. Have you gone mad, Alpha Xavier? Even from the outside, Catherine heard her husband's angry tone. How about I snap your neck right now and see if you can make me surrender? You can't blame me for wishing the end of this. Another voice came through, and Catherine suspected it came from Alpha Xavier. Do you think the war will end by surrendering Alpha Gavin? If you think that, then you don't know King Charles. King Maddox objected. Surrender my husband? She said in her head. She turned to Vera and her friends, who tailed her to the royal hall. and saw they were all equally curious. "We will fight them with all we got, and that's final. End of our session," King Maddox concluded. The door burst open, and Katherine saw Alpha Xavier stepping out, fuming. He winced at Katherine before storming in the opposite direction. 2 other alphas followed behind him, along with their betas. Seeing this, Katherine and her party entered the royal hall immediately. The place was still filled with alphas and their betas. She locked eyes with Gavin, asking, "What was that all about? What is happening?" "What did I hear about surrendering Gavin?" Gavin groaned. He shook his head and revealed, King Charles had secured an alliance with Lord Lucian, one of the biggest vampire clans in Vatara. Thus, they are coming at us with additional force, vampires. King Charles sent a message an hour ago. He asked that Pentos surrender Gavin to him, and he will cease the war, King Maddox revealed. Instantly, Katherine laughed. She snapped her head in the door's direction, knowing who were the opposing alphas. She spitefully barked, "That is absurd. The last time he lost, he said he surrendered. But where are we now? We are still at war with Novra." "I know, my wife. He gave us the white flag before, but he was untrue to his words," Gavin said while approaching his wife. "My husband's surrender will not end this," Katherine growled. "If anything, it will maybe be Pentos's downfall." "We won't give up, Alpha Gavin, Luna Katherine," Alpha Clyde declared. "I will fight with Alpha Gavin," Alpha Nestor said. A few other alphas who remained in the room echoed the same. Alpha Aaron was the last to say, "I have always supported Alpha Gavin, and that will never change. Alpha Gavin will have the Winter Grey Wolves' backing. My mother had already sent Winter Grey warriors as our aid." Katherine turned back to Prince Varigan. He and Leilani were behind her the entire time. She added, "Prince Varigan represents Larafel, and he will fight for my husband. Without my husband, Pentos will not have the support of these 2 nations." Katherine eyed the remaining alphas in the royal hall. She said, "So, for those weighing my husband's value, think again. Before another fight happens, decide where your loyalty lies. Because aside from being enemies with my husband, you stand the chance of being rivals of the wintry Grey Wolves." Following the meeting, Katherine and her husband went to their room. From there, Katherine expressed her sentiments. "How dare they? After all that you have done, the sacrifices that you made, time away from me, your pack." "Shh. Shh." Sometimes the fear of dying clouds a person's judgment. The alphas who implied "I give up" rarely participated in the war. Gavin chuckled as he embraced Katherine. Clearly, he was not concerned about the division of alphas earlier. Instead, he said, "I have to say, my wife is now so feisty." Alacia turned to face her husband. She frowned as she said, "I can't believe you find this amusing." "But it is in a good way," Gavin said with a smirk. He pushed a strand of hair behind her ear and added, "I am proud of you, my wife." Katherine gave up. She sighed and wrapped her arms around his neck, saying, "I have to be strong alongside you, an equal partner who can also carry your burdens." A growl left Gavin's lips. Katherine saw contentment in his eyes before he kissed her lips. They made out for seconds, and just as they pulled away, King Maddox mind-linked with both her and her husband. "Katherine, Gavin, I have sent my reply to King Charles. Let's be ready, for Nova and the vampires will go all out on Pentos." Gavin. Over a month had passed since King Charles declared he would once again bring his army to Pentos. This time, he was bringing vampires from Votara too. Gavin and his co-alphas had made preparations, considering the previous infiltration within Pentos using underground passages. All borders were strictly monitored. Irene lent the most significant hand by creating spells at every potential land entry to the nation. If Novra made it in, they would go through hell, at least. Now and then, 1 or 2 unknown werewolves have attempted to break into the borders, but failed miserably, resulting in their deaths. Gavin could only assume they were rogues belonging to Theon's army or were Novra warriors. King Charles might be testing the waters, evaluating which border they could break through easily. All packs within Pentos's boundaries were provided with arms, and warriors were repeatedly trained to fight and tolerate silver and wolfsbane. Over a few weeks, nearly all warriors have learned to kill a vampire too. The seas were vulnerable, but also their most guarded part of Pentos. Their seabeds would be lined with mines, traps have been put in place within their shores, and a lot more. A week ago, Prince Varigan swore allegiance to Gavin via blood compact. Gavin doubted it was for the best. Varigan was a sheltered prince, but he seemed very devoted to Leilani and was happy to stay away from Larafel. Gavin could only imagine the distance that had grown between him and his older brother. King Matthias initially disagreed, but after learning Varigan was mated to one of Gavin's best warriors, the King of Larafel freed his son. With this, Varigan took the second command overseeing the land borders. Alpha Clyde led all the outposts. Larafel sent over 50 warriors to their aid, and Rodovvia sent another 20 warriors, on top of those who had already arrived. All in all, Rodovvia dispatched 50 of their best warriors. There were still no signs of Novra or the vampires heading to Pentos in troops. Since Katherine was about to give birth, Gavin had finally arranged their return to the Blackthorn Pack. He ensured everyone in their posts was on high alert before doing so. He traveled with Ethan, Vera, Melanie, Travis, and Luke. Leilani left for the borders to be with her mate, while Irene remained in the palace to make more healing potions. However, Irene gave Katherine 3 bottles of the healing potion in preparation for her birth. They had a tiring journey, but eventually, they made it safely. Despite arriving in the night, Gavin was overwhelmed by their welcome. His pack members were on all sides of the road, expressing their happiness. His usual poker face formed a smile as he rolled down the windows to listen to their remarks. "Welcome back, Alpha Gavin. We longed for your return, Alpha. Alpha Gavin, I heard Luna Katherine is pregnant. Is Luna Katherine with you?" Gavin waved at those who were on the road. He let Katherine take a peek at the pack members, and she greeted them. "It's nice to see everyone." "Yes, your Luna is pregnant. We are home so she could give birth safely and comfortably," Gavin mind-linked to all of them. "Finally, an heir to the Blackthorn Pack. And the next Alpha will have a winter-gray wolf bloodline." Gavin could hear many words of praise in his head until they all arrived at the pack house, where more of the townspeople awaited their arrival. As Gavin and Katherine stepped out of the car, he saw many of his people cry as they bowed in respect toward him. He held Katherine's hand and commanded, "Welcome your Luna and our coming child." "Welcome back, Luna Katherine. We miss you, Luna." A child who was very familiar to them called, making Gavin's wife turn to find the source of the voice. "Amy, Laura," Katherine exclaimed. His wife let go of his hand to embrace the child that had caught her adoration. Many others she had become friends with also embraced Katherine, including the housemaids and the packhouse staff who missed her cooking. Vera and Ethan had their fair share of hugs, bringing tears to their eyes. It was the first time that Gavin saw his beta cry. Heck, he was close to weeping too. He missed this place, his parents' home, and where he grew up. It was undoubtedly an emotional return. As usual, a small feast was ready for them at the back of the pack house. Katherine was tired, but for the sake of their people, she and Gavin stayed around for an hour to chat and show off her glowing coat in the moonlight. Everyone was in awe of Gavin's wife, and he could not be more proud. His people were happy with Katherine then. Now they were beyond thrilled that they had her as their Luna. When it was finally time for the couple to rest, they excused themselves and went to their room. As they walked up the stairs, Gavin caught his wife grinning from ear to ear. Her face flushed too. "I miss this," she said. Katherine immediately lay on their bed when they entered their room, saying, "Mother gave me such a very comfortable bed in Rodovvia, but why does this one feel more like home?" It brought a smile on Gavin's face. He removed his coat and answered, "Because this is where you belong with me in this pack as my Luna and my mate." When Katherine sat up on the bed, Gavin kneeled before her. He placed both his hands on her belly and kissed it. He said, "We are home, son. This is our home." He felt his son move, and yet again he smiled. Gavin claimed, "He is happy to be home." Katherine chuckled and replied, "I'm sure he is. He could feel our happiness too." "Gavin, I'll be giving birth soon." Katherine touched his face and said, "We haven't named him. What would you like to call him?" Clearing his throat, Gavin said, "I have been giving it much thought. I want to name him after you." "After me?" Katherine clarified. "Alex," a hiss left Gavin's lips as he said, "Close. I want to name him Kalevi. Kalevi Williams, son of Gavin and Katherine Stone. Kalevi Williams, a name fitting for our son. Katherine remarked. She looked down at her belly and asked, "Did you hear that, son?" Gavin's hands felt his son move. He sensed his delight at hearing his new name. He said he likes it. Kalevi, Gavin repeated, the future alpha of the Blackthorn Pack. Maybe even the future king, Gavin said. Maybe, Katherine answered. Fuck, did I mind link that? Gavin growled. Katherine laughed at him and answered, Yes, you did. Weeks went by in a blur. Most days, Gavin lingered in the pack, monitoring the war preparations online or on the phone with the other alphas, his gammas, the King and Beta Kevin. However, there were also days when he traveled to the capital or a nearby border to train and direct warriors. Still the same. They had intruders now and then, but nothing was alarming yet. Katherine was a few days far from giving birth, and Gavin earnestly said he would be there for when his son would be born. But sadly, it was as if the moon goddess had other plans. One night, while sleeping beside his wife, he received a call from the nearby border. It was Leilani. Leilani, Gavin immediately answered. On the other line, his female warrior responded, Alpha, I don't mean to wake you, but our station is under attack by vampires. Varigan assured me that he could take care of it, and I think he is doing great, but I still thought you needed to know. The call was cut short, and Gavin could hear vampires hissing and groaning. In the background, he could also hear Leilani barking. Gavin called the nearest pack to the said border, ordering to send backup to Varigan's post. Then he prepared to leave with Ethan and some of his gammas. When packed, he awoke his wife, telling her the bad news. Katherine got up lazily and said, Be safe, my husband. You know me, Gavin said. He pecked Katherine's lips, promising, I'll be back when you give birth. He reached down to his wife's belly, adding, Wait for me, Kalevi. Wait for me. Gavin, stop, or you will die. Gavin barked, his black wolf speeding through the secluded graveled path, entering the fields. It was another nightfall, but the moon shone bright enough for Gavin never to miss his moving target. I will die either way, so I'll keep running, the vampire responded while running for his life. After nearly 12 hours of driving to where Prince Varigan and Leilani were stationed, Gavin and Ethan had already encountered a vampire that had entered Pentos. Gavin was the first to jump out of the car and shift into his wolf, making the chase. He had to give it to the vampire. The thing was fast, but nowhere faster than he was. Thing, that was what Gavin called the dead. Gaining up to the vampire, Gavin lunged at the blood-sucking creature. He sunk his teeth into the vampire's neck before thrusting its body from side to side. Ethan caught up with him, carrying a lighted torch. After Gavin pulled out the vampire's head, Ethan set it on fire. The only way to kill vampires was to cut their heads or burn their bodies to ashes. They did both. Before burning the vampire's torso, Gavin sniffed its body and familiarized himself with the scent. Travis came after them, and seeing his warrior, Gavin said, Let's hurry and get to Prince Varigan's post. I had finally connected with Prince Varigan. They have the border under control now. There were about 30 vampires that attempted to enter. He said, Travis frowned, saying, He said no one got in. Obviously he is mistaken, Gavin growled. Let's hurry. After shifting back to his human form, Travis handed him his clothes. They drove to the border for another hours. Along the way, they encountered werewolves from the Green Valley Pack, fixing the cellular tower. Then, Gavin understood how Prince Varigan had lost contact with them. The signal was unstable from then on. Finally, when Gavin, Ethan, and Travis, along with the other warriors from his pack, had arrived at the border, Gavin confronted Prince Varigan. Gavin angrily stormed into Varigan's tent, barking, You let one slip through. Who knows, there could be more. Alpha Gavin! Calm down. We found the area where the other vampires may have passed, Varigan admitted. At the end of my covered territory. I don't know how or why, but 2 of our guards were dead, allowing their passage. Varigan clenched his jaws, admitting, Sadly, I don't know how many got in, but we managed to kill 30 vampires. Lifting his finger, he revealed, We have 2 vampires who surrendered willingly. They are now in the other tent, being questioned by Leilani. Gavin immediately turned his back and Varigan raced after him. Travis and Ethan followed. When Gavin entered the next tent, he saw Leilani already clawing the lady vampire. She barked, Answer me. I don't know if I can trust you. I will only speak to Alpha Gavin. The vampire had no choice but to take every hit. Behind her, another elderly vampire kept screaming, asking Leilani to stop. "We will help you. Stop, please stop. Bella, tell them." "I am here. Why would you need to speak to me?" Gavin sought in irritation. The vampire in front of Leilani wept. Her hands were tied behind her back, and so were her legs. She gasped and asked, "Are you really Alpha Gavin Williams?" "The one and only," Gavin answered. "He is our Alpha," Leilani said. "Now tell us what we need to know." The vampire looked back to her companion. The older one said, "It does look like him," the hero of Pentos. When the female vampire looked at Leilani with fear, Gavin said, "She is my loyal warrior. She can be trusted." "My name is Bella. Behind me is my mother. Her name is Annette. We never wanted to take part in this attack. In fact, those that Lord Lucian had sent were his prisoners. Our families were threatened if we did not follow his orders. As for me, my mother is my only family," the vampire said. Her voice trembled as she spoke. "Coming here, I thought to exchange what I know for refuge. We can't take residence in Votara anymore, not with how we have surrendered, although this had always been part of our plan," Bella described. "If I tell you what I know, you have to promise me that my mother and I will be given sanctuary here in Pentos," Bella requested. Gavin let out a low growl. They had never allowed vampires to live in their lands. He turned to Prince Varigan since he had more experience with vampires. Prince Varigan proposed, "I can show you how to manage vampires, or we can recommend them to the vampire town in Larafel." "No, please. Lord Lucian has connections in Larafel," Bella begged, her eyes watering. "That's true. That's why we surrendered here. We promise we don't mean any harm," the older woman said. Gavin purred. He said, "It depends on whether your information is helpful." "Okay, I understand," Bella said. "The orders from Lord Lucian to us were to infiltrate, cause a diversion, and our families at Votara will be spared. However, his direct men had a spy on Pentos that would let them in. There should be 10 of them who may have entered your territory." "You said a spy," Gavin growled. "Who?" The Lord said that his spy was Prince Varigan," Bella said. Gavin immediately snapped his head in Varigan's direction, his fangs elongating. Ethan and Travis were also in defense mode, ready to attack the prince. On the other hand, Prince Varigan countered, saying, "What the fuck? I had nothing to do with this." He raised his hands, claiming, "I swear, Alpha Gavin, I don't know anything. You can ask everyone. I was fighting with every bit of my strength for Pentos. I wasn't aware of whoever came through the border." "He is telling the truth, Alpha Gavin." Leilani stepped in front of the prince. "I feel his emotions. He can't hide it from me." "Leilani, where does your loyalty lie?" Gavin snarled, his nose flared as he approached her. Leilani flashed her mark, reminding Gavin, "Look, see that? We have marked each other, Alpha. He cannot lie to me. I am his mate. He is not lying." The Pentos warriors inside the tent also gave their 2 cents, saying, "Prince Varigan killed over 10 vampires, Alpha Gavin, and he was far from where the breach was." Varigan pushed his mate to the side. He kneeled in front of Gavin. He swore, "I would rather die than admit I had anything to do with this. I had sworn my loyalty to you. Believe me." You are Prince Varigan?" the vampire Bella asked in surprise. "See, she doesn't even know Varigan," Leilani pointed out. Kieran shot back at Bella. He sought, "What makes you believe it was Prince Varigan? Did you see him helping the men of Lord Lucian?" "No, Alpha Gavin. Only that before we were sent out here, each of us, his prisoners, were told that the spy helping them was Prince Varigan," Bella answered. "This could be a setup, to divert whoever is the real culprit," Leilani said. "But maybe you can work with that later. The more important mission was to take a newborn child back to Votara. This was what I overheard from the guards days before coming here," Bella revealed. "What do you mean?" Gavin shot back. "What do you mean about a newborn baby?" "I hope with this information, you will believe us." Bella sucked in a deep breath. She said, "Lord Lucian, he believes that drinking blood from Alicia Cecil's bloodline will give him the power they possess. So he is after a newborn child, a winter gray wolf bloodline. That's all." Before Bella could finish, Gavin howled. His clothes became torn as his body expanded. He commanded, "Ethan, put the Black Thorn Pack on high alert. They are after my son." Katherine. "Ouch!" Katherine frowned and gasped for air. She stood from the bed, resting her hand on the back of her hip. Katherine looked at Irene, who had traveled from the capital to see her. Katherine said, "I'm nervous. I can feel it. I'm already going to give birth." "Don't be nervous. I am here. We are all here," Irene answered. She aided Katherine into the door, saying, "Either way, going for a walk will help open up your cervix." "I might do more than walking," Katherine said before gulping. "May the moon goddess bless my son and keep us all safe." "I'll keep you safe," Vera, her dearest friend, said, greeting them at the staircase. Vera, Irene, and Katherine paced to the back of the pack house. At the rear of the pack house, Katherine gazed up at the dark sky and saw the full moon. She gulped as she accepted Irene's hand. The three went as far as the edge of the pack house's backyard, reaching the pines that bordered the estate. "Ah!" Katherine cried. She felt a sudden pain in her abdomen and knew it wasn't just her son kicking. "Gavin, I need you." "A few more, Luna Katherine, a few more," Irene encouraged. Katherine nodded, saying, "Okay." It felt strange to Katherine. She was a werewolf and had bore many pains in her past, but this was different. To think her discomfort only had begun. She guessed, werewolf or human, everyone must endure motherhood's unbearable pain. Katherine looked at Vera, and her friend suggested, "I'm here for you." She expected to be lying in bed by now, spreading her legs and pushing her son out, but they had to do what they had to do. Katherine went on with her walk for minutes longer. Soon, however, Katherine heard a twig snap nearby, and her skin crawled for some reason. She gasped. A pair of red eyes were staring back at her. Magnus Belmont. "This is it. I can't believe we managed to enter the Blackthorn Pack's territory so fast," the vampire leading the group said. His name was Magnus Belmont, a nephew of Lord Lucian Belmont. He looked at the sky and saw the sun was about to rise. They badly needed to take cover somewhere with a lot of shade, for the sun irritated their eyes. They do not die in the sun as others thought. However, they were in the best condition during the night. It was exactly as our spy had conveyed. "This part of the Blackthorn Pack is easily penetrated," one of his underlings added, making Magnus turn to his left. Magnus winced. While that was correct, it seemed too good to be true. Could Gavin Williams be that stupid? Entering the perimeter of the Stone Black Pack, going through the mountainside, they came across 4 roving warriors. However, they failed to notice their presence. The Blackthorn Pack warriors were the most feared in Pentos, but as it turned out, they were not as capable as everyone thought. Magnus and his fellows had crossed the nation's border more than 32 hours ago. Their contact had prepared 2 SUVs for their journey. When they went past Prince Varigan's post, the vehicles were waiting for them on the side of the road. They had arrived at the other side of the mountains right before dark and had been on foot since. Some prisoner vampires they had used to divert the Pentos warriors also slipped through the border, and Magnus thought it was to their benefit. They were a valuable distraction for the werewolves. They would be too busy hunting them down that no one would realize that his men were out to get Gavin Williams's pup. An elder from Rodovvia, Paulin, had disclosed to his uncle everything, the anticipated date of birth and how the powers of Alicia Cecil's bloodline could be passed down to those who continue to feed off them. Of course, they had considered taking Queen Anaya. However, going to Rodovvia would be suicidal. Imagine an entire nation where all winter gray wolves live. Their kind would be killed in less than an hour, no matter how great in numbers they may come. Their only opportunity was to kidnap a baby and have his uncle raise the pup as his own, as his son and source of blood and power. While hiding between pines, Magnus and his group of vampires studied the grasslands before them. Seeing no one in sight, Magnus commanded, "Let's go," to the pack house. Magnus and the other vampires hid between trees and houses as they made their way. When they finally reached the pack house, they went directly to the pines surrounding the estate and waited from there. According to Elder Paulin, Katherine would give birth any time from that day. Thus, they waited for the right moment. They lingered behind the pines through the rest of their stakeout. Some climbed up to get a better view of the area. They watched for clues of the Luna's possible delivery the entire time. When the sun had set again, one of Magnus's men questioned, "So I guess it's true what the spy had said. Alpha Gavin had probably lingered on the affected border to tighten the security. It doesn't seem like he is back. Our contact had probably kept him busy. He is of high ranking himself, Magnus said. Alpha Gavin would never guess who betrayed him at the last minute. He and his companions nearby laughed until they saw an even greater opportunity before them. Catherine Stone, the Luna of the Blackthorn Pack, also the Princess of Rodovvia, had stepped out of the pack house. A smirk formed on Magnus's face, seeing only 2 women guard her. It was as if the Luna had made herself available for the taking. We should take her now. She seems in pain and momentarily vulnerable. Do we really have to wait for her to give birth? Another one asked. No, Magnus said with a sinister smile. We can take her, force her to go into labor if we have to, and then take the baby. He ordered his team of vampires, surround them. Prioritize the use of wolfsbane. I thought most of their warriors were immune to wolfsbane? One vampire asked. To a certain degree, Magnus confirmed, but that's why we will give them a very high dose. Through the dark, they ran from one area of the lined trees until getting closer to the Luna. The nearer Magnus was to Catherine, the more he saw his mission fulfilled. His red eyes gleamed at the idea of his ultimate reward. He would get the baby for his uncle, and then Lord Lucian would name him second in command. He would experience the finer things in life, including wealth, power, and women. Magnus was admiring the vision in his head, not realizing he had stepped on a twig. Fuck! He cursed at himself for giving away his position, but they were ready to attack. He looked up and found Catherine staring back at him. Seeing he had alerted her, Magnus ordered his men, "Take her." They flung out of the trees, hissing and speeding in Catherine's direction. Magnus saw the red-hair she-wolf act immediately. She shifted and ordered the Luna on her back. The older she-wolf stood in defense mode, ready to fight back. Ivan, Oleg, let's go after the Luna! The rest of you fight the green-haired lady, Magnus ordered, and his men acknowledged. Magnus had his eyes on Catherine. He was getting closer, and his eyes shone with greed. He stretched his arms wider, his nails elongated, and his fangs lengthened. He jumped off the ground, hoping to catch the running wolf that carried the Luna, but just as he was in midair, his eyes saw a big, black wolf flying in his direction. When he turned to the wolf, it was too late. Ah! Magnus cried in pain, feeling the black wolf's canines plunge against his neck. The wolf was powerful, instantaneous, and knew exactly where to bite. He was rocked from side to side. Magnus could feel his flesh tearing apart. Magnus needed help. Someone had to save him from this vicious beast. Who could this werewolf be? So robust and with complete determination to cut off his head. Unexpectedly, Magnus heard thundering paws against the ground, and before he knew it, he saw his men being chased by werewolves. What's happening? He wondered. Why were the werewolves suddenly appearing now? Realization hit him. They had gone past the border of the Blackthorn Pack so quickly. The warriors on patrols missed them completely, but did they really? Or did they walk in on an ambush? Alpha Key Gavin Williams? Magnus's voice broke in and out as he sought. The next thing he knew, the black werewolf was pinning him to the ground with his enormous paw, and his teeth remained clenched against his neck. The full-bodied wolf hinted, "The one and only." Ah! Magnus repeatedly screamed as he felt his neck separating from his frame. As a living dead, he still witnessed as his head rolled off his torso. The last thing he saw was a burning torch that landed on his face. So this is Alpha Gavin Williams. Gavin angrily walked out of the interrogation tent. He was about to shift and run to the car when he realized something. There was a spy amongst them. Instantly, he knew what he had to do. Gavin went back to the tent, giving instructions to Leilani. He had ordered Prince Varigan under full guard, with no contact with his men, as he was cuffed with silver. Leilani willingly agreed to watch her mate, and this was because she was determined to prove Varigan's innocence. He gathered all the warriors on that border, including Prince Varigan's guards. When everyone's attention was on him, Gavin directed, "No one must know I had left this border. I command you." Gavin did not know when his alpha command became more assertive, but following his orders, they bowed to him in submission, despite some belonging to different packs or even those who had joined them from Larafel. After ensuring everything was in order and that no one would leak his actual whereabouts, Gavin, Ethan, and Travis drove back toward the Blackthorn Pack. While on the road, He was in contact with one of his gammas. Blake had set the necessary arrangement for the trap. Alerting them at the border could lead the vampires to flee in uncertain directions. Luring them at the back of the pack house, where a handful of his warriors would be in hiding, preparing to attack, would undoubtedly be the best solution to capture them all. Besides, knowing they were after his son, it was precisely where the vampires were headed to. After another 12 hours, Gavin was on the phone with Katherine, updating her, "I'll be there soon. I will not let them touch you and our son." "I know you won't." Gavin heard his wife grunt, and he could tell Katherine was uneasy. "Katherine?" Gavin called, alarmed by her sudden sigh of obvious discomfort. "Sorry, it's just a mild pain running from my back. Irene thinks I am giving birth by tomorrow at the latest." Katherine sighed, adding, "Gavin, you involved in a hunt for vampires is the last thing I need right now. Find a way to end this quicker," Katherine ordered. "Yes, my wife. That's the plan, even if I must allow them to enter the pack," Gavin told his wife. Gavin assured Katherine. It felt like a long and agonizing journey to Gavin. He felt restless because of the waiting, the anticipation, and the anger that swelled deep inside him was ready to erupt. He wished he was already there to rip each vampire's head off. As they were on, Travis and Ethan took their turns, driving at around 80 to 100 kilometers per hour, barely taking breaks. They ate in the car sometimes, none at all. Gavin knew time was of the essence. Even if his warriors were there to protect his wife and son, he wanted to deal with the vampires himself, to show them who they were messing with. Sure, the enemies were ahead of them. Still, those things were foreigners to Pentos, and Gavin was confident he would arrive at the Blackthorn pack faster or get there just in time. More hours passed, and eventually Irene gave Gavin another call. On the phone, she revealed, "The Luna won't be able to hold on much longer, Alpha. She would give birth soon." A hiss left Ulrich's lips. He answered, "Fine, let's invite them to come out from their hiding." Gavin checked the time and looked at the surroundings from inside the car. Noticing how they were half an hour away, he proposed, "Let me speak to my wife. She'll need to play a role in this." When Gavin, Ethan, and Travis arrived, his warriors had already surrounded the packhouse's backyard. They had already shifted into their wolf form. They hid between trees behind their unwelcomed guests, keeping their actions as silent as possible. Blake met Gavin for an update, mind-linking. "Alpha, the vampires are using the pines around the packhouse. We can't see them all, but we know they are there. We think around 8 or 10 of them had slipped through. We waited long enough to be sure everyone in their group made it inside the borders. And no, their vehicles were empty. No one is on the lookout from outside the territory." "Ulrich? Are you there?" Gavin heard his wife say. "I can feel you." "I am here, my wife," Gavin answered. "You are safe." "I can feel them," Katherine revealed. "They are around us, Alpha," Irene said. At that point, Gavin and his warriors closed in, their paws carefully landing on the ground so as not to alert their enemies. Just as Gavin felt their presence, he heard his wife say, "I saw one. He is looking straight at me." Gavin was several feet from his wife when Vera shifted into her wolf and offered Katherine a ride. "Let's go, Luna, Katherine." From then on, the vampires no longer hid themselves. They confidently charged at Katherine, Vera, and Irene without caring for their surroundings. 3 vampires chased after his wife, and he focused on the tall man who was gaining in on Vera. Despite the dark, Gavin could see it. The vampire earnestly thought they would get to touch his wife. It was evident in their sinister smiles and the gleam in their eyes, like they were about to have a feast. Too bad for them, Bella and her mother had revealed their purpose of coming to Pentos. Gavin noticed how the taller vampire had leaped off, hoping to catch Vera, but he was bigger and faster. He lunged at the vampire and bit him right where it mattered the most. He caught the vampire off guard, and so were the others. Nearly all the vampires had at least one werewolf, toppling them down to the ground, or had teeth biting down their necks. Some were fighting efficiently, yet requiring 2 or 3 werewolves to distract them. As Gavin put an end to the blood-sucking creature that stained his teeth, he mind-linked to his warriors, "Leave one alive. I need to know who the spy is." After Gavin's black wolf had removed the vampire's head, Ethan burned every part of its body. In the end, the vampires stood no chance. Gavin hissed, grumbling. Why did they even think they did? Got one alive, Gavin sought. We have 2 alpha, Gavin, Blake answered. Interrogate them, Gavin ordered. And just as he was about to give more instructions, he heard his wife scream in his head. Gavin, your son needs you. I need you. Now. Katherine mind-linked, resulting in the great alpha to howl loudly. Be sure to bathe before coming here. He barked at Ethan, mandating, Ethan, take charge. I'm going to be a father before anything else. Go ahead, Alpha. Welcome the Alpha heir, Ethan said. Gavin saw that proud look on his beta's face, that his wolf smiled as he shifted into his human form, his frame disappearing to the back door of the pack house. Fuck, Irene, is there anything you can do? Gavin growled. He was in distress, his heart aching for his mate. Katherine had been crying her heart out at every push, and Gavin wished to take away all his wife's pain. What good of an alpha was he if he could not bear his wife's discomforts? I can't, Alpha. Luna decided on natural birth, and it was too late to give her medication for the pain. I can already feel the head, Irene answered. They were in the Luna room, utilizing it as Katherine's birthing room. A growl left Gavin's lips as he leaned down to his wife. His forehead was on hers, and as he shut his eyes, he said, I'm sorry, Katherine. No, this is nothing to be sorry about. The pain will pass, Katherine expressed. I wanted this, the feeling of being a mother. Well, Gavin gripped her hand as she said, Let's do this together, ah! With another scream and push, Irene updated, The baby's head is coming out. Another one. Katherine pushed and pushed, all while holding her hand. He shut his eyes while imploring the moon goddess. Gavin did not know how long he prayed, but soon enough he heard the loud crying of his son. Beautiful, Gavin heard Irene say. He opened his eyes, and as he turned to where Irene was, she stretched her arms to him, presenting Gavin Williams, the alpha heir of the Blackthorn pack. Happy tingles ran down Gavin's spine seeing the adorable baby boy. His arms were almost shaking as he accepted the pup. For a second, his breathing stopped, fascinated by his son. A wide smile became painted on his face as he claimed, My son. He looked at his wife and saw Katherine's relief. She smiled at him, saying, My son. Our son, Gavin corrected. His wife echoed with a smile, Our son. Pa. Hello, a man answered the phone discreetly. He was fuming as he pointed out, What is this I heard? You were after Alpha Gavin's son. That's not what we agreed on. The man could hear the woman scoff on the other line before she replied, Well, the plan was to take the baby first, and surely Gavin was going to attempt to save his son, and so he would be cornered in Votara. But I guess we will just take the baby later, maybe after winning the war. The deal is off, the man declared. You did not say anything about kidnapping an innocent child. You were only supposed to kidnap Gavin. I knew I made a mistake. Did you honestly think anyone could kidnap that man? The woman yelled. We both know he is a force to be reckoned with. The man clenched his jaws while looking out, making sure no one was there to hear his conversation with the former queen of Pentos. He said, You lied to me. This is not what we agreed on. Now! You are already a traitor. You will have to keep being one, or else. I will tell him. It will break his heart when he learns about your betrayal, and you will lose him for good. Audrey warned. We are sailing for Pentos in a few days. All you need to do is give us the war plans. I promise. When we win the war, I will give you a place in Pentos. Audrey laughed sinisterly, saying, You have no choice. Now tell me. Katherine? After sipping hot tea mixed with Irene's healing potion, Katherine got up from bed, searching for her husband and son. She quickly found them in their marital room, previously Gavin's room. In the morning after giving birth, Katherine was feeling better. She had a dose of the healing potion last night, and another one just now. Thus, she claimed her fast recovery. Katherine smiled, seeing her husband leaning back on the couch while holding their son. He was overly conscious, deciding how to hold Kalevi best. When she met Gavin's eyes, her husband said, I'm not sure I'm doing this right. He is so small, I'm afraid I might crush him. You are doing amazing. Katherine's smile grew wider as she added, Daddy Gavin. Gavin formed a smile on his usually stern face. He stretched his hand to his wife, saying, You did great last night, helped bring the vampires all out. Come here, Gavin encouraged. And Katherine sat on the armrest, her frame leaning on her husband's side. Katherine also took a moment to study her son. Kalevi had the same dark hair as Gavin, but it was too soon to tell whose features he would carry. What was certain to her was that Kalevi was a handsome baby boy. "He has a pointed nose and long lashes, cute lips," Katherine remarked. "He will be a heartbreaker, just like his dad." Gavin turned to Katherine, lifting a brow. He said, "Whose hearts did I break?" A chuckle left Katherine's lips. She said, "Those who wanted to be loved by you, but you never batted an eye for them." Gavin shook his head. He said, "You are the only woman I want, my wife and my mate." Gavin warranted a kiss, and she granted it. They relished on gentle kisses, and Katherine took the chance to caress his face. She said, "I'm glad you made it back in time. I'd hate it if you missed every first of our family's history." "I'll try my best, my wife. Though I have sworn to prioritize you and our family, there are unpredictable instances that might keep me from keeping my promise," Gavin said. "So you said they were after Kalevi? Why? Have the vampires spoken?" Katherine asked. With a nod, Gavin responded, "The prisoners we have held had admitted the purpose of taking Kalevi, so your elder Paulin had made her way to the camp of King Charles. It was her idea to take Kalevi. She had suggested that drinking blood from your lineage would give Lord Lucian the power you possess." A frown immediately formed on Katherine's face. She answered, "Really?" Katherine had studied her lineage's history. It did not say anything about the transference of their powers. She leaned back, answering, "I'll check with Mother later." "You mentioned there is a traitor?" Katherine sought. Gavin answered. "They keep saying it's Prince Verigan." "Gavin, that's most likely what they were told to say," Katherine interrupted. "I doubt it. For the vampires to find their way to the Blackthorn Pack easily, it has to be someone who knows the nation. Or Verigan simply asked Leilani," Gavin suggested. "No, Gavin, please no," Katherine said. "Don't do this to Leilani. I don't think it's him. He swore loyalty to you." "You also must consider that Elder Paulin is now upset with Verigan. She must be pinning this on Verigan. The prince chose to side with us, with what is right, remember? Elder Dan tried to kill him," Katherine reminded. Gavin growled. He answered, "We will look into this further in the next Council of Alphas meeting. I will be calling an emergency gathering in a few days." Baby Kalevi cried, urging Gavin to hush their son back to sleep. He said, "Let's enjoy this time with our son now." In the next few days, Katherine and Gavin learned what it felt like to be parents. They had a busy life, performing their duties as Alpha and Luna while coordinating with the matters of the war. They were exhausted daily, but that did not stop them from caring for Kalevi. A day before Gavin would leave again for the capital, the couple decided to introduce Kalevi to the pack. Inside their room, the couple argued about what their son would wear. Gavin had prepared 2 choices of dark-colored baby suits, whereas Katherine preferred the lighter colors. "As early as now, my son needs to learn dominance, and he won't be feared by wearing white," Gavin pointed out. "Gavin, your son is only a few days old. Give him a break," Katherine laughed as she carried Kalevi. She tried to push her preference, but there was no convincing her husband. Eventually, Katherine conceded, "Fine, let's meet halfway. He can wear black cutie trousers and a white top." Her husband objected with a low growl. But he still went ahead and chose the lighter shirt for Kalevi to wear. Gavin helped change Kalevi, ensuring nothing was out of place, including the very little hair their son had. Katherine could not count how often her husband flattened Kalevi's hair against his head, how he had tucked in their pup's shirt and returned the baby shoes on his feet. Kalevi had probably grown tired of resisting his father, that the little pup fell asleep with a whimper. Thus Gavin, yet again, fixed their baby's clothes. Katherine heard the crowd calling for their alpha heir outside the pack house. "Kalevi! Alpha heir!" Gavin proudly smiled at his pack members' eagerness. He carried Kalevi in his arm before holding Katherine's hand. He said, "Let's go." In front of the pack house, the pack members had created an elevated platform only to show Kalevi to the people. Ethan and Vera waited at the door as the couple walked down the stairs. Melanie and Luke were also there with Travis. They all smiled as they opened the door for their future alpha's introduction. The maids and the other Omegas working for the pack house were equally thrilled. Some of them were teary-eyed at the sight of Kalevi. Finally, Vera and Ethan opened the pack house's front door. Gavin and Katherine stepped out and walked up the elevated platform. The entire time, people were gasping and calling their son's name. However, when Gavin and Katherine reached the front, the crowd hushed. "Silence, everyone," Gavin mind-linked with the pack members. The view of the loving crowd assembled for that day was overwhelming. Katherine could see the excitement on everyone's faces. Some were even in tears. Gavin glanced at Katherine, and they both smiled at each other. He let go of Katherine's hand to hold Kalevi. Poor Kalevi. Katherine saw their little pup was shutting his eyes tighter at the feel of the sun hitting his face. Next, Gavin held Kalevi above his head, presenting to the public, "Meet your next alpha, Gavin Williams, your alpha heir." The crowd roared. Everyone clapped their hands. Many cried at the declaration, and some praised their pup's name. "Kalevi! Future alpha of the Blackthorn Pack. Praise the moon goddess for giving us an alpha heir. Thank you, Luna Katherine, for giving our pack an alpha heir. Thank you, moon goddess, for our Luna's safe delivery." Katherine did not know for how long they stood there, being warmed by the welcome from the pack members. That gathering before the pack house ended after Kalevi cried loudly, most likely complaining about the sun against his eyes. Of course, before getting off on that elevated platform, the elders came up to bless Kalevi, after which there was a short lunch assemblage around the pack house, allowing many of the high-ranking werewolves a chance to hold Kalevi in their arms. It was a good day for the Blackthorn Pack. It wasn't long before when Katherine and Gavin were practically banished from Pentos. This time, they were back to the home they loved, with a son to carry the stone legacy. The pack was beyond satisfied. While observing the joyous celebration, Katherine thought, will this newfound strength, hope, and bond be enough to win the war? With a sigh, Katherine briefly looked at the sky, saying, "I certainly hope, moon goddess. Gavin and I still have a destiny to fulfill, one I saw through my husband's eyes." "Gavin!" Gavin threw his head back while letting out a low growl. It was Katherine's parting gift before Gavin left for the capital. He kissed his wife passionately, eating her lips, and purposely left love bites on her neck. Gavin did not know for how long he would be away. Now that Katherine had given birth, they had agreed that he could stay outside the pack for as long as it took to look after the nation's affairs. "I'll fucking miss you," Gavin said under his breath. "I'll follow you if things get out of hand," Katherine suggested. "Is it wise for you to leave Kalevi behind?" Gavin asked. "Only if the situation calls for it," Katherine answered. She rested her forehead on Gavin's, touching his athletic face, and added, "I know that you are the best warrior in Pentos, but I don't know if I can survive if—" "Shh, nothing will happen to me. We have a destiny to fulfill, remember?" Gavin said, cupping her chin. Yet again, he kissed her lips. After letting go, he claimed, "Even the winter-gray wolves could not kill me." Katherine rolled her eyes while Gavin chuckled. Looking at Gavin, she conceded, "Okay, take care. I love you so much." Gavin spent another hour holding his son before finally heading down to the pack house driveway, where several warriors, including Ethan and Irene, waited for him. After another emotional goodbye, Gavin left for the capital. "Are you calling me a traitor, Alpha Gavin?" Alpha Xavier barked from across the royal hall of Pentos's palace. "The obvious one is Prince Verigan. Didn't the captured vampires say it was him?" This was part of Gavin's dilemma. The vampires he had imprisoned in the Blackthorn Pack admitted they were told it was Prince Verigan. However, only their leader, Magnus Belmont, would have known the truth if Verigan was not the real spy. Unfortunately, Magnus Belmont was the first one to die. Gavin killed him, so he lost the most credible source of information about the invasion. Other than that, the only added information Gavin had was that the traitor was a high-ranking werewolf. That tip led them to question all the alphas and their accompanying warriors that day. Prince Verigan was seated in one of the chairs and accompanied by Leilani. After meeting Gavin's eyes, Verigan countered, "I did not do as such. I don't know the way to Blackthorn Pack." "It's true," Leilani spoke. "We had talked about my home but never discussed how to get there. It's not Verigan. Besides, we have presented his financial expenses in recent weeks. He was not involved in any vehicle purchases or rentals. He has been using the palace cars since he arrived in Pentos." Within a few minutes of the Alpha Council's meeting, Accusations were thrown left and right as to who could be the traitor among them. Gavin had given a complete narration of the attempt to take his wife and son. "Maybe it's one of your men, Alpha Gavin," another Alpha said. "What about Beta Ethan? He is next in line to you, someone who knows the territory in and out." Gavin snarled, "Don't you even think about throwing accusations toward my Beta. We live in the same pack house and drove to the affected post. It was not him." "What about Alpha Clyde? Isn't he leading the border control? Maybe it was him," Alpha Xavier suggested. Immediately, Alpha Clyde expressed his displeasure. "And why me? Why would I sacrifice everything I have done to ruin my reputation, my efforts in defending Pentos?" The royal hall became chaotic as each Alpha raised a potential suspect. However, most names mentioned were Alpha Xavier and Prince Verigan. Gavin still felt Alpha Xavier's hostility towards him. It all started when Audrey and Theond used his name to attack Alpha Xavier's pack. Then the most recent was when Alpha Xavier suggested that Gavin surrender to King Charles. There was a good reason for many to doubt Alpha Xavier, regardless if he was unfamiliar with the Blackthorn Pack territory. As the room became filled with rowdy Alphas, Gavin kept eyeing every leader and high-ranking warrior, studying their reactions. Sadly, he wasn't a mind reader. Like him, everyone seemed frustrated about the entire situation. "Enough!" Finally, King Maddox interrupted. He said, "Clearly there is a spy within our circle, someone familiar with the border in question and someone who could buy vehicles in Pentos without being traced. To be fair, everyone will be under investigation," King Maddox declared. "Everyone, including Alpha Gavin? He could be making this up," Alpha Xavier sought. "It was Alpha Gavin's territory that was infiltrated, so I doubt he would do that to himself, his wife, and son especially." The king answered, "Thus, Gavin and I will first filter through all your alibis. Of course, Kevin, being my Beta, is exempted. He is my right hand, after all. I trust him with my life." The king was serious about his decision. No one was exempted. All the Alphas who were part of the council were asked to stay in their quarters for 24 hours. The directive included their accompanying warriors. Ethan was not spared from the interrogation as well. With Irene around, each Alpha was injected with a truth serum and examined by Gavin the king and Beta Kevin. Gavin's allied Alphas were more than willing to clear their name and were the first to come forward with the interrogation. Alpha Clyde, Alpha Nestor, and Alpha Aaron were all removed from the suspect lists within the first 4 hours of the following day. The same could be said with their warriors. Gavin, Beta Kevin, and King Maddox left the two main suspects last, Prince Verigan and Alpha Xavier. While waiting for Alpha Xavier, Beta Kevin remarked, "What if this is all a bluff? Maybe they want to pin it on Prince Reagan, an act of revenge by the Winter Grey Wolf Elder?" Another theory is, maybe there are still more of Audrey's men within Pentos, Kevin added. "That's possible," Gavin nodded in agreement. "Until then, we shall interrogate Prince Verigan and Alpha Xavier." "We can never be too sure," King Maddox said. "I am at least relieved that all of the Alphas who had come earlier were all cleared." The air around the king's office thickened when Alpha Xavier came in with his warriors. He was in a bad mood, but still cooperated. Irene injected the Alpha, and the interrogation commenced. After an hour, Alpha Xavier and his men were cleared. "I may dislike you, Alpha Gavin, but I don't have the courage nor the resources to go against my country," Alpha Xavier said before leaving the office with his men. The remaining suspect to be interviewed was Prince Verigan. The prince walked in with Leilani. Gavin saw how Verigan sucked in a breath as he sat before the king's table. He gulped as Irene approached him. After he was injected with the truth serum, Leilani held his hand and took the seat next to him. Irene also injected Leilani with the truth serum for questioning. They waited only for 10 minutes before they all began examining the two. "Prince Verigan, where were you on the night of the attack?" the king asked. "I was at the frontmost of the western border of Pentos, leading the fight against the vampires. I am the most skilled in killing vampires, so I volunteered to do the job," the prince answered. "Was that your way of creating an alibi? The warriors saw you fighting the vampires. You created a distraction where all men were focused on you, while you left a blind side of the post, easily accessible." Beta Kevin intensely raised. "No," Verigan answered outright. "I wanted to end it sooner and faster." "And why is that?" Gavin asked this time. Next, Gavin saw Verrigan sweating and choking in his reply. It quickly alarmed Gavin that he demanded, "Answer me." "Yeah, you wanted to kill the vampires as fast as possible so no one would give your name, right?" Beta Kevin questioned. "You did not count on 2 vampires to surrender, and then you would not have any reason to kill them." Gavin only had his eye on the prince until Verrigan turned to Leilani, and then he saw his female warrior blushing. Beta Kevin grilled Verrigan, blaming him for what had happened. Gavin was disappointed in Leilani until the prince finally admitted his reason for holding back. "Leilani and I were fucking, all right. We were doing it when the attack happened. I was still a horny dog, upset about being interrupted, so I charged at the front because I wanted to return to my mate," Verrigan revealed. He turned to Leilani, saying, "Sorry, gorgeous. It's the truth serum." "It's okay," Leilani replied while lowering her head. "Is this true, Leilani?" Gavin asked. "Yes, Alpha. Verrigan and I, we just found each other, so we always want each other," Leilani admitted. Cutting to the chase, Gavin asked Verrigan, "Are you the spy we are looking for?" No, I swear on my life. I swear to the moon goddess," the prince replied. Gavin sighed. Deep inside, he hoped that Verrigan was innocent for Leilani's sake. However, with all the Alphas being cleared, the traitor's identity remained unknown. Before Gavin could dig deeper, one of Maddox's royal guards barged into the king's office. He said, "We received a report from our contacts. King Charles and his men have sailed. They are headed our way." Gavin. Days passed, and Pentos was busy preparing for King Charles' arrival. Even the king had been stationed at the coast with Alpha Nestor and Beta Kevin. Gavin's other allied Alphas, Alpha Clyde and Alpha Aaron, monitored the land borders with Prince Reagan. The outpost had alerted us that they had crossed our sea border. Beta updated everyone. He was pointing at a map, giving an idea of their adversary's current location. I was also on the phone earlier with Alpha Clyde. Our enemies are also attacking with the vampires from the eastern border, but so far the numbers are under control, Gavin said. It is a good thing most of the Lerafel warriors are there. They are the most skilled in killing vampires. Would that mean they might go after Katherine and your son, Gavin? King Maddox said with worry. I have moved 20 winter grey wolves to the Blackthorn Pack. They will only meet their end should they get past the western border, Gavin revealed. Besides, thanks to Irene's potions, my wife is already fully healed. She can protect our child well. I have 300 potions secured in our location. Gamma Travis and Gamma Blake are the other 2 warriors who carry the potions with them. Each post in the land borders also has about 100 tubes of healing potions. We should be all good, Irene reported. All the leaders based on the coast gathered in the main tent to discuss the war last minute. Just then, a warrior rushed into their tent, saying, Our enemies are closing in on the bay, King Maddox. We see 4 ships in total. Let's get ready, King Maddox said. My men will attack first. Beta Kevin suddenly offered, going against their original plan. Gavin was taken aback. He said, But I'm going first. No, Beta Kevin replied. You have been at the front of many battles. If I don't survive, taking the first wave of our enemies, I can rest easy, knowing that our best warrior and his men are still alive to finish them off. But this is not what we planned. It will ruin. It won't, Beta Kevin opposed. It's just a matter of who goes first or not. Let me take the first wave of Novra warriors, and if I get through, I will infiltrate their ship and find King Charles or Audrey. I will put an end to their lives. Gavin and Beta Kevin argued. Truthfully, Gavin had found Beta Kevin's actions strange recently. On 2 occasions, he had noticed him taking a call in secret, often looking over his shoulders. Next, Gavin observed how the King's Beta had turned his phone off completely, sometimes finding it hard to contact him. When discussing the matters of the war, he was often distant, like he was thinking of something else. Beta Kevin only admitted to being exhausted and would prematurely depart from the meeting to rest. Now he wanted to change the war plans at the very last minute. It did not sit well with Gavin. Gavin was about to object again, but because their enemies were closing in, King Maddox said, Let him. Let Kevin do as he pleased. The king turned to his Beta and said, Please take care of yourself. Watch your back. I need you back alive. Beta Kevin stilled for a second, and Gavin noticed his reluctance. The king's Beta asked, Even after you give the crown to Alpha Gavin, my king? Of course, King Maddox said, and Gavin saw the perplexity on the king's face. Even he was confused about Kevin's query. You are my beta, but later. We will talk about that. My king, Beta Kevin meant to say more, but the words outside the tent urged them to line up for their upcoming battle. Aren't you going first? Go and warn your men, King Maddox ordered, making Beta Kevin nod. Gavin and Beta Kevin walked out of the tent together. They were striding to their assigned platoon. They were about to part ways when Beta Kevin asked, What about you, Alpha Gavin? Has the king said anything about his plans? When you ascend to the throne, what will become of him? And what is he planning to do with me? To be honest, he had never explained his plans. Then, this war is also getting in the way of us, talking about his plans of giving you the throne. He only tells me to trust him, but I have always wondered after the war, where do I belong in his future? Beta Kevin resumed. You know our king. He leaves mysteries for us to solve. Gavin halted his steps. He frowned and asked, Has that been bothering you long, Beta Kevin? Because considering how you have been together as friends and as Beta and Alpha, you should not doubt any of his plans. Beta Kevin gulped. Gavin saw how the king's Beta swallowed air down his throat as he replied, Forget what I said. Let's go on and end this war once and for all. Looking Gavin in the eye, he revealed, Alpha Gavin, I might die in this war. I intended to end it today. Please look after the king. Will you die intentionally, Beta Kevin? Gavin did not know why, but his instincts told him something about Kevin's actions were not right. He said, You know, you are the only one who did not take the truth serum, Beta Kevin. Did those unanswered questions of yours lead you to betray the king? Most of all, urge you to betray me and have my wife and child kidnapped? Before getting any answer, Gavin immediately jumped on Kevin, and the Beta fell on his back. Gavin snarled, How could you? How could you? I don't know what you are talking about. Beta Kevin still denied it, prompting Gavin to punch him in the face. After all we have been through. Gavin threw another punch, and in the next few minutes he and Beta Kevin wound up punching each other by the shore. Enough, King Maddox snarled. Tell me, what is this all about? Beta Kevin is the traitor. Gavin barked, his hands still clutching Kevin's shirt as he turned to the king. King Maddox's eyes widened in shock. After standing still for seconds, he commanded, Take him back to the tent. King Maddox. Now injected with the truth serum, the king, Gavin, and Alpha Nestor questioned Beta Kevin. The leaders had about an hour, based on their enemy's location. They figured there was still time to seek the truth from Kevin. King Maddox's voice trembled as he asked, Are you the traitor we have been seeking? Beta Kevin struggled to breathe, and Maddox could tell he was trying to fight the truth serum that every vein in his body was threatening to pop out. As Beta Kevin grunted, even Irene stepped back. Are you? The king shouted, his heart aching for the truth that was about to unfold before him. After minutes of resisting the potion, Beta Kevin cried. He answered, It's because you have forsaken me, my king. You have named Gavin the next king, but where does that leave me? What do you mean, where does that leave you? You betrayed me because I had planned to make Gavin king? Maddox was rageful when he asked, Did you want to be king? Beta Kevin was tied to a chair with silver chains. He fell on his knees, the seat still attached to him. He shook his head and replied, No, I don't want to be king. At first, I fell into the witches' convincing, but later, I accepted their invitation. But I never meant to hurt Luna Catherine. It wasn't what we agreed. I only wanted Gavin to be out of the way, so I could be named the nation's hero instead of him. Kevin cried remorsefully before adding, If Gavin becomes king, he will appoint Ethan as his beta. Where does that leave me? Where my king? You have planned out Gavin's life, but what about me? I am your most loyal subject. King Maddox's heart was crushed altogether. He wondered if this was his fault. He did not tell his beta all the future he saw in Anaya's eyes, because in truth, nothing is definite. In their current state, there was no guarantee that they would win the war. One can only fight to make such a destiny come true. He knew betrayals would happen, obstacles to fight, and heartbreaks to experience, but he never thought it would come from his best friend and beta, Kevin. Where does that leave you? King Maddox yelled as he sarcastically said. He answered, "With me, of course. I plan to take you with me after leaving Pentos. Where his alphas go, the beta goes with him as well. How could you think that I have forsaken you? You are part of the future I saw in my mate's eyes. Your fate had always been to follow me wherever I go," King Maddox revealed. The king could tell that he had knocked some sense into Kevin, but it was already too late for whatever realization he had made. Kevin betrayed him, and he committed treason against the nation. "It's a shame. Now look at what you have done," the king said. "You have changed what had been written in the stars for yourself, us, and Pentos. Now tell us, what have you told King Charles and Audrey about our war plans?" Gavin asked. Beta Kevin sucked in a breath and replied, "I did not tell them anything." Beta Kevin. Flashback. Beta Kevin was in charge of taking the half-witch Eliana to her new prison. From the palace's dungeons, she was taken into the northern mountains, where they would be isolated from the rest of Pentos. "Don't you feel sorry for me? Beta Kevin, look at me." Suddenly, as he was resting in the front seat of his car, his warrior driving on the road, he heard the voice call out to him. He snapped behind the vehicle and saw Eliana smiling, tempting him. "That's right. This witch had a natural gift of seduction," Beta Kevin reminded himself. "Try that again, and I'll double your dose of wolfsbane," he warned, and the half-witch hissed. Upon arriving at the prison, Beta Kevin instructed the guards on the half-witch's wolfsbane dose. He did not want Eliana to get into any of the warriors' heads. Sadly, only after a week of leaving Eliana in the new prison, he had already received reports of the witch being given special treatment. In the middle of the war, Beta Kevin had to return to prison and take care of the matter. However, when he went to see Eliana, he fell into her trap instead. Inside Eliana's prison, Beta Kevin was momentarily put in a daze by her seduction. He felt it, how she had gained a little bit of strength. It meant one of the guards had cut down her wolfsbane doses. At first, he felt utterly drawn to the witch that he inched closer to her. Despite her state, he found her incredibly attractive. After minutes of gawking at her, the witch implied how the king belittled him. No words left her lips, but she infiltrated his mind. "I will care for you, Beta Kevin, me and Queen Audrey." "Why serve your king when he only cherishes Alpha Gavin? He is going to name Alpha Gavin the new king. What will King Maddox do? Travel around the world? Leave you behind? You have no place in his plans." "Call Queen Audrey. She will give you a place in Pentos, which you truly deserve. You can also bring me with you when you go to Navra." "Beta Kevin! Beta Kevin!" The voice of his warrior made him snap out of that trance. He managed to return to his senses and directed the management of Eliana's jail treatment. Still, the words of the half-witch haunted his sleep, not just because Eliana suggested it, but because he also had those same questions for the king. Why would King Maddox give up his throne? Werewolves could live for over a century, and the king could still bear a son. Why give it all up and give the throne to Alpha Gavin? Beta Kevin knew of his plans to pursue Queen Anaya after the war, but was it necessary to give up his throne? When that happens, what will become of him? Fear crept into his heart because he gave his life to the king. He had not found a mate and chose not to have one. His life was dedicated to serving the throne, but it was clear that Alpha Gavin would choose Beta Ethan as his right hand. Despite having these thoughts planted in his head, Beta Kevin resumed defending Pentos. He became swamped when the Blood Mist pack had been sieged. Alpha Gavin, at that time, was in Rodovvia, chasing his wife. With Alpha Gavin gone, Beta Kevin felt more belonged, leading the fight with the king. In the past, they had always relied on Alpha Gavin to be at the front, but not now, when they had no choice. Alpha Gavin chose to prioritize his family, and deep down, Beta Kevin somehow wished it stayed that way. While fighting for Pentos, Beta Kevin felt accomplished. He was praised by people who thanked him for his efforts in the war. He finally understood why many called Alpha Gavin a hero. Alpha Gavin was feared for his ruthlessness on the battlefield, but he was always looked up to for saving the nation. Everything took a complete turn when Gavin returned, saving the palace. Together with his Luna, they kept innocent children who were used as hostages by Audrey. The amount of praise Gavin and Katherine received stung his heart. Even the king gave Gavin and Katherine high commendations. The townspeople already looked up to them as the future king and queen. When Audrey called him one night, he gave in and listened to whatever it was she had to offer. Audrey offered him many options, including taking down the king, which was different from his intention. He will always love his king. Beta Kevin simply wanted Gavin to be out of the way, at least until everyone would see his worth. His plan was simple, to make Audrey think he was truly on their side. But after they would help take care of Alpha Gavin, he would stab Audrey in the back and win the war for Pentos and his king. He would gain as much information about Novra's war plans, and when they arrived in Pentos, he would emerge victorious against King Charles and his men. If Gavin were gone, he would be the hero. I will help, only if you promise me that no harm will come to Alpha Gavin. Just take him, keep him a prisoner. Beta Kevin said on the other line. Use another witch to control him. Make use of him, but do not kill him. Despite his jealousy of Gavin, he had a soft spot for Katherine. After all, Katherine was Queen Anaya's daughter, and the latter was his king's true mate. If Gavin died, Katherine would be an unbearable pain that could hurt her unborn child. I see, Audrey answered. So you want to be a traitor with a conscience? Fuck you, Audrey. If you disagree with my conditions, then forget it. Beta Kevin barked. Fine, Audrey said. Just help the vampires get through the border and they will take care of taking Gavin. Can they handle him? Beta Kevin asked. You know how strong he is. Trust me, we have found a way to weaken him. After all, we have the wise elder from Rodovvia to help us. Don't worry, Audrey confirmed. Unfortunately for Beta Kevin, Audrey lied to him. They were not going after Alpha Gavin, they were after his son. His decision to cooperate with Audrey came to bite him. Audrey threatened to tell King Maddox, and Beta Kevin could not have that. He had regretted cooperating with Audrey and letting his jealousy get the best of him. He was trapped and did not know what else to do. Thus, he took it upon himself to resolve the matter, to clean up after his mistakes. First, Beta Kevin gave Audrey a different war plan, leading them to believe they would win. Second, he meant to be at the front of the battle and kill Audrey and King Charles before the two would have the chance to reveal his betrayal. He hoped that by ending it himself, he could still make up for his mistake. End of flashback. Beta Kevin sucked in a deep breath, telling the king, I am willing to die if I must, until my last breath. I wanted to keep my reputation intact. I had planned to kill Audrey and King Charles. In that way, I could still keep my honor. I swear to the moon goddess, I have regretted everything. I had not revealed the war plans to them. I am not lying. I have the truth serum in me, Beta Kevin added. He was still down on his knees, asking, I understand if you will not forgive me, my king, but know, from the bottom of my heart, I fully regretted what I had done. He looked up at Gavin and said, I am sorry for the trouble this has caused you, your wife and your son, Alpha Gavin. Beta Kevin saw the pain in the king's eyes. It all the more added to his regret. He knew he had hurt his king. He was about to say more when a warrior reported, Alpha Gavin? My king? Novra warriors have entered the mines. Some have disembarked from their ships, taking small boats coming to the shores. He watched as the king took a deep breath. Maddox shut his eyes before turning to Alpha Gavin. He said, Let's go, Gavin. Let's not keep our warriors waiting. What about Beta Kevin's platoon? Gavin asked. I will lead the second platoon, the king suggested. The thought of his king going head-to-head in a battle worried Beta Kevin. He requested, Let me, my king, don't go to the front. Let me fight this battle. Please, let me redeem myself. Gavin's black wolf was expeditiously running after a vampire, one he knew held power and rank. The vampire commanded several others and followed his every directive. 2 Novra warriors were chasing after Gavin. Ethan was pursuing those who were after him. Following a loud growl, Gavin leaped. He toppled the vampire to the ground before his large jaw clenched on the vampire's neck. The thing was clawing him fearlessly, but Gavin did not loosen his hold. Behind him, Gavin could hear Ethan taking down his pursuers. I have your back, Ethan, Travis called next. Growls followed, and whimpers followed. After a loud howl, Gavin knew the unknown werewolves were done for. Ethan? Gavin called for his beta. His canines remained sunken onto the vampire. Gavin saw how Ethan had snapped the Novra werewolf's neck while in his human form. After meeting his eyes, Ethan shifted back to his wolf. He bit the lower part of the vampire's body, and with their cooperated strength, the creature's neck broke free from his torso. Following the death of that particular vampire, Gavin observed the panic in some other vampires' eyes. Some froze in their stance while others shrieked. It created a perfect distraction, and his men saw the opportunity. "Kill them all!" Gavin snarled, and from then on, more cries of pain and groans echoed throughout the shores of Pentos. Gavin's Blackthorn Pack Warriors platoon fought in pairs, as he had explicitly instructed. Blood stained the sands. Even the sea smelled of the dead following the first wave of King Charles' men landing on their shores. Most that died were Novra warriors, but some of Gavin's men were also severely wounded. Fortunately for Pentos, they had the miracle healing potion. Everything was well planned. Aside from Gavin's platoon, fighting first, another group of Pentos warriors was in charge of retrieval. Any wounded were mandated to retreat with the help of the extraction team. For now, they had no fatality, but he did not know how long they could keep it up. As long as Novra would send ships, they could linger on the coast for months battling. King Charles was wise during that siege. He had the vampires dive underneath the seas to find the mines. They evaded most of the eruption, but still triggered one explosive to blast. Thus, their enemies were still quite a handful once they landed on their shores. Still, despite their adversaries' overwhelming number, the first wave of Novra warriors evidently failed. "Some are getting away," one of his warriors pointed out the sea. Gavin, Ethan, and Travis ran to the waters in their powerful wolf and took care of as many as they could. "They are retreating to the ship," Travis called. He chased his breath while half of his wolf was submerged in salt water. Gavin darted at the speedboats that were dashing across the waters. Even Novra's first ship appeared to be moving back. "Alpha Gavin, why don't we bring in our ship now?" Travis asked. "Not now. While we can still fight on land, we will do that. Let them make an effort and take the bigger risk," Gavin answered. He shifted into his human form, relieved. They had been fighting for hours. Gavin looked up at the sky and was sure it was nearly dawn. He said, "Let's take this time to rest. Let the second platoon take over in the morning so our group can fight another day." "Yes, Alpha," Travis affirmed. "My king, the first wave of Nova warriors have retreated. Almost all of them were eradicated," Gavin reported inside Maddox's private tent. When the king turned to him, Gavin was taken aback. For the first time, he saw the king with woeful eyes. He said, "It's fine, Gavin." Lowering his head, King Maddox admitted, "Betrayal is the worst, Gavin, and the most painful ones are those that are made from your trusted friend." "Are you going to rest?" the king sought. Gavin did not even get a chance to comment on the king's condition. Due to Beta Kevin's actions, everyone agreed they were safer with him not being involved in the fight. In fact, King Maddox had also interrogated some of Beta Kevin's most favored warriors. So far, the truth serum revealed that no one worked with Kevin. It was what Kevin had said. There were still a few of Audrey's men and Theon's rogues within Pentos, and they were the ones who aided him with the car purchases. Kevin was the one who personally opened the borders west of the nation. Back then, Kevin went like a thief in the night, unnoticed by Prince Varigan and his men. Clearing his mind from the thought of Kevin, Gavin answered, "Yes, my king." "Then I will lead the second platoon," Maddox answered. Gavin frowned. He asked, "Did you get any rest, my king? I think it would be wise to let another platoon take over if you are not in the right." "I need this," the king answered weakly. "I need to get Kevin out of my mind, let out my anger on Audrey. She took my friend from me, and she will pay the price." Based on what Beta Kevin had revealed, the second ship that would attack should carry the former queen, Audrey. So Gavin knew why the king was determined to run the second platoon. Still, he asked, "Are you sure, my king?" "I have never been sure," King Maddox affirmed. "Go now and take your rest. Let your king lead the next fight." After leaving the tent, Gavin painfully watched as the king called for the second platoon. He understood his pain. If Ethan were to betray him, he would probably go feral in bitterness, a way to hide the despair. He glanced in the direction where Beta Kevin was held, and he could not help but feel sorry for the friendship they had lost. King Maddox. Hours into another invasion, King Maddox led the second group of Pentos at midday. 2 warriors followed him at all times, watching his back. Ah! Maddox fought in his human form. The second cluster of Nova warriors used silver weapons. Thus, the king felt it was wiser to do the same. He fought with silver blades while his body was covered in armor. Some of his warriors shifted to chase after werewolves who tried to flee, but many used their silver weapons too. The king was at the frontmost of the shores when suddenly a commotion erupted by the boulders and trees behind the beach. "Rogues behind us," one of the king's royal guards announced. The king did not know how, but it would appear that the rogues had gone past patrols. They were now burning the tents that were set up behind them. "Gavin, rogues are coming your way," Maddox mind-linked. "Awake your men." "I heard, my king. I am up," Gavin responded. The battle stretched for another hour. Thankfully, Gavin and his men were alert and still had the fuel to fight. While the king was going head-to-head with a high-ranking warrior of Novra, he noticed Gavin being cornered by 4 werewolves. His instincts told him to offer his help to Gavin, and so he did. He noticed 3 opponents running after him, but the king decided to free himself from protection and shift into his wolf. His speed was absolute, and the enemies that went after him struggled to keep up. With a loud growl, the king announced his arrival. He bit one Novra warrior in the leg, tossing the unknown warrior a few meters away. Gavin merely nodded to the king before they charged at their enemies again. Everything was chaotic at that point. Tens were burning from their side of the coast, and even Alpha Nestor's men had joined in the fight. They were supposed to be on reserve for the third wave of attack. However, they did not expect rogues to pass through the beach. In fact, based on what Kevin was informed, there should have been less than 30 rogues remaining in Pentos. It was clear to the king how Audrey and Theon had hidden many enemies within Pentos. "It's the former Queen Audrey," one royal guard announced. Maddox's head snapped to the trees. He was shocked to see Audrey. It meant she had penetrated the border, either the coast or never left Pentos in the first place. The thought of Kevin's betrayal burned in his heart, and he blamed Audrey for it. He assailed without thinking. Many rogues tried to stop him, but the king's brute strength quickly pushed their frames aside. A few managed to scratch him, but he felt no pain. In Maddox's view, Audrey appeared afraid, second-guessing where she would run. She called for the rogues, but they were all engaged in a fight. The king flashed his canines, imagining Audrey's death. "No, don't kill me," Audrey pleaded as she ran. She wound up falling to the ground, dragging her body backward. "Help!" attacked the king. It surprised the king, but he did not care. He was going to kill this evil woman once and for all. Seeing Audrey within his reach, the king leaped, but he saw his former wife smirk just as he did. His heart throbbed, and his eyes widened. It played in slow motion in his head how Audrey had taken a silver sword from behind her. "No," he silently reacted. "No, my king." He heard a familiar voice, and a frame suddenly blocked his view. The king's body rolled to the ground. Gavin. When he opened his eyes, he saw blood. "No!" Gavin. The king had just aided Gavin in dealing with a group of rogues. He had shifted into his black wolf to cover more enemies when one royal guard announced, "It's the former Queen Audrey." Whoever it was dangling on Gavin's jaws instantly lost his head. Gavin tightened his clenched against the rogue's neck and growled in Audrey's direction. He saw King Maddox was already speeding toward Audrey. It appeared to Gavin that Audrey cowered. She retreated in her steps, showing fear at Maddox. However, as she lay in the sand, she dug up a silver sword, and by the look of it, she was aiming for the king's heart. From the corner of Gavin's eye, he saw Beta Kevin running out of nowhere. He was still tied with silver chains. He jumped in the king's direction and took the blade for King Maddox. The sword was struck against Kevin's torso, his hand gripping the blade, and he fell, face down along with the weapon. Many of their tents had been taken down, so Gavin understood how Beta Kevin and the guards watching him had evaded the fight. Clearly, Kevin could not simply stand on the sidelines, seeing his king about to die. "No!" Maddox snarled. Gavin had never heard the king scream so loudly. Chills ran down his spine, realizing they'd just witnessed the probable death of his best friend and Beta. "You stupid asshole!" Audrey screamed. "You are useless. Why did you do that?" Audrey was struggling to take back the sword from Beta Kevin. Instead, She angrily kicked the beta's motionless body for having shielded the king. Gavin saw as the king growled. He was furious by what Audrey had done. "What?" Audrey spat. "He is a traitor. Kevin betrayed you. He helped us, you know. He was the one who let the vampires enter the territory days back. Ha-ha! You have finally done it, Audrey. You have taken everything that I valued. I'm not going to show you any mercy." The king returned on his fours and jumped at Audrey. Gavin also ran in the king's direction. He was battling with Audrey while he helped clear Maddox's fight. No one is to interfere. Gavin barked at anyone who came near them, may it be rogues or Nova warriors. Behind him, he could hear the king and Audrey growling. Many times Audrey cried in pain. Gavin wanted to see Audrey's end, but he was too focused on taking down every opponent, trying to stop the king from achieving his mission. Not a moment too soon, Travis came to his aid. Gavin turned to the king just in time to witness Maddox bit Audrey's head off. Audrey was already in her human form, clearly defeated by the fight with the king. Once King Maddox threw down Audrey's head, fear flashed in the eyes of the rogues. They howled and hesitated as soon as Maddox announced, "Audrey is dead. Surrender now, or you will suffer the same fate." A few stubborn ones fought, but many rogues gave up. Gavin saw Nova warriors retreating to the ship on the shores, but many remained sprawled on the beach. "King Maddox, how is he?" "Do everything you can," King Maddox begged Irene. They settled in one of the few tents that remained unharmed, with Irene attending to Beta Kevin's wound. "He lost so much blood, my king," Irene answered while giving Beta Kevin drops of the healing potion. Her hands were shaking after attending from one warrior to another, and now Kevin's nearly lifeless body. "I can't promise anything, my king. It did not help, but he was wrapped in silver chains. His body is weak. Let's hope the fireroot plant holds up to its healing miracles." She turned to the king and admitted, "I had given him everything we have here, but it's not enough. We must take him to the hospital and check on his internal organs, too." "The medical team is arranging it," the king revealed. Kevin's betrayal hurt King Maddox, but he did not want his beta dead, especially since he saved his life. As Irene attended to Kevin, he sat beside his friend and held his hand. He said, "I wished you had trusted me more. I wished it did not have to be this way, my friend. Nonetheless, please, I ask of you to be alive. Live and fight. Redeem yourself after getting through this." The king shut his eyes, recalling how it all went down. When Beta Kevin took the blade for him earlier, he met Maddox's eyes and mind-linked before losing his awareness. "Forgive me, my king. Forgive me." It was a painful sight. Maddox saw in Kevin's eyes the regret, the plea for compassion. Maddox sucked in a breath, and as tears ran down his face, he added, "Live, my friend. I forgive you, but you must ask Gavin's forgiveness too. So please, live." King Charles. A week had gone by since the second attack happened. Audrey failed miserably. She died, but what else should King Charles expect? Audrey had consistently failed, and he was dragged right into it. King Charles and his new allies retreated further into the sea to regroup and replan. Reports from the land borders suggested they had infiltrated Pentos. The vampires and Nova warriors that had entered through the western border will soon join them on the southern coast of Pentos. Now is the time. "We can use the last silver bullets," Elder Paulin of Rodovvia said. Over the past few weeks, they had cut down the use of guns because the manufacturer closed down. No, it was burned down to the ground. Now they were left with less than 100 silver bullets. It was all thanks to Prince Reagan. The gun manufacturer was in Laraffel, and King Matthias shut it down due to the harm it caused amongst werewolves. Nova was not blessed with silver, so King Charles could only acquire them from other nations. They were left using their old weapons, like blades and swords. What made it more difficult was that many of Pentos's warriors were immune to the initial poisonous effect of the silver. Plus, they had that magic healing plant that cured their warriors from injuries. The thought of the fireroot plant further torched King Charles's greed for taking Pentos. Not only that, Pentos was blessed with nature, suitable habitat for farming, and untouched mountains that were perfect for mining. Now more than ever, he badly wanted to take over Pentos. He had sacrificed so much, spent so much to fail. Now, he claimed success. "Yes, it's time to go," King Charles said. "This time I will join the fight and kill Maddox." Elder Paulin hissed. She claimed, "And I will take revenge for the death of Dan. I will kill Gavin, and then I will kill Prince Regan. And after this is over, we will take Alpha Gavin Stone's son." King Charles and Elder Paulin turned to the left, finding Lord Lucian. After Elder Paulin had convinced Lord Lucian that the Winter Grey Wolf's powers could be passed on to him, the vampire lord had personally joined in this conquest, hoping to become the strongest unnatural creature on Earth. King Charles wondered, what if I also drink the blood of Alpha Gavin's son? Would I be blessed with the same power? He would have to find that out later. He was unsure if Elder Paulin's words were valid, but he was simply pleased to gain another ally. He did not care for the time being. One step at a time, he told himself. Pentos first, and then maybe take Alpha Gavin's son too. King Charles looked through the glass window of the ship's bridge. He commanded the captain, "Let's go!" Hours later, King Charles stood tall on the shores of Pentos. Elder Paulin and Lord Lucian stood beside him while his men and the vampires were stretched far to the coasts. Some waited behind him. He brought over 300 men, which did not compare to the Pentos warriors before him. He saw King Maddox's forces several meters away, looking mighty exhausted. He smirked, staring at the haggard-looking leaders of Pentos. He screamed, "You look like you could use a break. How about we save ourselves the trouble and you give up now? You should have already known we had infiltrated the western border. More of my men are coming." An ominous laugh escaped his lips. Lord Lucian and Elder Paulin shared the same amusement. "Really? The western border has been taken down?" It was Alpha Gavin who answered. King Charles frowned because the famous Alpha smirked and added, "That's probably because. That's what we made you think." Alpha Gavin howled, and the next thing King Charles noticed was how Pentos's lineup opened up in the middle. King Charles's eyes widened, seeing Prince Verigan and his men appear from hiding. He looked past the trees and saw familiar alphas of Pentos, those supposed to be on the western border. If that wasn't enough to scare him, winter grey wolves emerged from the trees, and leading their group was the princess herself, Katherine. "No." Under his breath, King Charles said, his heart drumming against his ribcage. He gulped, and his throat suddenly felt paper dry. He screamed, "Retreat! Too late," Gavin barked. "Gavin?" Stubborn wife. Gavin narrowed his eyes after seeing Katherine walk into his newly made-up tent. "What do you want me to do, Gavin? Let my husband get hurt, knowing I could easily help win the war for you?" Katherine answered. Days had passed since Audrey's death, and Katherine heard about the sudden attack by rogues. She became adamant about joining the fight, especially with her health back. Instead of fronting the shores, Gavin and all the warriors of Pentos had camped within the lush trees behind the beach. There was too much damage near the coasts, and Gavin knew rebuilding the camp in the exact location would take longer. Thus, they retreated nearly a mile from the beach, leaving only several warriors to stand watch. Within a mile from the coast, they had discovered an underground passage. Gavin realized that was how Audrey and the rogues had managed to give them a surprise attack, having gone past those on patrol. "Are you sure there are no more rogues?" Katherine asked, before crashing into Gavin's chest. Gavin savored Katherine's nature, sweet snowy scent, before pecking her forehead and answering. "We captured some rogues and some vampires. They spilled everything. The rogues were given truth serums, so there was no way they could have lied about it. They were the last of the rogues under Audrey's command." "And what about our son? Is it wise to leave him without protection?" Gavin asked while pulling away. "He is safe as he can be. Vera and Mel are taking care of Calivi, and he has 20 winter grey wolves guarding the pack house," Katherine revealed. "But the rest of Mother's warriors have joined me in this fight, those stationed at the capital. When King Charles attacks again, we will be in full force," Katherine said with a smile, looking at him. She reached for his face, saying, "Calivi misses you." "I miss him so much, too," Gavin softly replied. He groaned, leaning his forehead against Katherine's, saying, "When this is all fucking over, we are going on a long trip. You, me, and Calivi." "I look forward to that, my husband," Katherine answered, her eyes full of adoration. Days had passed again. Many of the forces from other posts had come to the beach. More and more captured prisoners, vampires, rogues, and Novra warriors had begun to spill information about the war plans, including high-ranking warriors of the enemy. Prince Varigan had convinced 2 Novra warriors to switch sides in exchange for refuge, which the king agreed on. The same warriors reported back to King Charles, leading them to believe that the east perimeter of Pentos had been successfully infiltrated and over 100 men would aid them at the coast. In truth, however, only a few of them survived, and they were all held by Larafel warriors and were being interrogated. While everything seemed to be going well on Pentos' side, Gavin noticed the king's sadness. Beta Kevin was in a coma after undergoing several operations to fix the lung damage. There was still no assurance that he would live. When the outpost reported that King Charles's ships were moving to the coast again, all the leaders, including the newly arrived Prince Varigan, gathered for a meeting. "We will let them think that they are winning. Hopefully, King Charles would show himself, and I will end him," King Maddox claimed. "To the very last minute, I will fight with you. I will avenge all the lives that have been lost. I will make King Charles pay us back for all the peaceful lives he had taken away from us." "We are halfway there. Audrey is already dead. King Charles is next," the king added, and all the leaders growled in delight. When the king turned to Gavin, he knew it was his time to speak. He held his wife's hand and declared, "With the winter-gray wolves with us." Gavin glanced at Prince Varigan and added, "And with the support of Prince Varigan, we will win this war." Howls and growls left everyone's lips. Alpha Nestor especially claimed, "I can feel it. This is finally the end of King Charles." With a nod, Gavin said, "This has to be the end. We must win this war. Once and for all, King Charles must die." When the cries of confidence hushed within their tent, Gavin revealed, "Now, for the final plan. This is how it will go." It was precisely as Gavin had predicted. King Charles fell into the trap. He earnestly believed that his men had succeeded over the western border, so King Charles landed at the coast full of confidence, with 300 men. Gavin glowered at Lord Lucian. This was the creature that had ordered the kidnapping of his son. "I'll take him." Before he could decide on the target, his wife had already claimed the vampire's death. "Does that leave me with Elder Paulin, my wife?" Gavin sought. "Prince Varigan wants Elder Paulin. It looks like you have competition, husband," Katherine teased. Gavin growled in his mind link, making Katherine chuckle. Before him, King Charles was mocking them, but Gavin paid less attention to him until the Novra leader claimed, "You should have already known we had infiltrated the western border. More of my men are coming." King Charles was laughing forbiddingly, and Gavin wound up looking at King Maddox. Gavin met eyes with his king, and the latter gave him the go signal. A smirk formed on Gavin's face as he answered King Charles. "Really? The western border has been taken down? That's probably because. That's what we made you think." And that was the cue Pentos' warrior lineup split in two, revealing Prince Regan and the Larafel warriors, all experts in killing vampires. Oh, how satisfying it was to see King Charles's mouth falling to the ground, much more, seeing the fear in his eyes when the latter saw his wife. Katherine revealed herself to the Novra warriors with grace, confidence, and glory. Behind her were 30 winter-gray werewolves, already shifted into their enormous wolves. 8, 9, 10. It took 10 seconds for King Charles to realize his near end. His head snapped toward the sea, the nearby boats that could swiftly take them back to their ships. He screamed, "Retreat!" "Retreat?" Gavin questioned. "Too late." Gavin ran yards ahead of his men and commanded, "Attack!" He shifted into his black wolf and charged. As expected, Novra warriors had guns. They fired with silver bullets, but Gavin evaded them, ducking and leaping. His men did the same. Behind him, Travis did not get so lucky as he got hit in the leg. After all his cousin had been through, he knew Travis would survive. Gavin noticed his king racing after him, and when they were at the same pace, he saw King Maddox narrowing his eyes at King Charles. The coward was already running into the speedboat, hoping to escape. One winter-gray wolf had managed to catch up after them. The same warrior offered, "King Maddox, I can shift and throw you in King Charles's direction." "Go," King Maddox conceded. As Gavin fought a Novra warrior who tried to stop him from reaching the king, he quickly saw how the Novra warrior had spun the king around before thrusting him in the air. King Maddox was initially in his human form, but when he was in midair, he shifted to his wolf just in time to land on King Charles's back. To Gavin's left, he saw vampires and Novra warriors flying out of nowhere, some unfortunately landing on boulders. Gavin smiled, knowing it was his wife's doing. Just as Gavin admired Catherine's strength, he saw Lord Lucian from afar. He frowned, realizing the vampires and several of his underlings were fleeing from the fight. It appeared to him that they were eyeing the trees behind the beach. "Catherine, Lord Lucian wants to go into Pentos." Gavin could only speculate where the vampire lord was headed, and the thought of that creature's fangs sucking his son angered him. "Going after him now." Catherine answered before speeding after Lord Lucian. 2 winter-gray wolves followed after his wife, protecting her blind side. Not too far, Gavin heard Prince Varigan's scream. He turned to Varigan and found him on the ground in pain. He was fighting Elder Paulin. "You are going to die. You killed your uncle," Paulin yelled. "You both tried to kill me. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth," Varigan yelled back, despite still lying on the sand. Paulin shifted into her wolf and declared, "Die, Prince Varigan!" "No," Gavin shouted as he ran to Varigan. "You die, old hag." Prince Varigan thought he would meet his end. He put up a strong facade, simply wanting to anger Elder Paulin. "You both tried to kill me. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth," Varigan yelled back, despite still lying on the sand. His shoulder appeared dislocated. "You are no match for me, boy," Elder Paulin growled before shifting into her winter-gray wolf. "Die, Prince Varigan." "No, you die, old hag." Just as Elder Paulin leaped into the air, targeting him, Gavin appeared out of nowhere, his jaws biting the side of Paulin's frame. Prince Varigan saw Gavin and Elder Paulin toppling each other. Seeing Paulin's power was much more than Gavin's, he forced himself up and shifted into his wolf. He was limping as he ran to the elder, but with all his strength, he used it to bite Paulin's leg. He dug his fangs deeper into the elder's flesh while Paulin screamed in pain, scratching Varigan on his back. Gavin's black wolf clawed Paulin's lower body and bit her on her leg. "You can't hurt my mate." Next, Prince Varigan hurt his mate. Leilani had shifted into her wolf. She ferociously flaunted her fangs before finding Paulin's neck. The second Sheen's teeth clenched into Elder Paulin's neck. She began to convulse. The former elder of Rodovvia bled. With 3 brute werewolves taking her down, she eventually gave her last breath. Catherine. Running in her winter-gray wolf, Catherine gleamed in the night. She was difficult to miss, and it was the same for the 2 winter-gray warriors watching her back. Catching up with one vampire, Catherine barked, "I'll take him, princess," one of her mother's warriors offered. Her name was Jean. She watched Jean jump at the vampire, quickly forcing the dead into the ground and biting the thing's head. Catherine continued to pursue Lord Lucian, but behind her, she could hear the vampire's head breaking off its body, her mother's warrior howling in achievement shortly after. She still had 1 warrior watching her back, but it did not take long for Jean to gain on them. Finally, seeing Lord Lucian from afar, Catherine snarled, "Where are you going, Lord Lucian? You have a direct descendant of Alicia Cecil right here. Don't you want my blood?" For a second, Lord Lucian turned to Catherine. His red-colored eyes met hers before a hiss left his lips. He resumed his run, answering, "I prefer one that doesn't have fangs yet." A growl escaped Catherine's mouth. She replied, "Paulin lied to you, you know. She just wanted to manipulate you into joining their cause." Catherine's paws thundered against the ground, closing in on Lord Lucian. She described, "Think about it. How will it work? You don't even have a heart to pump back the blood to your body. In fact, our blood is poison to your kind." "But..." Lord Lucian tried to react, but he continued running as if his life depended on it. When Catherine had raised this with her mother, Anaya had confirmed that one vampire had tried to feed off one of their ancestors. This happened many years before her time. One of their own fell in love with a vampire and used her as a food source. The vampire appeared to have increased in strength shortly after feeding off one of their ancestors. However, despite the continued feeding, the Lent strength eventually waned. There were many speculations about why it even happened and never worked in the end, but the bottom line was, the effect was temporary and was never successful. Because of the threat to their lineage, that information was sealed and only high-ranking officials of Rodovvia knew of the case. Paulin, being an elder, had access to this information. With that data out, Katherine and her descendants were at risk. She had to find a way to dispel rumors about that theory. "Why don't you test my blood? Drink from it," Katherine offered, making Lord Lucian suddenly stop running. "I won't kill you." "At least, not yet," Katherine said in her head while halting in her steps. "I'm offering you my blood, a chance to prove that Paulin's words were untrue." "Or true," Lord Lucian corrected. Katherine offered her leg, saying, "Go ahead, drink." With a loud hiss, Lord Lucian showed his fangs. Whatever was left of his underlings stilled around them, observing what would happen next, their eyes fixed on Katherine. Katherine was not worried at all. For werewolves to turn humans into their kind, they release their venom as they bite. For vampires to turn other creatures into their own, they must let their victims drink back their blood. It was relatively safe to offer her blood, which had always been part of her plan, so she took it upon herself to go after Lord Lucian. "Go on now. Drink. See if you will hold the power of Alicia Cecil." Katherine smirked. "Either that or die from being poisoned by my blood." Eyeing the vampires around them, Katherine lifted her chin, confident of her words. She saw their eyes panicking, looking at each other with doubt. "Don't worry. My warriors won't hurt you," Katherine assured her. The winter-gray wolves stood back. They were purring, but they maintained their distance. "Go ahead. Take a bite, but don't blame me when you die from drinking my blood," Katherine warned. Lord Lucian was already in front of Katherine, ready to bite her limb. He hissed again, saying, "You are lying. I know you are." Katherine scoffed. She answered, "As I said, to see is to believe. Go ahead and take a bite." Ah! Without warning, Lord Lucian sank his fangs into Katherine's leg. While in her wolf form, she clenched her teeth in pain. Lord Lucian drank and drank until Katherine warned, "That's enough now, or I will claw you at this point." Stepping back, Lord Lucian licked whatever was left of Katherine's blood. He smiled and turned to his people, saying, "I can feel it. I feel stronger. It's true." All of a sudden, Lord Lucian was choking. He put both his hands on his neck, appearing to be gurgling. He pointed to Katherine with wide eyes, saying, You. "See," Katherine growled. "What did I tell you? Our blood is poison to you. No, you burn. Unfortunately for Lord Lucian, he could not utter a word. Katherine knew he was feeling his throat burn at that point because she had been drinking small doses of vervain over the past few days. The said herb was known to cause a burning sensation in vampires. It doesn't kill them, but only weakens them for a certain period. Like Lord Lucian, beheading and burning remained the best way to kill the dead. Vervain did not affect werewolves, only vampires. Thus, this was the technique Katherine and Irene had planned on. "Now, return to the beach and tell others about Paulin's lies. I will let you live, but never return to our lands again." Katherine ordered before she lunged at Lord Lucian and attacked him with full force. Katherine and the winter-gray werewolves had to allow Lord Lucian's underlings to spread the word. Let them live for a few days to tell their companions about Paulin's false claims. It had to be done, otherwise the remaining vampires and potentially even werewolves may go after their blood. "How dare you even think you can touch us?" Katherine snarled. "We are above you, more potent and faster. Your kind can never defeat us." Katherine ensured her rants were loud and clear so the fleeing vampires would fully understand the power of winter-gray wolves. She certainly hoped she had instilled enough fear in them to never come again. With the other warriors grabbing Lord Lucian's feet, Katherine pulled the vampire lord's head apart with one mighty tug. "I did it, Gavin. Lord Lucian is dead." Katherine mind-linked with her husband. "That's one leader down. 2 down. 1 to go." Gavin mind-linked back. "Verrigan, Leilani, and I took out Elder Paulin. Now all that is left is for King Maddox to take down King Charles," Gavin added. When Katherine returned to the beach, she gasped at the battle unfolding before her eyes. She said under her breath, "King Maddox. King Maddox." King Maddox was taken aback when the winter-gray wolf warrior thrust him into the sea. He silently remarked as he flew mid-air, "What a powerful creature." For a fleeting moment, he imagined his mate's strength despite being in the middle of the war. Pride swelled in his heart, thinking of Queen Anaya. Returning to the situation at hand, King Maddox saw how he was nearing King Charles. Immediately, he shifted into his giant wolf, his frame landing on his enemy, his claws digging into James's flesh. Growls left their lips at the initial contact. King Charles also shifted into his wolf, while their frames were partly submerged in water. They began clawing each other, trying to find the best chance to inflict wounds. The feel of the salt water against King Maddox's wounds made the king cringe, but it was trivial to the emotional pain Novra had caused him and his people. King Charles must have realized the difficulty in fighting while partly underwater, that he pushed Maddox away and ran to the coast. After finding a clearing, he turned to Maddox, ready to fight again. "You don't know how long I have waited for this day, James," King Maddox rasped. "I have longed to sink my claws into your flesh and cut off your head. Once and for all, I want justice for all the troubles you have given my nation." "Why? Why did you have to start a war? You could have asked for a trade if it's the farm goods you seek," Maddox questioned. "Instead, you chose a path where many of our men had died, yours especially." King Charles did not answer. Instead, he looked around. Seeing a Novra warrior closer to him, he commanded, "Men, kill Maddox, do you hear me? Kill him?" "Coward," King Maddox spat. "Your men are dying, and you still want them to fight your battle? What kind of king are you? So what? I am king." James answered angrily before darting at one Novra warrior close to him. He ordered, "Kill Maddox!" Sadly, the Novra warrior ended up dead, turning his back to help his king. The situation only made King Maddox laugh. He described King Charles, "A coward king who hides behind his men. That's what you are! Fight! Come on, fight!" With a few more taunting, eventually King Charles launched an attack on Maddox, his wolf thrust forward, his head down, aiming for Maddox's torso. Maddox wound up grasping King Charles with both hands. He landed on his back, but his claws sank against King Charles's shoulder blades. "Arg!" King Charles pulled his head back due to the pain. Maddox anticipated James would claw him in the front, so he kicked the Novra king off him with his lower legs. When Travis, Gavin's warrior, tried to help Maddox, he commanded, "This is my fight, boy. Just watch my back." At one point, while pulling back to take a breather, King Maddox noticed King Charles's face paled. He was looking to his right, with eyes widening. King Maddox also turned to his right and witnessed Gavin, Prince Varigan, and Leilani working together to take down Elder Paulin. Eventually, he and James saw the Elder's end. The death of Elder Paulin made King Maddox claim triumph. While King Charles was still in shock, Maddox surprised him by jumping at him. "Arg!" Maddox gave King Charles a nasty cut on his chest, making the latter retreat in his steps. Outraged, King Charles countered with his own attack. The two leaders of the lands battled it out. King Maddox noticed how his royal guards and even Alpha Nestor circled around them, forbidding any Novra warriors to raid. It encouraged Maddox to focus on the fight, and his confidence was supplemented. Minutes turned into an hour. King Maddox did not expect his fight with James to last that long. At that point, they were both heavily wounded. Their chests repeatedly heaved as they chased their breaths. Blood was dripping from Maddox's arm, and in front of him, King Charles was bleeding in nearly all parts of his body. "Whoever wins this fight takes both Pentos and Novra," Maddox announced. "Novra, see the better king before your eyes." A growl left Balthasar's lips. He let his fangs further elongate before he charged at King Charles again. King Charles was running back. While he was at it, he tried to throw sand in Maddox's way, but there was no stopping the Pentos king. Maddox declared, "Meet your end, James." Instead of leaping into the air, King Maddox slid down as James jumped to meet his attack. Once he was back on his fours, the Novra king was still about him, suspended mid-air. Maddox jumped at King Charles and perfectly caught him in the neck. His jaws were firmly clasped against James' neck, his fangs plunging into the latter's flesh. Even as they both landed on the sand, Maddox's teeth remained clenched against King Charles's neck. He was never letting it go until the Novra king would die a miserable death. From the corner of Maddox's eye, he saw Katherine nodding her head at him approvingly. As King Charles struggled and tried to scratch him, he also witnessed many Novra warriors raise their hands in surrender. Blood was oozing out of King Charles' neck, and the latter was gurgling as he cried into his last breath. King Maddox shook King Charles's lifeless body. After ensuring the enemy had finally fallen, He released the Navra king and howled at the bright moon above. He wanted his cries to reach the moon goddess, so he gave it his all. Repeatedly, he announced victory in his howls. He shifted back to his human form while tears fell down his cheeks. He declared, "This war is, without a doubt, over. Victory, at least." More howls followed, but this time they came from all warriors of Pentos. Each one of them praised the king. "To King Maddox! Hail to the king of Pentos! To the end of the war." Maddox was taking deep breaths. He was already weak as he added, "To the alphas who fought hard and led you to this victory, I thank you beyond words. To the warriors who fought with their hearts, thank you for loving Pentos." Maddox said while looking at the men around him, "Your bravery will be greatly rewarded." Locking eyes with Gavin and Katherine, King Maddox smiled, expressing, "And the future queen and king of Pentos, praise Alpha Gavin and Luna Katherine. May the future of Pentos be forever bright in their hands." The king was overwhelmed with emotions. Everything appeared to have flashed before his eyes, the initial war attacks, how his people suffered, and how he rehabilitated his nation, only to be taken down again by another invasion. Maddox recalled how he gave up his one true love for Pentos, yet his queen betrayed him, including the son he raised as his own. Tears continued to stain his face, recounting the days when he nearly died due to Audrey's poisoning. He glanced at Gavin and Katherine, thankful for saving his life. Then he remembered Beta Kevin's betrayal. The war caused him pain in so many ways. What's next, he thought to himself. The only thing the king wished for at that point was to be next to his true mate. He certainly hoped that Queen Anaya would accept him one day. He smiled at the thought of Queen Anaya. His vision blurred as he imagined her beautiful face, his knees turning like noodles. The next thing he knew, he had fallen onto the sand, his eyes shut before calling his mate's name. "Anaya, Katherine." "Mother, he is going to be fine," Katherine assured, looking at Anaya. Her mother sat beside the king's bed, inside Maddox's chambers in Pentos's palace. More than a week had passed since the great battle on the coast of Pentos. King Maddox had fallen unconscious, tired after many nights without sleep, and thoroughly drained after the fight with King Charles. He had been on intravenous fluids since and had been given several doses of the healing potion. His wounds have healed, but Katherine thought the emotional burden had kept him asleep longer than expected. Queen Anaya had long decided to visit Pentos, ever since she learned vampires tried to take Katherine and her grandchild. However, it took her a few days to make the necessary endorsements to Beta Nicole. She arrived just in time to comfort the king even in deep slumber. Katherine earnestly thought her mother's arrival aided the king's healing. As of recently, King Maddox had been groaning, and his hands responded to Queen Anaya's hold. "Wake up, you stubborn man. You still have to answer to me for letting the vampires try to take my daughter and grandchild," Anaya scolded. Sitting on the other side of the bed, Katherine smiled and stared at her mother. She suggested, "I think he can hear you, Mother." Anaya was quick to wipe the tears on her face. She looked at the window where the sun's rays permeated the glass. She replied, "Of course he will be fine. He has been given the healing potion. It has nothing to do with me." Katherine could not help but roll her eyes. She reacted, "Mother, whether you deny it or not, you feel for the king because he is your true mate. What is the use of keeping it tough? Haven't you lost so much time already? Now is the time to rekindle that love you once lost." Glancing at the sleeping king, Katherine added, "Nothing is standing in your way. Maybe just your pride and his obligation to Pentos. Wife, I have arrived. Let's go to our home now. I can't wait any longer to be with our son." Gavin mind-linked. "Mother will be taken care of by the royal guards. Alpha Clyde will also take charge in the palace while we are away." Gavin had manned the clearing operation at the coast for the past few days. He had sent Prince Regan and Leilani, along with several warriors, to negotiate with the remaining leaders of Novra. In the king's absence, Gavin offered leadership for the nation of Novra. It was a combined alliance with Larafel and Rodovvia. So far, based on Leilani's report to Katherine, Novra has been open to the idea, especially since 3 powerful nations were going to oversee their lands. Prince Verrigan and Leilani discovered that King Charles was a selfish ruler. He collected high taxes to fund his war against Pentos. They also learned that some parts of Novra were below the poverty line. It was an immediate calling from the three nations. Pentos, Rodovvia, and Larafel sent food and medical supplies to Novra. The help further enlightened the citizens of Novra, who were slowly accepting the new leadership of their nation. On the other hand, Katherine aided Irene in attending to the wounded. Following the last battle, the hospitals near the coasts and at the capital were full of warriors of Pentos. Over the days, however, with the help of the healing potion, the number of confined patients had reduced by half. "Mother, Gavin is here," Katherine revealed. "We need to go to Kalevi. Will you stay with the king?" Queen Anaya gasped at the question. Her eyes panned to the king and back to her daughter. "He needs you, Mother. He has no one else. Even Beta Kevin is still in a coma, and even if he wakes up, Kevin would still pay for his betrayal," Katherine reminded. "Okay," Anaya reluctantly answered. "I will stay here for a few days, but I must see my grandson soon. I also need to meet him." A smile became painted on Katherine's face. She replied, "He is excited to meet you, Mother. We will bring Kalevi here. We will stay in the palace until everything is settled and the king returns to his original health." "Goodbye, Mother," Katherine said, walking around the bed and offering Anaya a hug. She held Maddox's hand and said, "Get well soon, my king. Mother is here. It's time to wake up." Katherine rested her chin on her fist, smiling at her husband as he bathed Kalevi. They had rested in the Blackthorn Pack for an entire day since their arrival, and Gavin had been extremely possessive of his son. "You are a great dad," Katherine remarked while leaning over the bathing area they had set up for Kalevi within the bathroom. Kalevi was crying. Their poor son did not like the bath, but Gavin patiently ran water over his head and body, rinsing the soap from their pup's small frame using his left hand. Her husband turned to her, saying, "I must make up for lost time. Quickly, get the towel, wife." After bathing Kalevi and putting him in warm clothes, Katherine fed him with a bottle. Sadly, she wasn't blessed with breast milk to feed her son, which was most likely because she left to fight the war instead of staying with Kalevi. Nonetheless, Katherine knew aiding her husband in the battle was necessary. While Katherine sat on the bed, caring for Kalevi, Gavin said, "We will leave for the palace again the day after. Ethan will look after the pack while we are away." Gavin settled next to Katherine, pecking her cheek and her neck. He said, "There is a special dinner later at the pack house. You need to get ready." "A special dinner to celebrate our victory?" Katherine pursued. "Something like that," Gavin said before offering to take Kalevi in his arms and walking their baby to the crib. "Our son is asleep. Let's rest him in the crib while we do something worthwhile." "Something worthwhile?" Katherine asked, bemused. "I don't know what could be more worthwhile than taking care of our son." After Gavin had placed Kalevi in the crib, he interrupted her with a hot kiss. His breathing became labored as he answered, "This." "I love you," Katherine said, pulling away. Gavin caressed her cheek. He smiled and replied, "I fucking love you too, my wife." He hugged her. His head rested on her breasts. He felt the softness of her mounts, adding, "I owe King Maddox for sending you my way." Queen Anaya. Meanwhile, back in the palace of Pentos, Queen Anaya had remained by the king's side. She studied Maddox's handsome face and could not help but admire him. Her heart fluttered, thinking how he looked almost the same since they first met. Despite already being in his 50s, he still looked young, like he was in his mid-30s compared to humans. It was the same with her. That was a beautiful curse amongst werewolves. They age slowly after reaching the age of 35. Anaya stretched her hand out to caress his face. The second her fingers touched his skin, sparks ran through her body, yet again reminding her of their mate bond. She gasped at how it felt so good. That had been the case each time she held the king's hand. Just as she retreated her hand, Maddox gripped it firmly. Her eyes widened, staring at the fully awake man in bed. Tears immediately welled in Maddox's eyes as he said, My mate. King Maddox. King Maddox was enjoying his time with his family. He did not know how he wound up in that state, may it be a dream or not, but he was happy. He was with his mate, Queen Anaya, having a family gathering with Gavin and Katherine. Even Beta Kevin was there. They were celebrating an occasion, but he could not figure out what. From that joyous gathering, he was suddenly brought to the mountain slopes of Rodovvia. He was chasing after Queen Anaya in his wolf form, exploring the pines and peaks of the land. The moon goddess brought back our mate bond just for this, for me to see you in bed. You better wake up, Maddox. I swear I will punch you awake if you don't, he heard a voice out of nowhere. Although her words appeared to be scolding, it was music to his ears. It interrupted his dreams, and he forced himself back into Rodovvia, in that state where he was with his mate. From one vision to another, Maddox indulged in those happy moments. He did not know how long he had drowned himself in these dreams, but suddenly he felt someone touching his face. King Maddox felt a jolt of electricity run through his body, a feeling he had grown unfamiliar with over the years, yet it felt wonderful. Once that contact left his skin, he forced himself awake. He wanted that touch. He wanted to know whose hand it belonged to. His hand unknowingly gripped a wrist. More and more happy tingles spread through this body. When he fluttered his eyes open, he was shocked to see he was holding Anaya's hand. It felt like a dream come true to King Maddox. Water welled in his eyes. His throat felt paper dry. It was a pain to utter a single word, but he forced himself to say, My mate. King Maddox tightened his hold on Anaya's hand, counting, You come for me. He noticed Anaya tried to pull her hand away, so with every strength he had in his body, he forced himself up and hugged her tightly. He asked, Don't leave me. His words were barely audible as he added, I need you. Eventually, Anaya responded to the embrace. She settled her head on his shoulder, saying, Katherine would be happy to know you are awake. Let's have you checked by the doctor. King Maddox paid no attention to her words, merely relishing her hold. Her scent engulfed him, giving him a sense of comfort and belongingness. Sparks continued to course through his body, reminding him of their mate bond. Gulping down a glass of water, King Maddox remained to grip Anaya's hand. The doctor who checked him kept staring at the Queen of Rodovvia, and Anaya's face turned crimson red at the doctor's silent interest in their relationship. The king's actions also took Alpha Clyde aback, who was there to see him. However, Alpha Clyde was already aware of Maddox's relationship with Anaya. Let go of my hand, Maddox, Anaya politely asked. She is using my first name now, the king mused. He wished he could smirk, but did not want to push Anaya further away. Instead, he reasoned, I can't. I think I have a stiff hand. Maybe it has to do with the fact that I had been asleep for long. Isn't that right, doctor? The poor doctor was tongue-tied. He turned to Anaya and saw her glaring at him, but when he turned back to Maddox, the king gave him a look that suggested he would get fired if he went against his drama. Then, Maddox mind-linked with the doctor. Cooperate with me. Yes, I think so, my king, the doctor responded quickly. He glanced at the queen, saying, Please give the king time to adjust, Queen Anaya. King Maddox saw Anaya's honey-colored eyes widen, and his insides were screaming for joy for having the courage to devise a sly excuse. As the doctor got up, he said, Anyway, the king is better now. He turned to Alpha Clyde and suggested, He needs to eat slowly, and maybe with good care. He directed his gaze to Anaya and added, Specific care from the queen who had awoken the king. Then he will be back to good health in no time. I'll order to bring in some food for you, my king, Alpha Clyde offered before bowing his head. I'll also include meals for the queen. That won't be necessary, Anaya interrupted, but the king also cut off her words. Please, Anaya, please, I need you. The king figured he would have to combine his techniques with begging. After all, he had no one else to comfort him. If Katherine were here, she would stay by my side, but since she is away, will you accompany me as I eat? Better yet, eat with me. Minutes later, King Maddox was in a good mood. Anaya had lent her shoulders and aided him to the coffee table where they had breakfast. His knees were still wobbly after all the sleep he had been doing. The entire time, they ate in silence, but Maddox kept stealing glances at the queen. While he never caught her, he had a feeling she did the same. How could you let vampires enter your border? How could you not sense your beta betraying you? Finally, Anaya spoke. My dear, would you ever doubt your beta? The king asked. His question took her aback. He could tell. Eventually, she shook her head and answered, You are right. Our betas are the last persons we would suspect. I'm sorry that it happened. I am very thankful that Gavin was there, and he managed to stop their plans from happening, the king said. Will you forgive me, Anaya? Katherine and my godson are safe, after all. Even if the king did not feel directly responsible, he knew he had to win Anaya's side, and thus he lowered his pride. You are forgiven, Anaya answered before sipping on her tea. Silence stretched between them again. Maddox gawked at her slender fingers holding the teacup. When Anaya landed her hand on the table, he reached for it. She tried to retract her hand, but he begged, please. Have we not suffered enough? Why do we fight our fates? When Anaya did not respond, the king reminded, the last time we talked, we agreed to put the past behind us. I hope you won't stop me from pursuing you, because now that I see Gavin is fit to rule Pentos, I will leave my lands to be with you. I love you, Anaya. After his words, he caught her blinking, and he was sure she was considering. He remained to hold her slender hand when he said, I loved you then and never stopped loving you. I thank the moon goddess that she had returned our fates together. After what felt like minutes of dead air, Anaya spoke, You need to do more than express words, Maddox. I know, the king acknowledged. Thank you for giving me another chance to prove myself. Queen Anaya. Should I give him a second chance? Anaya asked herself. However, thinking back to how miserable she felt when Maddox was in a long sleep, she realized she could no longer deny her growing concern for him. She was worried for him, not because of the king's relationship with her daughter, but because he was her true mate. They were connected that way. While in Rodovvia, Maddox had constantly invaded her thoughts. Anaya knew that Pentos had a war to fight, but a big part of her wanted to hear news from Maddox. How is he? He better stay alive. He better be taking care of my daughter. These were only a few thoughts that repeatedly dwelled in her head. Maddox claimed Anaya had given him a second chance, but she did not correct him either. She supposed everything was implied at this point. Recalling her daughter's words, she admitted they were true. Nothing was holding them back now, only her pride and Maddox's responsibility to the nation, one which he meant to pass it to Gavin one day. So when he gives up his throne, Maddox would most likely go to Rodovvia, just like she saw in his eyes their future together. Anaya, he called. I'd like to take you around the palace, can I? Clearing her throat, she belatedly answered, Okay. A smile formed on Maddox's face. He said, Thank you. He looked down at himself and realized how he was in a crumpled tunic. I probably need a bath. What would people think about seeing you with your mate who smells like a skunk? Anaya shook her head, and her lips curved up in slight amusement. His subsequent request, however, shocked her. He asked, Will you help me with my bath, Anaya? I will not, Anaya immediately replied, her voice raised. Disappointment flashed on Maddox's face, and he soon said, I understand. Then I will call one of the maids to help me. At first, it did not bother Anaya. She stood up, suggesting she would wait in her room for him. Just as she opened the door, a beautiful young Omega came in, carrying several bath necessities. She bowed in their presence and said, I shall help you with your bath, my king. Jealousy crept into her heart. She growled and flaunted her fangs. She angrily asked the king, Are you mad, Maddox? She could feel her rage burning when she added, Why bother this young lady to bathe an old man? I'll help you with your bath. Katherine. Meanwhile, back in the Blackthorn pack, Gavin had walked Katherine out of the pack house into the backyard. Her eyes were blindfolded, making her giggle. What is going on? Not a moment too soon, Gavin finally removed the blindfold. What she saw next stung her eyes. Her heart drummed against her ribcage. Gavin! Katherine. What is this? Katherine laughed. Why do I have a blindfold? Gavin? I thought this was a victory party? It is, Gavin answered while holding her shoulders and guiding her out the door and down the stairs. I'm carrying Kalivi, Vera said behind them. Don't worry about my godson. Yes, we will just kidnap him and make him ours, Ethan added. Oh, guys, please make your own child, Katherine warned. Then she laughed her heart out, her cheeks burning as she described, Gavin and I worked hard to have Kalivi. I'm sure you did, like you were working hard earlier, Vera chuckled in her reply. Reacting to Vera's statement, Gavin growled. Ethan laughed his heart out, and she blushed like a teenager. Oh, well, might as well get used to it. I have a beastly husband in bed, she thought inwardly. That I am, Gavin confirmed. I did it again, Katherine mind-linked. You can't hide anything from me, my wife. Gavin declared. Finally exiting the pack house through the back door, the scent of roses filled Catherine's nostrils. She asked Vera, "Why are there roses?" Vera did not answer. Catherine could smell her friends. Melanie and Luke were there. Travis was also there. In fact, the packhouse's backyard was filled with many of the Blackthorn Pack's members. In each step she took, she heard their people's recognition, giving her an idea of how many individuals were present that night. "Good evening, Alpha Gavin and Luna Catherine. Thank you for winning the war against Novra. To the strongest Luna in Pentos, praise Luna Catherine. To the best Alpha in the land, we are forever thankful to have Alpha Gavin as our leader." While Catherine's eyes were covered with a black cloth, she could see a little through her nose. There were specks of light around where they stood, and she speculated, candles? The smell of hot wax enveloped her. The same fragrance of roses remained around her. From the people near her, she could hear giggles and gasps. Her head snapped in every direction, trying to make sense of it all. What kind of victory party is this? At that point, she was utterly curious. She turned to where her husband was and asked, "Gavin, what is going on?" "I'll tell you if you promise to keep your eyes closed until I say so." Gavin instructed. She nodded, saying, "Okay, why not?" Gavin removed her blindfold, and Catherine kept her end of the deal, maintaining to shut her eyes. "Did you create a statue for me to honor the war's win? We all worked together, you know," she teased, and everyone chuckled at her remark. "It's better than that, Luna Catherine," she heard the pack's midwife, Laura, exclaim. "So much better," Melanie also commented. Not a moment too soon, Catherine heard her husband say, "You can open your eyes now." Sucking in a deep breath, Catherine fluttered her eyes open. When she found her husband kneeling, her heart skipped a beat. Tears immediately stung her eyes, seeing her mate hold up a diamond ring with one hand. "Gavin?" She covered her mouth with her hands, utterly astonished by Gavin's surprise. She quickly looked down and around her. She realized she was standing in the middle of the yard, where candles formed a huge heart around her and Gavin. Rose petals scattered around the lawn. Above her, yellow series lights dimmed the venue, giving it a romantic vibe. "My mate, my beautiful wife. I did not know what to expect when you came into my life. Falling in love with you was the last thing on my mind, but here we are, married and so much in love. Who would ever think that the moon goddess had it all planned for us?" Gavin said, maintaining his kneeling position. "I did not get to propose to you then, but this time allow me to make it up to you." Catherine saw how Gavin had beads of sweat on his forehead, like he was nervous. Then he added, "I'm no expert at being romantic, but here it goes." A chuckle escaped Catherine's lips, and the same amused expressions came from the pack members. She maintained frozen in her stance as she listened to her husband's words. "Catherine, we married out of obligation to our nation and the king. This time it is different. For this is me, your husband and your mate, asking your hand in marriage." Looking into her eyes, Gavin said, "Will you, Catherine, my Luna, and the Princess of Rodovvia, marry me again?" Tears streamed down her face, and Catherine carelessly wiped them with her fingers. She answered, "But we are already married." Out of nowhere, she frowned and snarled. "It wasn't fake, was it?" The entire pack roared their laughter. Gavin wound up shaking his head. He answered, "Of course, it was real. Our marriage was real." He reached for Catherine's hand and held her slender fingers, adding, "I just want you to have the proposal that you deserve, and the wedding that you also deserve, because I love you with everything I have. So, wife, let me ask you again. Will you marry me?" Gavin asked. Catherine nodded her head repeatedly. She answered, "I would love to, and even if you ask me again and again, I will marry you as many times as you wish, because that's how much I love you." Gavin let out a sigh. His reaction encouraged giggles from everyone. He put the gleaming diamond ring on Catherine's finger before getting up and taking her into his arms. He teased, "I was afraid you would say no." "I did not know our Alpha could be humorous," one elder said. "We did not even think our Alpha would fall in love." Travis had to add his thoughts, making Gavin growl. "It's all thanks to Luna Catherine," Vera said. No, I know Alpha Gavin the most." Deep inside, Ethan's words were cut off by Gavin's growl. Catherine was confident he did not want his beta to spill on him. "Enough about me," Gavin warned. "Whatever comparison you have about me from before and now, Keep it to yourselves. I command you." Burst of laughter erupted again. Even Katherine was giggling in Gavin's arms. She found herself recalling the past. Indeed, this was a different Gavin they had known. The Gavin she knew would rather die than show his weakness or express love or concern, but many things have changed. She claimed, "I changed him. Our love changed him." King Maddox. Maddox was smiling from ear to ear as he walked outside his room. He glanced at Anaya, who had excused herself, telling him, "I'll go to my room and rest. I also want to call Katherine." "I'll come to you," Maddox said. "Send my regards to Katherine and Gavin." He saw how Anaya meant to object, but she shut her mouth and answered, "You don't need to come later." She bowed in his presence, saying, "Good night. You don't need to come later." He repeated the words in his head. It wasn't a denial, at least, which to him meant he could come, right? "Good night, Anaya," Maddox said, his smile wide, still over the moon. Earlier, Anaya aided him into his bath. He wasn't completely naked, and he was under the water and bubbles in the tub, but he was elated to feel her hands on his skin, her eyes gaping at his muscled back. Anaya may deny it, but he was confident he still affected her. He could smell her interest in him. A bit of arousal definitely came through, but knowing where he stood, he did not push it. He still needed to make amends for all the wrongs he did to her. Leaving Anaya be, he decided to visit his beta. King Maddox learned that Beta Kevin was still in a coma. Alpha Clyde rushed to his aid, giving him his shoulders as they walked. Arriving at the hospital, King Maddox saw his sleeping friend. He sighed at his state before turning to the doctor. He asked, "How are his vitals?" "He is actually getting better, my king. His scans suggested that his brain has been more active over the past few days. We hope he will come out from his coma soon," the doctor answered. After the king dismissed the doctor, only Maddox and Alpha Clyde were left in the room. The Alpha said, "I know he is your friend, my king, and I know he saved your life, but the people of Pentos will not forgive him easily, especially those from the western borders who had to fight the vampires." The king nodded, answering, "I know. He will have to serve time to gain their respect again." Directing his gaze at Alpha Clyde, Maddox said, "When he wakes up, I will ask the Council of Alphas to decide on his sentence. For my sanity's sake and for his," he added, "I hope he will do the right thing and accept his retribution." Kevin's betrayal still pained Maddox, but to him, his friend proved his regret by taking a sword for him. Despite everything, he hoped that Kevin would prove himself worthy again to the nation of Pentos, no matter how long it will take. The king held Kevin's hand and said, "Wake up, my friend. Wake up. The war with Novra has finally ended." Katherine watched as her mother pursed her lips, her eyes widening at the rock on her finger. Anaya said, "Gorgeous ring. 5 carats? That thing must cost over $1 million. Hearing her mother's words, Katherine's mouth fell on the floor. She repeated while turning to Gavin, "Over $1 million? Oh, that's nothing," Anaya said. "It's just perfect for my daughter." Anaya embraced Katherine tightly. She said, "I'm glad that Gavin proposed to you." Pulling away, she added, "So when will the wedding be?" Katherine, Gavin, and King Maddox were inside the king's private sitting area. Immediately after they returned from the Blackthorn pack, Katherine had asked for the king and her mother, Anaya. With her mother, Katherine sat on the couch, nearing the balcony. Across from them, King Maddox carried Kalevi for the first time, while Gavin sat beside the king. It was a lovely day in the capital. The sun was up, but the trees around the palace shaded the estate, despite it being in the middle of the day. The balcony window was open, and the calm wind entered the king's sitting area. Gavin crossed his legs and did the same with his arms. He raised his chin and replied to Anaya, "In 6 months, mother. That is the estimated time for the rehabilitation on the coast to be completed, and at the same time, enough time to prepare for the wedding." That way, all alphas could join the wedding. Katherine watched her husband turn to the king from where she stood, revealing, "We are holding our wedding at the Blackthorn pack. I hope it's okay, my king. We wanted to get married in our home, where Katherine and I shared more memories." "Of course," the king acknowledged. "I would do the same." "I'll be there. Anaya and I will be there," the king suggested, glancing in Katherine and Anaya's way. "I'm glad," Katherine responded, smiling at her mother. Katherine did not know the progress between the king and her mother, but she was at least happy that they were speaking and that more could grow out of it. After all the heartaches her mother and the king had been through, she thoroughly believed they deserved their happiness. As they relished their time with Kalevi, news about Beta Kevin coming out of his coma reached their ears. The king left them to see Kevin, and he became occupied, calling another meeting with the alphas in the land and deciding his friend's retribution. Aside from that, since the king was slowly back in good health, he could not turn away from addressing his people's needs, especially the warriors who fought the war bravely. After a few days, Queen Anaya wound up preparing to leave, only to have a short talk with the king. The queen had a responsibility to her nation, and so did the king. Again, it was another testament to how their oath to the country kept them apart. It saddened Katherine to see them talk at the gates. "I will call you, Anaya," King Maddox said. "I'm sorry I haven't been able to talk to you often lately." He turned to the royal guards, who carried various gifts, including a bouquet. The king said, "These are for you, your parting gifts." King Maddox held the flowers and declared, "These are especially from me." Katherine watched as her mother smiled at the king. Anaya answered, "I understand your duty to the nation. I have my own. When I return, I will also be swamped and may not be able to answer your calls immediately. Don't worry about me, and thank you for the gifts." Queen Anaya extended her hand to Maddox and said, "Goodbye." The king shook her hand, but from where Katherine stood, she saw how they both stiffened like something had happened as soon as they touched. A smile formed on Katherine's lips, knowing precisely what it was. It was the mate bond, sending waves of pleasure through their bodies. Katherine had another emotional parting with her mother. Anaya, for one, held Kalevi so long and cried. Her mother told Kalevi, "I wish I could hold on to you longer, little one, but you have one very busy grandmother." She pecked Kalevi's forehead, murmuring prayers with her eyes closed. When Anaya returned, Kalevi to Katherine, she said, "I've asked the moon goddess more protection for Kalevi. He will be a fine young man when he grows up." Anaya embraced Gavin next and kissed Katherine on the cheek. Soon, she rode in the car and gave them one last glance. In the next few seconds, Queen Anaya left with most of her warriors who had aided them in the war. She only left 5 warriors to continue watching over Kalevi. Only days after the queen's departure, the king was faced with yet another heartbreaking obligation, for he was to order Beta Kevin's judgment within the palace's royal hall and in front of elders and alphas of the country. King Maddox. Pentos may have won the war, but the king felt incomplete. He lost his friend to treason and could not be with the woman he loved, at least not yet. Now he was about to sentence Kevin to prison, just as he agreed with the alphas of the land. He has had a few talks with his friend. Kevin had extremely regretted his betrayal and begged Gavin and Katherine's forgiveness. Gavin and Katherine proved to be good souls, for they granted pardon to Kevin. The couple earnestly believed that Kevin merely lost his way, but he was a good person deep down. Still, it would not escape him from his punishment. King Maddox silenced the murmurs around him inside the royal hall of the palace. The royal guard brought Beta Kevin inside. The latter had his head down, and his hands were cuffed with silver. "Look me in the eye, Kevin," the king commanded, and Kevin did as he asked. Kevin held his face up, his eyes meeting the king. "One agenda for today's meeting is to give Kevin's sentence," the king began. He looked around, reminding everyone. This verdict had been decided and agreed upon by all alphas of the land. "For the accusations of betrayal, allowing our enemies to pass through our borders, Beta Kevin has been found guilty," King Maddox said. "The invasion has damaged the western border and injured several of our warriors. Punishment for treason has always been death," the king added. "However, taking into account your service in the nation, how you helped free the Blood Mist Pack, how you saved me when Audrey was poisoning me, and how you had taken a blade for me, it has been agreed that instead of death, you will be sentenced to 5 years in prison. You will be stripped of your title as my beta, and you will be paying property damages to the western borders," the king said, his voice breaking in and out. There were no objections from the alphas. Everyone nodded their heads. The king looked at Kevin again and asked, "Do you have anything to say, Kevin?" He watched as his friend took a deep breath. Kevin gulped and said, "I accept my punishment. It is a merciful sentence, considering the mistake I had made." Kevin looked around and said, "I thank all the alphas in the land for considering the services I have rendered, and, to some, for taking into account how we had worked together in the past. I was weak and I fell into the temptation. That was my greatest mistake, one that I regret," Kevin added. "I swear to you all that I have no hatred in me, only remorse. I will take this sentence and serve time. Hopefully Pentos will give me another chance." Gavin was the first to stand up. He said, "You did well, Kevin. I'm sorry it has to be this way." With a heavy heart, King Maddox watched as the royal guards walked Kevin to the side. Before completely stepping out the door, Kevin mind-linked with the king. "I will serve you, wherever I am, my king. You will always be my king. Do well, serve your time, be a better man. And despite this imprisonment, remember who you are," the king mind-linked back. "You are a warrior, and you are my friend." A tear rolled down his face, but he quickly wiped it with his finger. He said, "See me after 5 years." Travis. The Blackthorn Pack had never been busier as far as Travis could remember. Their main territory had over 1,000 guests. All hotels and guest houses were fully booked. Even the pack house hosted a few alphas and their lunas. Alpha Gavin and Luna Catherine's second wedding marked the most significant event in their pack's history. "Mel, everything okay at your end?" Travis mind-linked, looking past the cars that had arrived at the front of the venue. His mate, Melanie, was in charge of assigning everyone to their seats while he managed the security from outside. Luke, Melanie's friend, helped in the same way. Within the borders, all the rest of the Gammas strictly patrolled the perimeter along with their best warriors. "All good from here," Melanie replied. "Most guests have settled down." Seeing Alpha Aaron exit the car, Travis greeted, "Alpha Aaron, right this way. Everyone will have to go through a secondary security check." "No exceptions, eh?" Alpha Aaron teased, but he and his warriors, including his date, willingly went through another scan. While their valued visitors followed safety protocol, Travis turned to watch the venue from the roadside. Alpha Gavin ordered a temporary tinted glass dome built within 5 months for the wedding. The venue itself covered over 2,000 square feet of land. It was the ceremony's location and the celebration that would follow. The walking path of the dome had pillars of lavender-colored flowers, white blooms, pinches of leaves, and golden bows. While waiting for Catherine's arrival, the large double doors were still wide open, allowing all guests to walk in from the security check. Everyone was dressed elegantly, in their best black suit and tie for men, and the ladies wore lavender or a hint of the same hue. "The king has arrived," Blake mind-linked from the main entrance border. It was Travis's cue to double-check the VIP seats from inside. Travis entered the venue and eyed the security cameras and the warriors on standby. Although all their warriors wore formal wear, they were secretly armed beneath their clothes, just in case. Rows of seats, fronting long tables, were arranged evenly on each side of the venue. Per table, candlesticks and floral centerpieces adorned the surfaces. Now and then, artificial trees with floral blooms stood on the sides of the domes, along with white pillars. Above the ground ornamentations, only lights were mounted, allowing everyone to see the sun setting through the glass dome. Turning to his left, Travis saw Melanie ushering Alpha Aaron to his seat. He was assigned to Alpha Gavin's known allied alphas, Alpha Nestor and Alpha Clyde. Gazing at the front, Travis met eyes with Alpha Gavin, who was engaged in a conversation with Queen Anaya. Not too far from them, Annie, now the caregiver of Kalavi, was carrying the alpha heir. Alpha Gavin was wiping his forehead with a handkerchief repeatedly. Travis smirked, seeing as the alpha's mother-in-law was trying to calm his cousin. Wait, is Alpha Gavin seriously nervous? He guessed he would feel the same if he married his mate, Melanie. Still, this was already their second marriage. The first was out of duty. This second would be out of Alpha Gavin's love for their Luna. Next, Travis evaluated the VIP seats. He remembered how the king had specifically instructed the organizers for him to be seated next to Queen Anaya. Garrett, Travis called his co-gamma, standing by the VIP seats. Behind him were 2 Rodovvia warriors standing to guard the queen's chair. With a nod, Garrett said, "I've got this area covered, future stand-in Alpha." The hell, Travis mused. Since Alpha Gavin's constant back and forth from the palace to the Blackthorn Pack and the potential talks of their Alpha becoming the next king, warriors had speculated that he would take over the pack while Kalevi was still young. After all, only one with a Valmore could lead the pack, and he was Alpha Gavin's nearest kin. Even if Beta Ethan were a Valmore, he would never leave Gavin's side, the thing with Betas and their loyalty to their Alphas. In the next hour, more and more guests had arrived. Luna Isabel showed up, now happy after meeting her true mate. Who would have known that an elder from Novra was her fated? It would seem as though the takeover of Novra did many good. Prince Varigan and Leilani had also arrived, having flown from Novra. They had been temporarily leading the country. It was a task supposedly assigned to Alpha Nestor, but the latter wanted to stay in Pentos. In fact, none of the Alphas of Pentos wished to remain in the nation. Thus, the burden was left on Prince Varigan's shoulders, who could not say no to Alpha Gavin. Soon, the entourage was ready. Beta Ethan and Vera were in their places. Alpha Gavin walked back to the entrance, and so did Queen Anaya. Catherine's bridal car was parked right outside. When King Maddox's royal cars eventually turned up, all organizers, including the warriors, prepared for the wedding march. The king exited the car with a smile reaching his ears. He happily greeted Queen Anaya. For that brief moment, Travis swore his king was flirting like a young lad. Travis smiled. He looked around and thought it amusing how many had found their true mates amidst and after the war. Under his breath, he remarked, "Fucking love is in the air." Gavin. The first time Alpha Gavin got married, a small part of him questioned his future as a husband to Katherine. He wasn't sure how long he could be married to her back then. Now, it was a completely different story. Gavin was nervous. He was already married to his true mate, the love of his life, and his wife, but something about making that day memorable for Katherine made him all anxious. That, and the fact that all Alphas of the land would see him as a whipped man, madly in love with his wife. "Alpha Gavin, let us start," the wedding coordinator announced. From there, the instrumental music began. Starting with Gavin and Ethan, the entourage made their way to the front. The king and queen followed. Vera was the last to walk in before the double doors closed. Above the see-through glass dome, the skies turned bright orange, the sun setting. To the humans, the sunrise was the best time to get married, but to the werewolf kind, it was best to end the wedding celebration with the moon up in the night sky, blessed by their goddess. Gavin turned to the double doors as the music shifted to another tune. He gulped as the lights were switched off and only the sunset illuminated the venue. All heads snapped in the same direction. Soon, Gavin saw the door dramatically opening and Catherine's silhouette came into his view. Gavin's heart skipped a beat. The more the door revealed her frame, he took deep breaths. Katherine simply took his breath away. "Ethan," he reminded his Beta of the task Gavin had given. "Don't cry," Beta Ethan said. "It's okay to cry, Alpha. That's what love is." Vera said otherwise. Katherine looked like a goddess. Unlike the simple gown he made her wear during their first wedding, Gavin splurged on his wife this time, hiring the best gown designer in the nation. She wore a mermaid-cut wedding dress. Her gown hugged her frame perfectly while, towards her feet, it flowed openly, and a long glistening tail flowed at the back of her dress. Her dress was embroidered with eccentric vine-like details, and shimmering gems adorned it. Katherine wore a crown over her head, sparkling with her dress and accessories. His wife chose not to wear a veil, and Gavin was okay with it, given how many kisses he would give her when the ceremony was done. Without anything to cover her, everyone saw the happy glow on her face and her beauty's exquisiteness. Gavin thought he had seen it all, having claimed his wife, marked her, and having a son with her, but watching her as she walked down the aisle, knowing full well that he had her love, gave him another kind of gratifying emotion. "Beautiful," he said to her through MindLink, "and you are mine." From a distance, he saw her smile. She replied, "You are looking so hot yourself, husband, and you are mine too." "Careful with words now, my wife. I might drag you out of this venue and back to our house. I'll tear that lovely dress of yours and bend you over our bed," he teased, making Katherine flush as she made her way to the middle of the venue. Finally making it to the front of the venue, Gavin watched as Katherine kissed her mother and hugged the king. The two royal leaders blessed her and Gavin with the second oath of marriage. Facing the officiant, Gavin held Catherine's hand. Sparks ran down his body again like they had just met. A smile formed on his face before the officiant said, "Dearly beloved, we are gathered here today to join Alpha Gavin and Luna Catherine in matrimony." "Catherine, you may kiss the bride," the officiant said. Heat crawled up to Catherine's face, seeing her husband smirk. The dome was cheering for them, a few howling into the night sky. "Show us how Alpha Gavin kisses his bride. A real kiss." Alpha Aaron challenged from his seat, and her husband's allied alphas echoed. "Surely it isn't the same as the last," Alpha Clyde challenged. Catherine studied Gavin's features, his intense dark brown eyes, and the prominent scar on his brow that made him look dangerously handsome. She loved how his suit hugged his broad chest and shoulders, how the same narrowed around his waist, and how the sudden smirk on his face made the butterflies in her stomach dance. If there was one thing great about the mate bond, it's how the thrilling feeling of being attracted to your mate never seemed to fade, and Catherine liked it that way. The crowd was picking up their glasses and making noises with their utensils. They all screamed, "Kiss, kiss!" Gavin wrapped his arm around Catherine, saying, "Well, my wife, we have to give them what they want." Catherine settled her hands behind Gavin's neck. She grinned like a teenager, saying, "I suppose we should." She closed her eyes as their lips met and their mouths quickly parted, each deepening the kiss. Catherine wound up moaning into Gavin's mouth as he tightened his hold around her, his hand crawling up to the back of her neck. While their flavors exchanged, the cheers resumed. Gavin swayed her from side to side, never letting her go, and when he did, her lips were numbed, and she swore her underwear was damped down there. Gavin let out a low growl. He must have smelled her arousal that he said, "Let's go home for a while." "No," Catherine snorted as she laughed. She smacked his arm, reminding him, "We have the rest of our lives together. Come on, we need to change into something more comfortable for the party." After being kissed in front of all their visitors, they had pictures taken by groups. By the time the clock struck 7, dinner was already served and everyone indulged in an 11-course meal, especially prepared by the finest chef in Pentos. The official party began hours later. The dome became filled with fun and laughter as entertainment kicked in. Gavin hired the best music bands, singers, dancers, and comedians to keep the guests glued in their seats, dancing in the ballroom and singing along to the music. "Everyone, it's 5 minutes before midnight," the host announced. Traditionally, when a mating ceremony is made, the married couple would mark each other when the moon is up. However, Catherine and Gavin's first wedding followed a different approach. Since back then, Gavin did not intend to mark Catherine. Now that they had marked each other, Catherine and Gavin would simply skip the marking ceremony and follow a ritual where the moon goddess would bless them under the full moon. "May I ask Mr. and Mrs. Stone to use the back exit of the dome where everyone can witness the moon goddesses blessing them," the host instructed. "After our wedded couple, the king and queen will follow, and the rest can go through the same exit afterward." Behind the dome was a vast clearing. No lamps were nearing the same area, but the dome's lights were enough to illuminate the meadow. Gavin guided Catherine to where the moon shone the brightest, and from there he held both her hands, saying, "I think that moon goddess is on our side tonight." Catherine looked up to the sky and saw the moon shining so dazzlingly. She could feel her inner wolf purring, making her badly want to shift. Thank goodness they were wearing different clothes for the party, for Catherine could not control herself. The moon's rays seemed to be calling onto her. She was sure she would shift following the ceremony, tearing her clothes in the process. Soon, King Maddox and Queen Audrey found their way close to the couple. The rest of the crowd followed. An elder began the ritual, saying words about the moon goddess blessing the newlyweds through the moon's rays. Next, he asked the king and queen to say a few words for Catherine and Gavin. King Maddox stepped forward first, his frame ever domineering. He said, "The true mate's bond is a gift from the moon goddess. Catherine and Gavin are lucky to have found each other. Cherish and value this bond, for it will strengthen you together." Catherine saw how the king looked at her with emotions. He mind-linked to both her and Gavin. Do not make the same mistakes as I did." Queen Anaya followed. She smiled at Katherine and Gavin, saying, "When the mating is done under the moon's rays, it means our goddess will bless you more. May it be children or the strengthening of your bond. Katherine, child, I am happy you found your true mate in Gavin's form." She turned to Gavin, adding, "To my son-in-law, thank you for making this formal wedding, following the standard traditions of our kind. Thank you for showing how much you love and cherish my daughter." After the king and the queen's brief message, the elder began the mantra, repeatedly asking for the moon goddess's blessing. At first, Katherine did not know what to expect. She kept staring at her husband, constantly looking up while holding her hand. He was also chanting words only he could hear. But of course, as his mate, Katherine could feel the longing in his heart, which made her love him more. Gavin wished for the continued strength of their marriage, the growth of their little family, and that Katherine would be forever by his side. Katherine hugged her husband as the chants from the elder resumed. She felt his warmth, his love, and the strength of his hold. She said, "I love you, Gavin." Even with her eyes closed, she noticed the lights around them fortified. When she fluttered her eyes open, she looked up and swore the moon was shiner far brighter than earlier. Unknowingly, her heart raced and water welled in her eyes. She felt her love for her husband was reinforced, and the urge to shift became more apparent. Then, she felt strangely aroused for some reason, too. Gavin growled. He took a step back, his body expanding. Katherine howled. She gazed up at the moon and saw how her snout was forming. The next thing she knew, she had shifted into her wolf, and so did Gavin. Gavin, in his black wolf, howled to the moon. Katherine did the same. She could not control herself, like she was declaring her love for Gavin to the moon goddess. Around them, the pack members and their valued guests were also howling, cheering them on. "Go now, Alpha Gavin and Luna Katherine, receive the blessing of our moon goddess. Following the first part of the mating ceremony, it's time to procreate," the elder declared. Suddenly, Katherine's jaw dropped. She turned to Gavin, asking, "Procreate?" Gavin only growled, saying, "Let's go, my wife, let's complete the ceremony." "Wait, where?" Katherine had no clue, but after her husband ran into the trees. "What about Kalevi?" "Annie mind-linked me 2 hours ago. He is asleep, my love. Don't worry. Vera will be home after this, and she will look after our boy," Gavin answered, still mind-linking. He was running so fast, Katherine struggled to keep up. Katherine felt her face burn, concluding how the full moon and the ritual made her extra horny that night. "I fucking love you," Gavin said. His hot breath tickled her skin. Turning to her husband, she touched his face. She pecked his cheek and answered, "I love you too." When Gavin lay on his back, Katherine suggested, "We might get pregnant again with this. Kalevi is still young." "So, let it be," Gavin said. "It's what the mating ceremony is for, to bless us with a child, but of course, it all depends on what the moon goddess has planned for us." Katherine turned on her side to face Gavin. She said, "So what now? Are we going home?" "Home?" Gavin glanced at her, lifting his brow. He climbed over her and declared, "I'm not done with you yet, my wife," Katherine gasped. "Queen Anaya?" While Gavin and Katherine were out on the cliffside, Queen Anaya could not sleep. Maybe it was Gavin and Katherine's howling and declaration of love, or perhaps it was the fact that she was in a hotel room next to King Maddox. Tonight, the Queen and the King had the chance to talk more than they ever had, while Anaya was back in Rodovvia. Back in her homeland, she was always occupied performing her alpha duties, which was also true with Maddox. Just when she had given Maddox a chance to redeem himself, their obligations got in the way of them talking properly. In a week, Anaya would get about 10 missed calls from Maddox. Whenever she called him back, he rarely answered. When he did, he would cut off their talk because he was in an important meeting or event. She would usually be asleep late at night when he would call back. The only comfort she had was how Maddox had sent her gifts and had made an effort, despite his kingly duties. It was a pain, Anaya acknowledged that, but that day, during Gavin and Katherine's wedding, they left all their responsibilities behind them and had a good talk. They were at least able to catch up with each other's lives, held hands, and Maddox threw in a few flirtatious remarks. However, all good things came to an end. The wedding party concluded, and they both returned to their respective rooms to rest. The king invited her for drinks, but her pride forbade her from entering Maddox's room. I mean, why would I? Regret flooded her mind, realizing she should have invited him instead, but it was too late now. Maddox may be sleeping like a rock while her head was filled with thoughts of him. She tossed and turned in her bed, but no matter how she tried, she could only think of Maddox. Thus, she did what she had not done in so many years. And she unwittingly called his name under her breath. Maddox. Anaya could feel herself nearing the sweet conclusion when a loud knock on the door interrupted her hard work. Her eyes fluttered open and she hissed in anger. "Who the hell?" "Anaya, it's me." Anaya stiffened, hearing Maddox's words. "Open the door." Her mouth fell open, wondering, did he hear me? Or better yet, could he hear my arousal all the way from his room? I thought he was sleeping. "Anaya, can you open the door, please?" Maddox said, repeating the knock on the door. After quickly fixing herself, Anaya lazily walked out of her bedroom, paced through the small living room of her suite, and stood right in front of her door. Slowly, she opened the door and still found her guards standing on each side, their eyes finding her briefly before minding their own business. Anaya gulped before locking eyes with Maddox, his athletic face looking profound yet absolutely gorgeous. Clearing her throat, she asked, "What can I do for you, Maddox?" "Why did you wake me up in my sleep?" Maddox's eyes narrowed. He suggested, "Oh, my dearest mate, I'm pretty sure you weren't sleeping at all." Anaya's eyes widened. She was about to shut the door, but Maddox's foot blocked it from getting slammed. He said, "Will you let me in and help you?" She panicked. She had many questions in her head, but ultimately, Maddox leaned closer, saying, "I could." Anaya covered his mouth. Not wanting to let the guards know about her, she let the king inside. After closing the door, she turned to him and said, "I don't know what you are talking about, Maddox. I could smell your arousal from the other room. I am certain that is only for me." "Is it? It should be," Maddox asked. Anaya gave excuses, but eventually Maddox reminded, "After today we will return to our busy lives in our nation. It will take time for me to prepare Gavin for the crown. Are we going to deny ourselves, Anaya? Deny our yearning? Deny how we want each other?" Before Anaya could answer, Maddox closed in. He put his hand behind her neck, and their lips touched. "Ah!" King Maddox. Getting up from his bed, King Maddox groaned. He could not sleep a wink. All he thought about was his mate, who was in a suite next to his. She was at arm's length, but he could only give her space. "Patience, Maddox. Patience," he said, reminding himself. "You rejected her, remember? You have to wait until she willingly invites you into her life. Be good and be contented." But because he yearned for her, Maddox walked out of his room balcony and climbed sideways to Anaya's room. Her windows may be closed, but her sleeping shadow was enough to calm his wild heart. Much to his surprise, he caught his mate moaning. Her arousal hit his nostrils, and he eventually heard her call out his name. His eyes narrowed, and a mischievous grin became painted on his face. He concluded, "She wants me." He carefully returned to his room, not wanting her to know how he caught her moaning his name. Instead, when he entered Anaya's room, he made it sound like her arousal had reached the other suite. Maddox found it cute how Anaya denied everything. Would he let it go? No. He was fucking desperate for her. He said, "Are we going to deny ourselves, Anaya? Deny our yearning? Deny how we want each other?" Seeing her second-guessing, he gave her no opportunity to object. Instead, he kissed her. He could tell Anaya was shocked at first, but her tensed body relaxed after some time, and her hand crawled up to his arm. He noticed her close her eyes, and she responded to his kisses. Sparks! Stars! That sweet electrifying sensation ran through his body. It was a wonderful feeling, and he did not want it to end. The sound of their pecking lips was music to Maddox's ears. Only the moon goddess knew how much he craved for Anaya. He went through a loveless marriage, thinking of her. He went through regret and suffering, loving only her, and now she was back in his arms, and they were rekindling old flames. "I love you, Anaya," he announced. A tear fell down his cheek as he cupped her face. He added, "I have and will always love you." Anaya did not respond. She merely listened to him and paused. After what felt like a second, she returned to kissing him. This time, it wasn't a heated kiss, but they were soft and gentle pecks. It did not matter to the king that Anaya did not say the words he had longed to hear. He would wait, even for another decade. What mattered now was that she was giving him a chance. "I've missed you," he faintly said. Again, Anaya did not answer. She merely went along with the flow. "It was amazing for me," Maddox confessed. "Maddox?" Anaya asked. Balthasar responded. "Will you stay with me for the rest of the night?" she sought. Anaya's question took him aback. He was ready to burst into tears again, but he kept it together and hugged her instead. He answered, "I would love to stay with you." That night in bed, Maddox and Anaya had another round before dozing off into each other's arms. "Queen Anaya?" Getting up from the bed, Anaya felt her cheeks burn, seeing Maddox looking at her from the sofa next to the bed. "I've ordered breakfast," Maddox said. He was in his pajamas but left his chest bare for her to see. "Why are you half naked? Put something on," Anaya commanded while pulling the sheets to her chest. A chuckle left Maddox's lips. He answered, "We were just sleeping beside each other, fully naked, a while ago. You are acting like this is your first time." He sat up and returned to her side. He pulled her into his arms, saying, "Thank you for letting me stay with you." Anaya felt he was smelling her skin, particularly the slope between her shoulders and neck. She heard him admit, "I was this close to marking you last night." Pulling away, he said, "But I didn't. Until you approve, I won't force it." "I've been thinking, maybe I can convince Gavin to take the throne earlier than I planned," Maddox proposed, but Anaya put a finger on his lips. "Don't," she answered. "Don't rush Gavin and Katherine. They both had much to learn. Running a country is not easy. Let us not burden them with the mistakes we have made in our pasts. And by our mistakes, I mean, I also share your burden for not telling you who I was back then. Many times I thought about it. If I had told you I was a princess, we would not have suffered so much," Anaya resumed. "Give Gavin the crown when he is fully ready," Anaya suggested. Balthasar sucked in a breath. He caressed Anaya's cheek and proposed, "When Katherine and Gavin return from their honeymoon, I will visit you." Anaya held Maddox's wrist. She offered, "I can open the portal for you. You can have your royal guards travel on land." "But that will keep you asleep for 3 days," Maddox objected. "Then you'll have to watch over Rodovvia and me," Anaya said. Maddox reacted. A sly grin formed on his athletic face as he replied, "I like the idea. Can I do anything to you while you are asleep?" Anaya narrowed her eyes at him, and he chuckled. Goddess. She saw how handsome he looked when he smiled. "I was just joking." Maddox raised his hands in surrender. He presented, "Tell your beta I am at least allowed to watch you sleep." Before they could plan out Maddox's upcoming visit, the doorbell rang. Maddox turned behind him and said, "That must be breakfast." Anaya and Maddox ate at the dining table within the suite. As they indulged in their meals, Anaya asked, How is Beta Kevin?" There was silence between them before he answered. "I have called him a few times. He is leading the training program in the northern prison. He is helping the prisoners learn how to make a living for when they have served their time. He is doing good for himself," Anaya remarked. She gulped and added, "Despite what happened." Dead air fell upon them again. After some time, Maddox asked, "How is Beta Nicole?" "She is helping me lead. She is taking care of Rodovvia while I am away." Anaya stared at Maddox and reassured him. "I did not tell her. Did you tell Kevin?" "No. The image we see in our future is not at all clear. It only showed most of our future. Little details about the people around us," Maddox said. "But that might give him hope," Anaya pointed out. "Tell him what you saw in my eyes. You failed to tell him about Gavin and how my son-in-law was part of the future we had seen." Maddox nodded. He replied, "You are right. If I had told him about everything, he might not have committed treason. But you see, Kevin was never one to question my actions and decisions. I never thought." "Let's just focus on what we can do now rather than looking at the past," Anaya proposed. She sucked in a breath and asked, "Will you grant Kevin parole? An early release?" the king sought. When Anaya nodded, Maddox replied, "That would depend on the jail warden. I try not to influence their decisions because I don't want to appear biased. But if he keeps up helping the northern prison, he will get a chance for an early release." "I hope so," Anaya said before resuming her meals. For the rest of the day, Anaya and Maddox spent time with Katherine, Gavin, and baby Kalevi. She cherished that moment, For in the afternoon, she and her group of warriors would leave for Rodovvia, Maddox would return to the palace, and her daughter would leave with Gavin for their second honeymoon since their first marriage. To Anaya, it was the most memorable day in her life, being with the people she loved. After all, she had been lonely for years, with only her beta to accompany her while in Rodovvia. She certainly hoped one day she would have someone by her side, her mate perhaps, just as the future said in Maddox's eyes. King Maddox. The king only spent 2 weeks in the palace before visiting the northern prison for inspection. He also meant to see his former beta, Kevin. While on the road, he took a call from Gavin. He smiled as he answered. "Gavin, calling me on your honeymoon? Don't tell me you miss work that much?" Gavin laughed on the other line. He replied, "My king, I was calling to let you know that I have decided to take in the vampires in refuge in our land, Bella and Annette. I'm afraid they were not adjusting well in Alpha Nestor's pack. They are being looked down on and threatened. In front of Alpha Nestor, the pack members seem to show no animosity, but behind Nestor's back they do. Alpha Nestor had already punished those who have disrespected Bella and Annette, but the latter would rather leave the pack," Gavin added. "I understand," the king answered. "Do you trust Ethan will do the needful in accepting them into the pack?" "Of course, he and Travis will," Gavin replied. "Then you have my approval," the king answered before ending the call. Maddox rested for the rest of the drive. It took another hour before finally arriving at the northern prison. He first met the correctional officers and inspected the safety and security around the dungeon before ultimately seeking out Kevin. As he waited by the visiting area, the king heaved a sigh. It had been more than 6 months since he had seen his friend. Soon, Beta Kevin walked out. Tears clearly welled in his eyes, but he sucked it back for some reason. As soon as he sat across from him, he said, "My king, it's good to see you. How have you been?" Maddox smiled. He admitted, "It hasn't been easy without you, Kevin. Gavin is helping me, but still resides in the Black Thorn Pack." With a look of regret, Kevin replied, "I wish I were there to help you, my king. In time, you will, as long as you serve your time," the king reminded. "I will. I am committed to proving my sincerity," Kevin replied. "I had been helping around." "I heard, and I thank you for that," Maddox answered. The two old friends talked about what Kevin had been doing in prison for the past few months. When he ran out of reports to tell, Maddox encouraged him. "Continue to contribute despite your situation. Only good can come out of your effort. You are aware that you can get out early from good behavior, right?" "Yes, King Maddox. That is what I am aiming for," Kevin replied. Maddox took a deep breath. He leaned forward and clasped his hands together. With his entire forearm and hands on the table's surface, he revealed, "You know, in the future, I saw in Anaya's eyes you were with me. We moved to Rodovvia." Beta Kevin's eyes widened. His mouth fell agape before responding, "I am." "Yes. What did I tell you? Being my beta. I had always planned to take you with me," the king explained. "All the more after seeing that minor detail of your future. I would follow you wherever you go, my king. It is my sole duty to protect you." Kevin answered, "Let me give you something to look forward to, Kevin. I know it will be some time before you get parole, but know that your future with me in Rodovvia may not only be because of your duty to me," Balthasar revealed. "For in that vision, I saw in Anaya's eyes you found a mate. I just don't know whether it's fated or chosen." Kevin leaned back, utterly surprised. He mouthed, "Mate?" "Beta Ethan." With Gavin and Katherine away on their 1-month-long honeymoon, Beta Ethan had many responsibilities to bear. Not that it was new to him. However, aside from running the pack without his alpha, he had been planning his long-overdue marriage proposal to his mate, Vera. It was good that Kalevi was left in the pack. Vera was on top of things regarding the alpha heir, and Ethan had more free time to scout for the best proposal venue, buy a diamond ring, and find a way to surprise his mate. A week before Gavin and Alexa would return, Ethan had finally decided on a rooftop restaurant for the venue of his proposal. The same place was within the pack itself, a newly built hotel following the war's end with Novra. It had a perfect view of the town, and their food was mouth-watering. Ethan was about to book the hotel's rooftop for his preferred date when he received a call from the new pack member, the vampire Bella. He took the call and answered, "Bella, What can I do for you? Beta Ethan, Bella was sniffing her tears away before revealing the reason for her call. I want to transfer to another pack. Maybe we should return to Votara. I can't do this. What? What happened? That will only put your life in danger, Ethan reminded. Lord Lucian may have been killed, but he still has underlings who live. Why take that risk? I just can't, Bella said. I found my mate here, but he rejected me. I can't take it. What did you say? You found your mate? Who? Ethan asked in shock. It's Luke, Melanie's friend. He detested me for being a vampire, Beta Ethan. He rejected me right away, Bella revealed on the other line. Ethan's brows met. He shook his head, thinking of Luke. He could not blame Melanie's friend. It's not often you find a vampire as your mate. Sometimes one's destined mate is a human. But to be fated to another non-human species was rare, too rare that were no accounts of it. It was a job that Ethan was not good at. He concluded, this is Luna Catherine's job. Katherine had a wonderful time during their honeymoon in Ofre, a nation in the eastern part of the world, entirely far from Pentos. Gavin took her sightseeing in places where most humans lived. It was a refreshing vacation away from it all. Of course, there were days when Katherine and Kyrian merely stayed in bed and made love. She earnestly felt she would end up getting pregnant after that vacation. Now they were back in the Blackthorn pack. There was an urgent matter that she needed to attend to, and that was her friend's decision to reject his mate. She and Gavin only settled their bags at the pack house before Katherine left in search of Luke. Gavin took care of Kalevi instead. Katherine found Luke on the training ground, punching against a tree's trunk, his knuckles bleeding. He was sweating profusely, clearly having trained for hours. Luke, Katherine called. Luke had been Katherine's friend since she could remember. They were co-pack members under her father at the Bright Moon Pack. Luke was one of those who protected her from her father's abuse. Thus, she would not simply let go when her friend denied his happiness, his true mate. I know why you are here, Luna. I'm not going to change my mind. I am not marking a vampire. She is the enemy, Luke barked. Is she? You seem to forget why we granted Bella and Annette refuge, Katherine said. If not for them, we would have been unprepared for Lord Lucian's attack. She helped us, Luke. But she is a vampire. She is different. Bella and Annette did not choose to be vampires, Luke. Did you at least speak to her? Please, listen to her side of the story before casting judgment. I certainly did not judge her despite being attacked by vampires. Why would you have any reason to? Katherine retorted. Luke, years ago, Pentos had never opened their lands to vampires, and even other werewolves. Irene was one of a few half-witches to ever live in our nation. But times are changing. We have winter-gray wolves in our pack, protecting my son. We are allied with Larafel. Leilani is mated to a Larafel prince. Luna Isabel is mated to a Novra elder, and now we have 2 vampires in our pack. I would not be surprised if there will be more in the future, just like Larafel, Katherine described. Times are changing, Luke. Soon, some things that are unacceptable in our nation may be normal, just like how it is in Larafel, Katherine pointed out. A true mate is a moon goddess's gift, your better half, your soulmate. If you reject her, you will never be truly happy. You were planning on rejecting your mate if he did not turn out to be Gavin, Luke pointed out. Well, that's true, but as it turned out, he is my fate, my true mate. It was no wonder my feelings for him were so strong, Katherine said. Katherine walked closer to her friend. She said, Take a look at the king, for example. He rejected my mother only to suffer in a loveless marriage. He did not know my mother was gold. He loved her secretly, and they are true mates again after so many years. They lost so much time when they could have each other from the start. Holding Luke's wrist, she added, Learn from the king, Luke. Talk to her. Observing her friend's silence, she asked, Do I have to command you? No, I have a mind of my own, Luna, Luke answered. He heaved, saying, I'll talk to her. In the days that followed, Luke did not disappoint. He took the time to get to know Bella and Annette. Katherine also learned about Bella's personal life and how she and her entire family were turned into vampires by force and made into slaves in Lord Lucian's syndicate. Her father and brother died in one of Lord Lucian's conquests. Because Gavin was away, manning the palace for the king, Katherine was forced to go around the pack more often. The good thing about her Luna duties was how she could easily pry on her friends' lives, especially Luke's. She observed that Luke became protective over Bella, knowing her sufferings. From occasionally chatting to eventually dating, Katherine could see that her friend had accepted his mate. In Katherine's view, for her friend to be true mates with Bella was a blessing in disguise. Bella was more welcomed since learning that she was Luke's mate, and the Blackthorn pack became more curious about Bella and Annette's nature. Instead of the bloodthirsting vampires they know of, the pack learned that some actually chose to drink animal blood as part of their diet, just like Bella and Annette. They utilized Bella and Annette's special seeing abilities and now led a few patrols over the pack. Katherine did not know why, but she felt Luke and Bella's destiny would mark something big, something unexpected but great. Call it a Luna intuition. "Good night, Gavin. I love you," Katherine said on the phone. Her husband was still in the palace and had been for 2 weeks. He was starting to learn his kingly duties while King Maddox went away on vacation to see Katherine's mother in Rodovvia. After wishing her husband sweet dreams that night, she checked her baby Kalevi, who was sleeping soundly in his crib. She closed the window to their room and was about ready to fall asleep. Just as she climbed on the bed, she heard a loud howl. The voice was so familiar, and it soon hit her. "That's Luke! Oh, my goddess! Is that Luke?" Mindlink with her. "I did not know your friend was so noisy in bed, Luna," Vera remarked in her head, too. "Bella and Luke are definitely banging," Ethan remarked. The comments on her head continued for minutes until Luke's howls reached the pack house. This time, however, it did not sound like lust. There appeared to be panic in Luke's howls, and Katherine became alarmed. "Luna, Katherine," Luke mind-linked. "Bella and I marked each other, but something's wrong with us." "Ah!" After Luke attempted to communicate with Katherine, she heard another howl, but this time it was from Bella. But then again, why would a vampire howl? It baffled her to the core. "Luna, Katherine, something is wrong with Luke. I can feel it. They are at Bella's house. I can hear Bella too. She is strangely barking and howling," Melanie called in her head. "Ethan," Katherine ordered, "let's go to Bella's home." Katherine and Ethan took only a few minutes to reach Bella's home. They ran in their wolves as fast as they could. Travis was already there trying to control the situation. Other warriors were also present. 3 gammas pinned Luke down, and 2 other warriors held Bella. Behind them, Annette, Bella's mother, was in a panic, crying. In front of Luke, Travis held an injectable wolfsbane, saying, "I need to calm him down, Luna. This is the only way." Katherine saw the chaotic scene. Luke looked different, and so did Bella. They were bigger, taller, and seemed to have transformed into something unheard of. No one understood what was happening, which remained the same for the next few days. Luke and Bella had to be guarded and confined in Bella's home. Strangely, the wolfsbane also affected Bella. It knocked her out, far worse than Luke's condition. The warriors had to adjust her wolfsbane dose the next day. When Irene arrived at their pack, together with Gavin, they found the answer. Irene studied Luke and Bella carefully, letting them shift by cutting out their wolfsbane injection. Thankfully, Luke and Bella were no longer in hysteria, somewhat accepting of what they had become. Under the night sky, Luke and Bella shifted in the vast meadow of the Blackthorn pack, surrounded by Gavin, Ethan, Vera, Katherine, and other ranked warriors. Luke stood on his feet instead of being on his 4s. He still looked like a wolf, but became more like a giant man with a snout. His eyes were red, and his arms and claws were also longer. Bella had become the same. "Interesting," Irene remarked. "I have only seen this once in Votara for a long time." Irene turned to Katherine and Gavin, saying, "What we have here is no abomination, Alpha Luna. Luke and Bella mated, marked each other, and they have become hybrids." "Half werewolf and half vampire. Hybrids," Irene repeated. "All that needs to be done is for them to become accustomed to their new transformation." Katherine's mouth fell to the ground. She echoed, "Hybrid." Queen Anaya, fluttering her eyes open, Anaya expected to see her true mate staring at her, but only disappointment arrived, for Maddox was not there. "Maddox?" she called. She checked her mobile and confirmed the date. It had been 3 days since she opened the portal for the king of Pentos. Like always, using the portal opening amulet caused her to weaken. Maddox should be here, she thought to herself. He promised to look after her while she was asleep. After bathing and changing into a royal dress, Anaya walked out of her room, asking her royal guards, Did King Maddox go through the portal? Yes, Your Highness, the royal guard answered. He is out with Beta Nicole and other warriors. They are addressing a problem in Guaman. Her forehead creased as she asked, Did they really have to address it while I was resting? Guan was a small neighborhood 8 towns away from the palace of Rodovvia. It would take an entire day before she would make it to the village. The roads were blocked due to snow buildup. A few houses had broken down and they had run out of food. The king had ordered packages from Larafel and they arrived just today. He went off with Nicole after that, the guard reported. The king's royal guards had also arrived yesterday, my queen. They went with the king to assist Guaman. Well, how could Anaya now be angry with her mate when he was helping her land? She sucked in a breath and said, Let's go. I want to attend to the problem too. Just as Anaya expected, her entire day was wasted in the car. It did not help that the snow was thick at that time of the year. Her royal guards have to shovel snow off the road a few times for them to get through. When Anaya arrived in Guaman, she nearly cried at the sight of the situation. Most of the residents had taken refuge in the town's gymnasium. Inside, she noticed how Pentos warriors distributed warm soup to the people. Some were checking their health conditions. The queen is here. Queen Anaya. The humans began to notice her presence. King Maddox's warriors also snapped their heads in her direction. One particular Pentos warrior Anaya had grown to know was Tyrone. He said, Queen Anaya, the king is at the townhouses a few blocks from here. He is helping the townspeople rebuild their homes. Anaya smiled. Her heart swelled with pride. Maddox was a true king, kind-natured and helpful. She ordered a few warriors to help distribute food before finding her mate. Walking with 2 of her guards, Anaya found Maddox on the rooftop of one of the townhouses. Her heart raced, worried for his sake. He was hammering the house's tiled roof together with another Pentos warrior. To think of it, the roof still had snow. It was slippery and dangerous. Maddox, what are you doing? You are not even geared up for the job, she berated. Maddox quickly turned to her with a smile. He answered, Don't worry, darling. The king will not die on a mere 20 feet fall. I am your mighty mate after all. The warriors on the roof and the humans carrying tiles stared at her in amusement. Murmurs erupted. It's true. The king of Pentos is our queen's true mate. Our queen is so lucky. He is a king fit for our queen. Let me finish here, Anaya, and I will be down soon enough, Maddox said. He continued to put more tiles on the roof. When the unit was fully covered, he climbed down with ease. Anaya had made herself useful while waiting for the king. She also found Nicole, her beta, in the same place. They distributed water to those working and checked if anything was in place. When Maddox finally found her, she shook her head and asked, You couldn't just stay put and rest, do you? A chuckle left Maddox's lips. He answered, It's in my blood to solve problems and help. That's how a king should be. Around her, Anaya noticed the smiles and stares of her people. They had nothing but respect for Maddox, and she loved how it turned up to be. When her mate closed the gap between them and pecked her lips, she felt sparks erupting. Her skin easily formed goosebumps. He said, Did you miss me? Did you stay with me at some point? Or did you go off to work in my nation the second you entered the portal? Anaya asked, her face burning while staring at Maddox's handsome face. Of course, she already knew the answer to that. She simply wanted to strike up a conversation. Maddox caressed her face with his finger. He smiled. Anaya gasped. She snorted while her face turned bloody red. She never knew Maddox could be this shameful. If that was not enough, he added, But now you are awake. I suppose you won't let me have any blue balls anymore, right, my darling? Anaya and Maddox stayed in Guaman for 2 more days, helping the town. Maddox taught the townspeople to sprinkle salt in their pathways and their roofs now and then to help melt the ice. Apparently, that was the package he received from Larafel, boxes of salt. They would clearly need more, but that was enough for now. During their entire stay, Maddox received praise from the people of Rodovvia, the humans, and her warriors. They were grateful and impressed by the king's empathy and leadership. Nicole had even remarked, "He is what we need, my queen." An alpha king as mate to an alpha queen. Sadly for Maddox, he still had blue balls in Guaman because the town did not have a soundproof hotel. They only had inns, and in a village full of humans, Anaya was afraid to scare them with the king's howls of lust. The second they arrived at Rodovvia's palace, Maddox wasted no time. He carried her in princess style and rushed to her bedroom. "I want to mark you," Maddox declared. "Please, tell me you are mine, Anaya. Be mine," he growled. Truth be told, after that night of Katherine and Gavin's wedding, Anaya had been unable to get Maddox out of her head. She loved him so and missed him terribly. Should she still deny her feelings now? Obviously, she had given him everything. She placed her hands on his face and replied, "Mark me." Maddox howled loudly. He threw his head back before elongating his fangs. He said, "I love you, Anaya." "Ark!" Anaya cried. It was a mix of pleasure and pain. She felt immediately one with her mate. Anaya also let out her canines. Once she found that right spot between Maddox's neck and shoulder, she marked him back. The king and queen had completely marked each other before Maddox came. Anaya also orgasmed, mildly convulsing beneath the king. "Mine," Baltasar claimed. Anaya clenched her fingers on his hair and echoed, "Mine." They helped lick each other's mark, tasting the blood, but it soon healed. They lay next to each other, spooning and relishing the feeling of being one. Anaya could feel his heartbeat, emotions, and the bliss filling his chest. He was happy, and so was she. In the morning, Anaya felt her bile rise up to her throat. She jerked awake, releasing herself from Maddox's hold. She rushed to the bathroom and puked all her stomach contents. Maddox hurriedly rushed after her. He watched her as she coughed in front of the toilet seat. He asked, "What's wrong, darling?" Wiping her mouth, Anaya frowned and answered, I think I am." "Katherine, you made it. Ethan would have been hurt if you didn't," Katherine said, seeing her husband walk out of the car. She hugged him after getting a peck on her lips. The couple was about to enter the hotel where Vera's birthday party was held. "The king arrived late. You know I can't leave the capital that easily," Gavin said while pulling away. "I know, husband. How is the king?" she asked. "The king is doing great. He and your mother have something important to tell you. I believe you should be getting a phone call soon," her husband revealed. "Okay." Katherine did not think much of it, and the couple simply joined the gathering at the rooftop. Most of the Gammas, Irene, and a few of Ethan's relatives were at the party. Travis and Melanie were also present, along with Luke and Bella. Ethan was standing in the middle of the venue with his mate Vera. Seeing Katherine and Gavin take their seats, Ethan announced, "I think everyone is here now. Well, not physically." Pointing to the big screen from the side, Ethan referred to Leilani and Prince Regan, who had earlier greeted Vera with a happy birthday from Novra. "We can let Vera blow her cake," Ethan continued. Melanie and another female warrior carried a two-tiered cake. Its top had a round chocolate ball the size of a hand. "Where is the candle?" Vera asked. "It's inside the big chocolate ball. You need to pour hot chocolate first so you can blow your candle," Ethan instructed from behind. "Are you kidding me?" Vera reacted. Laughter erupted from within the venue, realizing Vera had to complete a complex task before blowing her candle. A food attendant gave Vera a pot of hot chocolate, and she poured it over the chocolate ball. Everyone watched as the ball-shaped chocolate slowly melted. Some parts crumbled, and it did not take long to reveal a crystal case standing on top of the cake. Inside it was a diamond ring. "Ah!" Vera immediately shrieked. Her face reddened, realizing she was finally looking at an engagement ring. Ethan took out the ring and kneeled before Vera, saying, "Vera, I love you with all my heart. You are the goddess' greatest gift to me. Will you marry me?" Vera and Ethan had already marked each other. A ceremony was only needed to formalize their union. Katherine knew Vera had longed for this day, and now, with the war over, Ethan had finally proposed. "Yes, I love you so much, Ethan," Vera answered. "I will marry you, of course." Ethan and Vera shared a sweet kiss before everyone, leaving the crowd smiling at their actions. Katherine cried for her friend. "Congratulations, Vera and Ethan." "A long overdue proposal. I am happy for you, my friend," Gavin said to Ethan, clapping his hand. "Vera, take care of my beta." "Are you kicking us out of the pack house, Alpha?" Vera snapped at Gavin. Gavin growled. If you guys are going to have pups, then yes, you will have to stay somewhere else. Can't have too many running around the house." "Well, it's a good thing we are moving to the palace soon," Vera teased. "There will be enough rooms for everyone, including our pups." Shrieks and giggles yet again filled the air following Gavin's response. The rest of the gathering was gleeful. Everyone drank to their heart's desire, even Gavin. Katherine and her husband would have lingered longer if not for the thought of Kalevi, who was at the pack house in Annie's care. The couple excused themselves early, and just as they rode in the car, Katherine received a call from her mother. When Katherine answered the call, Anaya said, "Katherine, child, there is something important I need to tell you." "Mother, what is it? Are you and the king getting married already?" Katherine jokingly asked. There was silence for a second, but her mother chuckled. She responded, "That is currently in the pipeline, but nothing final yet. However, the king and I have marked each other." Katherine smiled from ear to ear. She turned to her husband, who already knew about the news. She resumed, "I am happy for you and the king. You both deserve another chance." "Thank you, my daughter." There was that awkward silence again coming from the queen before she admitted, I am pregnant too." "What?" Katherine was taken aback. After a second of being utterly shocked, she giggled. "When did it happen, mother?" "Oh, do you need to know?" Anaya objected. She scolded Katherine before saying, "The point is you are going to have a sister or a brother. Will you be okay sharing the nation with another heir?" "Oh, goddess, mother, that is never a concern. All I wanted with my life is to have a loving husband, kids, you, and a father. A role the king had taken over," Katherine responded. "I would love to have another sibling. I am happy how my family is growing over time, mother." "I am sorry for asking, Katherine," Anaya answered. "It's just that I am the first queen to have more than one heir for decades. I am happy that you feel that way." "Will you come to me when I give birth? I would love for you to be there and meet your sibling for the first time," Anaya requested. "I'd love to be there," Katherine assured her mother. "I would not miss it for the world." The months went by in a blur. Katherine and Gavin had blessed the wedding of Ethan and Vera under the moonlight. A few hours ago, the entire pack was partying at the Beta's wedding. Now, everyone was howling in cheer as Ethan and Vera rushed to the mountains to mate, already in their wolf form. "Make me lots of godchildren, Vera," Katherine exclaimed. "Your wish is our command, Luna." Ethan mind-linked as they disappeared into the woods. Gavin held Katherine's hand and said, "Ethan and Vera will have a 2-day honeymoon before going to the palace. It will be a wedding after wedding for us." Katherine chuckled. It was because her mother and king decided to marry weeks before Anaya would give birth. It was difficult for Anaya to travel to Pentos, so the wedding would be held in Rodovvia. Queen Anaya and King Maddox's wedding would not be complete without both Gavin and Katherine, and thus, for the first time, Pentos would be in the care of Ethan and Alpha Clyde. Poor Ethan and Vera. Their real honeymoon trip was pushed back to a month. Nonetheless, they understood the king's situation. After King Maddox and Queen Anaya's wedding, they also expected Travis to pop the question to Melanie very soon. What could Katherine say? Love was definitely in the air within their pack. Finally, another union took place. Katherine knew this was the first time Rodovvia hosted so many guests, and it was all for a good reason. Her mother got married to the love of her life. The wedding was held within the palace's royal hall of Rodovvia. The celebration followed an ice castle theme where many crystals fell from the ceiling and around the halls was made of glass. In front of the audience, King Maddox wore a royal suit and held Queen Anaya's hand. Katherine's mother was glowing in her gown. Her dress had been custom-made to fit her 6-month-old belly. "Do you, Queen Anaya, take King Maddox as your husband?" An elder in Rodovvia said. "I do," Anaya answered. The elder glanced at Maddox and asked, "Do you, King Maddox, take Queen Anaya as your wife?" "I do," the king happily said. After all the I do's were said, the queen and king kissed, full of love and adoration in their eyes. The officiant announced, "Please help me welcome Queen Anaya Garrix and King Maddox Garrix." Although Katherine's mother and the king chose to get married, King Maddox would still need to return to Pentos and perform his duty to the nation. Thinking of this, Katherine acknowledged how her mother was strong-willed. Katherine had always missed Gavin whenever he was out, and how much more for Anaya, having a husband who lived nations away. However, the truth was, Gavin and Katherine were still preparing for the crown, and her mother loved Katherine so much as not to push them to take over Pentos. Her mother's situation became Katherine's motivation. She could grant her mother's happiness if the king were freed of his responsibilities sooner. Thus, in silence, Katherine swore to the moon goddess that she would learn the ways of a queen faster, next to her husband. After the wedding in Rodovvia, Queen Anaya opened the portal for Gavin, allowing him to return to Pentos sooner. Anaya rested for 3 days, and when she woke up, Katherine and Kalevi spent time with her, all while waiting for the baby to come out. King Maddox and Katherine agreed to travel to Pentos shortly after the queen would give birth. While in Rodovvia, they often walked around the palace's wintry gardens, letting baby Kalevi make a run for it. Kalevi was already over a year old and a restless little pup. Thank the goddess that the snow protected him from getting hurt whenever he fell on his knees. "He has Gavin's speed," the king remarked. He was standing behind Katherine while she chased after her son. A chuckle left Katherine's lips as she answered, "He is a handful, but I love him." "Any news of another grandchild, daughter?" Queen Anaya sought. She was sitting on a bench not too far from the king. Katherine laughed. She turned to her mother and expressed, "Really, mother? You'll have your hands full. Don't wish yet for another grandchild." Just as they were enjoying their time out in the snow, Anaya groaned in pain. She said, "I think this time it's for real. Water is running down my leg." It only took 3 hours before the queen's labor kicked in. While Katherine left Kalevi in the care of one of the maids, she often visited her mother in the palace's designated delivery room. When the queen was already pushing the baby out, Katherine had to stay outside the room and listen to her mother scream her pain. Eventually, she heard a baby's loud cry, and Katherine was later allowed back into the room. A smile formed on her face, seeing King Maddox hold the baby in his arms. Her mother and the king had been secretive about the pup's gender, so Katherine never knew if she had a sister or a brother. "Meet your sister, Bianca," the king said to Katherine. "A girl," Katherine exclaimed. Tears welled in her eyes, and she moved closer to the king. Katherine glanced at her smiling mother on the bed. She returned her gaze to the king and remarked, "An heir to Rodovvia, the future queen." She could not help but make this assumption. After all leaders of Rodovvia had been queens and not kings. This was a known fact that Maddox had accepted. King Maddox kissed Bianca's forehead and said, "That she is, my daughter, Princess Bianca, future queen of Rodovvia." Gavin. Over a year passed. It was the moment Gavin had been training for. After almost 2 years of Gavin learning the ropes of running the nation, it was finally time for King Maddox to pass down the crown to him. Pentos's palace was filled with royalties, high-ranking warriors, and alphas. Naturally, Queen Anaya was present. She traveled with her daughter, Bianca. King Matthias of Larafel also graced the crowning. The same could be said with Verigan and Leilani. Many of the Blackthorn Pack members also attended. Some made it inside the halls, while others watched outside the palace through a giant LED screen. The rest of the nation was in their homes, witnessing the event via live telecast. Gavin was kneeling in front of King Maddox and 2 other elders. The ceremony was already in progress, but Gavin could not help but glance at his wife. Katherine was kneeling beside him, for she would also be named queen after his crowning. In the name of the moon goddess, Gavin was made to swear to protect his nation. The elder said, "Alpha Gavin Williams, do you solemnly promise and swear to govern the people of Pentos according to the laws and customs of the land? Will you, in your power, uphold justice and mercy to be executed in all judgments?" "I promise with my life and to the moon goddess," Gavin replied, his head held high, his eyes looking straight at the elder. The elder then turned to King Maddox. He was standing in front of Gavin. Maddox kneeled before Gavin, and a pillow comforted his knees. After the elder removed the crown from Maddox, he placed the same on Gavin's head, saying, "I crown thee, Alpha Gavin Williams, King of Pentos." Katherine went through the same ceremony, pledging to the people of Pentos. When Katherine and Gavin were crowned, Maddox stood up and urged Katherine and Gavin to be on their feet. He looked around and said, "Pentos, let me introduce you to your new king and queen. Hail to King Gavin Williams. "Hail to King Gavin Williams," the crowd cheered. "Hail to Queen Catherine Stone." Maddox said, yet again, the people of Pentos echoed the same. The cries of the people overwhelmed Gavin. Their acceptance and support further fueled his faith. He turned to his side and caught Catherine smiling with satisfaction. He reached for her hand, and together they raised their hands. The next part of the ceremony included the oaths to the new high-ranking officials. Gavin named Ethan his beta, leaving the Black Thorn Pack in Travis's rule. For an entire year, Gavin and Ethan had to train Travis to take over the pack. Although Gavin's son, Kalevi, may reclaim the Blackthorn Pack, his son may choose to remain the Prince of Pentos and serve the nation instead of just one pack. Gavin would leave this decision to his son when he was old enough to determine for himself. He maintained most of the palace royal guards, but added some of his gammas, those willing to leave the pack and remain in the capital. It wasn't all that tranquil over the year. In fact, Pentos has had vampire invasions, so with this, he appointed Bella and Luke as part of his royal warriors. Being hybrids, Luke and Bella were among the strongest and most knowledgeable in killing vampires. They had perfectly harnessed their capabilities with the help of Irene. In fact, after Gavin sent Luke to the west, vampires feared entering their nation. All the more that Pentos were feared for their strength. Aside from the warriors in his pack, Gavin appointed Alpha Clyde, the new general, to lead the nation in case of war and secure Pentos's perimeter. Alpha Nestor and Alpha Aaron also held positions in the new sovereign. After all the officials had been named and had sworn allegiance to Gavin, the audience fell silent, ready to listen to their new king. Gavin was already seated on the throne, next to his queen, when he stood up and addressed the people. He said, "King Gavin," he said, "it will take some time to get used to, despite how long I have prepared for this day. I am no perfect king, but I promise to work hard to serve you, my people. I would like to take this opportunity to thank you. Thank you for trusting me, believing in me, and accepting me and my wife as your new leaders. As your king, I consider you all my family. Thus, I want all of you to know of this wonderful news." Gavin urged Catherine to stand next to him. Catherine smiled. Her face burned as she directed her gaze toward the crowd. Kalevi had been with Vera all along. Gavin called for his son, and the 2-year-old boy rushed to them, calling his father, "Daddy?" Gavin carried him in his arms while Kalevi played with his crown. As a family, Gavin held Catherine's hand and announced, "Your queen, Catherine Stone, is almost 2 months pregnant." Cheers erupted within the palace's royal hall. Gavin and Catherine were smiling without hold, seeing their gleeful reactions. To add to the celebration, Gavin said, "We are having twins. Oh my goddess! Praise the moon goddess! Congratulations, King Gavin and Queen Catherine." Gavin saw how Queen Anaya was in tears at the news. Maddox was smiling brightly as if he was the new father-to-be. "Alpha, I told you, in the moon goddess' reasonable time. Now she has blessed you again," Irene mind-linked. She had been staying next to Vera during the ceremony. "Congratulations, Alpha." Truth be told, Gavin was concerned they may not conceive again. After all, he never used protection. When he had accepted to have only one child, Catherine threw up on him the other night. It was how they were able to confirm her pregnancy. Thank you, Gavin said. He turned to his wife, and she took over. "We are happy and blessed that you welcome our children. They will grow up to love Pentos and lead it with us," Catherine said, encouraging more claps across the hall. Following the crowning, it was time for Maddox to move to Rodovvia. Maddox may have lost the title of the King of Pentos, but he was due to be crowned the King of Rodovvia. While Maddox would be named king in Rodovvia, it was still the same. The absolute power came from the Queen, which Gavin knew Maddox had no problem accepting. The royal couples found themselves at the palace's gates. Gavin watched his wife embrace Queen Anaya, saying, "Is it time to go?" "We will always be close to each other, heart and soul," Anaya responded. "I will miss you, my lovely daughter. Oh, how proud am I to call you Queen Catherine Stone." Looking at Gavin, Anaya asked, "Take care of my daughter and grandkids." Catherine turned to Maddox, who was carrying Bianca in his arms. Catherine offered to take her younger sister and pecked her cheek. She told Bianca, "See you when I can, princess. Train to be strong like your older sister and mom." Gavin shook Maddox's hand. He said, "Thank you for everything, my king." I am no longer your king, Maddox objected. To me, you will always be my king, Gavin insisted. A chuckle left Maddox's lips. He responded, Very well, King Gavin, very well. He looked at the car parked behind them and said, It's time for us to leave, but remember, please check with Kevin for me. I will, my king, Gavin promised. King Maddox. 1 year had passed. King Maddox couldn't make it when Kevin was released from prison due to problems in Rodovvia. Kevin had been granted parole last week, and Maddox failed to contact him beforehand. Your Highness, there are reports of rogues present by the border. They know we are arriving. It's an ambush. The winter gray warrior who was driving said, Rogues can't kill me. Rogues can't kill you either, Maddox responded. The warrior smirked. She said, I love killing rogues. Maddox had gone past Larafel's territory, and they were on the road in the middle of the night, trying to reach Pentos sooner. They were almost at the border when they heard growls. A rogue lunged at the front of their car, and many more appeared before the king's vehicle. His warriors were quickly involved in the fight. He was about to join the battle when another large, familiar-looking wolf attacked the rogue before them. His moves were fluid, and he was valiant. Maddox could not see clearly inside the car, but the fight continued. Howls of pain could be heard, and all the rogues had died by the time he stepped out of the vehicle. Did you do all this? He asked the winter gray warriors. Not all, Your Highness. He smelled of a Pentos warrior, the one who attacked the rogues. He was so fast and killed the rest of the enemies, the warrior replied. Balthasar studied the wounds of the rogues. Then he was suddenly reminded of the way the werewolf fought. Chills ran down his spine as he called, Kevin! Kevin! Are you out here, my friend? Have you come to me? I'm sorry I am late. I heard you were out. That was why I came here as soon as possible, Maddox said. It took several pleas from Maddox. He spent nearly half an hour calling. Shortly, Kevin appeared before him. Kevin said, I wasn't sure if you still wanted me. The king hugged Kevin, saying, Of course, I want you by my side. You have served your time and earned your parole. Remember, you are part of the future I saw in my queen's eyes. Maddox assured Kevin his plans were still the same since he last visited. At the end of their talk, he asked, Shall we go to Rodovvia? In the next few days, Kevin traveled back to Rodovvia with Maddox. When they arrived, the first thing Maddox did was to introduce Kevin to his family. Just as Queen Anaya welcomed Kevin, Beta Nicole walked into the family sitting area to make a report when she locked eyes with the visitor. The king saw Kevin stilled, and so did Beta Nicole. Anaya and Maddox smiled at each other, recognizing what was happening to the two. Mate, Kevin said. Mate, Beta Nicole claimed. Katherine, 5 years passed. Daddy, how come my aunt is younger than me? The 7-year-old Prince Kalevi questioned. His eyes rounded as he pointed to Princess Bianca. Whenever Katherine and Gavin visited Rodovvia, they told their son that Bianca was Queen Anaya's daughter. Kalevi had always called Bianca by her name. That day was the first time Katherine revealed Bianca was Kalevi's aunt. Laughter erupted in Pentos's palace gardens as the maids prepared for the royal family to have a picnic lunch. Queen Anaya was munching on some finger food and nearly choked at the horrific look on Kalevi's face. Gavin and Maddox had a serious conversation about the development in Novra when Kalevi raised his troubling question. They also fell into a set of laughter, including the warriors standing guard around the garden. Well, that is a long story. Gavin pointed to King Maddox and proposed, Your grandpa is willing to share. A hiss left Maddox's lips, leaving everyone laughing their hearts out. Maddox said, It's a long story, Kalevi. Long stories intrigue me, Kalevi said after finding his way in front of Maddox. Now and then, Maddox and Anaya visited Pentos too. They often spent half a day on the massive lawn behind the palace, just like today, simply catching up. While King Maddox was telling Kalevi a long story, 3 young children ran around the table. Kane, Kate, stop it! Ryan is still 2 years old and can barely catch up with you. Katherine scolded. Her twins were Kane and Kate, who were a copy of Katherine, whereas Kalevi grew to look like Gavin. They were all running so fast, and little Ryan followed them around. Poor Vera, in her 4-month-old belly, was trying to catch her son. Slow down, buddy, Vera called. Katherine laughed and helped her friend. She first caught Ryan, Vera's son, before holding Kate with her other arm. "Oh, my goddess," Vera accepted her son and said, "Thank you, my queen. Excuse me, I will take my son back inside the palace." Gavin, on the other hand, caught Cain just in time. He growled, "Stay put, little man, and have some yogurt." "Yuck," Cain remarked, and Gavin hissed, "What did I say about respecting mommy and daddy?" Gavin raised his voice just a little, asserting his authority over his children. Cain quickly sat in his chair and ate his yogurt plus the fruits on their plate. Kate soon followed, smiling as she finished her healthy snacks. "Good kids, always listen to Daddy, because Daddy knows what is best for you," Gavin reminded. "Yes, Daddy," the twins said. In the next few minutes, their picnic table was filled with food. Their family ate as they chatted about old times, challenges in both countries, and the plans for the future of their lands. "We are strengthening the education system of our schools," Queen Katherine said. "We raised professors' salaries, especially in public colleges, to encourage them to teach within their lands rather than going to the East Continent. Let's continue the cross-training for Rodovvia, Larafel, and Pentos," Maddox suggested. "This alliance will continue to put us at the top of amongst power nations." Pentos' strength thrived after Gavin's takeover. It was a combined effort between Larafel, Rodovvia, and Pentos. It certainly helped that Prince Varigan continued to look up to Gavin as his king. Then, King Matthias of Larafel had always appreciated how Gavin and Anaya saved his son. There had been no invasion since, but Gavin did not want to risk it. He continued to level up all the warriors' training and prepare for the worst. No one can be too sure. Aside from that, Gavin had improved Pentos' railroads and expressways, allowing all packs easy access to necessities within bigger towns and reducing the isolated areas where rogues could shelter an attack. On the other hand, Katherine focused on education and women's and children's welfare. Together, as a couple, they decide on monetary aid per pack, whether investment or relief. Of course, there was the usual workload, judging and imposing the law whenever a serious crime had been committed or reported. 5 years have passed, but I feel like there is still so much to be done, Gavin said. I sometimes wonder if we had done enough. Times and the needs of the people are also changing. We created more highways for the country now. Next, we need to provide them with more public transportation, he added. Katherine embraced her husband's arm. She leaned on his shoulder and expressed, Of course we have, Gavin. We do what we can with the resources we have. You both have done great in the early years of being a king and queen, Maddox remarked. I see the compassion in your eyes, and I know you can achieve more. Anaya reached for Katherine and Gavin's hand, saying, I agree. I am sure you both did better than me, which makes me proud. When I become king, I'm going to teach everyone how to be rich so they don't always ask for help from my daddy, Kalevi suddenly blurted out. Katherine lifted her brow at her son. She turned to Gavin, and they both had a light bulb moment. They realized they had been doing so much for the nation, but how much were the individual packs contributing to their own territories? You are right, Kalevi, Gavin said. He glanced at Katherine, saying, Wife, our next focus should be the livelihood of our people. Gavin. In the next Council of Alphas, King Gavin asked each pack for proposals on what businesses they could establish within their territories. Queen Katherine attended the entire meeting to give her 2 cents. For the Deep Water Pack, our lands are rich in springs. In fact, we are one of the mineral water distributors in our neighboring pack, Alpha Gallagher said. We just don't have enough resources to buy the chemical and pieces of equipment to produce more for the nation. Gavin and Katherine reviewed the Alpha's proposal. After some time, Gavin declared, To Deepwater Pack, we are granting a loan of $2 million payable in 10 years with a minimal interest of 5% per annum, provided that a palace inspector regularly visits your pack to monitor the progress of this project. The Alpha was almost teary-eyed as he said, Thank you, my king, my queen. It is a very generous and reasonable offer indeed. You are welcome. May this opportunity flourish the Deep Water Pack, Gavin responded. He looked at the succeeding Alpha and called, Next, Alpha Herald. Following the livelihood projects each pack had implemented, Pentos grew prosperous over the years. Each pack had something to offer Pentos, and the nation became one of the biggest exporters in the continent. came with wealth was the nation's power, as Pentos further strengthened their borders from invasions. Even rogues had reportedly exited to Votara. After 8 years of ruling Pentos, Gavin became more confident about taking his family on vacation. On Gavin and Catherine's anniversary, Gavin took his family to Eastern Content, where the towers reach the sky and city lights go beyond one's line of sight. Atop the tallest tower, Gavin had a special dinner with his wife and children, but the kids were settled at another table with their guards. Following a lovely candlelit dinner, Gavin danced with his wife while a violin played in the background. As they swayed to the music, the children helped Gavin with his romantic gesture, each giving their mother a red rose. "Mom, Dad told me he loves you," Kalevi said before giving Katherine the flower. "Thank you, love," Katherine responded to Kalevi. "Mommy, Daddy said we should promise to leave you alone tonight," Kate said. Katherine laughed while remaining in Gavin's arms. She accepted the rose just in time for Kane to say, "Daddy said he loves you so much that he wants another pup." With mouth rounding, Katherine smacked her husband. She snorted before saying, "Seriously, Gavin, as if 3 is not enough." "With you, my wife, nothing is ever enough," Gavin suggested before kissing his wife. "Happy anniversary. I love you, and I will always will." Katherine smiled at him brightly. Her face flushed as she wrapped her arms around him. She said, "I love you too, my husband." With a wink, she added, "Maybe I'll take you up on that another pup proposal." Gavin growled. The end.